Finally, Zuan's hand reached her mouth, and people could finally see clearly that he was holding a ferocious demon with green face and sharp teeth in his hand. It was trembling in extreme fear, trying to break free from Zuan's grip. But Zuan didn't even bat an eyelid, and with a sudden force, he yanked it out. With a bang, the monster was pulled out of Aru's mouth before it could even scream, exploding in a spray of blood and flesh, turning instantly to ashes, and Aru returned to her original appearance, then fell straight down. Fox Knight immediately rushed to hold her, and after a careful check, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because apart from being physically weak and faint due to excessive shock, Aru was unharmed. There was not a trace left of the torn mouth from before. At the same time, in midair, Zuan held the demon and said faintly, "Tell me, where is your real body now?" The demon trembled all over and hoarsely said, "You? Don't worry about how I know. I am asking you now, so I'll give you 3 seconds to think. Once the time is up, you will turn to ashes." Zuan's tone was calm, but filled with unparalleled confidence. 1. Sword Cultivator, you are powerful, but you shouldn't be involved in this matter. Let me go now. I will pretend this never happened. The demon roared. Zuan seemed not to have heard, continuing, 2. Sword Cultivator, if you dare to kill me, then be prepared to endure endless pursuit. My power and influence is beyond your imagination. My anger will be unbearable for you. A cold smile crept up on Zuan's lips, and then he softly said, 3. As the last word came out, Zuan suddenly exerted force. With a bang, the demon hadn't even had a chance to scream before Zuan crushed it. But in the moment it exploded into pieces, countless blood and flesh residues scattered in all directions, trying to escape. It must be said, this move was indeed strange and powerful, because as long as a drop of blood escaped, it would have a chance to survive. Most strong beings might be helpless in the face of such a situation. At least that's what the demon thought. But before it could rejoice, Zuan suddenly flicked his fingers, and a flame appeared in the air. As this flame emerged, the temperature of the whole sky began to rise rapidly. The demon's blood was boiling incessantly, seeming in great pain. Zuan said flatly, "I said you will turn to ashes, so you shall turn to ashes." With that, Zuan snapped his finger. Boom! Flame soared into the air, directly igniting the entire sky. In the raging flames, a cry of extreme terror could be faintly heard in the void, and then all the blood and limbs of the demon were burned to nothingness. The fire came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, the flames that had soared were gone without a trace. Looking at the sky at this moment, there was no trace of the demon ever existing. But at that moment, a faint gray-green light floated down. Zuan spread out his hand, catching the light, then gently it closed in his palm, and closed his eyes. The scene became very quiet. After completely dealing with the monster, Zuan landed on the ground, and Huya hurriedly came to greet him. "How was it? Did you find out the origin of the other party?" His voice was extremely cold, indicating that Huya, who always appeared carefree, was also truly angry at the moment. Zuan smiled and said, "I have some clues." "Then who is it? And where is its true form?" Huya urgently asked. Zuan shook his head. "It's not the right time to talk about that now." "Then when is the right time?" "Old Zu, stop beating around the bush and tell me who it is. I want to tear it apart." Huya gritted his teeth and roared. "This matter is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, but rest assured, I will give you an explanation." Huya was about to say something more when, at that moment, Uru suddenly made a sound from the side. Huya trembled all over and swiftly ran over. Meanwhile, Uru's eyelashes quivered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Huya looked at her with concern. "How are you feeling, Uru? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Uru shook her head slightly, wanting to say something, but she was stunned, because she was astonished to find out that she could actually see things now. The clouds in the sky, the grass and trees on the ground, everything appeared in her eyes. But all of this combined still couldn't compare to the Huya smiling at her. She had imagined Haya's appearance more than once, touching his features with her hands to construct an outline in her mind. But that blurry, purely imaginary image couldn't compare to the living person before her now. Uru stared blankly. Huya, not understanding her expression, thought she might be feeling unwell and anxiously shouted, "Uru, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Please speak." He then looked up and shouted to Zuan, "Old Zu, come over and see what's wrong with Uru." But at that moment, Uru suddenly reached out to touch Haya's cheek, tears streaming down her face, but she smiled and said, "I'm fine, I'm very good. Just a little excited, no need to be so surprised." Huya, who was previously impatient, suddenly calmed down, and then he suddenly noticed something, his eyes widening. "Uru, your eyes!" He suddenly realized that Uru's once dull eyes now had a light in them. He could even see his own reflection in Uru's pupils. Uru nodded vigorously, letting tears flow freely on her face, and smiled, saying, "Yes, my eyes are better now. I can see your face." Despite being a simple sentence, Haya's eyes gradually welled up with tears, and he took a deep breath, choking out, "Am I handsome?" Uru smiled warmly, "Even more handsome than I imagined." With that, she suddenly sat up and deeply kissed Huya on the lips. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was deeply moved. Hying had tears in her eyes and whispered, "Brother, you have finally found your happiness. Congratulations." Hyan's expression was peculiar, her eyes flashing, lost in her thoughts. Enyan quietly covered the eyes of the two little girls, then sighed as she watched the scene unfold. Unbeknownst to her, although the mischievous little girls had their vision obscured, they were quietly discussing. "Wow, was that just a kiss?" Nyanyan whispered. "Yes." Xiang said. "So romantic." Nyanyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you know what romance is?" "I don't know, but it makes me want to cry when I watch it, so this must be romance, right?" Despite some twists and turns, this matter eventually concluded with a perfect ending. As Huya joyfully helped Uru up from the ground, Aoking was discussing with Zuan. "Lord Honglian, the Emperor's flowing essence has been obtained, but Yi is still unconscious, so we will need the help of Empress Kyonjin next, or else the sacred land will not receive enlightenment." Zhu and nodded, "All right." Aoking breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was afraid that Zuan would make outrageous demands at this time. After all, the name Zubapai was deeply ingrained in the Dragon Clan. Unexpectedly, Zuan's agreement was so straightforward and without any conditions added. Aoking couldn't help but feel ashamed of her previous dark thoughts. "Well, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's set off immediately back to our ancestral land." There was no need for anyone to stay in this secret realm any longer. So, Aoking led the elite dragons to lead the way, while Zuan and the others followed in the starship. As they left the secret realm, all the other monster races outside watched with envy. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the secret realm, but they could sense the aura of the Emperor's flowing essence. So when the Dragon Clan whisked away with the Emperor's flowing essence, they could only watch with envy, without daring to make any moves. Jokes! Not only did they see the former Red Lotus immortal, but also the strong members of the Chinku Fox clan had joined. This kind of power exceeded the imagination of most monster races. If they were united, they might still have a chance. However, the key was that with so many monster races gathered together, no one was willing to stand out, so they could only watch the starship of the Dragon Clan and Zuan whizzing past. Damn it, now that the Dragon Clan has the Emperor's flowing essence, they will definitely return to their peak and become the truly first clan among the heavens. A monster race said with envy and resentment. And the Chinku Fox clan, they already have the blessing of the 3 lives tree, but they still want to snatch the Emperor's flowing essence, truly insatiable. The most important thing is this Red Lotus immortal. He is of human descent, and the Emperor's flowing essence has no effect on him. Why would he be involved in this matter? Who knows? But after this matter, the monster races will probably never have a peaceful day again. There were signs of envy, jealousy, and worrying. In short, the entire monster race was boiling because of this matter. Meanwhile, Zuan and the others had returned to the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Upon re-entering the Dragon Clan's sacred land, although it had only been a short time, the aura here had become even more decayed. Obviously, without Aoking's suppression, it was hastening its demise. Aoking took a deep breath, barely suppressing her excitement, then respectfully said, "Lord, please let Empress Kyonjin take action." "Good." Zuan agreed as promptly and decisively as before. Then, Nyanyan directed the little spirits to start reviving the origin of the Dragon Clan's sacred land. With Nyanyan's communication and Zhang's direction, everything progressed rapidly. Soon, the once extremely decaying Dragon Clan's sacred land began to emit a faint light. Aoking immediately placed her sister Ao Yi's body there, preparing for the refining process. But before she could straighten up, Zuin said indifferently. Great princess, it should be time to fulfill the promise now. As they were talking, she suddenly tripped and fell flat on her face, causing the dragon egg she was holding to slip out of her hands and plummet straight towards the ground in a parabolic arc. The whole crowd gasped in alarm. Just as the dragon egg was about to hit the ground, a soft tentacle appeared out of nowhere and caught it just in time. Zhang Xiaoyu wiped the cold sweat off her forehead with another tentacle, got up from the ground, and sheepishly said, "Oops, that was a mistake." Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Zhu unsmirked and laughed at Ao Qing, saying, "Great princess, this is my subordinate." Ao Qing looked at the dragon egg in astonishment, and the Grand Elder approached as well. It is indeed of dragon lineage, but what's strange is why it exudes such a strong dragon aura. And it seems to have a hint of a demonic dragon's presence too. The Grand Elder was puzzled. Zuin nonchalantly said, "That's not surprising. Some time ago, when I went to the Lost Paradise, I casually wiped out a group of demonic dragons and purified their bloodlines a bit." This statement was downplayed, but it sent shivers down the spines of the Grand Elder and other elder dragons, who subconsciously swallowed hard. The abyssal demon dragons, strictly speaking, were once part of the dragon lineage, but were expelled long ago due to their malicious and violent actions. The fact that this abyssal demon dragon was directly sacrificed by this god of killing was truly terrifying. Ao Qing withdrew her gaze and nodded. "Very well, since this is under Lady Honglian's command, let's place it in the sacred land together." Zhang Xiaoyu had been eager, and upon hearing this, she waved her tentacle and carefully placed the dragon egg into the sacred land. The dragon egg slowly sank into the condensed and watery light, then began to flicker as if it were breathing. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes welled up with tears. "Elder, you've been waiting for so long. You're finally going to awaken. If you don't wake up soon, the readers will have forgotten about you." Huiyan playfully knocked her on the head, saying, "Stop spoiling it, or you'll fall asleep too." Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly held her head, her face full of smiles. Sorry, Sister Hu. I was just caught up in the moment." Meanwhile, the little spirit beings who had sanctified the dragon tribe's sacred land gathered in the air, then slowly descended into a slumber. Nyan, feeling anxious, quietly asked her sister, "Will they be all right?" Her sister confidently shook her head. "Don't worry. They've just exhausted their own energy. They'll be fine." Nyan sighed in relief and patted her chest, saying, "That's good." Hearing the conversation between the two young girls, Zuin couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes filled with pride. After all, kindness is a wonderful quality, isn't it? The restoration of the sacred land is a massive project that cannot be completed overnight. Furthermore, Xiaxu's refinement will also take time. Therefore, everyone decided to stay among the dragon tribe. The two young girls were like fish in water, having the time of their lives. For instance, now, "Grandpa Dragon, how old are you?" Nyan asked curiously. Although the Dragon Elder regarded Zuin with reverence and awe, he was very fond of these mischievous young girls and smiled affectionately. "How old do I look?" Nyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened. "Your beard is white, so you must be 100 years old." "Nonsense!" Xiaxu shook his head, then said pointedly, "Father once said that dragons are powerful and have long lifespans, so how could this Grandpa Dragon be that young?" "Then, sister, how old do you think he is?" "I think he must be at least 200 years old," Xiaxu said seriously. The Dragon Elder couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. "Yes, I am indeed over 200 years old." "You guessed well." "Wow, so old?" Nyan gasped in surprise. The Dragon Elder nodded with a smile, about to say something when Nyan's next words left him speechless. Nyan, looking curious, said, "If you've lived so long and even your beard is white, does that mean you're close to death?" The Dragon Elder was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Huji suddenly turned and said with a smile, "Old dragon, don't forget about this little girl's talent." This remark made the Dragon Elder break out in a cold sweat. After all, these two young girls, despite their innocent appearance, possessed extraordinary talents. One could see through all things' essence, while the other had a way with words. If they inadvertently spoke the truth, it could be very harmful. Realizing this, the Grand Elder's smile stiffened. "Oh, I suddenly remembered that there's something I need to attend to. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and hurriedly left. "Sister, Why did that grandpa dragon suddenly run away? Who knows? Maybe you hit a nerve, and he feels his time is running out. The Grand Elder, who had retreated far away, suddenly felt a chill running down his spine and almost fell from the sky. Boring. Let's go play with Big Fatty. Nyan pouted. Just as the two young girls were about to find the little fox, a sound filled with anger and despair was heard. Following that, a white light flew forward and jumped onto Hu Wan's shoulder. It was the little fox. However, the once radiant little fox now looked disheveled and desolate, with its beautiful fur drooping and its eyes filled with anguish. What's wrong? Hu Wan was puzzled. Being her pet, the little fox naturally had unique qualities. Despite its inability to transform, its strength was on par with that of a true immortal. The little fox whined in distress, but before it could finish, a golden light flashed, and a chubby golden koi fish appeared in front of everyone. It was the spirit of the artifact from the symbol tower, the divine symbol ball. Upon seeing the divine symbol ball, the fur on the little fox bristled, and it emitted warning growls from its throat. However, the divine symbol ball paid no heed to these actions, perhaps not understanding their significance. Therefore, the little fox had just leapt into the air, but Kyuki had already rushed forward and collided heavily with it. The little fox was very strong, but all of its attacks were ineffective against Kyuki, so it was easily knocked away by the overwhelming weight advantage of Kyuki. Then, a golden light flashed, and before the little fox could land, it was already being held in Kiwi's arms. Yes, a fox was being held in the arms of a koi carp using its fins, a scene that looked very discordant. Not only that, but Kyuki also rubbed the little fox's fur with its big head, humming contentedly. The little fox tried to break free but couldn't. Its attempts to counterattack were also futile, so its eyes were filled with despair. Everyone watched this scene with amusement. Even Hu Wan couldn't help shaking her head and smiling lightly, then looked thoughtfully at Zuan. Even the pet they kept had such a strong personality. Have you ever heard of anyone in the heavens keeping a divine talisman as a pet? This man is truly full of mysteries. In the following days, everyone lived together harmoniously and friendly. Except for the occasional screams of the little fox and the sight of the two little girls chasing after the dragon elders, everything was so beautiful. As for why these dragon elders were being chased around by the two little girls. This dragon grandpa, just let us pluck one hair, just one. Nyan shouted. Not even one. This is the dragon whisker I have meticulously maintained for thousands of years. The dragon elder dared not look back, shouting as he ran away. Kyuki, come here. Xiang called out decisively. The koi carp on the ground, sucking the fox, immediately flew up after hearing this, carrying the two little girls and chasing after the fleeing dragon elder. For a moment, chaos ensued among the entire dragon clan. Countless dragon elders couldn't help but lament. They never expected that now that Zuan was not causing trouble, it had turned into two little girls with even greater combat power. In this regard, Hu Yi and Hu Wan showed the consistent stance of the Chinku Fox clan, which was absolute neutrality. In fact, Hu Yi had no time to care about other matters at the moment. He was completely immersed in the ocean of love, unable to extricate himself in the sweetness. The two of them stuck together like glue, wishing to see each other every second. This atmosphere was enough to make others envious and keep their distance. Ruer, after dealing with things here, I will take you back to Chinku Fox clan, apply to the Great Elder, and then marry you. When old Zu got married, it caused quite a stir, so I must do even better than him and give you an unprecedented grand wedding. Hu Ye vowed solemnly. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Aru said softly, her eyes filled with Hu Yi's shadow. As long as I'm with you, I don't need anything else. No, as a woman of mine, Hu Yi, how could I let you be so plain? I have to announce it to the world. Let everyone know of your existence. Hu Yi said boldly. Aru's eyes were on the verge of overflowing with happiness, but soon she thought of something and lowered her head slowly. But my status? What's wrong with your status? Rest assured, I'm here for everything. Hu Yi said earnestly. Aru nodded slightly. Nevertheless, she still felt empty in her heart. She knew very well that although her eyes had been cured, she was only a mortal woman at best. On the other hand, Hu Yi was the heir of the noble and venerable Tianhu clan. The gap between them was even greater than that between an emperor and a beggar. How could she not feel inferior? Oh, it's all because of my poor talent. Otherwise, with that Emperor Liliu's guidance, not only could my eyes be healed, but I could also be transformed into a demon. By then, I should be worthy of him. With this thought, Ayaru couldn't help but sigh softly. Just then, she suddenly felt a bit itchy behind her ears and raised her hand to scratch it. Why does the skin here feel a bit tough? The thought flashed through Ayaru's mind, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. It might just be a small bump. While there was a lively scene outside, in the tea house, Zuin was sitting on a chair, making tea. After a series of graceful movements, a refreshing tea fragrance began to fill the air. However, there was only Zuin in the tea house at this time. Aoqing was busy with matters concerning the Dragon Clan's sacred land and naturally couldn't accompany him. Third Princess Aoshu, although very willing to stay with Zuan, was being closely watched by Aoqing and not allowed to leave even for a moment, as Yan was taking care of the two little girls. In short, it was quiet here. In front of Zuan were two sets of tea sets, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Finally, when Zuan lifted the teapot and poured tea into 2 cups, a barely perceptible sword light flew across the sky at an incredible speed and landed opposite Zuan. It was none other than the master of the Sword Palace, Li Jingxing. However, the current Li Jingxing was different from before. Although he had a vigorous momentum before, his eyes always seemed a bit murky. But now, his eyes were as clear as ice and jade. Zuin didn't even lift an eyelid and said casually, "Have a seat, the tea has just been brewed." Li Jingxing smiled and sat directly across from Zuan. Zuan then handed over the teacup. Li Jingxing took it with both hands, took a sip, and then exclaimed, "Great tea. Of course, this is the 9 Revolution spiritual mist tea I got from Juge Zhang." Li Jingxing put down the teacup, looking surprised. "You've met Juge Zhang?" "Of course I have. Not just him. I have also met Chu Wuxiang, Yi Hanshang, and others." Zuin then briefly recounted the events on Earth. After listening, Li Jingxing fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "It's a pity that I cut off all communication at that time and couldn't make it over. It's just a minor quasi-immortal emperor after all. Not worth your trouble." Zuin chuckled. Li Jingxing looked at Zuin deeply and couldn't help but say, "It's strange. If it were someone else speaking like this, I would definitely think they were boasting. After all, that person is a quasi-immortal emperor, but when you say it, it feels very normal to me. Of course, I am the Grand Immortal Venerable." "You mean you used to be, right? Hey, you're starting to be sarcastic again." With that, the two of them exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. In the midst of laughter, Li Jingxing raised his teacup and said sincerely, "Thank you." Zuin listened quietly, not saying a word. Li Jingxing smiled bitterly at him. "Am I being foolish?" "Of course not," Zuin said very seriously, then poured tea for Li Jingxing. "Go ahead, if you're willing." Li Jingxing lifted the teacup, his gaze unfocused on the tea leaves rising and sinking in the cup. After a long silence, he spoke softly. "I think you should have guessed by now. She is a descendant of the Phoenix clan. In fact, by her generation, only she remains from the Phoenix clan. When I first met her, by human standards, she was only 17 or 18 years old, at the age of innocence and romance. But she was so different, especially her eyes, as if seeing through everything, yet also wary of everything, strong and fragile at the same time." Li Jingxing's face showed a trace of nostalgia as he continued. "When I saw her for the first time, I was struck. There was a voice in my heart telling me to protect her, no matter the cost." Li Jingxing chuckled self-deprecatingly and said to Zuan, "Isn't it ridiculous?" Zuan sighed softly. "Of course not." In fact, Zuan understood this feeling very well. Because swordsmen need a clear mind without distractions, remaining emotionless was good. But once emotion stirred, it was easier to fall into extremes. Li Jingxing's eyes lit up. "Those were my happiest times. Just seeing her every day made everything meaningful again. If only the story could continue like that, how wonderful it would be." Li Jingxing's expression turned dim, but misfortune always comes unexpectedly. "One day, she suddenly broke up with me. I didn't know why because just the night before, she was fine. I asked her. She remained silent, just giving me a cold stare. In despair, I left angrily. I was truly foolish back then, not understanding why she did that, until later I found out." Li Jingxing's voice turned strange, choking as if filled with deep hatred. "She was carrying an extremely terrifying curse. To prevent me from worrying, she deliberately pushed me away. After knowing the truth, I went almost crazy looking for her. I finally found her on a deserted planet. By then, she was extremely weak. But when she saw me, she struggled to say something to me. Do you know what she said, Zhu? Unshook his head silently. She said, "You're really foolish. I let you go because I didn't want you to see me die." Why did you have to do this? Tears welled up in Li Jingxing's eyes. After saying that, she fainted. I was already completely frantic, trying every method I knew to remove the curse on her. Later, I found out that the curse originated from her own bloodline, meaning the entire Phoenix clan was cursed, leading to their sudden extinction. Finally, I came up with a solution. I built the Bone Sword Mountain on a lifeless planet to isolate the curse and delay her condition as much as possible. But it was only a delay. I could only watch her condition deteriorate day by day, from initially fainting for an hour each day to eventually being in a perpetual coma. Until finally, when she was briefly conscious, she made a request to me. Li Jingxing couldn't continue speaking, as tears silently streamed down his face. Zhu unfilled his teacup and placed it in front of Li Jingxing, then said softly, "She asked you to kill her." Li Jingxing nodded. Choked up, she said she was living in too much pain, enduring endless suffering daily. The loneliness and torment from her bloodline made it unbearable, so she only sought a quick death now. You can't imagine the look of longing in her eyes at that moment. So I was the one who ended her life with my own hands. Li Jingxing's tone became unnervingly calm. In her final moment, a strange light filled her eyes, as if she finally found liberation, brimming with infinite joy. She died at my hands. In the tea pavilion, only the sound of boiling water in the pot could be heard. Zhuan looked at the man with a lowered head with sympathy in his eyes. He couldn't fully empathize, but just imagining the scene sent shivers down his spine, so he could only remain silent. Because in that moment, silence was the greatest form of respect. After that, I tried every method to resurrect her, even mixing my flesh and blood with hers in an attempt to create our child, but all I made were two phoenixes with diluted bloodlines. The twin phoenixes you saw. I had already lost all hope, preparing to spend the rest of my life with her. But then, I felt the emergence of the Emperor's blood. Knowing its miraculous effects, I rushed over despite everything. You know the rest, Zhu. And nodded. Li Jingxing smiled. Do you know why I eventually gave up? Because what Ling Qianjin said was right. My presumed kindness turned out to be the greatest cruelty to her. All her people were already dead, leaving only her in the world, compounded by the curse's torment. She probably didn't want to live long ago, enduring additional years of suffering due to my foolish persistence. I'm such a bastard. Saying that, Li Jingxing began thumping his own head. Zhuan raised his hand to stop him and said sternly, "Enough. Will torturing yourself like this make you feel better? What you should think about now is how to avenge her." Avenge? Li Jingxing was momentarily puzzled, looking up at Zhuan with a perplexed expression. Exactly, revenge. She died because of the curse, right? You need to find out who cursed the Phoenix clan, then root him out, for your woman, and for the entire Phoenix clan's sake. Li Jingxing's eyes sparkled with determination, trembling all over. Yes, I must seek revenge. It wasn't me who killed her, it was the one who cursed her. Speaking in a daze, he suddenly looked up, full of sincerity, and said to Zhuan, "Thank you for reminding me, I understand now." Zhuan also let out a sigh, somewhat worried that Li Jingxing might spiral into extremes due to excessive stimulation. "Come, have some tea." Zhuan smiled, but Li Jingxing shook his head and said, "This tea is good, but too light. Do you have any wine? Let's have a few drinks together." "You want wine?" "Of course." Zhuan suddenly grinned mischievously. "I do have some wine on me, but they are just ordinary things. I doubt they would suit your taste. However, I know where we can find good wine." Li Jingxing's eyes lit up. "Oh, where, Zhu?" Unchuckled, "From what I know, the elder of the Dragon Clan is known to be fond of drinking. Considering his status, his lair must be filled with plenty of fine wines." Li Jingxing frowned slightly, "But I have no connection with the elder of the Dragon Clan. You know how stingy the Dragon Clan is. If we ask him for wine, would he give it to us?" Zhu unshook his head, looking mysterious. "Who said we have to ask him for it?" "So what do you mean?" "Currently, the elder of the Dragon Clan is occupied with matters of the sacred grounds. Therefore, The defenses of his lair must be weak. With our abilities, sneaking in and taking a few bottles should be easy, Zuan said with a sly smile. Li Jingxing widened his eyes. You mean stealing a zoo? Unfinished his tea and said calmly, Old Li, you really lack finesse in your words. How can you call it stealing? Then what is it? It's about seizing a drunken revelry. It's quite elegant. How can you describe it as stealing? Li Jingxing's expression gradually turned to this, before finally giving a thumbs up in self-deprecation. Zuan, I've never admired someone as much as I do you. You're the first. Haha, just get used to it. You will admire me more in the future. Let's go. Let's sneak in and seize this revelry. In the end, Li Jingxing followed Zuan to the lair of the Dragon Clan Elder. One is a sword-wielding immortal emperor, the other a reincarnated immortal. With their combined strength, even if the Elder was present, they probably wouldn't be noticed. They infiltrated easily. As Zuan had said, the selection of wines inside was extensive, including some rare treasures like the monkey wine brewed by the Monkey Creature Clan, known as one of the top wines in all realms. They didn't hesitate to enjoy these fine wines. Zuan even took along some of the precious ingredients hidden by the Elder. In Zuan's words, these old folks didn't even know how to cook and just swallowed everything, so leaving these ingredients with them was a waste. In the end, they returned to the tea house with their spoils. Zuan even thoughtfully added a barrier to isolate the scent of the wine and food to prevent it from spreading. After these preparations, Zuan personally took charge of cooking. At his level, traditional stoves were unnecessary. The Red Lotus Flame, though somewhat wasteful, produced dishes with an incomparable taste. In no time, a table full of delicious dishes was placed before Li Jingxing. With top-notch ingredients and Zuan's cooking skills, the aroma of the food was mesmerizing. Just by smelling it, one could feel transcendent joy. When the seals on the wine bottles were broken, a strong fragrance rose into the air, mingling with the food aroma, creating a vivid display of illusions. Li Jingxing was amazed, as such mystical phenomena were rare even to him. Come, let's have a drink, Zhu, and smiled. Li Jingxing nodded, and they both finished their drinks. The monkey wine went down like a fiery stream, igniting their cells with excitement. Excellent wine! Li Jingxing couldn't help but exclaim. Plus, it has a hint of mischief in its taste. Drinking it feels quite unique. Zuan chuckled mischievously. Li Jingxing felt a bit embarrassed, still uneasy about the fact that he had become a thief, so he changed the subject. Zuan, there is actually another reason I came here. Oh, what is it, Zhu? Continued with the food without looking up. I want to take your eldest daughter as my disciple. This statement nearly choked Zuan, who hastily took a few large sips of wine before regaining his composure, looking at Li Jingxing with surprise. You want to take her? Yes. The one with a strong will. Li Jingxing admired. Zuan smiled slyly. What's the matter? Do you think my Red Lotus sword intent can't match your skills? Of course not. Then why do you have this idea? I genuinely admire her straightforward personality. Despite facing pressure from me, she dared to speak her mind and even provided logical advice. Such a candid personality is most suited for sword cultivation, especially with ... Especially with her ability to see through falsehoods and point to the essence of things, making her even more suitable for sword cultivation, right, Zhu? And calmly continued. Exactly. I truly see potential in her talent because it is the most extraordinary gift I have come across in all my years of practice. If she utilizes it well, she might even surpass your second daughter in her fast reactions. So I want to take her as my disciple, to be my successor, and even possibly the future head of the Sword Palace. What do you think? Zuan didn't speak, but lowered his head to sip the wine lightly. Li Jingxing watched him silently. Finally, Zuan lifted his head and sighed softly. Old Li, how do you rate my Red Lotus sword intent? Peerless in the world. How do I compare to you? Li Jingxing paused for a moment before saying, at your peak, I wouldn't be your match. Then do you think I don't know my daughter's talent? No, that's not it. So do you know why I haven't started teaching them cultivation? Why? Li Jingxing's expression turned serious, waiting for Zuan's answer. It's because I want them to have a happy childhood. Li Jingxing had considered a million possibilities, but never expected this answer. He widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed, just for that, yes? Li Jingxing was speechless, as he couldn't understand Zuan's way of thinking. In all realms, people went to extreme lengths to become stronger, but Zuan held a different perspective. It can be said that the extraordinary talent that is so unforgettable is what countless people dream of. Some are even willing to pay any price for it. But Zuan is not in a rush at all, even saying that she wants to give them a happy childhood. This completely makes Li Jingxing doubt whether Zuan's brain is muddled. Ahem, Zuan, you were once an immortal. Shouldn't you know better than me how dangerous these realms are? Furthermore, if such great talent is not cultivated early, it would be the biggest waste. Are you planning to protect them their whole lives? Li Jingxing began to earnestly advise. Zuan smiled faintly and shook her head. I understand what you're saying, but I still feel that a person's childhood only happens once. Let them have a happy time. Leave behind beautiful memories. It's better than later recalling a dull cultivation life. Besides, Zuan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. From the moment they were born until they turned 4, I was absent as a father, and they suffered a lot during that time. So, I want to compensate tenfold, not doubly. Seeing Zuan's remorseful look, Li Jingxing, who had intended to continue persuading, was taken aback and then swallowed his words. All right, your idea is not entirely wrong. But I really like this girl, so how about this? I'll accept her as my named disciple first. Li Jingxing was not ready to give up. Zu unchuckled, so you want to accept my daughter as your apprentice, yes? All right, begrudgingly, as an immortal emperor, you barely meet the qualifications to be my daughter's master. Li Jingxing almost spat blood at these words. When did an immortal emperor become so cheap? He bit his tongue to refrain from any further words. At that moment, Zuan reached out her hand in front of him. Come on. What should I bring? What nonsense, of course it's a gift. When has anyone appointed a disciple without giving a gift? Zuan smiled brightly. Li Jingxing. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I suddenly understand why the Dragon Clan calls you Zu Bapai. You really are skilled at taking advantage. With that, he resentfully took out something and placed it into Zuan's hand. Praised be, let me see what you brought. If it's not precious enough, I won't accept it. Zuan said with a smile, then lowered her head to inspect the item in her hand. It was a slender and blood-red small sword. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it exuded a chilling sword intent, sending shivers down the spine. Even Zuan couldn't help but show surprise on her face. Li Jingxing said, How about it? Is it precious enough, Zu? Nodded, and then very carefully put away the small sword. Because although it seemed unremarkable, this small sword had been condensed by Li Jingxing's sword cultivation to deliver a strike equivalent to that of an immortal emperor. It was indeed quite valuable. It seems you are quite sincere. Well, why joke around with something like this? The two shared a glance and burst into laughter together. After the laughter subsided, they drank heartily and conversed, enjoying their time. Finally, the two finished all the wine taken from the Grand Elder after a busy day. Even with their tolerance, they felt a bit tipsy. Zuan said, Where do you plan to go next? Let's return to the Sword Palace first. It's been 3 years since I left. I need to go back and check on things. Zu nodded. Indeed, your disciples have been searching for you. It's time to go back. Saying this, Zuan suddenly remembered something and smirked at Li Jingxing. Once news of your return spreads, a woman may come looking for you. Who? Li Jingxing asked in surprise. Heh, I can't say yet. You'll find out when the time comes. Zuan said mysteriously. Playing mysterious? No fun. I'm off. With that, Li Jingxing stood up, his expression suddenly serious. Zuan, I have something to tell you in advance. Go on. Your return is something many people do not want to see, especially those who were once loyal to you. Be on guard. Zuan's eyes turned cold at the words. I understand this. Good that you do, until we meet again. With that, Li Jingxing transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the vast sky. Zu unlazily leaned back in her chair, slowly sipped her wine, her eyes gradually gleaming. Then she chuckled and said, Have they all betrayed me? It seems. I was too lenient back then. This drinking session finally made Zu and fall into a deep sleep. At the same time, the Grand Elder, tired from a day's work, dragged his weary dragon body back to his lair. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something amiss. A strange scent. Someone has come. The Grand Elder then realized something and immediately ran into his treasure room. Moments later, a tragic howl resounded through the clouds. "My wine!" The Grand Elder, who was about to cry over his lost wine, suddenly noticed that the dragon egg of Little Shah in the sacred place began to flash more rapidly, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. The light in the sacred place also began to boil. This scene immediately alarmed the onlooking Chapter Xiaoyu, who stood at the edge of the sacred place, eagerly watching. The cracks on the dragon egg gradually expanded. Finally, with a loud rumble, a stream of light shot up from the sacred place, soaring into the sky. When it reached the sky, it revealed a miniature version of a 5-clawed golden dragon. This tiny dragon then roared skyward, but its voice lacked the imposing tone imagined, instead sounding like a baby announcing its presence. The 5-clawed golden dragon then landed on the ground, and after a brilliant light display, transformed into a human form. Chapter Xiaoyu's eyes widened gradually, because what appeared before her was not the memory of Little Shah, but a chubby, white, and tender little girl who could almost melt someone's heart. The little girl first looked around, then turned to Chapter Xiaoyu and asked, "Just you? Where is the master?" Chapter Xiaoyu stared blankly, then burst into laughter. The serious expression on the little girl's face was just too funny. The little girl furrowed her brow. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm asking for your boss." Chapter Xiaoyu laughed even louder, and then pinched the little girl's cheek. "Heh, you're so cute." The little girl's face instantly darkened, with her eyelids twitching like crazy. Chapter Xiaoyu, oblivious to this, pinched again. "Wow, your skin feels so good. Makes me want to take a bite." She was practically drooling. The little girl exploded, her pink fists clenched together, before she delivered a powerful punch at Chapter Xiaoyu. "Leader, spare me, spare me. I just found you adorable, so I couldn't help but give you a little pinch." Zhang Xiaoyu, with no backbone, clutched her head and began to beg for mercy. Despite being beaten black and blue, her eyes still held a smile. "Adorable." Another dark line appeared on Zhao Sha's forehead, and her teeth gritted loudly. "Yes, don't you think I'm adorable?" Zhang Xiaoyu had to add, playing with fire. "How dare you call me adorable? How dare you call me adorable?" Xiao Sha raised her fists as big as milk bottles and fiercely struck Zhang Xiaoyu a few times. Zhang Xiaoyu screamed in agony. Just then, a voice full of surprise was heard. "Xiao Sha, is that you?" Xiao Sha turned to see Enyan standing not far away, looking at her with joy. Xiao Sha stopped, then respectfully bowed to Enyan. "Madam, it's me." Just as she spoke, Xiang and Nianian peeked out from behind Enyan. "Wow, Xiao Sha, when did you become so adorable?" Xiang exclaimed. Nianian approached directly, her eyes shining as she stroked Zhao Sha's face. "So smooth and tender." Another dark line appeared on Zhao Sha's forehead, but facing Xiang and Nianian, she couldn't be violent like she was with Zhang Xiaoyu. She forced a smile and said, "Ah, Miss and second young miss, you two are the most adorable." Xiang and Nianian exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "What do you mean calling us Miss and second miss?" Xiang said. "Yes, your father is our master. Isn't it normal for us to address you like this?" Xiao Sha suddenly thought of something and quickly changed the topic. "Madam, where is the master? Where did he go?" Enyan smiled. "He seems to be drinking with a friend, probably drunk by now." As she spoke, a calm voice was heard. "Who said I'm drunk?" With a flash of light, Zuan appeared in the scene. Seeing Zuan, Xiao Sha immediately stood still and respectfully greeted him. "Master." Zuan waved his hand, then looked at her with a half-smile. "You slept for so long. How do you feel?" "Nothing much, just like waking up from a nap," Xiao Sha chuckled. Zuan nodded, then beckoned her over. "Come here, I have something to say." Xiao Sha thought Zuan had an order for her and approached obediently. "Master, what would you like to say?" Xiao Sha thought Zuan had something to instruct her, speaking very reverently. But she never expected that as soon as she finished speaking, Zuan suddenly raised his hand and pinched her cheeks. "Heh, you're so adorable, I couldn't resist pinching you." Zuan laughed like a quirky uncle, playing with Zhao Sha's chubby cheeks. Zhao Sha's eyes widened as she watched Zuan, stunned. She never expected her respected master to be like this, shallow. A deep sense of grievance welled up in Zhao Sha's eyes, tears starting to form. Zuan felt guilty and quickly let go of her, saying, "Sorry, I couldn't help it, your cheeks are so soft." Xiao Xia wiped her tears and tried to hold back her emotions, but ultimately failed. This body was clearly sensitive, a small grievance causing her tears to flow like beans. Zuan suddenly felt a bit confused. Looking at the crying Xiao Xia, he wasn't sure how to react. Zhang Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded, gazing at the crying Xiao Xia with a puzzled expression. Was this the same person who had set the rhythm by beating her earlier? This was too schizophrenic. Enyan stepped forward, giving Zuan a reproachful look. "Are you joking like this? Xiao Xia is a lovely girl." Zuan awkwardly smiled and stepped back. At this moment, the two little maids came forward to comfort Xiao Xia. "All right, stop crying. My father was just teasing you." "Yeah, don't cry. You are a noble dragon clan member." Xiao Xia sniffled and said, I didn't want to cry, but I just couldn't hold it in." As she spoke, Xiao Xia's crying grew louder. Just then, members of the dragon clan arrived. The Grand Elder looked at Zuan with infinite sorrow. He didn't need to ask. Just by the smell of alcohol on Zuan, he knew who had stolen his wine. But what could he do? Confront him? No way. Even if Zuan admitted, his old bones were no match for Zuan. Forget it. Pretend nothing happened. Endure it. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder sighed half-heartedly. Zuan, however, seemed oblivious to the situation, even showing concern as he spoke to the Grand Elder. "What's wrong? Elder, are you feeling unwell? Take care of your health, especially at your age. What if something happens?" Hearing this, the Grand Elder felt the urge to spit blood, trying hard to contain his anger, and smiled politely. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm in good health, likely won't have any accidents soon." Zuan flashed a brilliant smile. That's good. Just then, Qing, who was checking Xiao Xia's condition, looked up with a shocked expression. "It can't be. What's wrong?" the Grand Elder asked quickly. Qing's face was serious as he pointed at Xiao Xia. After being purified in the sacred ground, she has recovered, but strangely, although she's supposed to be a dragon by nature, there are traces of demon dragon and several other dragon bloodlines in her body. What does that mean? Enyan couldn't help but ask. Qing took a deep breath. It means that she not only recovered, but also assimilated several dragon bloodlines. She has become a unique bloodline, a new kind of dragon, so to speak. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Xiao Xia, who was still teary-eyed. The contrast between the scene and Qing's description was too large for many to accept. Zhang Xiaoyu whispered, "After all that talk, turns out she's a mixed blood." Zixia finally stopped crying. But as soon as she stopped crying, she was eagerly dragged away by two little maids to playhouse. She was dragged away unsteadily, her expression even worse than when she was crying, almost as if she had lost all hope in life. Seeing this scene, Qing couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. "I must say, your two daughters are quite lively," Zuan said with a faint smile. "You're too kind. This strange response left Qing somewhat amused, but she quickly regained her composure and then whispered softly, "Lady Honglian, I really appreciate what you have done for us. No need to be polite. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save my subordinates," Zuan said lightly. Qing gritted her teeth. "Do you know what the condition of your subordinate represents?" "Represents what?" "A brand new, never-before-seen dragon race. This discovery is enough to shake the entire demon world because her bloodline can inject new vitality into the stagnant dragon bloodlines." Zuan turned to glance at her. "So what? Do you want to keep her?" Qing smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I have never considered it because I know it's impossible. The Grand Princess does have self-awareness." Zuan chuckled. Qing smiled and then solemnly said, "But just because I don't think that way, doesn't mean others won't." "Oh. Who are you talking about?" "Such as those related to the dragons. These beings will go to any lengths to enhance their bloodlines, and for them, Zixia is like a miraculous medicine." "Are you suggesting that I should be wary of a group of dragon-related beings?" Zuan said lightly. "It sounds somewhat unbelievable, but it's true. Because some of the dragon's powers are unimaginable. In addition, there are covetous eyes from various major demon tribes, so you must be careful." Zuan nodded. "Thank you." Qing was a bit anxious. "I'm serious. You must be extra cautious." "I am serious too." With a slight smile, Zuan said, "You know, There have been several reminders to be cautious before you, so I'm not worried about this one." "Well then." Eoqing nodded. Just then, the Great Elder came smilingly and approached, reporting to the Grand Princess, "Our group of elders have discussed and feel that the restoration of the Holy Land is a great joyous occasion. In addition, since the celebration for the third princess has not been held, we are planning to celebrate. What do you think?" Eoqing was slightly surprised, then nodded. "It's fine, but please do not invite outsiders." Naturally, the entire demon world is currently in an uproar due to the matter of Emperor Flow's plasma. Even if we invite them, they probably wouldn't dare to come. The Great Elder smiled. "All right, you can go ahead and make the necessary arrangements," Eoqing said. As the Great Elder said, the restoration of the Holy Land was indeed a great joyous occasion. Because the Holy Land was not only the source of dragon power, but also the symbol and spiritual totem of the dragons. In a sense, the latter's role was even more significant. When the Holy Land gradually depleted its power, despite the strict secrecy, the knowledgeable elders still faced immense pressure. Now that the crisis was over and everything returned to normal, the entire dragon race naturally rejoiced. In such an atmosphere, the elders unanimously decided to rebuild the temple that had been demolished earlier. There were two main considerations for this decision. Firstly, the temple served as an important gathering place for the dragons and was the most suitable venue for this celebration. Secondly, and most importantly, Zuin was now cooperating quite happily with the dragon race, and his temperament seemed to have changed significantly after a rebirth. At least, he no longer resorted to bullying and aggression whenever dealing with the dragons, as he did before. This time, besides stealing a few jars of wine, he did not have many excessive actions. Taking these two factors into consideration, the Dragon Elders made this decision. Only the Great Elder felt something was amiss. But with the current situation of the entire dragon race, he couldn't intervene and had to agree. Once decided, with a command, the dragons of all sizes burst out with 200% enthusiasm. In just 2 days, this not-so-large-looking temple, but with a vast interior, was rebuilt. However, the dragon race did not notice that when this temple was built, there was a presence eagerly watching. Intimidated by the dragon's mighty power, it dared not approach and could only lurk in a corner drooling. A drop of its saliva even fell on a little fox. The little fox's fur bristled in disgust, but ultimately sat down obediently. After these few days of torment, it was clear to the little fox that it couldn't escape from this chubby goldfish. Yes, the one drooling over the temple was the artifact spirit of the Fubao Tower, a rare construction artifact, the divine talisman sphere. Like the deity of the dragon consciousness that condensed countless dragon spirits in the temple, the divine talisman sphere was fatally attracted to the temple. It could be said that, if it wasn't for the dragons being too powerful, this sphere would have rushed over without a second thought. Even so, it still hesitated to leave, staring blankly, seemingly contemplating how to swallow the temple. At the same time, Zuan, who was drinking tea in the pavilion with Eoqing and Aoshu, occasionally sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the sphere. Although far apart, Zuan's mental awareness grasped everything. When he saw the drool at the corner of the sphere's mouth and the desire in its eyes, Zuan was slightly stunned, then revealed a meaningful smile. "Brother Honglian, what are you smiling about?" Aoshu couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. Just suddenly remembered something amusing," Zuan said. "Oh." Aoshu seemed disappointed. Despite her careful grooming, why wouldn't Brother Honglian spare her more glances? At that moment, Eoqing unexpectedly received a message informing her of an urgent matter that needed attention. She quickly bid farewell to Zuan and hurriedly left. After she walked away, Aoshu's face lit up, turning to Zuan and said, "Brother Honglian, do you remember what I said to you before?" Zuan, who was strategizing about how to take the temple away, was startled by the question. "What did you say?" Aoshu's expression immediately turned gloomy. "You really don't remember." Lowering her head, she continued, "I made a vow that the first man who sees my true face will be my destined one. Have you forgotten all of that?" Zuan finally realized, his face showing embarrassment as he sighed lightly. "Sister Aoshu, I really just happened to be passing by that day. Don't overthink it." Zuan remained silent, eventually sighed lightly, and said, "Third Princess, thank you for your misguided love, but please don't say these things anymore." With that, Zuan stood up and walked out. Aoshu's tears fell instantly, and she shouted loudly, "Brother Honglian, are you really so heartless?" Zuin stopped in front of the door, without turning his head, said, "There was never anything to begin with. How can it be called heartless, Zu?" And left. He left decisively. Aoshu cried bitterly, feeling like her heart was breaking. In her memory, she had only cried like this twice before, the first time being when she heard of Zuan's death. It could be said that since she could remember, almost all of Aoshu's tears were shed for Zuan. Unfortunately, it could only move herself. At that moment, a hand gently placed on her shoulder. Aoshu, tearful and trembling, looked up and saw the return of the Grand Princess Aoqing. Aoqing sighed lightly. "He already told you everything?" Aoshu's tears burst like a dam. She couldn't even wipe them away, let alone speak. Aoqing hugged her, comforting, "All right? Crying might make you feel a bit better." Aoshu was crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath, choked out, "Sister, sister, what's wrong with me? Why doesn't he want me? It's not about what's wrong with you, but that you fell in love with someone you shouldn't have." Aoqing patted her sister's back tenderly. "But ... is it wrong to love someone?" Aoshu struggled to lift her head and ask her sister. "Silly girl, loving someone is not wrong, but you should see if the person you love also loves you." Hearing this, Aoshu lowered her head, tears falling to the ground, her pitiful appearance making Aoqing heartbroken. "Come on, Aoshu, don't be sad. There are plenty of men in the world. With your qualities, you can easily choose among the outstanding young men out there. Why stubbornly hold on to him?" Aoqing comforted. "But only he is my brother Honglian," Aoshu said tearfully. Aoqing was speechless. After a long time, she sighed heavily. What a tragedy! Meanwhile, at the top of a Dragon King's tomb outside the tea pavilion, Anyan sat on a big rock, swinging his legs outside. When he heard footsteps behind him, Anyan didn't even turn his head, just smiled and said, "All clear, Rizu." An smiled without speaking, sat down beside her, and then gently embraced her shoulder. Anyan lay in his arms. For a while, both of them fell silent. Far away, the fluctuating brilliance of the Dragon Clan's holy land reflected a changing sky. After a long time, Anyan sighed slightly. Zuan lowered his head to play with her hair, softly asked, "What's wrong?" Anyan whispered, "It's nothing, just a sudden feeling of melancholy." "What is it?" "I'm lamenting why my husband is so popular. Wherever he goes, there are people who like him," Anyan said with a smile. However, these words made Zuan feel a chill down his spine, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. Cough, Yanner, I have already explained everything to her. You. Anyan interrupted him directly. "I know you have explained everything. I'm not blaming you." With that, Anyan stared at Zuan with a smile. "Why are you so nervous?" "Nervous? I'm not nervous, Yanner. You must have mistaken it, hey, Zu." And forced a laugh. Anyan couldn't help but lightly pat his chest, admonishing, "Look at your silly appearance." But she laughed along with him. Only after a display of affection, Anyan rested her head on Zuan's shoulder and softly said, "If I say that I'm not really angry, would you believe me?" "I believe." It was a joke. Even if Zuan didn't believe it, he couldn't tell the truth now. TSK, insincere. "What I said was true, because I know you have me in your heart, so I won't be bothered by those trivial matters. You don't need to be so nervous." Anyan said softly, "Ju," and nodded, "Okay? Husband." "Yeah." Little SA is awake now. Where do we go next? "What do you think, Zu?" An smiled and looked at Anyan. "I don't know." Zuan looked at the distant sky, saying lightly, "Aru's eyes have also been healed. Next, Fox Knight will definitely take her back to the Qingqiu Fox Country. We will follow him." "Go to the Qingqiu Fox Country." "Yes." This time back, he will definitely face pressure from all sides. As a buddy, of course, I have to help him. "You mean the Fox Knight's family won't agree?" "That's for sure." Don't be fooled by Fox Knight's careless appearance. He actually holds a high position in the Demon Clan. In terms of status, he can be considered one of the top demons second generation among the different realms, while Aro. Zuan didn't finish his sentence, but Anyan already understood what he meant. The gap between Aru's identity and Fox Knight was like heaven and earth. Such a disparity, the Qingqiu Fox Country would naturally find it difficult to agree. "Yeah, so we'll go back together with Fox Knight. If someone dares to obstruct the wedding maliciously, my frying pan isn't just for show," Anyan said with a stern expression. Zuan smiled lightly. "It shouldn't come to that. After all, I was once a former immortal. The elder of the Qing Fox country should give me some face. When do we leave? Don't worry. We'll have to wait until after this celebration, because I have an important thing to do. What thing? An Yan asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. In any case, it's a very important matter, Zuan said mysteriously. This celebration did not invite outsiders, but it appeared even more grandiose. First, dragons of all sizes crowded the sky, and then these dragon clans at the same moment let out a high and low dragon chant. These dragon chants mixed together, forming an indescribable song. The Song of the Dragons, a war song specifically used by the dragons to commemorate major events or activities said to have originated from the ancient barbaric era. Due to Zuan's great reputation, people from the entire dragon clan gathered around, wanting to have a drink with Zuan. Zuan welcomed everyone, regardless of their status, and drank with them all. As a result, even more people came over to drink with him. Many members of the dragon clan had a mysterious smile on their faces, secretly calculating in their hearts that although Zuan's strength as a former immortal was formidable, his capacity for alcohol could not possibly surpass that of the dragon clan. After all, no matter how powerful he was, his size could never match that of the dragon clan. With this thought in mind, the dragon clan members became even more enthusiastic in toasting. Fox Knight couldn't help but sneer at the scene. These stubborn eels really dared to compete with old Zuan drinking. Perhaps they thought they wouldn't be drunk enough afterwards. Fox Knight had never seen Zuan drunk, so naturally, he was full of confidence in Zuan. But to his surprise, after 2 rounds of drinking, Zuan's face gradually turned slightly flushed, revealing a hint of drunkenness. Huh? What's going on? Fox Knight couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. Zuan, who could usually drink for an eternity, why did he seem to be getting tipsy so quickly this time? He was puzzled. But the Dragon Clan members were delighted at the sight. It seemed their earlier guess was correct. In terms of drinking, this former immortal was indeed lacking. If they could make him pass out, they could boast in the future that they had once defeated a grand immortal, which would be quite an accomplishment. With this mindset, even more Dragon Clan members came to toast. Even the elders of the Dragon Clan joined in the fun. Zuan continued to drink without hesitation, but in comparison, his face grew more and more red, and even his gaze became somewhat unfocused. It had to be said that his appearance was truly intriguing. Even the previously doubtful senior elders couldn't help but let go of their worries and thought gleefully, "Humph, let you steal my drink. Now you will be in trouble. I'll make sure you get drunk to the point of being incapacitated, then I can feel relieved." Thinking this, the senior elder walked over with a smile and said, "Lord Honglian, it goes without saying, if it weren't for your help, this wouldn't have been possible, so I toast to you." "Good," Zuan replied somewhat indistinctly. In the blink of an eye, another drink was consumed. Zuan's tongue seemed to have swollen. Seeing this scene, Foxying and others couldn't help but feel worried. "Sister Yan, let's go help Brother Zhu get out of this situation. These Dragon Clan people are despicable, clearly trying to get Brother Zhu drunk." But to their surprise, Yan Yan shook her head with a smile. "Don't be in a rush, let's just watch for now." "Huh? Just watch?" "Yes, just watch, because your Brother Zhu clearly has his own plan," Yan gently stated. Having been with Zuan for so long, Yan Yan understood his alcohol tolerance better than anyone, so this little bit of alcohol couldn't possibly inebriate him. The way Zuan looked now clearly indicated there was another reason for his state. Foxying didn't know what to say anymore, so he could only watch Zuan with a worried expression. At the same time, there was another figure with a deep gaze looking over. It was Aoshu, who was sitting in the corner. She had been there for a while, but remained silent in the corner, never uttering a single word. The other Dragon Clan members dared not provoke her because her eyes were as deep as an abyss, making it impossible to look directly at her. It wasn't until she saw that Zuan seemed to be getting drunk that she slightly turned her head to look over. Zuan seemed to sense something, turned his head towards her, then smiled slightly and raised his cup to gesture towards her. Aoshu trembled all over, swiftly lowering her head. "He's getting drunk." Aoqing, who had appeared behind her at some point, calmly remarked, "Let's go, see him for the last time, and put an end to the thoughts in your heart." Aoqing continued. Aoshu remained silent, merely standing up quietly to follow Aoqing out. Just as they were about to step out of the temple, Rashu turned her head back, gazing from a distance at Xuan. At this moment, surrounded by many Dragon Clan members, Xuan, though showing some signs of drunkenness, still stood out as an exceptional figure. In a trance, Aoshu was transported back to the past, back to that afternoon she first saw Xuan. Back then, he was also like this, clad in white, as pure as jade. A deep pain flashed in Aoshu's eyes, and ultimately she decisively turned away and walked out. The Grand Princess and the Third Princess returned to the Holy Land. The atmosphere in the temple became increasingly lively. Not only Xuan, but almost all of the Dragon Clan members had flushed faces. Some with weaker alcohol tolerance couldn't hold out any longer and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Xuan's face remained flushed, still showing the same level of drunkenness as before, without any change. If the senior elder could see this clearly, he would have sensed the scent of conspiracy. Unfortunately, desiring to intoxicate Xuan urgently had caused the senior elder to already be in a state of drunken confusion with a muddled mind. Fox Knight also caught on to the situation and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then sat back on his chair, smiling as he watched the scene before him. "What are you laughing about?" asked Daru. "Heh, I'm laughing at these stubborn eels who are so clueless that they don't realize that old Zu is clearly setting a trap for them. They think they are taking advantage, but in the end, they will be in for a bad time. They will be in for trouble." Indeed, Xuan noticeably increased his drinking speed and began to actively challenge strong dragons, such as the senior elders, to drink with him. Cups were no longer enough, as people started drinking from bowls and eventually skipped the bowls altogether, going for direct flask-to-mouth drinking. Under this kind of assault, the senior elder was the first to fall. His eyes glazed over, his body slumped back, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, followed by a loud snoring sound, falling asleep directly from drunkenness. After that, the other Dragon Clan elders began to fall one after another. A moment later, there was not a single standing Dragon Clan member left in the temple. After all this, Xuan slowly finished the last drink, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the previous signs of drunkenness had disappeared. In their place were bright, chilling eyes and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Daring to challenge me in a drinking contest? Are you all joking?" he said slowly, rising and addressing Yan. "Yaner, pack your things." "Pack what?" "Naturally, pack our belongings. It's time for us to leave the Dragon Clan after causing such a commotion here." "Oh, all right. For me. Yes, you have to deal with Aruo, and Huan has already left early. It's better to go back to the Chinku Fox Clan sooner rather than later. But, all right, no more buts, come, help me." With that, Xuan pulled the drunken Dragon Clan members outside. "What are you doing now?" Huyu asked dazedly. "No more nonsense, just do as I say, hurry up and work." Huyi had no choice but to follow along and help. In the blink of an eye, all the Dragon Clan in the temple were dragged outside by the two of them. Then Xuan clapped his hands, looked up at the Grand Temple, and chuckled. "Didn't you know that I was coming? So you even demolished this temple? This time, I must teach you all a lesson." With that, he spat on his fists twice, then walked forward with a smile. The elder was the first to pass out, and the first to wake up. When he opened his eyes, a severe headache made him involuntarily groan. "Damn, I drank way too much, can't do this again in the future." Muttering to himself, the elder slowly sat up. "Huh, where am I?" The elder was surprised to find himself not inside the temple, but lying on the ground, feeling a bit confused. Then he saw the other dragons lying around in disarray and still sound asleep, which made him shudder. "What's going on?" He jumped up from the ground, looked around, and realized he was still in the Dragon Clan territory, which relieved him a bit. He had thought there was an external attack that had captured them all. But then, his relief turned into shock. He saw a vast white space where the temple once stood. Staring in disbelief, he stood motionless for a while before finally looking up and letting out a deafening cry. "Where is the temple? Where is our Grand Temple?" The shouts woke the sleeping dragons. People began to wake up, looking around bewildered until they gradually understood what had happened. The entire Dragon Clan erupted into chaos. The elder roared hoarsely, "No need to ask. This must be the work of that scoundrel Xuan. He can do anything." The other elders were also at a loss. "What do we do now?" "I said we shouldn't have built the temple in the first place. See what happened now." "You didn't say anything back then. You were the most supportive. The temple is gone. Are we just going to leave it at that? No, we have to get it back. Right, get it back. This zoo scoundrel will not get away with this. We dragons won't let him go. The dragon clan was filled with rage and indignation, clamoring to retrieve their temple. The elder was the calmest. Retrieve. How do we retrieve it? Even if we catch up to Zuan, who among us can defeat him? Then what do we do? Are we just going to let it go like this? An elder exclaimed. The elder's expression changed constantly, as he seemed to be contemplating something. It was at this moment that the Grand Princess Qing also arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing the scene before her, she was also dumbfounded. What? The temple has been taken away. The elder nodded sorrowfully. Yes, it's all our fault. We didn't see Zuan's treachery. Qing was both frustrated and amused, stomping her foot in anger. This Zuan, how can he be so unreliable in everything he does? Grand Princess, what do we do now? With the temple gone, where will we conduct our affairs? The elder said pitifully. Right, Grand Princess, what do we do now? The dragon elders started to clamor again. Qing waved her hand. Since things have come to this, you will have to bear with it for now. Fortunately, our dragon clan's sacred grounds have been restored. Building a new temple won't be that difficult. But Grand Princess, are we just going to let it go like this? Yes, this zoo scoundrel has gone too far. We can't swallow this injustice. Then what do you plan to do? Qing sighed. Go all out to find him. Then make a big fuss about this. Let the entire demon clan and even all the realms know that our dragon clan's temple has been stolen. The elders were left speechless suddenly. If this matter spread, it would be a devastating blow to the dragon clan's reputation. So the most important thing now is to not panic. Zhu stole our temple, but he has also helped us before. Let's put this matter aside for now. When the opportunity arises, I will make sure he is held accountable for this. With just a few words, Qing calmed down the dragon clan. Even if they were unwilling, they had to swallow their pride. Despite this, the dragons were still feeling downhearted, and the atmosphere grew somber. Qing could only sigh, and after giving a few instructions, she turned and returned to the sacred grounds. But as she arrived back, she suddenly sensed something unusual, causing her body to shudder. Without delay, she shouted, Sure, where are you? The sacred grounds were empty, silent. Qing's face turned pale as she immediately flew up, extending her divine sense to search the entire area. Still, there was no sign of her sister, only a lingering trace in the tea pavilion. Qing appeared there in an instant and saw a small note on the table. It read, Sister, I still can't let go of the knot in my heart, so I've decided to go out and seek my own path. Do not worry. The note was signed by Shu. Tear stains were evident on the small piece of paper, indicating that Shu had cried while writing it. Qing's face turned livid, clutching the note tightly, a chilling coldness filling her eyes for the first time. As the de facto head of the family, she had always favored her younger sister, Shu. She never expected Shu to leave without notice and claim to explore the realms. This made Qing furious. Sure, you fool. Qing gritted her teeth, veins popping on her forehead. She turned to give orders to search for her sister when suddenly, the radiance in the sacred grounds began to surge violently. A familiar figure slowly ascended from it. The dormant Empress Flow jelly sprites awakened with this movement, dancing around the figure. Qing looked excitedly, softly uttered, Yair. But unexpectedly, Aoyi, who had just awakened, showed no joy on his face. Instead, he looked around with a serious expression and then said in a deep voice, Big sister, where is Fox Knight? Qing was caught off guard and had to tell the truth. Fox Knight just left with Lord Honglian and the others. Left? Aoyi's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. Is he just going to leave like that? What about my marriage? Marriage? Qing shook his head. Wasn't the marriage between you two already cancelled long ago? Nonsense. Who cancelled it with him? I never said such a thing. Aoyi shouted loudly, and the little spirit elves of the dragon clan danced along. Qing sighed lightly. Yair, stop fooling around. The matter has already come to this. Don't keep dwelling on it endlessly. No, he can't just leave without giving me an explanation. I absolutely disagree. Aoyi became more and more agitated. Qing suddenly felt a little tired. Why won't her two sisters let her relax? Third Princess Aoshu had already disappeared because of her deep feelings for Zuan. Now, adding second Princess Aoyi's troublesome behavior, Ao King's head began to ache. At this moment, Aoyi was extremely agitated, clamoring to go after Fox Knight. Enough! Ao Qing shouted forcefully. As the eldest sister, her authority immediately made Aoyi obediently close her mouth. Our dragon clan's reputation has almost been ruined by you and the youngest sister. Fox Knight is just the future heir of the Chinku Fox country. Why are you so obsessed with him? Are you planning to propose to him publicly? Ao King's face turned iron blue, speaking with exasperation. Aoyi lowered her head and fell silent. Seeing this, Ao Qing softened a bit and persuasively said, Yair, now that you have inherited the imperial dragon bloodline, it is a great opportunity. You should focus on growing quickly rather than being entangled in that marriage contract, understand? Aoyi remained silent for a while and then nodded, I understand. Ao Qing breathed a sigh of relief. All right, you just woke up, go rest first, yes. Aoyi turned and left. But Grand Princess Aoyi did not notice that as she turned around, a determined look flashed in Aoyi's eyes. Dragon Clan women were always persistent. Once they decided on something, they would see it through. Third Princess Aoshu was like this, and Aoyi was even more so. Fox Knight, you can't abandon me. After I refine the opportunity I just gained, I will come find you for an explanation, Aoyi thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Fox Knight, traveling through the void, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. What's going on? Is someone cursing me behind my back? Fox Knight rubbed his nose, looking annoyed. Heh, isn't it normal for someone to curse your zoo? And chuckled. Enough with that. This time you dismantled the Dragon Clan's temple, so if anyone's going to get cursed, it's you first. Fox Knight grumbled. They dare not, Zuan said lightly. This sentence left Fox Knight speechless, so he could only give a thumbs up to Zuan after a brief silence. You're really impressive. You dug out their temple, and they still don't dare to curse you. Heh, to kind, Zuan said, then asked worryingly, Husband, how is the Symbol Treasure Pavilion now? Yeah, how is Bal doing? Xiang also inquired. After dismantling the Dragon Clan temple, Zuan took everyone on the starship and left the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. On the way, Zuan had Yan bring Xiang and others out, then through the temple into the Symbol Treasure Pavilion. It had been over a day, and Yan was naturally worried about it. Ju unsmiled slightly. Don't worry, Bal is doing well now, almost. Zuan used his divine sense to observe and continued, it's already devoured about half. In a few more days, it will finish everything. Yan couldn't help but ask, that huge temple, did Bal really devour it all? Big Uzu shook his head with a smile. On the contrary, Bal probably finds it not big enough. Just as Zuan said. At this moment in the Symbol Treasure Pavilion, it was a mess. The Symbol Sphere Bal was almost crazily devouring the Dragon Clan temple, its eager appearance as if a hungry ghost who hadn't eaten for 3 days saw a sumptuous feast and wanted to swallow everything. With each devour, its body grew larger, and its scales shone brighter. In the end, it had turned into a massive creature more than 10 meters high and dozens of yards long, and its devouring speed increased significantly. Not only it, but the Symbol Treasure Pavilion also began to emit a dazzling light, accompanied by creaking sounds, as if something was breaking and reassembling. The power of the entire Symbol Treasure Pavilion kept rising. Faintly, there were signs of a breakthrough. I'm looking forward to it. After devouring the Dragon Clan temple, I wonder how this originally insignificant Symbol Treasure Pavilion will change. Fox Knight whispered. Zuan smiled slightly. It should turn out well. The territory of the Fox Clan was only a corner in the vast starry sky beyond the Dragon Clan's ancestral planet, known as the Dragon Domain. After crossing the Dragon Domain, it was an endless expanse of outer space where the major demon tribes mostly resided. The Chinku Fox country was no exception. Due to the country's great strength, just like the Dragon Clan, it occupied a corner of space known as the Fox Clan territory. Even with the speed of the starship, it took 3 full days to approach the edge of the Fox Clan territory. The closer they got to home, the more anxious Fox Knight became. He could see the same seriousness in Fox Ying's expression. Little Shaw, as a complete outsider, couldn't help but be puzzled and asked Zhang Xiaoyu, "What's going on? Why do I feel like these two are about to return home, But instead of being happy, they seem extremely nervous. Zhang Xiaoyu cleared his throat. There is a reason for this, and it's a long story as well. As for the exact reason, it's a long tale. Little Shaw narrowed his eyes, then cut to the chase. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the sibling foxes, Huya and Hying, turned pale in an instant. Oh no! Why is it him who came to greet us? This is bad. This is really bad. We are completely doomed. Hya's expression was extremely grim. The fifth elder, Fox Crossing, was a formidable figure akin to a supernatural being. Unlike Fox Wan, the fifth elder Fox Crossing was in charge of punishment, and he was impartial and unyielding, showing no favoritism towards anyone. There was no one in the Fox clan who wasn't afraid of him, especially Huya. Because of his mischief, he had been punished by Fox Crossing since he was a child, so upon hearing that it was him who had come, Huya was so scared that he almost wanted to turn around and run away. Even Hying was inexplicably shocked, wearing a fearful expression. Sensing Hya's fear, Aru silently held Hya's hand from behind, and with that silent gesture, Huya quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, Zuin smiled faintly and said aloud, I never expected that it would be the fifth elder of the Hall of Punishment personally coming to greet us, so courteous indeed. As he spoke, the door of the Star Fairy slowly opened, and Zuin took a step out. Huya took a deep breath and then followed suit. As everyone walked out of the Star Fairy, they saw a group of people standing in the distance in the empty space. This group consisted of both men and women, not too old in age, all with handsome features and dressed neatly. However, some of them had tails dragging behind them, indicating their identity, the Fox clan. Leading them was a man in his 30s. His face was stern, not one for small talk, but his features were remarkably handsome, and coupled with the cold aura surrounding him, he exuded a unique charm. It was none other than the widely feared fifth elder, Fox Crossing. Upon seeing Zuan, Fox Crossing scrutinized him carefully, a hint of surprise showing in his eyes. The news of the return of the reborn Red Lotus Supreme had been one of the most explosive in the various realms recently. Fox Crossing was naturally aware of this, as the third elder, Fox Wan, had returned and recounted the events of the Dragon Clan to everyone. Hence, Fox Crossing welcomed Zuan respectfully. However, he never expected that he would be unable to gauge Zuan's true strength. Fox Crossing was a renowned expert, immortal king. His strength ranked high even among the demonic tribes. Yet, even as such a figure, he couldn't discern the depth of Zuan's power. This was quite terrifying. In just a short time since his resurrection as the Red Lotus Supreme, Zuan had not only reattained the title of Immortal King, but had also reached an unimaginable level of power. This revelation shook Fox Crossing profoundly and raised his evaluation of Zuan's strength even higher. Meanwhile, Zuan glanced at the welcoming party and chuckled. With such a grand reception, Elder Fox, did you already know we were coming? Suppressing his thoughts, Fox Crossing replied solemnly, after the return of the third elder's message, I led the people waiting here. As expected, here you are. Zu nodded, his smile carrying a hint of meaning. You are quite considerate. Just then, Huya and Hying stepped forward and bowed in respect. Fox Xing's expression turned peculiar upon seeing this sibling pair, then he raised his gaze and looked towards Aru not far away. When his eyes met Aru's, she was struck with a shock, her face turning pale. Little Shaw sneered and stepped forward, blocking Fox Xing's gaze directly. Hey, old man. Isn't it a bit excessive to deal with a powerless mortal woman? The term old man left Fox Crossing perplexed. Dragon Clan. Or is it a newly born dragon baby? Little Sh's face darkened instantly. You're the newly born dragon baby. I'm already an adult. These aggressive words didn't anger Fox Crossing. In fact, nobody would get angry at an enchanting little girl like her. He chuckled, then glanced meaningfully at Zuan and Huya among others. Lord Red Lotus, Huya, please follow me. The Grand Elder has been waiting for you in the Fox clan for a long time. Hya's forehead broke into a cold sweat instantly, stammering, The Grand Elder wants to see me. Yes, let's go, don't keep the Grand Elder waiting. With that, he didn't wait for anyone's response, turning directly and flying into the Fox clan territory. Huya was so nervous that his whole body trembled slightly. Though he had made up his mind earlier, the situation was still beyond his control. Seeing this, Zuan shook his head and sighed lightly. Huya! Ah yes, let's go. The inevitable must be faced, and the time has come to confront this matter. Haya's breathing gradually calmed down, and he nodded heavily in agreement. The Fox Clan territory was vast. This time, they didn't take the Star Ferry, but instead activated their forms to fly behind Fox Crossing towards the inner region. Unlike the Dragon Clan, who resided together on a massive planet, the Fox Clan lived in a dispersed manner. In their territory, brightly dazzling planets were scattered about. These planets varied in size, but without exception, they were all inhabited by the Fox Clan. As Fox Crossing and the others flew through the void, they stirred the Fox Clan members on these planets into a commotion. "They're here! The fifth elder has returned! Is that the famous Red Lotus Supreme following? He's so handsome!" A fox woman's eyes gleamed with excitement. "TSK, fawning over anyone, do you even know who he is?" Another fox woman snorted before gazing enamoredly at Zuan. "I've heard that the Red Lotus Supreme is a jade-like young man. Seeing him today shows he's truly outstanding. If one could develop a unique relationship with him, wouldn't that be a wonderful tale?" These female foxes gossiped merrily, their faces filled with mischievous smiles. As one of the top demonic races, fox women were known for their fiery and passionate nature. Such discussions about men could only be found in the Fox Clan. The male foxes, on the other hand, had their attention focused on Huya. "The young lord has returned, but I wonder if he can overcome this hurdle. Indeed, the young lord is in fine form, yet he chooses a mortal woman as a companion. It's truly incomprehensible. The Red Lotus Supreme accompanying him back must be related to this matter. After all, he and our young lord are good friends. Hey, so what if it's the Red Lotus Supreme? If the Grand Elder gets angry, no one can do anything." Besides this, many young male foxes had their eyes fixed on Hying. The young princess went out and made great progress in strength. Yes, and she's becoming more beautiful by the day. While the whole Fox Clan was abuzz with their discussions, Zuan and the others followed Fox Crossing to the core area of the Fox Clan territory. Zuan and the others arrived at the base of the Tree of Three Lives. It wasn't until they got closer that they could truly appreciate how massive the tree was. The blue trunk stood like a wall, giving off a suffocating sense of pressure. As they looked around, they couldn't even see the boundaries of the trunk, as if the entire space was occupied by the tree. Compared to this tree, the Abyss God tree Zuan had seen in the Abyss before paled in comparison. Hu Yi and Hu Ying, who were used to such scenes, didn't feel much, but Yan and others were completely shocked by the scene before them. Even little Nyan and Nini couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Dad, this tree is so big." Zuan smiled slightly, of course, because this tree is known as the first divine tree of the heavens. "So powerful!" Nini exclaimed. "Absolutely!" Zuan chuckled. At that moment, a gentle laughter echoed from the void. Yanner said that the Lady Honglian has a pair of extremely clever and lovely daughters. "Now that I see them, it's true indeed." The voice was clear and gentle, giving a feeling of a warm spring breeze just by listening to it. However, Hu Yi and Hu Ying's faces turned solemn upon hearing the voice. Even their posture became respectful. Zuan then replied with a smile, "What? Did the elder invite me here just to praise my daughter? Of course not." With that, a ladder appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone, spiraling up the trunk of the Tree of Three Lives and disappearing into the boundless darkness. "Please forgive me for not being able to personally greet you at the moment. Please follow this ladder up, and you will see me." Zuan's eyes sparkled slightly, then nodded, "All right." Finishing his words, Zuan stepped onto the ladder, followed by everyone else. As soon as everyone stepped onto the ladder, it began to ascend rapidly. The speed was so fast that people couldn't react in time. People only saw a blur before the scenery cleared up. Below their feet were branches as thick as mountains, above were bright stars shining like diamonds, appearing so close that one could almost reach out and touch them. Under the breathtaking starry sky, a white jade-like tower stood tall, emitting a soft and radiant light. The vast starry sky and the pristine tower left everyone in awe. Zisha whispered, "Damn, is this a real sight?" Only Zuan stood calmly, his eyes shining, seemingly pondering something. Meanwhile, a male figure gradually appeared in front of the Jade Tower. Though just an image, when he fully materialized before everyone, he caused a stir because of his unparalleled perfection. Yes, perfection. His brows were sharp like a sword, his faint purple eyes shining like gems, but most captivating was the crimson pattern between his brows resembling flames. This pattern seemed to possess a magical allure, captivating people involuntarily. The corner of Xuan's mouth lifted, and he sighed softly. I didn't expect that after so long, the elder is still as beautiful as ever. This man was the elder of the Qingku Fox Country, also known as the Fox King. After hearing Xuan's words, the elder chuckled. Lady Honglian, you are as fond of jesting as ever. I am a man. How can beautiful describe me? Zisha, startled by the king's beauty, inadvertently muttered, My, isn't he really a man? But this man is much prettier than a woman. The room fell into sudden silence at her statement, and Zisha realized her slip of the tongue, immediately closing her mouth. The elder then looked at Hu Yi and Hu Ying. When his gaze fell on them, the siblings respectfully lowered their heads and said in unison, Elder. The elder looked at them in silence, then sighed slightly. Yinger, you always worrying me. Escaping from home was one thing, but why no news for so long? Luckily, you met Lady Honglian. Otherwise, what if something had happened? Hu Ying trembled. Elder. Enough. The elder waved his hand. No matter what, as long as you're back safely, it's good. The rest, we'll talk about later. With that, he turned to Hu Yi. Cold sweat already beating on his forehead, but surprisingly, the elder didn't say anything, just giving him a deep look before shifting his gaze to Aro nearby. Are you Aro? Aro, with a nervous expression turning pale, nodded tensely. All right, come in with Hu Yi. The elder then gestured to Xuan. Lady Honglian, please wait outside for a moment. I have a few words for Hu Yi and Aro. Hu Yi sought help in his eyes towards Xuan, but Xuan seemed indifferent, just nodding slightly. All right? Hu Yi was dumbfounded, his face full of the expression, are you kidding me? But at this point, he could only follow the elder's allusion towards the Jade Tower. After a few steps, he suddenly held Aru's hand, his expression becoming resolute. It was as if a person pushed to the wall, with no retreat left, finally burst out with unmatched courage. They both disappeared into the Jade Tower. Anyan couldn't hold back any longer and asked softly, Honey, why did you? She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Xuan, with a serious expression, looked at the Jade Tower and calmly said, Things are far from simple. In comparison, this marriage seems to have become less important. Anyan didn't understand the full meaning, but she sensed a change in the situation from Xuan's tone, so she closed her mouth and remained silent. The atmosphere became extremely tense as people waited quietly. Hu Ying's hands clenched nervously, her palms sweaty. The crowd immediately surrounded them. Brother, how did it go? What did the Grand Elder say? Foxying asked anxiously. The Grand Elder. He agreed. Foxy said in a trance. What? The eyes of the crowd widened instantly. They thought they would have to go through great hardships to achieve this, but it turned out to be so easily successful. Foxy couldn't believe it. What did you say? How did the Grand Elder talk to you? Foxy looked as if he had seen a ghost during the day, and said, After the Grand Elder asked both of us to come in, he just asked me if I truly liked her. I answered yes. Then he asked if Aro was willing to marry me, and she also answered yes. Then he agreed. Everyone was shocked. It was that simple. Just 2 questions, and he agreed. Foxy also murmured in disbelief. This shouldn't be right. The Grand Elder is not usually this easygoing. They all knew the Grand Elder's temperament. They knew that this seemingly beautiful and gentle Grand Elder was actually very principled, considering any violation of the rules of the Fox clan as taboo. What Foxy did this time was, in a minor sense, improper conduct, and in a major sense, disregarding the interests of the Fox clan and acting recklessly. After all, he was the recognized heir of the Qingku Fox Kingdom. How could the Grand Elder agree so readily to such a thing? It made no sense at all. Just as everyone was puzzled, the voice of the Grand Elder came from the Jade Tower again. Lady Honglian, please come in. Xuan's face was as calm as water. He did not speak, and stepped towards the Jade Tower. Unlike the outside, the space inside the Jade Tower was very large. It was a huge temple, with soft starlight sprinkled on the high dome. The Grand Elder sat on the high platform of the temple, bowing his head, as if contemplating something. Xuan walked directly to the front of the high platform, then stopped, silently watching. After a long time, The Grand Elder slowly raised his head, a bitter smile appearing on his unparalleled handsome face. "Have you figured it out, Xu?" And nodded. "As expected of the Red Lotus Immortal, indeed nothing can escape your notice," the Grand Elder whispered. Then the radiance on his body gradually withered, his once dazzling eyes dimmed, fine wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and even white spots appeared in his sideburns. A faint smell emanated from him. Zhuan quietly watched, finally speaking, "Clothes soiled, head wilted, sweating under the armpits, body smell foul, not pleasing to the eye. The 5 signs of the waning of a celestial being. You've already experienced 4 of them, yet you can still hang on. It is really quite miraculous." "You're wrong." The Grand Elder shook his head lightly. "It's 5. As he spoke, the chair beneath him gradually decayed, as if it could collapse at any moment. Even Zuan's face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "All 5 signs present?" "That's right." The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. "Are you surprised that I have come this far in this condition, Zhu?" And fell silent, because he was indeed very surprised. You see, the signs of the celestial being waning were a great calamity that made all the demon races change color. As long as one sign appeared, it meant that your life would gradually come to an end. If all 5 signs appeared, it meant that you were no longer tolerated by the heavens, and barring any surprises, you would be wiped out on the spot. Moreover, this wiping out would act directly on your life, regardless of how strong you were. You would be powerless against it. And now, this Grand Elder of the Chinku Fox Kingdom had clearly shown all 5 signs of waning, yet he was still alive. It was truly miraculous. At this moment, branches reached out from the void, piercing into the Grand Elder's body, and a majestic vitality flowed continuously into him. The wrinkles on the Grand Elder's face gradually disappeared, and the white hair at his temples turned black again. Zuan couldn't help but tremble. The Grand Elder gently touched the branches, a hint of sigh on his face. "It's really hard on you, always forcefully prolonging my life." As if understanding his words, the branches trembled slightly, then bloomed into strange flowers. The flowers swayed, as if saying something to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder chuckled softly. "All right, no need to waste it. No matter how much vitality is infused, I won't be able to escape this calamity." The flowers withered instantly. The branches turned to dust, scattering into the air. Then the Grand Elder looked up at Zuan. "You see, I'm living on with this." In just one sentence, wrinkles appeared on his face once again, and he looked even older than before. "My old friend has always been reluctant to let me go, but it hasn't considered that people will eventually die. Even as vast as the universe, the ultimate destination is still annihilation." Speaking of this, the Grand Elder smiled at Zuan. "You've died once, you should understand this truth better." Zuan did not answer his words, but asked, "When did it start?" "It should have been when Ying fled the Chinku Fox Kingdom. Otherwise, do you think I would let her wander outside?" The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. "At that time, I couldn't leave this jade tower. The Tree of 3 Lives would give me vitality every day, helping me resist the waning signs of a celestial being. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far." Zhuan fell silent once again, and after a while, he said in a bitter voice, "Who else knows about this?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "No one knows except you. Even Warner and the others think I'm secluded here practicing cultivation." With that, the Grand Elder's eyes became bright. "Red Lotus Immortal, do you know why I used various methods to fight against the waning signs of a celestial being, refusing to die?" Zhuan remained silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Is it because of me?" "That's right," the Grand Elder answered decisively. "It's because of you. But at that time, I seemed to have just fallen, didn't I?" The Grand Elder shook his head with a light smile. "I never believed that you would die from the beginning to the end, because you were the first person since the opening of these heavens to have achieved the status of an immortal lord. With your fortune, how could you just fall so easily? So you deceived everyone, waiting here for me all this time." Zhuan said incredulously. The Grand Elder nodded, then smiled. "Don't you want to ask me why I waited for you?" "Why?" "Because I want you to help Foxy ascend to the throne, take control of the Chinku Fox Kingdom, and save the Fox clan from the suffering of destruction." As he spoke, the Grand Elder's eyes became extremely fervent. Zhuan quietly watched the Grand Elder, then said, "You have so much confidence in me, but as you know, I am just an immortal king now. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility?" "Heh, if even the Red Lotus Immortal Lord doesn't have confidence, then there is no one who can give me confidence." The Grand Elder laughed lightly, then looked directly at Zhuan. "Now tell me, what is your answer?" Zuin did not directly answer, but lowered his head to ponder for a while before slowly speaking. But I still don't understand why you agreed to this marriage proposal from Hu Yi. Given your current status, shouldn't you find a strong enough partner for Hu Yi instead? Well, it's simple. Once I'm gone, the Chinku Fox clan will become a target instantly. If his partner at that time has any intentions, the entire Fox clan might face a threat of destruction. Indeed, this woman is immortal, but at least the two of them truly love each other. That's enough. Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly. Does the elder also believe in love? I didn't believe in it before, but as time passes and my end draws near, life feels more lonely and boring. All the power, fame, and wealth are like a fleeting illusion, while love seems cute and precious and... The elder chuckled but did not mention what comes next. Instead, he asked, when do you think it's suitable for Hu Yi's wedding? Zuin was slightly taken aback, then looked puzzled. Are you so sure I will agree? Of course. The elder had a mischievous smile on his face. In fact, I ask you just to follow the situation because from the moment you entered this jade tower, you already had the answer in your heart, didn't you? Zuin looked deeply at the elder and sighed softly. I've been hasty. I should have thought earlier that none of you thousands of years old folks are just mediocre. Overpraised, overpraised. The elder chuckled. But at that moment, he suddenly started a violent cough. It seemed like he was coughing out his lungs, full of ominous signs. Zuin watched quietly, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Finally, the elder stopped coughing, then gasped violently a few times. Weariness filled his eyes, and more white hair appeared on his head. Zuin spoke in a deep voice. Can't hold on any longer? The elder smiled self-deprecatingly. Almost. I can feel the rejection of fate towards me getting stronger. In about half a month more, I will be forcibly obliterated. Zuin remained silent for a long while, and then suddenly said, then let's set Hu Yi's wedding for 10 days from now. Before I die, I'll let you rest assured. The elder did not ask why it was 10 days, nor why Zuin said he should leave with peace of mind. He just smiled and nodded solemnly. Thank you. No need to thank me. Considering my relationship with Hu Yi, I naturally can't stand by and do nothing. With that, Zuin turned and walked away. The elder watched his back, showing a hint of comfort in his eyes. Because he knew that since Zuin said so, then the matter of the Chinku Fox clan was in good hands. After Zuin left the Jade Tower, everyone hurried to greet him. How is it? What did the elder say? Hu Yi asked anxiously. Zuin smiled slightly. The elder said that 10 days from now is an auspicious day for your wedding, so your wedding will be on that day. Hu Yi looked puzzled at Zuin until he finally said after a long while, did the elder really say that to you? Are you not joking? Joking. Can I joke about such matters, Zu? Lifted his hand and patted Hu Yi's shoulder. Start preparing early, you only have 10 days. Then Zuin turned and left. Hu Yi looked at Zuan's back in disbelief. After a long time, Hu Ying whispered, brother, what do we do next? Hu Yi gritted his teeth. Immediately inform all parties that I will marry my partner in 10 days. Soon, this news spread. When they heard that Hu Yi's wedding would take place in 10 days, the entire Chinku Fox clan was in an uproar. What? The young master of the Chinku Fox clan is getting married? Who is the bride? A princess of which demon clan? I heard it's not someone from the demon clan, but a human. What? The young master of the Chinku Fox clan is marrying a human woman? Have the elders of the Chinku Fox clan gone crazy? How could they agree to such a preposterous marriage? Almost all demon clans instantly believed this news to be false upon hearing it, because no matter how you look at it, this is an impossible thing. But the fact remains, leaving them no choice but to believe. Fire Rat Clan. As a bloodline from ancient times, the Fire Rat Clan, though not very prominent, was a true major demon clan. At this moment, the princess of the Fire Rat Clan was dressing up in her chamber. With the powerful bloodline of the Fire Rat Clan, this princess perfectly inherited all the features of the Fire Rat Clan. They couldn't be called ugly, but their appearance did give people a strange feeling. Nonetheless, the princess still felt good, meticulously drawing her eyebrows in front of the mirror. At that moment, a maid rushed in flustered. Miss, something big is happening. Hu Yi is going to get married soon. At these words, the eyebrow pencil in the Fire Rat Clan princess's hand fell instantly, and she asked in a stern voice, what did you say? Repeat it. The maid shivered all over but still bravely repeated, "The young Master Hu Yi of the Chinku Fox clan is about to get married. Is it with El Yi, the second princess of the Dragon clan?" The princess knew about the marriage between Hu Yi and El Yi and asked. Unexpectedly, the maid shook her head. "No, I heard that the young master is going to marry a human." "A human?" The princess of the Fire Rat clan was shocked. "Yes, a human." Now, the face of the Fire Rat clan princess became extremely unpleasant, her expression changing rapidly. As bloodlines from ancient times, the Fire Rat clan princess grew up playing with Hu Yi. Many people used to joke that she would marry Hu Yi in the future. Of course, the senior members of the Fire Rat clan also played a part in this. After all, the strength of the Chinku Fox country is undeniable. If they could form this relationship, it would be a rare opportunity for the Fire Rat clan. However, in the end, it was decided by the elder chief that Fox Knight would marry the second princess of the Dragon clan. The chief princess of the Fire Rat clan had secretly cried more than once. But she did not give up completely. She fantasized about one day replacing the dragon's second princess and succeeding to the position. However, before her dreams could come true, Fox Knight suddenly made such a move. Not only was the marriage imminent, but the marriage partner turned out to be not from the Demon clan, but an unknown human woman. How could this chief princess of the Fire Rat clan accept this? Her face suddenly turned ashen. A human woman. Ha! Not only has Fox Knight gone crazy, but has the elder chief of the Chinku Fox country also lost his mind? How could he agree to such a marriage? The maidservant dared not say a word. After a long time, the chief princess of the Fire Rat clan suddenly looked up, her eyes cold as she said to the maidservant, "When will the wedding take place?" "The news says 10 days from now." 10 days from now? The chief princess of the Fire Rat clan was even more incredulous. The time seemed to rushed. "That's right, it's 10 days from now." "All right, I will inform the elders now, and then go to the Chinku Fox country. I want to see what kind of human woman has such charm, enough to gain the approval of the entire Fox clan elders." The entire Fire Rat clan was stirred by this news. The elders were also incredulous when they heard the news, and indignant followed the chief princess to the Chinku Fox country to question the decision. Meanwhile, in the distant Dragon clan ancestral land, the Grand Princess Ao Qing also received the news. But before she could react, the door was pushed open, and the second Princess Ao Yifeng burst in, exclaiming, "Big sister, have you received the news?" Ao Qing smiled bitterly and nodded, "Just received it." Ao Yifeng gritted her teeth. "This is outrageous. My engagement has not been lifted yet, and he dared to hold a wedding ceremony openly. I must seek an explanation." Ao Qing trembled. "What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do? Ha! Since he is unjust, he can't blame me for being unrighteous." Ao Yifeng's eyes showed a cold light. "I want to know, what is so special about that blind human girl that she can surpass me, the dignified dragon's second princess?" Ao Qing opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know where to start and ultimately had to close her mouth helplessly. At the same time, she also felt a sense of confusion. What were the elders of the Chinku Fox country thinking? Did they really allow this to happen? Were they not concerned about maintaining the purity of the Fox clan's bloodline? These questions swirled in Ao Qing's mind, leaving her perplexed. Equally incredulous were the various elders of the Chinku Fox country. For example, Huxi. She never imagined that things would turn out like this. Did the elder chief agree so easily? Fox Knight nodded. Yes, he did. Well, what was the elder chief thinking? Huxi fell into deep self-doubt. A similar mindset existed in her pet as well. Now, the evolved divine symbol carp, which had swallowed the entire Dragon Clan shrine, was stuck to the little fox like a patch that couldn't be peeled off. Especially because of the successful evolution, the divine symbol ball could change size at will, even temporarily taking on a human form. This made the little fox unavoidably endure Carp's torment in silence. In contrast, Fox Knight remained relatively calm. Nevertheless, he asked Zhuan more than once, "Old Zhu, what did the elder chief say to you in the Tower of Jade? Tell me." Zhuan smiled mysteriously. "You want to know that badly? Yeah. Then call me Daddy, and I'll tell you." "Old Zhu, enough with the jokes. I'm not in the mood to play with you now," Fox Knight said firmly. Zhuan said calmly, "I wasn't joking with you. If you want to know, call me Daddy first, otherwise, you'll find out later." "Forget it. I don't want to know now." Fox Knight turned away. In contrast to Fox Knight's nervousness, Aru remained very calm. She showed no signs of excitement, because the result was already the best she could imagine. Regardless of success or failure, she didn't have many expectations. Finally, after receiving the news, various demon clans began to arrive one after another. Although the demon clans were facing a turbulent period due to the turmoil caused by the Emperor's bloodline, the engagement of the first prince of the Chinku Fox country still shocked many demon clans. Almost everyone who could come had come, and even those who couldn't attend sent generous gifts. As time went on, the festive atmosphere in the entire Chinku Fox country became stronger. Regardless of how many objections there were to this event, when the people of the Fire Rat clan arrived, the chief princess, looking at the lively scene outside, almost spat fire from her eyes. "It's so festive. Is this wedding event real?" The Fire Rat clan chief princess said bitterly. "Well, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. The key is to find out the background of the woman Fox Knight is going to marry." The elders of the Fire Rat clan said, "HMPH, just an ordinary human woman. What background could she possibly have?" The chief princess sneered. Just then, Fox Knight arrived with many Fox clan members. The chief princess of the Fire Rat clan underwent a sudden change of expression upon seeing Fox Knight's figure. She immediately changed her tone from sharp and sarcastic to gentle, and then smilingly bowed to Fox Knight, saying sweetly, "Brother Fox." Hu Yi's expression turned serious. She is currently trying on wedding attire in the back. It's not convenient to see guests. Hu Yi had promised Aro that he would give her a grand wedding. Despite the tight schedule and many things being rushed, the wedding attire was indispensable. Therefore, Hu Yi went so far as to hire numerous skilled craftsmen at a high price to custom make the wedding attire for Aro overnight. In fact, making clothes was a profound art, its importance comparable to cooking ingredients, as clothes were often important treasures. Thus, there were specialized schools dedicated to making clothes among the heavens. Typically, it would take at least 3 years to complete a set of wedding attire. Only those from major sects or powerful clans could afford such high-quality wedding attire. Normally, wedding plans would have been set long ago, allowing plenty of time. However, Hu Yi planned to get married in 10 days, meaning the wedding attire had to be completed within that time frame, almost an impossible task. At first, no one wanted to take on the project until Hu Yi offered an irresistible high price. The lack of time pressured Aro to cooperate fully by trying on the attire and facilitating immediate adjustments if needed. Under these circumstances, Aro, who should have been by Hu Yi's side welcoming the numerous prestigious guests, had to miss the occasion. Upon hearing Hu Yi's words, a trace of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the Fire Rat clan princess, but it quickly vanished, and she smiled, saying, "It's truly enviable. It seems Brother Fox really likes this sister." Hu Yi furrowed his brows slightly. He knew the intentions of the Fire Rat clan princess well. He had rejected her advances multiple times, yet she persisted, finding various reasons to get close to him whenever he returned to the Chinku Fox nation. It was a nuisance to Hu Yi, but he found it hard to say anything, so he tried his best to keep his distance from the princess. Seeing her presence at his wedding made Hu Yi feel uneasy. For example, he found the princess's words strange. However, out of politeness, he nodded and said with a smile, "Naturally, if I didn't like her, why would I marry her? Then what about me? Does Brother Fox truly not like me?" The Fire Rat clan princess suddenly said, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Hu Yi. This statement was unexpected, catching Hu Yi off guard, and even the elders behind him were surprised. Who could have thought the princess would be so reckless in public? She was trying to force Hu Yi to make a declaration. Would Hu Yi fall for it? Indeed. Hu Yi's face gradually darkened, and he spoke coldly, "Miss Yao Jing, I'm sorry. I have always treated you as my younger sister, so, why?" Fire Yao Jing asked tearfully. "Why? Just because I don't like you." Hu Yi replied bluntly. A look of hostility appeared in Fire Yao Jing's eyes. "Hu Yi, we grew up together since childhood. Is that not worth more than a mortal woman who suddenly appeared?" This statement alarmed Hu Yi, and a surge of anger rose within him, intimidating Fire Yao Jing. With her strength, she was no match for Hu Yi's rage. At that moment, fear was evident on her face, and the elders of the Fire Rat clan called out, "Master Fox, please show mercy." Hearing this plea, the overwhelming pressure gradually subsided, and Hui restrained the fierce light in his eyes and said coldly, "Yao Jing, mind your words. Your presumed childhood connection with me is just that your own perception. If I hear any disrespect toward Ro, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Hui turned and walked away. Watching his resolute figure, Fire Yao Jing's pale face flushed red, anger brewing in her eyes. "Princess, maybe you should go back first," a fire rat elder suggested with a sigh. "No, I won't," Yao Jing retorted angrily. "The more he acts this way, the more I'll stay. I want to see what charm this human woman possesses to captivate him so deeply, enough to shout at me for her sake." As Yao Jing became more agitated, she even started to scream hysterically. Her shouts attracted the attention of passing members of other clans, who looked at her curiously. When they realized she was from the Fire Rat clan, they exchanged odd glances and began whispering among themselves. "Hey, isn't that someone from the Fire Rat clan? Is that woman the Fire Rat princess? She actually came, too. What? Is she here for the wedding as well?" A member of another clan remarked with glee. "Didn't you hear her screaming just now? Obviously, she's been triggered." "Right, I heard that Fire Yao Jing has been relentlessly pursuing Master Fox. But it turns out she was rejected and even outshined by a mortal woman. That must have been humiliating." The key here is the suddenness of this news. There were no signs beforehand, and all of a sudden, they're getting married, and to a human woman. It all seems rather unbelievable. I believe this human woman is no ordinary person. She must have a very profound background. Otherwise, how could the elders of the Chinku Fox Nation be willing to offend the Dragon Clan to agree to this marriage? Heh, you forgot about the Dragon Clan. Unlike this self-deluded Fire Yao Jing, the Dragon Clan's second princess is a legitimate fiancée of Master Fox and even exchanged marriage vows. That's the real deal. Now, with the Chinku Fox Nation doing this, how can the Dragon Clan just let it go? Weren't there reports before that the Dragon Clan's Grand Princess was considering canceling this engagement? Nonsense. Do you think it's that easy to cancel? I heard that the Dragon's second princess vehemently opposed it. Wherever they went, regardless of the species, gossip was a natural trait. These Yao clan members were no exception, indulging in gossip about current events. Just then, a massive dragon boat suddenly descended from the sky, and a group of people disembarked from it. Leading the group was the cold and aloof second princess Aoyi of the Dragon Clan. Upon seeing her, the chattering Yao members fell silent and stared in astonishment. And this scene also caused the Dragon Clan elders, who came down from the dragon boat afterward, to sigh and smile ruefully. The princess said to restrain her a bit, but with the fierce look of the second princess, who dares to manage it. A Dragon Clan elder said with a look of sorrow. The Dragon Clan Grand Elder let out a sigh. Let's take it step by step. Although the second princess has a fiery temper, she should still have some sense of propriety. With that, these Dragon Clan elders hurried to catch up. After they left, the whole place immediately erupted into chaos. "Oh my god, this is really lively now. The dragon's second princess has also arrived. TSK. This dragon's second princess is not an easy one to deal with. Let's wait and see. This wedding will definitely not go smoothly. Maybe there will be a mistake even before it starts." Aoyi's arrival was like pouring cold water into hot oil, instantly igniting the already lively situation. Countless members of the Demon Clan were eagerly anticipating it, ready to witness this rare liveliness. But to everyone's surprise, nothing happened. Aoyi did not directly confront Fox Knight as expected. On the contrary, she actually stayed calm and seemed prepared to attend the wedding. This scene left many people baffled. What's going on? Could it be that this dragon's second princess has had a change of heart? Even Fox Knight was bewildered upon hearing the news. The recent events were far beyond his imagination. First, the Grand Elder promptly agreed to the marriage, and then Aoyi acted out of character, not causing a scene as expected. This all gave him a deep sense of doubt. Lao Zhu, don't you think recent events have been a bit strange? Strange? How so? I can't say, but I just feel that something is off. Zhu unpatted his shoulder and said with emphasis, "Could it be that you're getting married soon, and it's messing with your head? Get lost." Fox Knight retorted with a laugh, then furrowed his brows in deep thought. Strange, what could be wrong after all? Could my luck have changed recently? Just as he was filled with doubts, Zuin patted his shoulder again. "Hey Lao Zu, don't bother me, I'm trying to think," Fox Knight impatiently said. Just then, a timid voice sounded. Fox Knight." It was the voice of Aruo. Fox Knight immediately looked up and was stunned. Standing in front of him was Aruo dressed in a fiery red wedding dress. Even redder than the dress was Aruo's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes unnaturally. Her body trembled slightly, and the crystal diamonds on the wedding dress reflected colorful lights. Fox Knight was completely taken aback. Not only because of the wedding dress meticulously crafted by dozens of top artisans, but also because of the myriad of charms exhibited by Aruo when she lowered her head. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, Aruo perfectly matched all the fantasies Fox Knight had about women. He looked at her with intense heat. The more he looked, the lower Aruo's head dropped, the redder her face became, and the more her body trembled. Finally, she managed to say in a laborious manner, Is it beautiful?" Fox Knight instantly snapped out of his daze and nodded vigorously. "It's beautiful, incredibly beautiful, damn beautiful." He was so excited his words were all over the place. Aruo looked at Fox Knight with a mix of annoyance and joy, her cheeks crimson, lips slightly parted. "Fool!" Fox Knight chuckled stupidly. He could only smile foolishly now. Just then, the weaver responsible for the wedding dress came over, smiling. "Lord Fox, are you satisfied with the wedding dress?" "Absolutely, it's even better than I imagined. Hehe, to make this wedding dress on time, I put in a great amount of effort. I even invited my ancestors to ensure we didn't delay your wedding, and aimed for perfection." The charming weaver laughed. Fox Knight gave a thumbs up, of course, consider it a favor owed to you. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The weaver's smile brightened even more. Compared to material rewards, Fox Knight's promise was the most precious. He was, after all, the heir of the Chinku Fox country, a top-notch expert among the demon clan. Not only the bride's wedding dress, your clothes are also prepared. Go try them on. All right, let's go." A dazed Fox Knight followed the weaver excitedly to change clothes, leaving Aruo alone. Zuin cleared his throat and was about to leave. Even though he had a close relationship with Fox Knight, Aruo was still Fox Knight's wife, and in his absence, Zuin felt the need to keep his distance. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, Aruo suddenly spoke softly. "Lord Red Lotus, please wait." Is there something you need, Miss Aruo Zu?" Unhalted his steps. After hesitating for a moment, Aruo raised her head with a serious expression. "Lord Red Lotus, are you hiding something from us?" "Why would you say that?" "Because this wedding is too hasty. It's too rushed for you to leave the Jade Tower for a short while and come back out." And the Grand Elder, who should have stopped all this, also agreed very readily. Aruo bit her lip. "So, has something happened to the Grand Elder?" Zuin was stunned. This girl in front of him, who had always seemed insignificant, had now pinpointed the truth about the situation with just a few words. It showed how remarkably clever she was. Zuan's silence confirmed Aruo's speculation, and a worried expression appeared on her face. "Is it very serious, Azu?" Nodded. "Very serious." Aruo fell silent, and after a long while, she lowered her head. "Will Fox Knight be able to accept it when the time comes?" Zuin let out a soft sigh. "I don't know, but as the heir of the Fox clan, he has to accept it." Aruo nodded. "I understand. Thank you." With that, she turned and left. Zuin watched her slender figure as she walked away, and couldn't help but sigh once more. Fox Knight, this girl is much smarter than you think. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation. Zuin was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face as he looked towards the distant sky. At that moment, several beams of light swiftly approached, almost reaching Zuan in the blink of an eye. After landing, the leader turned out to be an old Taoist in tattered robes. This old Taoist burst into hearty laughter. "Brother Zu, I hurried here as soon as I received the invitation. How about it? Not too late, right?" Zuin also laughed. "Of course not too late." Then Zuin looked at the woman behind the old Taoist and nodded slightly. "Miss Wei." Wei Rulin blushed and quickly bowed. "Sir." Yes, the visitor was Zhuge Zhang, known as the #1 cunning strategist in the heavens. Meanwhile, standing next to Wei Rulin was a woman. She also bowed respectfully towards Zuan. "My lord." Zuan was slightly surprised, then showed a hint of a smile. So it's Miss Zhuangqing. I didn't expect you to be here too. This woman had black clothes, black hair, a slender and tall figure, and was carrying a black chest bag slung diagonally on her back, about a foot higher than her shoulders. She was the same Zhu Zhuangqing whom Zuan had seen a long time ago in the Tianjiao Star region. Upon seeing Zuan smile, Zhu Zhuangqing's heart trembled, and then quickly lowered her head, not daring to look again. In her perception, the aura emanating from Zuan was like that of a divine being in the heavens, ethereal, profound, and unfathomable, evoking a sense of reverence. Is this the might of an immortal king? Zhu Zhuangqing thought to herself, also feeling a sense of indescribable bitterness. Back in the Tianjiao Star region, Zuan's strength was formidable, but at least she could still see his back. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, Zuan had reached a level she could not have imagined. Since they parted ways in the Tianjiao Star region, she had always regarded Zuan as her pursuit goal. But now, this pursuit had become a joke. Although she had made relentless efforts and recently advanced to the level of a half-step Daluo, her strength was still incomparable to Zuan. Sensing her unease, Wei Rulin took the opportunity while Zuan was conversing with Zhuge Kang in the distance and whispered softly in her ear, "Senior sister, you are already doing great. There is no need to be disheartened. Even Master has said that among the heavens, only Lord Zhu is such a special existence. It's normal not to compare yourself to him." Zhu Zhuangqing smiled faintly and whispered, "I already know all of this, don't worry. I'm not disheartened." Wei Rulin nodded, "That's good." At the same time, not far away, Zhuge Kang, who was talking to Zuan, said with a solemn expression, "Zhu buddy, originally after receiving the invitation, I didn't plan to rush over so urgently, but a sudden event changed my plans." "Is it about the elder of the Qingku Fox country, Zhu?" An asked calmly. Zhuge Kang was shocked. "You already know." "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the wedding of Hu Yi is so rushed?" "I see. Does Hu Yi know about this, Zhu?" Un shook his head. "Not yet." "What? You haven't told him yet? Would it make a difference if I did, Zhu?" Un countered, "Since it can't be changed, let him finish the wedding peacefully. As for you, how did you find out?" Zhuge Kang sighed lightly. "After receiving the invitation from Hu Yi, I felt that something was amiss, so I casually cast a divination." "Did the divination show something?" Zhuge Kang nodded, his expression serious. "At first, I even thought I had made a mistake, so I cast 3 divinations in a row, and the result was the same each time. That's when I was certain that it was true, Zhu." And fell silent. Zhuge Kang, full of worrying, said, "Zhu buddy, it's obvious that this matter can't be kept secret anymore, because if I can figure it out, then others will surely be able to as well, and by then." Zhuge Kang didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Generally speaking, for an immortal emperor like the elder of the Qingku Fox country, all divinations were ineffective because their very existence concealed the celestial mechanisms. Only in the case of a major catastrophe, such as being critically injured and close to death, would their hidden weaknesses be revealed. If Zhuge Kang could deduce that something had happened to the elder of Qingku, it meant that he had reached the point of exhaustion and could no longer conceal his weakness. Once this news spread, it would be like a major bombshell for the demonic clan, and even the entire heavens. Zhuge Kang couldn't even imagine the magnitude of the chaos that would ensue. After a moment of silence, Zuan spoke firmly. "This matter couldn't have been kept secret for long anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's revealed now. Moreover, I have made up my mind about this matter because Hu Yi's wedding must proceed, and anyone who causes trouble, I will kill them." In his tone at the end, Zuan's voice was filled with a chilling intent to kill. Zhuge Kang was taken aback, then nodded, "All right, count me in as well, Zhu." Un glanced at him. "How? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Hey, don't underestimate this old bones of mine. I won't die that easily." Zhuge Kang chuckled. "Understood. Good people don't live long, evil doers live 1,000 years, right?" As the two were chatting and laughing, they saw in the distance Hu Yi leading a group of people rushing over. Spotting Zhuge Kang, Hu Yi's face lit up with joy, and even before reaching him, he shouted, "Master Zhuge, you finally are here." Coming closer, he gave Zhuge Kang's shoulder a heavy pat. Zhuge Kang laughed heartily. "How could I miss your wedding? I've already decided to drink the cup of joy wine." "No problem. I will drown you in the wine barrel then," Hu Yi exclaimed in delight. Although it hadn't been long since they last met, Juge Kang's deliberate attendance at his wedding carried a significantly different meaning. In fact, Hu Yi had only sent an invitation to Juge Kang, not because of any issue with Yi Han and the others, but because their location was simply too far away, and 10 days would not be enough time to arrive. It was only because Juge Kang's location was relatively close to Chinku Fox Country, reachable in as little as 3 days if fast, that he had sent the invitation. The group walked towards the inside, chatting and laughing. At the same time, outside the Chinku Fox Country in the void, ripples suddenly appeared in space, followed by a group of people emerging from it. This group consisted of both men and women, all exuding an extraordinary aura, led by a handsome man with a hint of wickedness in the corners of his eyes. He glanced at the Chinku Fox Country not far ahead and remarked nonchalantly, "So this is the den of those foxes." "That's right, Heaven Shao. Ahead is the famous Chinku Fox Country. Just thinking about those fox women as beautiful as flowers makes me excited." A man with a twisted smile all over his face said, "Heh, don't be in such a hurry. Sooner or later, those fox women will all belong to us. Haven't you seen Heaven Shao personally leading the expedition?" Another man in a crimson robe chuckled. Heaven Shao appeared composed and turned to a girl standing beside him. "Well, Shuli Jr. sister, have you noticed any clues yet?" The girl, dressed in a gray Taoist robe, carrying a large cloth bag on her back, holding an exquisite compass in her hand, was gazing intently at the distant Chinku Fox Country, reciting something. Upon hearing Heaven Shao's question, Shu Li King's body trembled slightly, a flash of light in her eyes, and then she took a deep breath, shaking her head. Although there are still a few days before the official wedding ceremony begins, at this moment, the Chinku Fox Country is already exuding a festive atmosphere. Everywhere is decorated with lanterns and decorations. Even the distant giant Three Lives tree has been carefully dressed up. As the third elder of Fox Country, Fox Wen is now in charge of receiving the guests who have come to offer congratulations. This task is quite demanding, as the reputation of the Chinku Fox Country has attracted numerous powerful forces to come and pay their respects. It not only requires Fox Wen to remember the guests who have arrived, but also to treat them according to their strength and status. This may seem like favoritism, but the guests who come here are used to it. In the celestial realm, strength is what matters, especially among the Yao race which adheres to the law of the jungle. Today, there are fewer guests, as most of those who could come have already arrived. Those who were too far away simply could not make it in time, and had to give up. "I really don't understand why the wedding has been arranged so closely," Fox Wen muttered softly, habitually touched her shoulder, and found it empty. It was then that she remembered her little fox had long been taken away by the divine ball. Sigh, the older they get, the more they worrying you. Fox Wen sighed with a sense of loss. Just then, dozens of dazzling lights flew boldly across the sky and landed directly in front of Fox Wen. Fox Wen was taken aback, and a touch of anger flashed in her eyes. She was in the core of the Chinku Fox Country, where any Yao race that came must land and not fly in the air out of respect for the country. It was a sign of respect towards the Chinku Fox Country. But now, these individuals had the audacity to fly directly in front of her, which naturally angered Fox Wen. The leader of the group was Tia Xiao. Upon seeing Fox Wen, he raised an eyebrow slightly. What a beautiful fox spirit." With those words, Fox Wen couldn't help but feel furious. "Kid, what did you say?" "Oh, nothing. Just praising your beauty." Tia Xiao smirked slightly and then gestured with his chin. Someone behind him came forward and handed over a greeting card. "Tia Hao Yan, the chief disciple of Tian Dao sect, is here to offer congratulations." The voice echoed from afar, not only surprising Fox Wen, but also all the Yao races present. Tian Dao sect. Just the name alone represented a lot. It was a famous sect among humans, a true starry teaching. And the chief disciple meant that Tia Hao Yan was the top talent among the younger generation of Tian Dao sect, hence the surname Tia. This status commanded respect, even from Fox Wen, the third elder. What's more, it was clear that they had come to offer congratulations, so Fox Wen could only suppress her anger and bow politely. "So it's Tia Xiao from Tian Dao sect. I've been disrespectful." Tia Hao Yan chuckled. "No need to be polite. After all, we are a bit abrupt in coming." Then those behind him began to introduce themselves one after another. "The chief disciple of Shuanglong House, here to offer congratulations." "Union Peak is here to offer congratulations." The voices continued one after another, and the Yao races present were increasingly shocked. These were all prominent human sects, although not as prominent as Tiandao sect, they were still significant. Fox Wen felt a hint of doubt in her heart. Chinku Fox country had maintained neutrality and had good relations with many human sects, but the rush of Fox Yi's wedding had not alerted many people. How did Tiahao Yan and the others know? This seemed somewhat suspicious. But regardless, Tiahao Yan and his group had indeed come to offer congratulations, so she had no choice but to entertain them well. Soon, Fox Clan members led Tiahao Yan and his group to a place specially prepared for honored guests. After the Fox Clan departed, Tiahao Yan solemnly asked, "Shuli, do we have any clues now?" Shuli Qing closed her eyes, and 6 coins danced swiftly between her slender fingers, but soon she opened her eyes. Still nothing. The aura of the 3 lives tree is too terrifying, and I can't detect any clues. Tiahao Yan sneered. The more mysterious it is, the more suspicious. Don't worry. We're here now. We'll wait until the wedding to see. Shuli Qing nodded. Meanwhile, a man beside them chuckled strangely. Tiashao, that little girl just now is really good looking. Consider giving her to me later. You still like them when you're that old. Tiahao Yan half smiled. You don't understand. The more they are like that, the more enticing they are. With that, many men burst into laughter, their laughter tinged with sinister undertones. Shuli Qing seemed oblivious, walking to the window and gazing at the towering 3 lives tree in the far distance, muttering to herself. The aura is obscure and unknown, but it hides a faint murderous intent. What could be the meaning of this? Meanwhile, Foxy, upon hearing Fox Wan's report, was also taken aback. Tiandao sect? That's right, along with other human sects, they've come to congratulate. Strange, I have no connection with these people. Foxy was puzzled. Beside her, Zuan and Juge Kang exchanged a glance. Then Zuan said, well, no matter why they're here, since they've come, they're guests, and we should entertain them properly, don't you think? Foxy didn't catch the implication in Zuan's words, simply nodding. Yes, if they've come, let's host them well. It wasn't until Foxy left that Juge Kang, with a solemn expression, said, I know this Tiahao Yan, he's said to be the most powerful genius since the founding of Tiandao sect. Rumor has it that he reached the realm of a half-step immortal king several decades ago. His visit is definitely not simple. Of course, it's not simple, but they came at just the right time. With these words, Zuan smirked coldly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Because I have unfinished business with Tiandao sect, and it's time to settle the score. In the Dragon Clan's residence, the Grand Elder spoke gravely. Second Princess, something seems off about this. What's wrong? I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's off because how could these human sects like Tiandao suddenly come to a Yao tribe's wedding? As far as I know, Foxy has no real ties to them. Aoyi fell silent as well, sensing the unusual atmosphere. The Grand Elder paced back and forth in the room, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Indeed, something doesn't seem right. Otherwise, why does this old fox from Chinku Fox country refuse to show up? At this point, Aoyi calmly remarked, all right, whether right or wrong, since they've come, let's see this through to the end. How is it? Is your husband handsome? Fox Knight, dressed in a moon-white robe, asked Aro confidently. Aro nodded with a smile, then reached out to adjust Fox Knight's necktie. Fox Knight held Aru's hand. Hehe, after today, everyone in the world will know that you are my woman. How about that? Happy. Aru's cheeks blushed. She turned her head slightly and nodded. Happy. How happy? Fox Knight leaned in with a smirk. Aro gave him a disdainful look. Do you really want to know? Fox Knight nodded. Of course I want to know. But I'm not going to tell you. Aro smiled mischievously like a successful prankster child. All right, you dare to tease me. Let me see how I deal with you. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted. And Yan and Foxying then entered. All right, are you almost ready? Come out quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. And Yan said with a smile. Aro blushed, but Fox Knight was oblivious, cheerfully nodding at Yan. Okay, sister-in-law, we will come out soon. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the wedding venue was also lively. People from various demon tribes had already taken their seats. Zuan and Juge Kang stood on the high platform, overlooking the scene below. A lot of people have come, Juge Kang remarked. Zuan smiled. Chinku Fox Country is after all one of the top forces among demon tribes. It's normal to have more people coming. As they were talking, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance, followed by Tia Haoyan leading a group of people confidently walking in. Compared to the demon crowds in the hall, their human faces stood out conspicuously. The demons turned their gazes towards them, but Tia Haoyan remained indifferent, sitting directly at the seat arranged for him and his companions. They had been staying in their lodging for the past few days, only making their appearance today when the wedding started. Amidst the demon crowd, a man whispered coldly, "These demonic beings, I just don't get it. Why doesn't our human race exterminate them all?" Tia Haoyan chuckled, "Brother Shuanglong, your temper is just too impulsive. If all these demons were to be exterminated, where would we find amusement? Tia is right. Damn it, these fox women are really beautiful." Only Chuli Ching in the crowd remained silent, constantly scanning the crowd. In the past few days, she had sensed aura disturbances multiple times, but every time, there was always a hidden sense of killing intent. This puzzled her, especially now, as her inner foreboding grew stronger. So she was on edge, surveying the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of her unease. While she observed the crowd, Zuan and Juge Kang also observed her. "Huh!" Juge Kang exclaimed. "What's the matter, Zhu?" An asked calmly. "It's nothing, just a bit surprised. This girl is actually a descendant of the Chuli family, quite rare." Chuli family? Zuan was puzzled. "Exactly," Juge Kang explained slowly. "There are several major schools of divination. I utilize the numerology and divination methods of Lianshan and Fuzhong. The Chuli family, on the other hand, follows the principles of geomancy. Within their family, they possess an ancient scripture known as the Green Bird Classic, which is extremely profound. But for various reasons, members of the Chuli family have not appeared in the world for a long time. To meet one of their descendants today is truly rare." Zhu, unmused, "So, she probably has also detected the matter concerning the Grand Elder?" Juge Kang nodded, "Likely. With the Chuli family's abilities, achieving this is not difficult." Tia Haoyan noticed Chuli King's unease and asked, "Chuli senior sister, what's wrong?" Chuli King's face looked grim. "It's nothing, just a vague sense of foreboding." "A sense of foreboding? Haha, with Tia here, who would dare make trouble?" "Exactly, with Tia present, unruly people are just asking for death." Tia was pleased with himself. He enjoyed this feeling, which was why he always had a group of friends around wherever he went. Chuli Ching fell silent, but the sense of unease within her only deepened. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted in the hall because, at the main entrance, Fox Knight and Aro slowly walked out hand in hand. A long red carpet lay on the ground, and Fox Knight and Aro walked upon it. Two adorable young girls, Xiangxiang and Nianian, spread flowers along the way. They seemed very pleased with their new job, smiling as they walked. This harmonious and gentle scene elevated the atmosphere of the whole venue. Fox Wan, Fox Crossing, and many other fox elders looked on from afar. Tears welled up in Fox Wan's eyes as she sighed softly. "I never expected Fox Knight, this little guy, to get married so quickly." Fox Crossing also had a gentle expression. "Yes, time flies. It feels like just yesterday he was the mischievous little fox always getting into trouble." But not everyone looked on with warmth. For example, Princess Huo Yaojing of the Fire Rat tribe, at this moment, could almost breathe fire as she stared at Aro, muttering hatefully, "She's really just an ordinary human woman. Has Fox Knight gone mad? What do I lack in comparison to her?" It wasn't just her. Many demon tribes were also amazed. A mortal woman with no cultivation whatsoever had become the wife of the young master of Chinku Fox Country, causing many demon tribes to be bewildered. But soon, their gazes towards Aro turned disdainful. The demon tribes had always believed in the law of the jungle, and Aru's performance was not enough to impress them. Amidst the chaotic situation, Fox Knight and Aro had already arrived at the high platform. A chair was placed there, with a kneeling mat in front of it. Fox Knight and Aro stood before the kneeling mat, quietly waiting. The whole venue fell silent. Time passed, but nothing changed. Soon, the time for a cup of tea passed. The crowd started to murmur, many demon tribes whispering to each other. "What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Maybe they are waiting for someone." Tia Haoyan, with a smirk, watched the scene on the platform. Just as the noise in the hall gradually increased, a figure suddenly began to appear on the chair. The originally bustling hall instantly quieted down. All eyes were focused on the elder, who had ruled over the Chengqiu Fox country for thousands of years, revered as the White King of the Dragon Clan after his death, and deemed the most worthy elder of the Demon Clan. Among these gazes were expressions of astonishment, joy, but mostly awe. After all, this was an existence standing at the top of all beings. However, some looks also contained a hint of ill will. For example, the young master Tiaoyan from the Celestial Sect, whose cold face stared at the elder's figure with a hidden greed and cruelty in his eyes. "How about now? Can you see any clues?" Tiaoyan asked coldly to Lu Qing next to him. Lu Qing did not reply to his words because at that moment, her pupils dilated, as if numerous mysterious symbols were being deduced within them, and she was murmuring something under her breath. Finally, she trembled all over, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, panting heavily, she said in a low voice, "Yes, he has indeed reached the realm of the 5 decays of heavenly being. Even the heavenly Tao is crazily expelling him. The only reason he can still appear normally now is entirely due to the support of the 3-life tree. Which means, it means he might not even live through today." Tiaoyan's face showed a hint of joy. "Very well, Sister Kingly, after this matter is complete, I will surely repay you generously. No need for your generous repayment. I only hope that young Master Tia and the Celestial Sect will fulfill the promise to my family," said Lu Qing pale-faced. Meanwhile, without noticing any differences, Hui led Aru's hand and knelt directly on the worship cushion, performing 3 solemn bows, and then raised his head with a respectful expression, saying, "Elder." The elder smiled and nodded, then whispered softly, "Well, there's a saying among humans about building a family and career. Even though you are a demon, this still applies to you. You must not be unrestrained and carefree from now on. Do you understand?" A blush appeared on Hu Yi's face as he earnestly nodded. "Hu Yi understands." The elder then looked at Aro beside him. At this moment, Aro, clad in red as fiery as fire, her beauty became even more ethereal. The elder showed a hint of approval for her. "Miss Aro, after marrying Hu Yi, you will bear unimaginable pressures and responsibilities. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, Aro said in a gentle yet firm voice, "I am willing." Upon hearing this, the teacup in front of Princess Huo Yaojing of the Fire Rat Clan shattered into pieces, her face turned ashen, and her eyelids were twitching uncontrollably, almost going mad. On the other hand, Princess Aoyi of the Dragon Clan appeared much calmer. Even though she was nominally engaged to Hu Yi and faced with this scene, she remained expressionless. This disappointment was also shared by many demon spectators prepared to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, the elder nodded in approval. "Very well. Since you are marrying Hu Yi, you are now a member of our Chengqiu Fox country. I will give you a gift today." With that, the elder took out a brocade box from his robe and handed it to Aro. Aro took it hesitantly and did not open it. The elder chuckled. "Go ahead, open it." Aro opened the box to find a deep blue feather inside. The feather was entirely emerald green, with watery light seemingly flowing within it. Aro was taken aback. What did this mean? Why give her a feather? The elder whispered softly, "Keep it. Remember to carry it with you, because you will soon need it." Though puzzled, Aro carefully put away the brocade box. The elder then turned to Hu Yi beside him, smiled slightly, and beckoned, "Come here." Hu Yi, puzzled, crawled over and respectfully bowed his head, "Elder." Before he could finish speaking, the elder suddenly pointed at his forehead. Hu Yi shivered, intending to speak, but heard the elder's voice in his mind, "Don't speak. Focus on absorbing what I am imparting to you with a Bao Yuan." As the words fell, a surging wave of spiritual consciousness rushed towards Hu Yi's mind. Despite his initial shock, Hu Yi subconsciously followed the elder's instructions to absorb the information. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hu Yi forcibly assimilated nearly a vast amount of information, even straining his immortal king's divine insight. His eyes became glazed as he tried to comprehend the overwhelming volume of knowledge, including all the elder's wisdom and experience accumulated over thousands of years. Soon, a sense of enlightenment dawned upon him, followed by astonishment, and he was about to speak. The elder smiled wearily and shook his head gently. Tears filled Hu Yi's eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The events happened quickly, so much so that to an onlooker, Hu Yi had simply knelt and crawled over, and the elder had just touched his forehead. Many demons paid no heed, considering it normal for the elder to give Hu Yi a few words of advice on his wedding day. However, Tia Haoyan's reaction was different. The first to speak was Lu Qing, who trembled and whispered in a low voice, his aura is rapidly deteriorating. He clearly can't hold on for much longer. Upon hearing this, Tia Haoyan immediately stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Charge forward!" With that, he led the charge, rushing towards the platform without hesitation. This turn of events shocked everyone. What's going on? What do these humans intend to do? Just as many demons were baffled, on the platform, the elder of the Qingqiu Fox country began aging at a remarkable speed. Deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead, his black hair turned white as snow in an instant, and even his once straight back now hunched over. This transformation astonished all the demons, especially the elders of the Qingqiu Fox country, who felt the elder's vitality rapidly fading. Hu Wen finally understood what was happening, crying out in despair, "Elder!" At that moment, Tia Haoyan smirked and charged over. "Old Fox, what's this? Thinking of passing everything on to your successor even before you die? Simply wishful thinking. Hu Crossing, stop him!" the elder said in a weak voice. In fact, there was no need for his command. As Tia Haoyan approached, Hu Crossing sprang up and blocked his path. With a loud bang, as the words fell, brilliance emerged from within the Qingqiu Fox country, and many elite warriors gathered around the platform, protecting the elders. The situation became extremely tense in an instant. This sudden turn of events also shocked many of the onlookers from various demon tribes. The Dragon Clan's elder slapped his thigh. "I knew it. No wonder I always felt something was wrong. Turns out this old fox is going to die." Among the Fire Rat clan, Huo Yaojing also looked shocked, but gradually, a strange light appeared in her eyes, and then she calmly stepped back. At the same time, the elder looked at Fox Knight, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, and softly said, "Stop crying. I just told you that you are already an adult, so why are you still crying?" At this moment, Fox Knight's heart was almost completely consumed by sadness. He had never hated himself this much before. He felt like a complete fool, as he had never understood why the elder had suddenly agreed to his marriage and was rushing to hold the ceremony. This regret made Fox Knight's eyes almost burst with anger. But after hearing the elder's words, he managed to suppress his sobs and tremblingly said, "Elder." The elder laboriously waved his hand. "No need to speak. The situation is irreversible now. The most important thing is you." With a serious expression, the elder continued, "Fox Clan, listen to my command. Yes, from now on, Fox Knight will be the master of Qingqiu, in charge of the nine-tailed Fox Clan. You must cooperate fully and have no doubts, understand?" With these words, tears flowed from countless Fox Clan members' eyes, as they knew this was not a mere succession, but the elder's final instructions. Fox Wen cried tears of sorrow, but he was the first to shout, "Elder, don't worry, we understand." The Fox Clan followed suit, shouting, "We understand." Their voices shook the Grand Hall and made all the other demon tribes change their expressions. Aoi looked at this scene, lightly biting her silver teeth, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The Dragon Clan's elder sighed beside her, alas, a once proud and powerful figure, now heading towards downfall. In the sky, Tia Haoyan finally calmed his boiling blood, and then looked coldly, as if waiting for something. Just then, the elder spoke with a weaker voice to Fox Knight, who was crying on the ground, "Fox Knight, look up." Fox Knight slowly raised his head. "Remember, after I leave, Qingqiu Fox country will be under your protection. You must do your best, do not bully the weak, but also do not fear death, understand?" Fox Knight was already too emotional to speak, so he only nodded heavily to show he understood. At that moment, the elder's face became even more aged, his breath was so weak that it was barely perceptible. Despite this, he mustered the last of his strength to raise his head and say to Zuan, "Red Lotus, I entrust this matter to you." Zuan had remained silent throughout, but upon hearing the elder's words, he nodded slightly. The elder squeezed out a smile, "Thank you." Even though it was just a simple words, for the elder at that moment, it was extremely difficult. Holding on until now was already a miracle for him. Suddenly, tendrils emerged from the space around the elder and pierced into his body, infusing him with vitality. Fox Wen exclaimed in surprise, "It's the Tree of Three Lives." But the next moment, her hope was shattered. Due to the rejection and annihilation by the natural order, the vitality that had just entered the elder's body dissipated. At the same time, the elder chuckled and shook his head, then struggled to raise his hand to touch the tendrils in the void. "Don't bother, my old friend. I'm really leaving this time." The tendrils trembled, emitting a sobbing sound, as if crying. "Heh, I've been with you for thousands of years, but in the end, I have to leave early. I'm sorry." Speaking these words, a rare light shone in the elder's eyes, and a hint of color rose in his face. But this state was actually the most dangerous. The tendrils that encircled the elder kept turning, seemingly anxiously seeking a solution. The elder laughed. "Enough. We've both lived for thousands of years. Why are you still like a child? Come, let me introduce you. This is Fox Knight. You must know him. After I'm gone, you must help him protect Chinku Fox Country, understand?" The tendrils gradually quieted down, with droplets of water shimmering on them. "Answer me. Do you understand?" The tendrils nodded. With great effort, the elder let out a breath, and then his eyes dimmed gradually. He murmured softly, "So this is what death feels like." At that moment, Zuin suddenly strode forward with a solemn voice. "Elder, didn't you ask me before what it feels like to die once? I can tell you now, at the end of death, there is rebirth. Rebirth. I understand." The elder whispered softly, his eyes suddenly bursting with a dazzling light. With an unknown source of strength, he grabbed Zuan's wrist. "Red Lotus, I have one last thing to ask of you." Zuan imperceptibly nodded, then leaned down to whisper softly in his ear, "Rest assured, after your death, I will protect Fox Knight's opportunities." With a relieved look in his eyes, the elder's mouth gradually curved into a smile of relief. "Death leads to rebirth. That's a great way of putting it." As he finished speaking, his skin began to peel away piece by piece. In an instant, his entire body turned into dust, dispersing into the void. "Elder!" Foxwyn cried out sorrowfully and fell to the ground. Not only her, but all the Fox clan members, including many other demon tribes who respected the elder, knelt down at that moment. However, Tia Haoyan focused all his attention on the void where the elder had passed away. Finally, in the scattered ashes, a faint light emerged. Tia Haoyan trembled, his eyes filled with an insatiable greed. "It's the opportunity of the immortal emperor. Charge." Among the heavens, there has always been a saying that below the Great Luo realm, as long as your talent is sufficient, you can steadily cultivate. However, after reaching the Great Luo realm, each step of progress means you will have to put in 100 times more effort and opportunity. In fact, sometimes opportunity can be even more important than effort. So, in the heavens, the number of strong individuals below the Great Luo is abundant, but when it comes to Immortal King level, they are much rarer. And this is just at the level of Immortal King. The vast majority of Immortal Kings in the heavens will never advance even half a step in their whole life, simply because they lack the opportunity. That's why the Lord of the Abyss was willing to become an underling of certain beings in order to advance, even if it meant becoming a fake half-step Immortal Emperor. In the end, people even came up with a saying that the number of Immortal Emperors in the heavens is constant. If one wants to become an Immortal Emperor, another Immortal Emperor must die. Otherwise, even with incredible cultivation, one cannot ascend to Immortal Emperor status. This is the reason why Tia Haoyan and others came to the Chinku Fox Country, because they discovered through Chuli King's calculations that the elder entering the realm of 5 declines of heaven and man was about to die, and they rushed to seize his opportunity. Now, the opportunity is right in front of them, and Tia Haoyan naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Just as his hand was about to capture the opportunity, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and directly grabbed his wrist. Tia Haoyan was stunned, then felt an irresistible force tossing him away. Then he heard Zuan say in surprise, "Huh? Still alive?" In reality, Zuan's blow was intended to finish Tia Haoyan off. After all, in Zuan's eyes, Tia Haoyan was just a half-step Immortal King. This level of cultivation might be considered good in the heavens, but it was not enough in Zuan's eyes. To Zuan's surprise, his blow, which he expected to be fatal, did not take down Tia Haoyan. In fact, Tia Haoyan remained unscathed. Zuan was naturally astonished. At the same time, Tia Haoyan regained his balance in midair, then glared fiercely at Zuan. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my heavenly Dao sect? Who am I?" Zuan was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "You really don't know who I am? Nonsense! How would I know who you are?" And let me tell you, just because you have decent strength doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Surrender this opportunity of immortal emperor, and I may spare you and this Chinku Fox country, otherwise. Tia Haoyan sneered. I won't let you off the hook. Zuan raised an eyebrow. Won't let me off the hook? All right, then I'll see what you're capable of, daring to speak that way to me. With that, Zuan casually grabbed the opportunity floating in the air, weighed it in his hand, then said nonchalantly, You want this, right? Exactly. Hand it over quickly. Seeing the desired object held casually by Zuan, Tia Haoyan's breathing grew heavier. Zuan smiled faintly. It seems you really want it, huh? If you want it, just ask me. Why resort to snatching? You should know, I despise thieves the most, so ... With a sudden flick of his hand, Zuan directly sent the opportunity into the forehead of Huya, who was still reeling from the elder's death. Huya, dazed from the blow, felt a sudden sharp pain in his mind, then fainted. But the opportunity merged with Huya. Zu. Unshrug. See, I accidentally dropped what you wanted. You shouldn't be angry, right? You shouldn't be angry. Are you really not angry? Tia Haoyan stared blankly at Huya on the ground, his eyes almost spewing fire. Especially after hearing Zuan's mockery, he burst into anger. Fine, since you seek death, I'll grant your wish. With that, he charged again aggressively. He may have charged in swiftly, but his retreat was even faster. Before he could reach Zuan, he was sent flying by a punch. Despite this, he managed to arrest his flight after a short distance. Zuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Although he had only used 40% of his strength in that punch, it was not something an ordinary half-step immortal king could withstand. Yet, Tia Haoyan only got knocked back without a scratch, arousing Zuan's curiosity. Interesting. Haven't seen you in a few years, and the disciples of Heavenly Tao sect have already become so strong? Zuan said with a smirk. Tia Haoyan remained composed, then sneered, Haha, it's useless to say anything now because you're already a dead man. Oh damn I. Of course, you can't kill me, and you can't even harm me, but I can make sure you die without a burial. Before he could finish, Zuan's indifferent voice came from behind. Can't harm me? Today, I'll have to see if that's true. With those words, Zuan's palm descended. Caught off guard, Tia Haoyan could only raise his hand to block Zuan's blow. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. The shockwave spread rapidly, directly toppling a wall of the sturdy temple. In midair, Tia Haoyan was like a Ken ball smashed into the ground by Zuan. A deep bottomless hole was left on the surface. Everyone was stunned by the power of that blow. But before they could catch their breath, a battered Tia Haoyan suddenly rose from the hole, roaring in anger. You! Bang! Another loud sound. This time, Zuan sent him flying horizontally, then lightly blew on his fist, saying, That was the second punch. Let's see how many more you can endure. The show continued with Zuan alone. In the air, Zuan's figure zigzagged, turning Tia Haoyan into a human punching bag, unable to retaliate at all. Only the thunderous echoes reverberated in the temple. Oh, it should probably be called a ruined temple now. Under Zuan's fist, the entire temple collapsed. Finally, after another punch, a faint but distinct crack sounded from Tia Haoyan's body. Tian Haoyan's face could no longer be described as simply unattractive. It was as if he had lost all color. Because at that moment, fine cracks began to appear from his chest. Then, as if a layer of eggshell was breaking apart, pieces of scales fell from his skin, turning into fragments. It wasn't until then that many people suddenly realized that Tian Haoyan had been wearing a suit of armor all along. However, this armor was extremely clever, as it would automatically transform into the form of skin when worn, making it impossible to detect any clues from the outside. Who are you? As members of the human race, why did you intervene in the matters of the Chinku Fox Kingdom? Tian Haoyan roared fiercely, with a grim expression on his face. At that moment, Juge Kang slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner, and gave a slight smile to Tian Haoyan. Tia Shao, long time no see. You are. Tian Haoyan was taken aback. He found Juge Kang very familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Suddenly, Chu Licking, who had been silent on the side, exclaimed, Senior Juge, you are Senior Juge. Juge Kang smiled and nodded. That's right, it's me. If I remember correctly, you should be the 39th generation descendant of the Chu Li family. Chu Licking's expression became serious, then he took a deep breath and respectfully said, I am Chu Licking, the 39th generation descendant of the Chu Li family. I greet Senior Juge. Juge Kang nodded slightly. Very well, I have met your ancestral founder a few times, so in a way, I am also your senior. I am really puzzled as to why someone from the Chu Li family would do such a thing. Chu Licking lowered his head and looked towards Tianhao Yan. Meanwhile, Tianhao Yan, who had just recovered from his shock, said, You are the divine calculator, Juge Kang. Yes, that's me. Tianhao Yan's eyes gradually turned cold. What? Even you, the grandmother of divination, have to intervene in this matter? Juge Kang sighed lightly. Tiashao, I really don't understand. The Tiadao sect has always kept its distance from the Qingku Fox Kingdom. Why would there suddenly be a conflict, just for the opportunity of the Divine Emperor? Isn't that enough? Tianhao Yan sneered. Now that the old fox is dead, the entire Qingku Fox Kingdom is left with just a few cats. The opportunity of the Divine Emperor has always been held by the capable. I want it. Is that too much to ask? With these words, the entire Qingku Fox tribe erupted in anger. Fox Wan, in a mix of sorrow and anger, even abandoned her usual ladylike demeanor. Nonsense, with your meager strength, you dare to covet the opportunity. Fox Crossing took a step forward, without a word, his face full of killing intent, as he stared at Tianhao Yan, demonstrating his stance with actions. The smile on Juge Kang's face gradually faded. Not too much, of course not too much. But the question is, can you seize it? Tianhao Yan sneered, then looked back at his group of fox companions, and said indifferently, It seems that we can't take it now, but... Tianhao Yan's tone changed, and he arrogantly said, With the help of my sect, this opportunity will surely be ours. As soon as the Tiadao sect's army arrives, a mere fox den like this can easily be crushed with a snap of the fingers. This arrogant statement caused a change in the expressions of everyone present. Because if what Tianhao Yan said was true, then the outcome of this matter would be unpredictable. After all, the Tiadao sect was a genuine and powerful sect, with a rich history spanning thousands of years, producing numerous talents among its members. The current sect master was a top expert in the realm of immortals, and it was rumored that there were unfathomable superpowerful beings within the sect. With such a background, anyone would feel immense pressure upon hearing about it. Even Juge Kang's expression turned serious, clearly sensing the complexity of the situation. Tianhao Yan looked very satisfied as he observed the changing expressions of the people present, and then said arrogantly, So now you have only two choices before you. Either submit the opportunity of the Divine Emperor obediently, and then I will leave without causing any trouble. The second option ... is waiting for the arrival of my Tiadao sect's army, and allowing them to crush you into pieces. The entire scene fell silent. In the Dragon Clan camp, Princess Longa Aoyi remained as calm as water, silently observing. The elder of the Dragon Clan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the world changes, and cools. If that old fox were still alive, how could a junior like him dare to be so arrogant here? Aoyi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the foxy who had fainted on the high platform, her eyes flashing with thoughts unknown to others. On the other hand, in the camp of the Fire Rat clan, the expression of Fire Yao Jing became very strange. There was 3 parts of fear, but more of relief. She was relieved that she did not marry into the Qingku Fox Kingdom and become the wife of Foxy. Because the way things were going now, the Qingku Fox Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. If they did not agree to Tianhao Yan's demands when the Tiadao sect's army arrived, the entire Qingku Fox tribe would be in danger of destruction. Even if they agreed and handed over the opportunity of the Divine Emperor, the entire Qingku Fox Kingdom would immediately become a second-rate power among the demon tribes. Who knew how many changes would occur at that time? Thinking of this, Fire Yao Jing couldn't help but feel more and more relieved. As for the various feelings she had towards Foxy before, they had long been cast aside. Jokes! What importance did feelings have for one's destiny? Within the Qingku Fox Kingdom, Fox Wen wanted to speak several times, but ultimately remained silent. Because she was angrier than anyone and wanted to kill Tianhao Yan more than anyone. But she was also more aware than anyone of the current situation of the Qingku Fox Kingdom. With the death of the elder, losing the suppression of the top powerhouse, the Qingku Fox Kingdom was already in a precarious situation. There were threats everywhere. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable disaster. For example, if the Tiadao sect really attacked, the Qingku Fox Kingdom would truly be finished. So she had to reluctantly close her mouth, her face filled with sorrow and anger, then turned her head to shed tears in silence. Seeing this, Tianhao Yan's expression became even more triumphant and arrogant. Just as the silence enveloped the scene, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "I choose neither of those options." With these words, everyone looked up to see who had spoken. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. These four words seemed to hold a certain magical power, causing Tianhao Yan's originally raging anger to instantly calm down. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Are you the reincarnated Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Zhu? Nodded with a smile. If there is no one else with the same name, then it should be me. Now, Tianhao Yan's expression alternated between pale and green, truly a captivating sight. Because he had heard this name countless times recently, to the point where his ears were almost calloused. Initially, he had some doubts and even thought that the elders who advised him not to act recklessly after meeting Zuan were just being cowardly. Because no matter how formidable he was in his past life, in this life, after reincarnating and enhancing his cultivation, he was only an immortal king now, so what was there to fear? After all, he had the armor scales from that old man to protect him. But he had never expected that, after truly meeting Zuan, he finally understood what the elders meant. This Zuan was clearly not someone to be judged by common sense. With just a few punches, he shattered the armor scales that he relied on for his life. How astonishingly formidable his strength must be. But soon, Tianhao Yan calmed down and then gave a cold smile to Zuan. "So you are the esteemed Red Lotus. No wonder you are concerned with this matter." Zuan's relationship with Huya was well known throughout the heavens. "Since you have taken charge of this matter, then I will give you face. Let's go." Saying that, Tianhao Yan prepared to leave with the others. He was well aware that he had no chance against Zuan with his current strength, especially now that his life-saving armor had been shattered. And this Zuan did not seem to be intimidated by his sex reputation. So the most prudent and sensible thing to do now was to leave. After returning to his sect, he would try to ask the old man for help. By then, whether it was about Red Lotus or not, it would all be meaningless. Tianhao Yan thought silently in his heart. But just then, Zuan suddenly stopped him. "Hold on." Tianhao Yan stopped in his tracks, puzzled. "What is it? Does Red Lotus Venerable have any further orders?" "Did I say you could leave?" Zuan said calmly. At these words, Tianhao Yan was first startled, then a tinge of resentment appeared in his eyes, but quickly concealed it perfectly. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Red Lotus Venerable, what do you mean by this?" "As I just said, I don't choose either of the two paths you presented. Instead, I choose the third path, which is..." Zuan smirked, revealing a row of white teeth, "to kill you." When these words came out, Tianhao Yan even thought he had misheard. It wasn't just him, the whole scene was in an uproar. Because if it was just Tianhao Yan, a mere half-step immortal king, being killed was one thing. But his sect was the Celestial Sect. No one had ever dared to speak to the disciples of the Celestial Sect like that. Chu Liqing also widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hand, dumbfoundedly looking at Zuan on the high platform. She knew best how powerful the Celestial Sect was. Otherwise, her entire family wouldn't have been controlled by the Celestial Sect, and she wouldn't have been forced to do such things with Tianhao Yan. At the same time, Tianhao Yan gradually regained his composure, his gaze coldly fixed on Zuan, speaking in a chilly tone. "Red Lotus Venerable, do you know what it means to say such words? What does it mean?" "Hehe, I am the chief disciple of the Celestial Sect. I came here on my master's orders. Do you think if I die, my sect will spare you and the Chengku Fox Nation?" Tianhao Yan said darkly. Zuan shook his head. "No. HMPH. Tianhao Yan snorted arrogantly, then. He wanted to say, "Then why are you wasting your breath here?" But before he could finish, Zuan suddenly said, "Since that's the case, then I will wipe out your sect along with you." "What do you think?" Tianhao Yan was dumbfounded. Why was he not following the script? The crowd was also stunned. Who could have imagined that Zuan would be so dominant, not even caring about the Celestial Sect? Only Juge Kang smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated everything. You. Tianhao Yan finally regained his senses and then pointed at Zuan with trembling hands. It was at this moment that Zuan suddenly grabbed him, waited. Tianhao Yan, greatly shocked, tried to step back. But Zuan didn't give him a chance. He lifted him up into the air with one hand. Even though Tiaoyan had the cultivation of a half-step immortal king, he was considered a powerful figure in the heavens. But when facing Zuan, he seemed like a child who couldn't even react and was easily grabbed. His blood and cultivation were also held back, preventing him from even moving his fingers, let alone struggling. Tiaoyan's face turned red, his eyes wide open, looking at Zuan as if he couldn't believe Zuan dared to act against him. At the same time, the people who had followed Tiaoyan began to stir restlessly. Zuan just glanced at them. Under his gaze, these people seemed to be frozen in place, obediently standing still and not daring to move. This kind of awe-inspiring presence even made many female demonic beings dazzled. Zuan then gave Tiaoyan a faint smile. "Do you think no one dares to kill you, so you act so arrogantly?" Tiaoyan couldn't move, he could only blink frantically, his eyes showing a pleading look. But Zuan seemed not to notice. "What? No answer? Or do you still not accept it?" Tiaoyan almost wanted to cry. He screamed in his heart, "You're gripping me so tightly. How can I speak?" But of course, he couldn't show this. He could only look at Zuan with pleading eyes. But then Zuan said something that made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss and even forgot to beg for mercy. "If I'm not mistaken, the armor you're wearing is made from that guy's scales, which means it's lurking in your celestial sect, right?" Tiaoyan stared blankly at Zuan. "Are you wondering how I know, Zuan sneered, and then suddenly exerted force with his wrist. Crack, a teeth-gritting sound of bones rubbing against each other came from Tiaoyan's neck. Tiaoyan's face turned from red to black, his eyes bulging, his once handsome face becoming extremely hideous. "When you and your sect committed heinous crimes, you should have thought that this day would come. And now, I'm just collecting interest." The headless body slowly fell to the ground. Zuan stood not far away, dressed in white as dazzling as snow and frost. Not a single drop of blood splattered on him, as if he wasn't the one who had just severed Tianhaiyan's neck. There was even a hint of gentle smile on his face. However, this smile sent shivers down many people's spines, especially the group of people who followed Tianhaiyan. They were trembling, their faces pale ashy. Even Zuan didn't say a word, just glanced at them, and those people collapsed on their own. One man suddenly burst out excitedly, pointing at Chuliking, and shouted, "Grandmaster Honglian! This has nothing to do with us. It was all her and Tiaxiao's doing together." "Yes, yes," the others echoed. "It was all this woman's bewitching." Chuliking's face suddenly turned red with anger, filled with indignation. You. She was almost driven to insanity. Clearly she was the one who was coerced to come, yet she was being falsely accused by this group of people. Just then, Juge Kang quickly approached. "Brother Zhu, I can vouch that this descendant of the Chuli family is not a bad person. She must have her reasons for doing this." Zuan said calmly, "Oh, how can you be so certain?" "Because I believe in the principles of the Chuli family, and if they really dared to act recklessly, then their inherited art of wind and Cha would have failed long ago. So I can assert that this is not something she did deliberately." Chuliking was very grateful and looked at Juge Kang. Zuan smiled, then looked at Tianhaiyan's group of friends. "Did you hear that? My friend seems to have a different opinion from yours. What should we do?" Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They had intended to shift all the blame to Chuliking, but it turned out to be a hornet's nest. The man who first spoke forced out a strange smile. "Grandmaster, this is all a misunderstanding." "Oh, a misunderstanding. All right, then explain to me what exactly the misunderstanding is." Zuan uncrossed his arms and smirked. This simple action soaked the man in cold sweat. He racked his brains. Suddenly there was a flash of understanding, about to say something. But at that moment, a sword appeared straight from his forehead, and then exploded out from the back of his head. After a dull thud, blood mixed with brain matter sprayed everywhere, and the man fell back, bewildered, breathless. Even until his death, he couldn't believe Zuan had suddenly acted. Zuan said casually, "Sorry, time's up." Then he looked at the remaining people. "I'll give you all a chance. Whoever can give me a perfect explanation, I'll let go, understand?" These individuals trembled, then began clamoring like waking from a dream. "Grandmaster, please listen to me. This really has nothing to do with me. I was coerced." Someone cried for mercy. But the response was only a deafening thud, and Hida followed the footsteps of the earlier man, with his head exploding and dying. "Grandmaster, I am a descendant of the Shuanglong Pavilion. As long as you spare me, I will go back and persuade my sect to support you." Someone tried to entice Xuan with a calm face. "Thank you, but no need." Xuan politely declined. In the next moment, this person's brain matter also splattered on the ground. In the end, no matter how they cried and exaggerated, what awaited them was always the monotonous sound of dull impact. With each body falling, fewer people were left standing. The ground was already stained with a mix of blood and brain matter, the air filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Xuan's face showed no emotion, as if none of this concerned him. Finally, the few survivors completely broke down. "Zhu, you scoundrel, you'll die a horrible death." Someone cursed, but soon also perished with a dull thud. The remaining people waited numbly for the final judgment, because in the face of true fear, people would despair. At that moment, Xuan raised a finger. "Now, I need someone to go back and deliver a message, meaning one of you can survive, but who that is will depend on your performance." As soon as he finished speaking, one person viciously attacked the person beside him. But that person seemed prepared and managed to skillfully block the attack. In an instant, these people began killing each other. The brutality of their methods was horrifying. In the blink of an eye, the victor was decided after just a cup of tea. One person stood in the middle of the area, covered in blood, barely standing, looking at Xuan with fear. "G Grandmaster, I won." Xuan smiled lightly. "Very good. Congratulations on winning the chance to survive. Next, I need you to go back to the Heavenly Tao sect to deliver a message. Tell them that I killed 4, and I won't leave, waiting for them in the Chinku Fox country. Do you understand?" The man nodded vigorously. "I understand." "Then go." The man respectfully bowed deeply to Xuan, then flew off shakily. After he left, Xuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Chulaking beside him, saying calmly, "Now it's time to talk about your situation." Chulaking shivered, then lowered her head and briefly recounted the events that had unfolded. When she finished, tears in her eyes, she said, "The Heavenly Tao sect has all the members of my Chuli family under control, forcing me to find the chance of the immortal emperor for them. Although I was reluctant in every way for the continuation of the family, I had to agree in the end." Juge Kang hurriedly asked, "So now that Tian Haiyan is dead, what will happen to your family members?" Chulaking shook her head, saying despondently, "I don't know." Juge Kang became more anxious. "Zhu, what should we do? If only we had sent Chulaking back to report earlier, perhaps it could have misled the Heavenly Tao sect." Xuan shook his head and smiled lightly. "You're wrong. The more we do that, the more tragically her family members will die. In this way, there is still a chance for her family." Juge Kang's eyes showed a hint of confusion, but after all, he had been wandering among the various realms for thousands of years, so he quickly understood. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You're right, this way there is still a chance. After all, the Heavenly Tao sect will not act rashly in a situation where they are uncertain about their actions. They will most likely bring all the Chuli family members over as hostages." Hai Yi slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Aruo's tear-streaked face. He stared in a daze, looking as if he was lost. Even his normally lively eyes appeared dull. This state scared everyone. Hai Ying's voice trembled as she called out, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Say something, don't scare me." Xuan and Juge Zhang also arrived at this moment. Seeing the scene, Xuan's expression became somewhat dim. Just then, Hai Yi's whole body trembled, as if he had realized something. He turned to look at the empty chair. The chair was empty. There was nothing on it. Tears gradually appeared in Hai Yi's eyes. Then he let out a low howl like a wounded beast. "Elder!" After a shout, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 3 lives tree in the distant void began to sway, and then the entire canopy was suddenly filled with pure white flowers. Watching this strange scene, many people were dumbfounded. The tree is mourning for the elder." Haiyan choked back tears and murmured foolishly. With these words, all the foxes couldn't help but shed tears. Because the 3 lives tree was the spiritual belief of the entire fox clan, and the elder was the god in the hearts of the foxes. Now that the god had left, only a speechless tree remained. This plunged the entire fox clan into confusion. At this moment, Hai Yi continued to howl like a wild beast, and his form began to become extremely unstable, his fur growing non-stop, and 6 tails appearing behind him, as if he was about to reveal his true form. Seeing this, Aruo held him tightly, crying out, "Hai Yi, Wake up, don't be like this. But everything was in vain. Haiyi's eyes seemed to turn blood red. Just then, Zuan suddenly walked up quickly and slapped Haiyi in the face. The slap was harsh. Haiyi was stunned, his eyes unconsciously staring at Zuan. Zuan's face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you cried enough? Do you want to keep making a scene?" The blood color in Haiyi's eyes gradually faded. Zuan continued, "Yes, the elder is dead. But what did he say to you before he died? You are now the Lord of Chinku. All the foxes are waiting for you to make decisions, and yet here you are, crying like a child. Do you do justice to anyone?" These words were not polite, but with Zuan's questioning, Haiyi gradually calmed down, the abnormality on his body fading away, and for the first time, a glimmer of spirit appeared in his eyes. "I understand." Haiyi slowly stood up and said softly. After he completely stood up, his whole demeanor suddenly changed. The majestic aura of an immortal king radiated, suppressing all the demon races in the venue. "The elder is dead. I am now the Lord of Chinku. All foxes obey my command," Haiyi said indifferently. At his command, Haiyan, Huxing, and the entire fox clan bowed in unison. "Yes, the human race Tiadao sect covets our fox clan's opportunities, acting despicably. I, Haiyi, now declare that Chinku Fox Country will immediately declare war on Tiadao sect." "Yes." All the foxes answered in unison. This momentum also made all the demon races present change color. Haiyi looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, my wedding ends here. You can leave on your own. After the Tiadao sect is exterminated, I will invite you back to attend the elder's funeral." With these words, many demon races breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid of being involved in this matter. After all, one side was the Chinku Fox Country, and the other was the renowned human race supreme sect. Neither of them was easy to provoke. So after hearing Haiyi's words, many demon races left in a hurry. The fastest to leave, and the most determined, was surprisingly Princess Huyayajing of the Fire Rat clan. She had a look of urgency on her face, as if wishing her parents had grown to more legs, and hurriedly ran out. And from beginning to end, she did not even glance at Haiyi, as if all their previous feelings had turned into nothing at this moment. Haiyi looked expressionless, not saying a word. Instead, Haiyan, upon seeing this scene, coldly snorted, "What a manipulative person, crying and screaming to marry my brother earlier. Now as soon as Chinku Fox Country encounters a little trouble, she runs away faster than anyone else. Shame!" Haiyan intentionally raised her voice, and many people heard her. Of course, Princess Huyayajing was no exception. She glared hatefully at Haiyan, showing no trace of shame. "What? Now that your brother is married, do I have to stay here with you to face death?" Princess Huyayajing's words made the elders of the Fire Rat clan behind her turn pale. At this moment when the foxes of Chinku were angry and indignant, Princess Huyayajing's words were like fuel on the fire. Such a brainless woman! Many demon races couldn't help but think so. Indeed, Haiyan became enraged. "What did you say? It's you who will meet your end. You, this despicable person, clung to my brother endlessly before, and now, when the situation is not good, you want to run away immediately. What a joke!" Not only Haiyan, but also Haiyan, Huxing, and other foxes stared at Princess Huyayajing with unfriendly expressions. Princess Huyayajing's face turned pale, realizing she had said something wrong. But as always, how could she show weakness at this moment? So she pretended to remain calm and said, "Whether you face death or not, we'll find out in due time. No matter what you say, I'm not going to stay, and I don't think anyone will be willing to stay with you." With that, she sneered a few times and was about to leave. At that moment, second Dragon Princess Aoyi walked slowly over to Haiyi and said lightly, "Congratulations on your wedding." Haiyi nodded. "Thank you, second princess. Have a safe journey." "Safe journey." Aoyi smiled. "Who said I'm leaving?" "Huh." Haiyi was stunned. "You?" But Aoyi ignored him and instead turned to Princess Huyayajing and said calmly, "Didn't you just say no one would stay?" "Well, I'll stay. And not only me. The elite of the dragon clan I brought will also stay, because I want to know, how powerful is Tiadao sect, daring to interfere in the affairs of my demon clan?" Princess Huyayajing's face turned from green to white. Even she, brainless as she was, could see what was going on. Aoyi was obviously prepared to help Chinku Fox Country. But she dared not say anything, because everyone knew that once this second dragon princess went mad, she was fearless, and hitting herself like that would be a mistake. So she could only pretend to coldly snort, and then leave. Everything temporarily quieted down. The previously festive red auspicious decorations were still hanging, casting a somber atmosphere over the entire Chinku Fox country. Zhuge Zhang put away the golden needle and said in a deep voice, "Foxy, your impulsive anger just caused some damage to your cultivation. I used the golden needle to help you recover, but you must not get too worked up. You need to rest for a few days." Foxy nodded. "I understand, thank you." Zhuge Zhang looked at Foxy strangely, then shook his head, turned, and left the room. At that moment, Zhuan was standing in the corridor outside, gazing into the distance, and without turning around, asked upon hearing footsteps, "How are you?" "My body is fine, it's just ... Just what? Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking it." Zhuge Zhang sighed lightly, then walked over to Zhuan. "What are you looking at?" Zhuan remained silent for a moment, then said, "Lao Dao, what do you think is at the end of death?" "The end of death?" Zhuge Zhang was momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplation. To be honest, he had never thought about this question before. It wasn't until later that he let out a sigh and shook his head. "I don't know. Why do you suddenly ask this question?" Zhuan softly said, "The Grand Elder of the Fox clan asked me this question during his lifetime because he said I had experienced death once, so I should understand this question better than others." Zhuge Zhang suddenly realized, "So how did you answer?" The conversation between Zhuan and the Grand Elder on the high platform had many sealed parts that outsiders could not know. "I told him, the end of death is rebirth." Rebirth. Zhuge Zhang softly repeated these two words, and unknowingly fell into contemplation once again. "Yes, it's rebirth, Zhu." Gazed intently at the three lives tree in the distance, because the end of everything is the beginning of everything. With these words, Zhuge Zhang trembled all over, and then his aura suddenly changed, as if he had enlightened some key point, and his momentum began to rise steadily. "I understand." Joy appeared on Zhuge Zhang's face, and he sincerely said to Zhuan, "Thank you very much." Zhuan smiled. "No need to thank me. Your enlightenment is your own opportunity." With that, Zhuan stepped into the void and headed towards the Three Lives tree. At this moment, the Three Lives tree was in full bloom with white flowers, emanating a dazzling beauty under the starry sky. Zhuan was not in a hurry, but took step by step. Yet at this speed, he arrived at the top of the tree in the blink of an eye. The white jade pagoda still stood in its place, but the person inside was no longer there. Zhuan looked down at the sea of flowers at the treetop. At the center of this endless sea of flowers, right in the middle of the tree canopy, there was a small fruit. The fruit was all crimson, not eye-catching, yet it gave a peculiar feeling as if a life was gestating inside. Seeing this small fruit, a faint smile appeared on Zhuan's lips. "It seems you did seize the opportunity after all, right, Grand Elder?" Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the Chinku Fox country were like a super nuclear bomb, causing turmoil throughout the entire demon clan. The death of the Fox clan's Grand Elder, the killing of the top disciple of the Tiadao sect, Foxy's ascension to power, and the declaration of war against the Tiadao sect. Each of these matters was enough to shock the heavens. At least the entire demon clan was stunned. Not only that, this news was spreading at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, all realms were trembling. All because the Tiadao sect was too overbearing. The Starry Sky Grand sect, a top-tier sect. Such existence was usually something many people dared not look directly at. However, this time they were defeated in the Chinku Fox country. Not only did they fail to achieve their goals, they also lost the life of their top disciple. Everyone knew that a great war was imminent. If the Tiadao sect could not handle this matter properly, they would lose all their dignity. What was even more critical was that the one who acted this time was the reincarnated Red Lotus Immortal. This made the situation even more delicate, as countless eyes were now watching Zhuan's rebirth with ill intentions. In Li Jiangxing's words, many people did not want to see Zhuan come back to life. In this situation, a hidden tide started surging. Many figures who had been deeply concealed began to reveal themselves at this moment. The Tiadao sect. After hearing the report from this messenger, the vast hall fell silent. The attendants of the Tiadao sect all showed anger on their faces, but dared not make a sound because their sect leader had yet to speak. This sect leader of the Tiadao sect was named Tiasu, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a terribly majestic demeanor, especially his eyes, which were like an abyss, possessing an immense deterrent force. At this moment, he sat in the central position, with a calm expression, playing with a jade cicada in his hand. However, everyone knew that the calmer the Tiadao sect leader appeared, the more ferocious his internal anger was. A chilling aura enveloped the entire hall, causing many people's faces to pale, unable to lift their heads due to the supreme majesty of the top-level immortal king. After a long while, he raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered, "Red Lotus Immortal. Haha, in the previous life, you dominated all realms with the power of an immortal. I had to admire you. But in this life, you have only just achieved immortal king status and yet act so arrogantly, even ruining my plans. You are truly seeking death." As he spoke, some in the room dared to speak out. "That's right, this Zuen is too arrogant. This time he must be taught a lesson. Yes, didn't his chance get devoured by Foxy? When the time comes, capture this fox directly. Use him as a sacrificial offering, and we can still obtain the Emperor chance." Discussions broke out instantly. Tiasu waved his hand, "All right." At his command, the room immediately fell silent again. Then Tiasu looked at the messenger. "You said that Juge Zhang is also there, and that Chuliqing has joined him." The messenger nodded hastily. "Yes, master, that's how it is." Tiasu sneered a few times upon hearing this. "Good. I never expected that Chuliqing, this woman, dared to betray her own clan." One of the attendants stepped forward and said, "Master, since Chuliqing has acted this way, we might as well exterminate her entire clan as a warning to others." Here, inside the Grand Hall, all the officials and disciples of the Tiadao sect bowed in unison. The sound reverberated across the land, causing the surrounding star regions of the Tiadao sect to tremble slightly. Countless people living in this star region sensed something unusual at the same moment, their faces showing expressions of awe. Some cultivators attached to the Tiadao sect immediately knelt down, bowing repeatedly in the direction of the Tiadao sect, chanting fervently with expressions of worship. In the minds of these cultivators, the Tiadao sect was like a radiant sun, the highest ruler of this star region and even the entire heavens. This reverence and worship from countless beings turned into radiant light, merging into the body of Tiasu. Tiasu's face showed a contented expression, enjoying the feeling of standing among millions of people as if everything in the world was under his control, intoxicating. But suddenly, Tiasu's expression changed slightly, and then he solemnly said, "You all may leave and prepare." Yes. Everyone bowed and retreated, while Tiasu turned and walked towards the depths of the temple. It was an almost void-like space. There was no up or down, no passing of time, only endless darkness. After Tiasu entered, he respectfully bowed towards the depths of darkness and said, "Lord Demon Ancestor, why have you summoned me here?" As he spoke, the darkness began to surge and roll. Suddenly, a giant eye opened in the darkness, so enormous that it seemed to occupy the entire space. This eye emitted a strange red light, exuding a power so strong that even Tiasu, as an immortal king, couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. The giant eye stared at Tiasu for a moment, then a voice filled with supreme authority came from the depths of the void. "Did you successfully seize the opportunity I asked you to?" Tiasu trembled and hurriedly replied, "Lord Demon Ancestor, things were about to succeed. The elder of the Chinku Fox Kingdom had already died, but just as we were about to secure the opportunity, someone intervened, leading to failure." "What?" A stern shout came from the darkness, and a massive pressure sent Tiasu flying far away. When he managed to stand, his face showed a trace of paleness. "Someone dared to ruin my plans? Who was it?" The voice thundered in anger. "It was the reborn Red Lotus Immortal Venerable," Tiasu said cautiously. "Red Lotus Immortal Venerable? Zuan." "Yes, that's him." The voice fell silent. Tiasu looked fearful but secretly calculated. If the Lord Demon Ancestor intervened in this matter, even if they succeeded, that so-called Immortal Venerable would have to surrender. So he smiled obsequiously and said, "Lord Demon Ancestor, you have been asleep for some time and may not know what has happened outside. Zuan, after his rebirth, has been on a roll. He just achieved the realm of Immortal King and even defeated several powerful members of the Five Elements Evil Emperor and other evil sects. This ultimately led to failure." Tiasu's face showed a trace of sadness. "Even Hao Yan, whom you always favored, died. He glanced towards the giant eye in the depths of the void, trying to discern something, but all he saw was the ever-changing strange red light. After a moment of silence, the Lord Demon Ancestor spoke coldly. "Enough. I know all of this. Even though I was asleep, one of my incarnations was destroyed by Zuan. As for Tia Haoyan," the voice turned icy, "if he can be killed even when wearing the armor I personally bestowed upon him, it only shows he is useless." "So, what should we do about this matter?" Tiasu asked. "The opportunity of the immortal emperor must be obtained. Therefore, the Chinku Fox Kingdom must be destroyed. As for Zuan..." The darkness suddenly opened more eyes. In an instant, 9 huge eyes occupied the entire void, their red light illuminating the space. It became clear that within the darkness was a monstrous serpent of indescribable horror. Coiled with an unknown length of snake body, it bore 9 heads, each with gigantic eyes. The entire scene seemed like a nightmare, evil, ferocious, and terrifying. Despite this, Tiasu knelt down with excitement, seeing the supreme power and authority symbolized by the grotesque serpent. One of the heads cackled, and its mouth dripped with a foul smell. "Ninth, why did you awaken me after such a long sleep? Give me a reason, or I will bite your head off." The first head growled, "The opportunity of the immortal emperor has appeared. Once we seize it, we can break free." "Ha ha, excellent. I want to leave this place. I want to taste that delicious blood and flesh." The other heads began to dance and cheer, creating a scene of chaotic revelry. Although the scene was grotesque, Tiasu watched with fascination, filled with excitement. "But someone is currently hindering us from obtaining the opportunity. Who? I want to eat him alive." The heads roared in anger. "Zuan." When this name was mentioned, the heads fell silent. "Red Lotus Immortal Venerable? What? Were you trying to seize his opportunity? Of course not. Unless our true form can break free, we cannot seize his opportunity." It was the old fox from the Chinku Fox Kingdom who was about to succeed when Zuan intervened. "Bastard! This bastard! He dared to ruin my plans! He must die again!" The 8 heads roared in anger, and then, suddenly, they opened their mouths. Something seemed to be wriggling within their massive serpent bodies. Countless tentacles flew out of their mouths, swirling in the air, before intertwining and merging into a human-like silhouette. Tiasu realized what was happening, and watched eagerly. Eventually, everything merged, and a nearly flawless male body appeared in the void. The 9-headed monster serpent slowly receded into the darkness, disappearing. Meanwhile, the man opened his eyes abruptly, with vertical pupils unique to reptiles, radiating an incomprehensible evil and coldness. Tiasu prostrated himself, respectfully calling out, "Lord Demon Ancestor." After a moment, the ancient and profound war horn sounded. The Heavenly Tao sect, which occupied an entire star domain, boiled over. The reason why the Heavenly Tao sect is called the Heavenly Tao sect of stars is that it must first have super strong individuals presiding over it, followed by a profound heritage. The Heavenly Tao sect possesses both of these points. Therefore, when the war horn sounded, countless disciples surged into the sky, their radiance shining brightly like a fountain. In the void, chariots the size of tens of thousands of miles slowly emerged, their icy cannons gleaming with world-destroying brilliance. Stuids, at least top-grade true immortals, formed formations in the air, with the formations growing stronger the closer they were to the front. At the forefront, there were almost half-step immortal kings. Despite numerous reinforcements, the imposing aura this time was truly terrifying. Terrifying enough to crack the extremely sturdy space. The densely packed crowd seemed endless. A man with 9 heads stood on the largest chariot, his vertical pupils filled with cold light. He had changed into a black robe, and the robe was embroidered with mountains, rivers, and lakes, accentuating his flawless face and making him even more dignified. Just standing there made people feel the urge to kneel and worship. Tiangxiu stood respectfully behind him and asked, "Lord Yao Mu, are you satisfied?" The man with 9 heads grinned, revealing triangular teeth, and the previous dignity and beauty disappeared instantly, replaced by a bloody and terrifying smile. "Not bad. Although they are all a bunch of rubbish, when there's a lot of rubbish, it looks good." Tiangxiu's smile froze, unsure of what to say. "How far is it to the Chinku Fox country from here?" "My lord, if we travel at full speed, we can arrive in 10 days. "Good. Let's depart immediately, yes?" The man with 9 heads turned and walked towards the chariot. As he passed Tiangxiu, he suddenly stopped, extended his serpentine tongue to lick his lips. By the way, provide me with 10 female celestials above the golden celestial level every day during these 10 days. Ordinary women are boring, they die too easily, and the fun is short-lived. Yes. Tiangxiu immediately nodded in agreement. The man with 9 heads patted his shoulder with a smirk, and then left. Tiangxiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned and shouted at the stewards in the distance, "Hurry and capture 10 golden celestial women, then assemble the battle formation, and depart immediately." Boom! After the formation was assembled, numerous chariots carried everyone into the void. The Heavenly Tao sect finally showed its full strength as a formidable beast of war, crushing towards the Chinku Fox country. This scene spread throughout the various realms in various ways. Whoa! The Heavenly Tao sect has truly gone all out this time, exclaimed a cultivator. The power of the Heavenly Tao sect is truly terrifying. Just these war chariots alone are enough to crush most sects. The Chinku Fox country is doomed now. Having just lost a peerless strong man and facing an opponent like the Heavenly Tao sect makes their defeat certain. It's not that simple. Isn't the Red Lotus immortal venerable in the Chinku Fox country? Even if he is, what can he do? He's now just an immortal king, not the invincible immortal venerable he used to be. Someone sneered. Let's wait and see. I think this battle won't be so easy. It will surely be a spectacular confrontation. People were discussing, but only a few noticed something strange in the scene. In an ancient and massive temple, a woman with a black veil, watching the scenes in the water mirror, pondering silently, seemed to be contemplating something. After a long while, she raised her head. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, as clear as autumn water. "Lady Saintess, is there a problem?" A priest knelt respectfully, asking. The lady replied calmly, "The sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect Tiangxiu has been standing outside the chariot, waiting with a respectful face. It's evident that there must be some presence within the chariot that he respects." "Are you saying?" "My prophet's eyes can't see through the mist shrouding the chariot." The priest shuddered, his face showing horror. If even the Lady Saintess's prophet's eyes couldn't see through it, what kind of origin did that presence have? "If I'm not mistaken, it should be the legendary superpower hidden within the Heavenly Tao sect," the woman said softly, standing up suddenly. "Prepare to depart. This battle is obviously not trivial, and the Temple of War Gods cannot miss it, yes?" Similar scenes were unfolding in various major sects. Everyone understood that while on the surface, it seemed like a battle between the Heavenly Tao sect and the Chinku Fox country. In reality, it was the first real challenge that Zhu unfaced since his reincarnation. Previously, on Earth, he defeated 6 immortal kings single-handedly, which was impressive but paled in comparison to this situation. After all, as formidable as the 5 Elements Evil Emperor was, he was still far inferior to the Heavenly Tao sect. Not only that, but many malevolent beings who had been restless because of Zuan's return were becoming active. Amidst the surging undercurrents, a battle of historic proportions was about to erupt. Simultaneously, within the Chinku Fox country, the atmosphere became noticeably tense. Elder Fox Wan and many other elders were busy arranging defense formations. Even the most ordinary little fox spirits were doing their utmost. Despite their efforts, when the news of the Heavenly Tao sect's imminent attack arrived, many fox tribes couldn't help but show despair on their faces. They knew that the current Chinku Fox country simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Heavenly Tao sect. Was the Chinku Fox country, which had existed for thousands of years, destined to perish like this? In contrast, Foxy appeared much calmer. Every day, he would circle the entire Chinku Fox country, and wherever he passed, the many fox tribes watching his calm demeanor would feel a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts. Although faint, it was still hope, wasn't it? But if there was one person in the entire Chinku Fox country who was the calmest, it would definitely be Zuan. He rarely showed himself, spending most of his time drinking tea and alcohol in his room with Juge Kang. Today was no different. Ju unlifted his cup of wine, toyed with it for a while, then drank it in one go before calmly asking, "Old Dao, what do you think about the outcome of this battle?" Juge Kang shook his head. "I do not know." Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "How can you not know? Haven't you calculated it? Although the final result cannot be calculated, I have cast a few divinations privately. Without exception, a strange force has enveloped the entire Tiadao sect, said Zhu Zhang, a trace of fear appearing on his face. He even sounded a bit trembling. The chilling and evil nature of this force has surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Even I have never seen anything like it. Zuan listened quietly, then suddenly smiled. Old Dao, do you know why I am waiting for the Tiadao sect in the Qingqiu Fox country? Zhu Zhang was puzzled. Isn't it because of the opportunity of the immortal emperor? That is just one of the reasons. Zuan put down his wine glass, blinked at Zhu Zhang, and smiled in a cryptic way. As for the other reason, you will find out in due time. Zhu Zhang. Then he couldn't help but say, are you doing this on purpose? You are piquing my curiosity but not saying more. Do you know that I won't be able to sleep like this, Zhu? Unchuckled, there was once a guy with a bald head who said something to me. What did he say? It's something I can't tell you. Zhu Zhang couldn't catch his breath and coughed, then took a while to recover before sighing. Seriously, if I could beat you, I would have fought with you long ago. Zhu burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout Qingqiu Fox country, leaving many fox tribes puzzled. What's going on? Why is Brother Zhu so happy? Fox Ying, who was busy arranging defense formations with Fox Wan, looked up in confusion. Not far away, Zhang Ziyu, waving dozens of tentacles to transport various items, couldn't help sticking her head out, looking curious. Yeah, why is the Lord so happy? Under a momentary distraction, her tentacles swayed slightly, causing a several-ton piece of jade crystal to fall directly, coincidentally hitting Little Shaw, who was working diligently on the head. Thud! The jade crystal shattered, and Little Shaw fell to the ground. Little Shaw! And Yen exclaimed in shock, rushing over. But Little Shaw didn't move, as if she had fainted. Zhang Ziyu was completely frightened, as pale as a sheet of paper. In panic, her tentacles tied into a knot while she stumbled forward, crying, Little Shaw, what's wrong? Please be okay. Please be okay. Have you been killed by the hit? Zhang Ziyu cried out. You're the one who got hit to death. Mumbled Little Shaw lying on the ground, trying to shake off the dust. Zhang Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly thought of something. There was a fawning smile on her face as she said, it's okay, I should get back to work. With that, she hurried back to her work post, focusing on moving items. This little incident quickly passed. Everyone was busy, even Zizi and Nyan were doing their best to help. Everything was peaceful, but at that moment, Zhang Ziyu's tentacles trembled again. This time, several pieces of jade mixed with various items fell down. Little Shaw standing below was knocked down again. Zhang Ziyu, what are you trying to do? Are you looking to die? In anger, Little Shaw wanted to go over and deal with Zhang Ziyu. However, at that moment, Zhang Ziyu was looking at the sky in fear, trembling. It's not me, it's the space that's shaking. Everyone was shocked and began to investigate. Indeed, the void was shaking slightly, causing all the planets in the Qingqiu Fox country's star domain to tremble. Everyone's expression changed because they all knew that when the void trembled like this, it meant that a terrifying existence was approaching. At the same time, Hui had appeared on the high platform and said with a serious expression, it's the Tiadao sect, they have arrived. Beside him, Zuan and Zhu Zhang had also arrived without anyone noticing. Even Princess Longan noticed something was amiss and rushed over with her subordinates. Chu Liqing was full of fear, trembling slightly all over. She recognized this aura. Her family had perished under this same aura in the past, so she was deeply affected. Everyone's expression became serious, except for Zuan, whose expression remained calm. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, it's not just them who have arrived, there are many familiar auras as well. As soon as the words fell, ripples appeared in the sky, and then a huge and magnificent chariot emerged, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye, even congesting the starry sky of Qingqiu Fox country. Standing on the immense chariots were countless disciples of the Tiadao sect. Each disciple possessed impressive cultivation levels, so when they formed into formations, their collective might even created illusory images in the sky above the formation. What was even more eye-catching was the group standing at the front of the formation. These were the stewards of the Tiadao sect. Each one of them was a formidable figure in their own right, yet at this moment, they were as numerous as the clouds, making people's scalps tingle. On the splendid chariot at the forefront, Heavenly Palace and many high-ranking stewards of the Tiadao sect stood together, overlooking everyone with cold eyes. Seeing this scene, The sacred maiden from the temple of the executioner who had arrived later sighed softly. It's over. Qingqiu Fox Country has no chance of winning. Indeed, those who had come to Qingqiu Fox Country this time were not just from the Tiadao sect, many onlookers had also come along. However, most of them dared not come too close, but stood in the distant void, pointing and commenting on the situation in Qingqiu Fox Country. TSK. Looking at the current state of Qingqiu Fox Country, it seems they are bound to lose. Yes, with the Tiadao sect's army pressing in, these foxes can only survive by surrendering. Of course, most of those making such remarks were minor characters. Those with identities like the sacred maiden from the temple of the executioner stood in various corners, watching the scene with an unreadable expression. As for how many of them had ulterior motives, that was something only they themselves knew. Furthermore, when the people from the Tiadao sect arrived in Qingqiu Fox Country, the various major demon tribes also received the news immediately and observed the scene through various means. The atmosphere became extremely tense. No one spoke. The conversation was filled with sarcastic and teasing remarks. Zuin didn't get angry. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a half-smile, "Tiasu, indeed it's you. Back when I was the immortal sovereign, you were the immortal king. Now that I have been reincarnated and have become an immortal king once again, you are still an immortal king. What? Are you planning to be just a small immortal king for your whole life?" His words hung in the air, causing everyone present or not present to be shocked. Many widened their eyes, full of disbelief. When did an immortal king become so insignificant? Because no matter where, an immortal king is an absolute powerhouse. Even immortal emperor-level powerhouses wouldn't dare to be certain that they could easily defeat an immortal king. However, the words flowed so naturally out of Zuan's mouth without any sense of incongruity. Only he was worthy to speak in such a tone. Because, in the past, he was the immortal sovereign who dominated countless star realms. At this thought, many couldn't help but remember the fear they felt when they were controlled by the Crimson Lotus Flames in the past, and their expressions became tense. The Holy Maiden of the Hall of Execution looked at the youth in white clothes in the distance, her gaze somewhat complicated. This was the first time she had seen Zuan's true face. In the previous life, when Zuan was the immortal sovereign, she was not yet the Holy Maiden. But she had heard too much about Zuan's deeds. Before coming here, she had wondered what Zuan would be like. But when she actually saw him, she was deeply shocked. Because no matter how you looked at it, Zuan looked like a delicate young man, completely devoid of the aura that an immortal sovereign should possess. To be honest, she was quite disappointed at the time, which was why she predicted the downfall of the Qingqiu Fox Country. It wasn't until she heard Zuan's domineering words that she trembled all over, and a strange thought arose in her mind. Maybe, the Qingqiu Fox Country might not necessarily lose. Tiasu's face suddenly turned grim, but he didn't respond to Zuan's words. He just looked at Zuan with eyes as cold as death, then turned to look at Chuliking beside him. "Chuliking, how dare you betray the Heavenly Dao sect? Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Chuliking trembled all over. At the same time, someone escorted a group of ragged and battered people forward. "Father, brother!" Chuliking exclaimed in shock. The people being escorted were from the Chuli family. They knelt on the ground with vacant eyes, but upon hearing Chuliking's cries, a glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of many. "Kinger," murmured one of the young men, then suddenly shuddered, snapped out of his daze, and shouted loudly, "Run, don't stay here." But the next moment, his voice abruptly stopped as someone tightly covered his mouth. The young man could only look anxiously at Chuliking, the meaning in his eyes clear, urging Chuliking to run quickly. Chuliking had already become a tearful mess. Tiasu was very satisfied with this effect. He then turned to Zuan with a sardonic smile. "Your Excellency, immortal sovereign, didn't you say that I was only worthy of being an immortal king? Then now I will kill all the people of the Chuli family as a way to liven things up for you. How about that?" His words were clearly meant to sow discord. However, to everyone's surprise, Zuan nonchalantly shrugged and said, "Go ahead, if you want to kill, do it quickly, or else you might not have the chance later." Tiasu was momentarily stunned. "Zu, unsmiled, are you wondering why I am not being coerced?" Tiasu didn't speak, but his silence indicated his answer. "It's simple, because you are the one killing, not me. So why should I be coerced? I can always make you pay a painful price later as compensation," Zuan said nonchalantly. Chula King's face alternated between pale and green, unsure how to respond. She didn't expect Xuan to stand up for her. After all, even if she was coerced into doing this, it didn't mean she would be forgiven. But she also didn't expect Xuan to be so indifferent. Now it was Tiasu who found himself in a dilemma. Killing the Chuli family would be easy, but he had to consider the cost-benefit ratio. Killing them now would seem like he was following Xuan's orders. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked. "You want me to kill, so I'll kill. Why am I listening to you?" With that, he motioned for the Chuli family members to be taken away. A sly glint appeared in Xuan's eyes. Almost everyone missed this detail. Only the Holy Maiden of the Hall of Execution noticed it, and she showed a pensive expression. Just then, laughter erupted from the war chariot behind Tiasu. The curtain was lifted, revealing 10 dry corpses drained of their essence. Tiasu's face lit up. He glared at Xuan, then respectfully stepped aside. A man emerged from the chariot, dressed in black robes, with a handsome face and a perfect figure. His appearance created a stir among the crowd. Many were shocked to find that they couldn't detect any aura from him. If they closed their eyes, they would sense nothing from him. As for Juge Kang and the Holy Maiden of the Hall of Execution, they were particularly shaken, their faces turning extremely solemn. Xuan, however, just coldly stared at the man. The nine-headed serpent man paid no attention to the gazes around him. He looked at everyone with a sinister smile and finally fixed his gaze on Huya, laughing wickedly. "What? Such a precious immortal emperor's opportunity was bestowed upon you, a waste like this." He bluntly referred to Huya as a waste, which infuriated many of the Fox clan. "Who dares to insult our king?" Fox Crossing roared, soared into the sky, and directly attacked the nine-headed serpent man. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Fox Crossing was undaunted. Flames of battle ignited in his heart. But before he reached his target, the nine-headed serpent man smiled sinisterly, then stomped his foot. Boom! It felt like he stomped on everyone's hearts, causing those weaker to cough up blood on the spot. Fox Crossing, the first to bear the brunt, was flung out like a kite with a broken string. Just one strike. Just one strike. The esteemed 5 elders of the Chinku Fox country were sent flying. Yet the nine-headed serpent man hadn't even moved an inch. The entire scene was shocking. The nine-headed serpent man then burst into loud laughter, his laughter sounding like a devil's cry from hell, sending shivers down everyone's spine. With his hand pointed towards Huya, he said, "Obey and die. Offer your opportunity to me, and I can spare your family, or else." Before he could finish his sentence, a fist suddenly appeared beside his face, striking heavily on his head. Boom! The entire audience was shaken by this. Even the Holy Maiden from the Lushen Temple, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but widen her eyes. No one expected Xuan to actually make a bold move. Only Zhuzhe Zhang smiled faintly and whispered, "This is the Red Lotus immortal I know." At the same time, the nine-headed snake that had been punched hundreds of miles away barely managed to steady its stance. Looking at him now, half of his face was shattered, with a large hole sunken inwards, and even his left eye had been torn into a slender gap. Despite this, there was no trace of blood in the wound, as if he was a plastic dummy, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. The nine-headed snake stared coldly at Xuan with his only remaining eye, then took a deep breath. With his inhale, a fierce wind swept through the thousands of miles around, with the center of the storm being him. As he breathed in, the visible wounds on the nine-headed snake's face were rapidly healing, and his sunken features were swelling up. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed snake had completely recovered, with no traces of injury visible. This terrifying regenerative ability made the fox tribes of the Chingqiu Fox country sink in their hearts. Only Xuan remained calm, gave a faint smile, and said, "Didn't expect you to be quite resistant, then ... let's have another punch." Before the words could even fall, Xuan disappeared from his original position again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the nine-headed snake, raising his hand and striking another punch. This ghostly speed left the nine-headed snake unable to react, and he was solidly hit once again. With a loud bang, Xuan's punch landed squarely on the jaw. The nine-headed snake's jaw shattered, followed by his teeth turning into powder, and then his head was thrown back heavily, lifting his entire body into the air. Xuan clearly had no intention of giving him a chance to fight back. As soon as he flew up about 100 meters, Xuan's figure appeared above him again, and then, bending slightly, with a cold flash in his eyes, he raised his arm high and struck down with another punch. With a series of bone cracking and bursting sounds, the punch hit the top of the nine-headed snake's head. The nine-headed snake's head was immediately smashed more than half down, and even his eyeballs were burst open. But it didn't end there. Chu-un suddenly bent his knee, landing it perfectly on the lower back of the nine-headed snake that was falling rapidly. Then Zu-un placed his hands on the snake's shoulders and pushed up. With a cracking sound, the nine-headed snake's body bent back at a strange angle. It seemed as if a piece of paper had been folded in half, with the head pressed completely against the body. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. From the moment Zu-un acted until now, it had only been a few blinks of an eye, but within this short time, Zu-un behaved like a cold-blooded butcher, ruthlessly and mercilessly, delivering blows to the nine-headed snake without a chance to retaliate. Each of his moves was crisp to the extreme, almost rhythmic and aesthetic, giving off a chilling yet pleasant feeling. Zu-un finally let go and took a half-step back. The nine-headed snake, like a completely defeated toy, fell straight down. Tiesu was dumbfounded, only regaining his senses when the nine-headed snake landed heavily on the ground. Then he exclaimed, "Demon ancestor!" Zu-un stood in the field as if nothing had happened, flicked his thumb against his index finger, making a crisp sound, and smiled coldly, saying, "Your demon ancestor's power seems to have failed." The entire audience was in silent amazement. Many onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. The people from Tiadaozong were easily defeated by Zu-un. The holy maiden from the Lushen temple watched Zu-un thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. As for Tiesu, his face was beyond description, looking extremely grim. Yan let out a sigh of relief. She had been cautious all along, fearing another mishap for Zu-un. Now, it seemed this evil man wasn't particularly skilled after all. Meanwhile, Hu Ying, who was standing aside, looked at Zu-un with admiration in her eyes, whispering, "Wow, Brother Zu is really handsome." Zisha sneered, feeling proud. "Isn't that obvious? Is my master not handsome?" But before she finished speaking, a grating sound of bone friction suddenly came from afar. Everyone turned to look, only to be stunned. On the ground, the man who had been split in half by Zu-un suddenly began to squirm slowly, raising his body piece by piece. Each movement made his broken vertebrae emit a creaking sound. Moreover, he slowly raised his hands, reaching into his half-crushed head and pulling out the pieces. As his head was slowly pulled out, the wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. Throughout the entire process, not a single drop of blood flowed. This extremely bizarre scene left everyone speechless. Tiesu breathed a sigh of relief, then relaxed and sneered as he watched. However, in the blink of an eye, the man who had just seemed like a discarded toy had fully recovered. Then the nine-headed snake slowly raised his head, grinning at Zu-un. "How was it? Did you enjoy the fight?" Zu-un squinted slightly, replied in a calm tone, "It was fine. If you don't mind, I can fight you again." The nine-headed snake threw his head back and laughed, mocking, "Red Lotus Immortal, you haven't settled the score for destroying my avatar, and now you dare to ruin my plans. Do you think I can't kill you, no? Then you can try now and see who ends up killing whom." Zu-un said coldly. With a flash, he once again rushed towards the nine-headed snake, raising his hand for a punch. Boom! This punch carried an unparalleled force that could destroy everything and slammed towards the nine-headed snake. The speed was so fast that even the air that couldn't dodge in time was penetrated. With a huge sonic boom, Zu-un's punch was about to hit the nine-headed snake's chest. At that moment, the nine-headed snake's hand suddenly appeared and deflected Zu-un's fatal blow nonchalantly. Then the nine-headed snake showed his newly grown triangular poison fangs, grimacing with a strange smile. "Don't you know, the same move used on me once will be ineffective." As he said this, the nine-headed snake suddenly clenched his hand. Crack! Zu-un's fist shattered, then the nine-headed snake stomped his foot heavily, causing the land for thousands of miles around to collapse into a huge crater. And like a primordial dragon, he charged at Zu-un. In this split second, Zu-un's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath and his other fist, filled with unstoppable power, met the oncoming attack. With a heavy thud, cracks appeared in the space itself. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. This battle had surpassed the imagination of many. With one step, thousands of miles of land collapsed. With one punch, cracks appeared in the very fabric of space. This was truly a world-shaking battle. At that moment, Zuin slowly pulled his leg out from the deep ground, expressionless as he gripped his left fist, slowly straightening the fist that had been crushed by the nine-headed snake. With each movement, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within the fist, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Despite this, Zuin did not even blink, as if he was holding someone else's hand. The pain on Yan's face was about to overflow, but she didn't say a word, only silently supporting Zuan with determined eyes. She knew that the only thing she could do now was to silently support Zuan from behind, because that's what a woman who truly cares for her husband should do. As for everyone else, their faces were filled with seriousness and worrying. The master of the Heaven Dao sect, Tiasu, finally let go of his worries completely, a hint of satisfaction and joy appearing on his face. In his view, with the display of power by the demon ancestor, Zuin was clearly doomed. The nine-headed snake shook its body, its numb body swaying, a sinister smile on its face. Zuzu, I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. You can even rattle my body with just the power of a heavenly king. But it's all over now because you don't understand. As the words fell, the nine-headed snake slowly floated up, its aura becoming even more dominant, causing disturbances in the entire world. Fierce whines blew across the sky, everyone fell silent, and those with weaker strength paled, retreating. Everyone looked on in horror at the immense power of the nine-headed snake, while Chiasu's face flushed with excitement. He murmured softly, "This is the true power of the demon ancestor." But faced with this overwhelming power that enveloped the entire world, Zuin merely raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, "Don't understand what?" "Hehe, Zuzu, you won't understand. I am an undying existence." With those words, a massive thunderbolt rumbled over him, with dazzling light extending his figure infinitely, like a wicked god ruling over all things, too terrifying to look at directly. This intimidating presence made everyone in the Chinku Fox country pale. However, Zuin laughed, a hint of mockery in his smile. "Undying. In front of me, no one dares to claim to be undying. Hehe, Zuzu, I didn't want to be your enemy, but with you repeatedly interfering with my plans, don't blame me for being impolite, especially since you possess the unique opportunity of the Divine Emperor among the heavenly realms. If I can obtain it, I will reign over all realms and become the first in history." The nine-headed snake became more and more excited as he spoke, and thunderbolts exploded all around. "Oh, coveting my opportunity," Zuin said with a smile that wasn't a smile, then his eyes narrowed suddenly. "My opportunity is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it." With that, Zuin soared into the sky, clenching his fist in midair and shouting coldly, "Godslayer 7 style, void." The Godslayer 6 style was a move created by Zuan when he was an emperor. It had shone brightly when he returned from rebirth, but he rarely used it afterwards. Because as Zuan's understanding of martial arts had reached the realm of mastery, he no longer needed to stick to the rigid forms. However, this time, Zuin rarely used it, and even went beyond the 6th style to the 7th. Tiasu's face showed a hint of mockery and disdain. "Godslayer's 6th style. Hehe. In front of the demon ancestor, even gods are mere ants. It's laughable." But before he could finish speaking, Zuan's fist struck. What a punch it was! At that moment, the violent wind ceased, the clouds stood still, and everyone's expression froze as they watched in astonishment and confusion. Because at that instant, all movement in the world was forcibly stopped. The sun and moon ceased to rotate, the stars no longer twinkled, even time itself stopped flowing obediently. Only Zuan and his fist transcended the world, completely unaffected, blasting towards the nine-headed snake. The snake, too, was affected and completely immobilized. He looked at the fist hurtling towards him, a grave expression in his eyes. Then, his aura suddenly increased dramatically, unleashing all the power of an emperor to break free from the restraints, and roared. "Thunder come!" With a thunderous roar, a golden thunderbolt as thick as a baby's arm descended from the sky, directly striking Zuan. Though the lightning seemed weak, it tore through the space wherever it passed. If Zuan continued to strike, the lightning would hit him. At this critical moment, a black light suddenly appeared before Zuan's fist. The black light spread rapidly, wiping out everything in its path: air, light, even space. The nine-headed snake's expression changed, fear finally appearing in its eyes. Then, he yelled, and lightning surrounded his hands, shielding himself. Silently, the black light wiped out the snake's hands. Just then, the lightning struck the black light. An invisible shock wave spread out, obliterating everything within thousands of miles. Even powerful beings like Tiasu, the Heavenly King, retreated in fear. The onlookers in the distance gasped in awe. The holy maiden of the temple of the war god's eyes gleamed, murmuring, "Godslayer 6th style." Finally, the black light subsided, and things calmed down. People looked towards the center with fear, but apart from the vast abyss devoid of anything within thousands of miles, there was nothing else. Had they both perished together? This question arose in everyone's minds, but then a figure emerged disheveled from the void. It was the nine-headed snake. He looked extremely ragged, with both his hands missing from the elbows down, the wounds looking as smooth as a mirror and covered in a faint black light. Every time the flesh tried to move to heal itself, the black light ground it to dust. The snake's face twisted in pain, yet it was filled with the relief of a survivor. Then he looked at the sky and burst into laughter. "Zuzu, you destroyed my arms, but couldn't even save your bones. Was it worth it?" The statement shook the audience. People from Chinku Fox Country turned pale, and Fox Ying cried out, "Brother Zu." Channer, who had been silently caring for the two little girls, also looked lifeless and whispered, "Young master." However, Yan did not weep. Having experienced countless trials and tribulations, she had confidence in her husband. She didn't believe Zuin would fall like this. The mad laughter of the nine-headed snake, however, made Yan raise her eyebrows slightly. She then pulled out a flat-bottomed wok from a spatial ring and pointed it at the snake. "Close your mouth." The nine-headed snake paused, then cast a gaze filled with charm at Yan, saying coldly, "What? A mere half-step great Luo dares to challenge me." The nine-headed snake was also taken aback, but then he burst into maniacal laughter. "Thunder respected. You actually want to use thunder respected against me?" With that, the nine-headed snake raised his hand, a cluster of lightning swirling in his palm. Looking smug as he said, "Woman, don't you know that controlling thunder and lightning is what I excel at the most?" As he spoke, a huge pressure surged towards Yan. Thunder respected screamed in agony. Being a thunder-born creature, he was more sensitive to the pressure emanating from the nine-headed snake, making it even more unbearable for him. And Yan's face paled even more. As powerful as she was only at the level of a half-step Taoist, facing the cultivation of the nine-headed snake at the level of an immortal emperor. The gap in strength was simply insurmountable. Just then, a figure suddenly stood in front of Yan, and with a low voice said, "Sister-in-law, you retreat first, let me deal with him." Yan was startled. It was Huya speaking, and at that moment, he appeared calm as water, his eyes shining like stars. "Huya, you?" And Yan murmured in surprise. Huya turned to her and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Boss Zu is not here now, so you can rely on me for protection." With that said, Huya looked up at the nine-headed snake in the air and said lightly, "Kid, you want the chance of an immortal emperor? It's on me. Come and get it if you have the ability." The nine-headed snake grinned wickedly. "Very well, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish." As he spoke, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, heading straight towards Huya. Suddenly, 6 foxtails appeared behind Huya, and he leapt up without hesitation to meet the attack. Huya had already awakened 7 foxtails, but during the battle to protect the earth, 1 tail was lost, leaving him with only 6 tails now. Despite this, his strength was still formidable, especially now that the fate of the Green Hill Fox clan was at stake. Huya dared not show any hesitation and unleashed his strongest power immediately. Boom! The huge foxtail whipped towards the thunderbolt like a whip, and as they collided in the air, a loud bang resounded. Sparks flew as the thunderbolt was shattered, but a look of pain appeared on Huya's face, and scorch marks appeared on his pristine white foxtails. Nevertheless, Huya did not hesitate and continued to charge towards the nine-headed snake at a fast pace. Closer and closer. As the nine-headed snake entered the attack range of the foxtails, a hint of joy appeared in Huya's eyes. But the nine-headed snake sneered, "You really think it's that simple? What a joke!" With that said, the nine-headed snake pointed at Huya. Boom! A bright light appeared at his fingertips, and then, at a terrifying speed, this light began to strengthen. In an instant, a thunderous light shot out and rushed towards Huya. Huya didn't even have time to react and subconsciously blocked with his foxtail. But this lightning was even more domineering than the thunderbolt from before. Upon contact, the fur on the foxtail was instantly vaporized and then forcibly pushed inwards. Bang! With a loud explosion, a tail was instantly blasted into smithereens, and Huya was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, staining the sky red and many people's eyes as well. Huya! Aro exclaimed in shock, and then tried to run forward quickly. But Hying firmly grabbed her, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Sister-in-law, don't go. You will die if you go." Yes, this was a peak battle between an immortal king and an immortal emperor. Even a mere mortal like Ru would be obliterated by a single blow of their aura. Ru understood this, but seeing her husband in such a state, how could she not be anxious? Ru had never hated being a mortal as much as she did now. If ... she had strong power too, how great would that be? Then she could fight alongside Huya and face the enemy together. This thought filled Eru's heart. Then Ru suddenly felt an unbearable itch in her ears. This feeling was not the first time. She occasionally felt this during her time in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, but this time it was more intense, as if something was stirring inside and trying to break free. The deep-seated itch made Ru wish she could cut off her own ears. Meanwhile, a new change occurred in the situation in the field. The elders of the Greenhill Fox clan naturally could not stand idly by and watch their king being beaten up like this. In fact, as soon as Huya was sent flying, powerful elders like Foxing and Fang Fox of the Fox clan had already soared into the sky to fight the nine-headed snake. The second dragon princess, Aoyi, rushed to Hya's side. "How are you? Are you okay?" Aoyi asked indifferently. Huya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned, "For the time being, I can't die yet." "That's good." Aoyi nodded, then looked towards the distant nine-headed snake. "Let's attack together." With that said, she charged forward. Huya was slightly surprised, then showed a hint of a smile and followed closely behind. The dragon elders who followed Aoyi looked at each other and nodded in unison, then let out a roar, and also charged towards the nine-headed snake. The situation in the sky was now chaotic. The Fox clan and the Dragon clan joined forces to encircle the nine-headed snake. But the nine-headed snake showed no fear at all. Even a slight smirk appeared on his lips, revealing a disdainful smile. Trash is still trash, no matter how many there are. With that said, the nine-headed snake clenched his hands, and countless lightning bolts burst open in the sky. The lightning serpent snaked through the sky, enveloping it, while the nine-headed snake stood tall among them, like a tyrant holding the power of the world, making people's breath pause. "Descend!" the nine-headed snake coldly ordered. With that command, the lightning serpents cascaded down like a torrential rain, smashing towards the besieging crowd. "Reveal your true form!" Huya shouted loudly, and his figure rapidly changed, revealing the form of the nine-tailed celestial fox, with his remaining 5 tails flying up, attempting to block the lightning bolts. His shout also reminded the other demons present, and with a series of light shouts, the elders of the Fox clan all revealed their true forms and wielded their fox tails, colliding with the lightning bolts. Boom! With every blast of the flashing lights, a resounding explosion echoed through the sky, with splatters of blood in each burst of light. Bang, bang, bang! Amid the muffled sounds, Aoyi's scale armor was blown to pieces, and dragon blood splattered down, causing Aoyi to let out a painful roar. Fox Knight saw this scene out of the corner of her eye, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Aoyi, retreat quickly!" But Aoyi did not retreat, and instead surged forward, like a wild beast provoked to violence, charging towards the nine-headed serpent enveloped in lightning. Her actions terrified the elders of the Dragon clan. "Second princess!" The great elder of the Dragon clan shouted, then revealed his true form and joined the battle. In an instant, the battle in the sky reached a fierce peak. The Dragon clan and Fox clan joined forces to attack the nine-headed serpent. However, they were unable to shake it even a bit, unable to even get close to it, because the endless lightning seemed impossible to extinguish. At the same time, on the chariot atop the sky, Tiasu saw that the time was almost ripe and grinned, saying, "All disciples of the Tiadao sect, kill everyone." Yes. With a command as resounding as a collapsing mountain, the chariots in the sky began to rumble and roll, with many formations formed by the Stuids or disciples of the Tiadao sect flying towards the people on the ground. Tiasu then headed straight for Anyan. He had long recognized Yan's identity and knew she must be an important figure in Zhu Enxin's heart, so his first target was to deal with her. But before he could reach her, Zhu Kang sighed lightly and had already blocked his path. "Tiasu, please retreat." Tiasu sneered upon hearing this. "Zhu, with your meager strength, you dare to stop me? Behave yourself and get lost, or I'll take your life." Zhu Kang knew that talking was useless at this point, so he didn't waste words. He raised his hand and drew a symbol of the Gen hexagram in front of him. The symbol instantly solidified into a towering mountain, trapping Tiasu inside. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the mountain shattered in an instant, and Tiasu walked out and sneered, "Is this all you've got to trap me?" With that, he engaged Zhu Kang in battle. Zhu Kang was not particularly skilled in combat himself, and was now facing Tiasu, who was considered top-notch even among the immortal kings, so he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Just then, Tiasu laughed maliciously and said, "Old man, get lost." With those words, Tiasu suddenly appeared behind Zhu Kang and raised his hand to strike his back. Zhu Kang was taken aback, but couldn't dodge in time. He could only pinch his fingers and draw dozens of symbols of the Kun and Gen hexagrams in an instant. Kun represents earth, Gen represents mountain. Both are hexagrams that can be used for defense. However, Tiasu's blow exceeded Zhu Kang's expectations. After a series of explosions like firecrackers, Tiasu shattered all these hexagrams like breaking dry branches, finally landing a blow on Zhu Kang's back. Zhu Kang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Ancestor, Master, Zhu Zhuangking and Wei Rulin, seeing this, rushed forward. Upon catching Zhu Kang, they saw his pale face and weak breath, already unconscious. The two women were in tears and frantic. Tiasu clapped his hands triumphantly and sneered, "Let me see how you interfere now." With that, he once again walked towards Yan. Yan remained calm, holding a frying pan in hand, and said calmly, "Rizun, are you ready for a fight?" Rizun in the frying pan fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "Since it has come to this, I don't care anymore. Please go ahead, madam." "Good," Yan said solemnly, ready to move forward. But at that moment, Zisha suddenly stepped forward, shielding Yan behind her. "Zisha, you," Zisha said coldly, "Madam, don't forget about me. Master instructed me to protect you." "That's right, me too." Zhang Xiaoyu waved his tentacles excitedly. Even Channa silently walked closer, showing her support through actions. Yan was taken aback, feeling her nose tingle, tears welling up in her eyes. At the same time, Tiasu, who had now approached, sneered, "Well, it's quite touching. Unfortunately, the strength of the weak only touches themselves, right?" Z squirt. Zisha looked at Tiasu coldly, saying, "Feelings mean nothing to me, but if you want to harm madam, you'll have to step over my dead body." "All right, then I'll grant your wish." Tiasu sneered, speeding up suddenly, rushing to Zisha and delivering a strike. Zisha's reaction was swift. With her exceptional Dragon Clan physique, her reflexes were far faster than ordinary people, so when the blow came, she managed to respond. She clenched her fists, using all her strength to resist the strike. However, all her efforts quickly failed, because the gap in strength was simply too great to be compensated by any willpower. With a loud bang, Zisha was sent flying. "Zisha!" Zhang Xiaoyu cried out, and his tentacles flew out to wrap around Zisha's waist, trying to pull her back from midair. But in doing so, he was dragged along with her too. It wasn't until they flew 100 miles away that Zisha managed to land, her body partially shattered. Even with her strong Dragon Clan constitution, she wouldn't have survived if she were anyone else. Despite her struggles, Zisha was unable to get up. At the same time, Tiasu chuckled deviously as he approached Yan, saying, "Woman, Zuan is already dead. Will you surrender quietly now?" Yan's face paled slightly, but she chuckled coldly at his words, "Surrender. That's right, as long as you surrender, I promise not to kill you. I might even let you join my Tiadao sect. What do you think?" Tiasu looked at Yan with a covetous gaze, internally excited. This woman was truly beautiful. Even he who had seen countless beauties was impressed. Taking her into his fold would indeed be a good deal. Yet Yan lifted her head slowly and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but I am the woman of the Red Lotus Immortal Lord and know nothing of surrender." Tiasu's expression darkened instantly, followed by a malevolent sneer. Red Lotus, Immortal Lord. Ha ha, she's dead. What honor is there in being a woman of the now dead Red Lotus, Immortal Lord? Surrender, or it's your only way out. Bah, you're the one who's dead. You and your whole family. My father is a hero like no other, and will never die. Xiang suddenly popped her head out from behind Yan, her little face twisted in anger. That's right, you're the villain who deserves to die. Nyan also peeked out, her eyes full of resentment. Tiesu didn't take any notice of these words. These two little girls were nothing to him. But to his surprise, after Nyan spoke, Tiesu's imposing aura plummeted instantly. His eyes also dimmed, and the powerful aura that surrounded him faded away. Tiesu was dumbfounded. Not only that, at that moment, he felt the rejection of the heavens towards him. This feeling only appeared in strong individuals on the brink of death. An ominous premonition rose in Tiesu's heart. Fear finally flooded his eyes, and he screamed hoarsely, "Words, manifest in law." No wonder the heavens are so terrified. Because this kind of talent that is as strong and close to the Tao only exists in legends, even he has only heard of it, but has never seen it. Even in those secretive major sects that are far superior in history and strength to the Tiadao sect. Those who are born with extraordinary luck, even the peerless geniuses who plunder the vitality of a world for their own use, have never heard of anyone possessing this kind of talent. And yet, this talent, which is even considered non-existent, is now truly appearing on a young girl. How could it not shock him? But then, a greedy look appeared in the eyes of Tiesu. If he could plunder this talent and use it for himself, his strength would surely make significant progress, possibly even breaking through the current realm and further advancing to become an immortal emperor. With this thought, Tiesu couldn't help but smirk sinisterly. I never expected to have such a gain this time. What a pleasant surprise. Saying that, he shook slightly, his majestic aura instantly breaking through constraints and returning to normal. Nyan's face turned pale, letting out a slightly pained groan. She is just a child right now and, despite her extraordinary talent, she cannot truly annihilate a powerhouse like Tiesu with just a word. The fact that she was able to briefly restrain Tiesu's power was already shocking enough. And upon hearing Nyan's painful groan, Xiang immediately grabbed her hand. "Sister, are you okay?" Nyan shook her head gently. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy." Hearing this, Xiang's face gradually darkened, then gently patted Nyan's shoulder. "You go rest in the back. But what about you, sister me?" Suddenly, a cold-killing intent flashed in Xiang's eyes as she spoke in a deep voice. "I will naturally avenge you." At the same time, the entire Chinku Fox country had turned into chaos. On the ground, disciples of the Tiadao sect were fighting directly with the numerous fox tribes of the Chinku Fox country. In the sky, including Huya, all the elite members of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and strong figures from the Dragon clan like Princess Aoyi were besieging the Hydra. There were shouts of killing everywhere as everyone tried to annihilate the opposing forces. In this situation, even if someone saw what was happening within Yan's group, they would not be able to come to help. So Tiesu leisurely walked towards Yan's group, his face even showing a hint of a sly smile. Yan gradually tightened her grip on the frying pan, looking at Tiesu with a cold expression, silently waiting for the best moment to strike. Tiesu saw through her thoughts, but he only considered her as a mere half-step great Luo, and didn't pay much attention to her. Instead, he looked at Yan with a playful expression. "Woman, what? Still not planning to surrender? With your meager strength, I could probably blow you away with a breath. So you better surrender honestly. Don't even think anyone will come to save you, as even the Chinku Fox country is on the verge of destruction. Who else will come to help you?" Tiesu boasted, but before he finished speaking, Yan's eyes flashed, and she suddenly lifted the frying pan and smashed it towards Tiesu heavily. Tiesu sneered, "So stubborn, then let me show you what true power means." Saying that, he didn't even move, just let out a cold snort. With a single move, a huge pressure burst out, rushing fiercely towards Yan. Chainer exclaimed, "Madam!" But with her limited strength, she couldn't even get close. There was a cruelty in Tiesu's eyes as he had held back with this strike because he didn't want to kill Yan. It would be a waste to let such a beauty die like this, he thought. At least he should enjoy her before killing her. But just as he was strategizing, the frying pan in Yan's hand seemed to sense the danger and began to flicker wildly. and the Lazun within it began to roar, "Die!" With that, a dazzling thunderous light burst out, shattering his attack instantly and enveloping Tiesu entirely. The crackling sound of electricity echoed through the sky, making many people on the battlefield look back in shock. "How is this possible? This momentum is..." someone exclaimed. Just then, a voice full of anger came from within the thunderous light. "Damn, whose immortal king's protective power is this?" With those words, two hands tore apart the thunderous light, and Tiesu walked out from it. But at this moment, he no longer had the composure he had before, looking disheveled. Even his carefully maintained face had several scars. This only made Tiesu even more furious, roaring, "I will kill you!" With that, he no longer dared to underestimate Yan, stomping his foot and skyrocketing into the sky, heading straight towards the airborne Yan. As for Yan, she was trembling slightly all over. The frying pan in her hand was covered in scars, as if it would shatter in the next second. The protective power just now had burst out from the frying pan. And the protector was Yi Hanqiang, the lord of the underworld. Because Zuan once took a drop of Immortal King's essence blood to reforge the frying pan, which triggered the protective power that Tiesu just launched. But now, Onion had no fighting strength left and could only watch coldly as Tiesu approached. Seeing him getting closer, Tiesu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "When I catch you, you'll know what it's like to beg for life and wish for death," he thought darkly. But just then, a clear voice rang out from the ground. "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my mother? Go to hell!" It was Xiang who spoke, and at that moment, she, with her face cold as frost and eyes full of killing intent, drew a slender crimson sword from her small bag. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but shake their heads in sighs. A 7 or 8-year-old girl daring to threaten an immortal emperor powerhouse was like a joke itself. As the sword intent passed through, a war chariot happened to be floating in the sky. This war chariot was enormous, spanning tens of thousands of miles, and was made of secret gold, inscribed with countless seals, making it extremely sturdy. Even an ordinary cultivator would find it difficult to leave a mark on it, let alone shatter it. However, when this sword intent thundered past the war chariot, the chariot emitted a series of loud noises, and then a fine crack appeared in the middle of the chariot. Initially insignificant, the crack began to rapidly expand in just a moment. After a few breaths, the war chariot was cut in half from the middle, the cut surface smooth as a mirror with no rough edges. Following that, the war chariot exploded into countless fragments with a thunderous noise. The fragments rained down, but at that moment, nobody paid attention to them. As the sword intent soared into the sky, a slender little sword suddenly enlarged many times and turned into a red light, heading straight towards the heavens. The response from the heavens was swift. In fact, at the very moment the sword intent appeared, without even turning his head, he ran straight into the distance. He could feel the immense power of this sword intent. The bone-chilling sensation made his hair stand on end, with only one thought in his mind: imperial power. Only the power of an emperor could emit such an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent. This thought drove him to flee without hesitation. However, among the heavenly realms, no one could match the speed of a swordsman's sword. Not even an immortal king. Without even a moment's hesitation, the red light reached the top of the heavens, then descended directly. No. The heavens let out an urgent and harrowing scream, his eyes shining brightly as he activated all his cultivation in an instant, setting up hundreds of protective barriers outside his body, attempting to resist the sword. But all was in vain. A swordsman's sword never wavered due to external forces, so after a series of crackling explosions, the sword light appeared above the heaven's head and then burst open. Boom! The violent sword energy swept across, instantly annihilating all living beings within a radius of thousands of miles. Even those thousands of miles away could still sense the chilling power of the sword intent. Fear could be seen in everyone's eyes. What was the origin of this world-shocking sword? Why was it so powerful that not even the head of the Heavenly Dao sect, a top-tier immortal king, could evade it? As for the people of the Heavenly Dao sect, they were all dumbfounded. The head of the sect? Could it be that the sect leader had died just like that? At the same time, Think clapped her hands casually and said, "Dare to bully my mother. This is the consequence." After that, she turned to the crowd, her words freezing cold. "Anyone else dares to come forward." With those words, no one dared to speak, and even some close attendants of the Heavenly Dao sect unconsciously took a few steps back in fear. Think clapped her hands happily and exclaimed, "Wow! Sister is amazing!" Even Yan looked at his eldest daughter with some astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that she had done all that just now. Yan naturally knew that Think carried a small sword with her. It was a gift from Zuan and was said to be bestowed by a great swordsman. Although Zuan did not mention who it was, Yan had a rough guess. It should be Li Jingxing, the Lord of the Sword Palace. Zuan had described it simply at the time, instructing Think to play with the small sword when she had nothing to do, and use it for self-defense when necessary. Unexpectedly, the seemingly inconspicuous object at that time played a crucial role now. With a calmness beyond her peers, Think used the power of the small sword to directly kill an immortal king. If this were to spread, it would surely shock many. Feeling Yan's gaze on her, Think felt a little embarrassed, scratching her head and chuckling, "Mom, why are you staring at me like that?" Yan let out a breath, smiled slightly, and was about to speak when suddenly a faint scream came from the void. "Master Yaozu, save me!" The nine-headed snake, currently besieged by Huya and others, looked down at the scene on the ground and furrowed his brows slightly. What a useless thing, actually being successfully ambushed by a child. All of this is due to the sword intent of the Lord of the Sword Palace. In the void, the voice of the heavens grew weaker. "Enough trouble," the nine-headed snake said, then a tentacle extended from his forehead into the void and pulled out a faint figure. It was Heaven. But at this moment, he was extremely miserable, his physical body destroyed by the sword intent, leaving only a trace of remnant soul that barely escaped. This was all due to Think's unfamiliarity with controlling the sword intent. Otherwise, this sword could have obliterated him completely. "Thank you, Master Yaozu." Heaven's remnant soul trembled as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for what?" The nine-headed snake sneered, then casually dispatched Huya, who attacked once again. Suddenly, Heaven's remnant soul understood something and began to wail pitifully, "Master Yaozu, spare me, spare me. I am willing to serve you for generations. Please don't eat." Before he could finish, the tentacles wrapped around him suddenly opened a gaping mouth and swallowed him whole. Then the nine-headed snake coldly chuckled, "Serve me. Ha ha, a waste like you is not even worthy." This scene made many shiver. Heaven was the respectable sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, an immortal king-level powerhouse, and also a subordinate of the nine-headed snake. Yet, in such a position, he was devoured in an instant. This was indeed terrifying. But to the nine-headed snake, this was just a trivial matter. He even burped contentedly and then looked greedily at Yan, Think, and her companions without concealment. Interesting, one possessing the true eyes to see through all illusions, and the other with the supreme talent of words turning into reality. If I devour them, my strength will surely advance. With that said, he continued to deal with the increasingly fierce attacks from the crowd, while a tentacle separated from his belly and directly targeted the three women, Yan, Think, and 99, on the ground. No. Many people shouted in shock at the scene. Huya immediately abandoned everything and rushed towards the tentacle without hesitation. Far away, Little Sha, who had just been brought back to the battlefield by Zhang Xiaoyu, was even more angry and distressed when he saw this. He screamed, "Master Mother!" Then, somehow, he found the strength and flew into the air, trying to save Yan and her companions. But they were too far away. And the tentacle of the nine-headed snake was extremely fast, so they could only watch helplessly as the tentacle was flying straight towards Yan. Despair and madness filled Haya's eyes. As the tentacles were about to fly towards Yan, a slim figure suddenly stood in front of her. At that moment, the eyes of everyone widened in shock, because standing in front of Yan and her mother was none other than Haya's newlywed wife, Aruo. "Ruer!" Huya exclaimed in disbelief. Aruo raised her head, gave him a slight smile, and then her eyes became extremely fiery. She raised her hand and, in the blink of an eye, grabbed the approaching tentacles, while the other hand held a green feather, without hesitation, piercing her own shoulder. This feather was the one bestowed upon her by the elder during the wedding. Splurt. Blood splattered as the feather seemed to have been activated, rapidly growing and spreading. Yes, spreading. Aruo began to grow feathers all over her body, her form rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, she shed her human form and turned into an extremely beautiful green bird. Opening her beak, She spewed out a ball of green flames that landed on the tentacle. The flames, seemingly ordinary, had a strong destructive power that burned the tip of the tentacle to ashes upon contact, then extended along the tentacle, reaching the Hydra in an instant. The flame had turned an eerie green color. Though there was no scorching heat felt, it instilled fear deep in the hearts of those who witnessed it. However, the Hydra just sneered, and then casually waved his hand. Splat! The flame was extinguished. The Hydra then smirked. Heh, a mere little green bird dares to be so bold in front of me. Green bird. A divine beast of ancient times, one of the legendary birds, next only to the phoenix, vermilion bird, and ROC. Haya's mouth hung open in shock. He never expected that Aruo had the bloodline of the ancient green bird flowing within her. Aoi raised his massive dragon eyes, coldly gazing at the green bird that Aruo transformed into, and said softly, "It's the effect of the Emperor's flowing nectar." The most miraculous effect of the Emperor's flowing nectar was to awaken dormant bloodlines, turning already thin bloodlines back to their ancestral state. Aruo had unknowingly absorbed a hint of the green bird bloodline, and coupled with the effect of the Emperor's flowing nectar, successfully achieved her transformation. Of course, the green bird feather given by the Elder played a crucial role. At the same time, Aruo let out a clear cry, then flapped her wings, turning into a streak of green light that headed straight towards the Hydra. The Hydra didn't seem to care, and instead sneered, "I sent out countless avatars to gather individuals with the bloodlines of ancient sacred beasts, and you were one of them. I deprived you of your sight to assimilate the bloodline of the green bird. But your luck was good, actually being touched by the Emperor's flowing nectar. However, do you think this is enough for revenge? You are wrong, because even if the master of the green bird reappears, I am not afraid." With these words, the Hydra snapped his fingers, pushing Aruo back, then laughed heartily. "All right, I've had my fun this time, but I won't play with you anymore, so all of you shall perish." With these words, tentacles suddenly emerged from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, while his hair rapidly grew, transforming into countless tiny tentacles. These tentacles grew at an alarming rate, smothering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Darkness shrouded the earth, and the tentacles roamed like a swarm of snakes, emanating a creepy friction sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Outside the planet, the holy maiden of the Temple of Carnage and others watched with grave expressions. The planet was now entirely engulfed by tentacles, resembling a pulsating mass of flesh. "Let's go! The game is over! The Chinku Fox country will no longer exist from now on," the holy maiden of the Temple of Carnage said somewhat despondently before turning to leave. Not only her, but everyone who witnessed the scene understood that the Chinku Fox country was finished. Inside the planet, the elder of the Dragon Clan suddenly shouted, "Stop him! He's trying to assimilate the entire world." Everyone woke from their stupor and began attacking furiously. However, all their attacks were blocked by the omnipresent tentacles. At the center of those tentacles, the Hydra's laughter rang out. "It's futile. This world will be mine, and all of you will become my food." With that, the tentacles began attacking the people wildly. Darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, and despair was written on everyone's faces. Even Yan, who had always believed that Zuin would be safe, couldn't help but waver at this moment. "Husband, where are you? Why haven't you shown up yet?" As if hearing her call, a faint sigh suddenly reached the ears of everyone present. "Haven't been gone for a while, and it's already this lively?" Upon hearing this voice, Yan immediately covered her mouth, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Huia let out a breath and shouted, "Zu, I knew you'd be fine. Hurry up and act, we can't hold on much longer." Even those outside the planet heard this voice. The holy maiden of the Temple of Carnage, who was about to leave, turned around in disbelief, staring at the planet, murmuring in shock. How is this possible? How could he still be alive? Just then, Zuan's voice resounded once again. "Don't rush, one step at a time. You eat a meal gradually, you do things one by one, right?" The Hydra was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and sneered. "Playing tricks, even if you're not dead. What can you do? I can kill you once, and I can kill you countless times." "Well said." This time the voice was closer, and applause followed. Everyone turned to the source of the sound. Out of a glimmer, a white-clad youth emerged. As soon as he appeared, everyone was struck by astonishment. This youth looked like Zuan, but with some differences. His features had become more handsome, while his aura was restrained. If the previous Zuan was like an unparalleled sharp sword, the current Zuan was like a flawless piece of jade. His eyes, black as gems, deep as the sea, made you feel the urge to sink into them with just one glance. Huia muttered under his breath, "Wow, old Zu is even more handsome now. It's almost a threat to my appearance." Upon seeing this, the Hydra's eyes glinted brightly, and his tone turned cold. "Rebuild your physical body. You just reconstructed your physical body amidst the chaotic flow of void." Zu smiled and nodded. "Yes, I did just reconstruct my physical body in the void. Now that I've broken through the Immortal King's barrier and entered the realm of the top Immortal Kings, so, if you want to kill me again, then please go ahead. HMPH. What good does it do to become a top-level Immortal King? Without becoming an Immortal Emperor, you are still insignificant in front of me like an ant. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish." The nine-headed serpent sneered. At the same time, countless tentacles suddenly began to wildly move around, then surged towards Zu like a torrential rain. This scene made everyone's heart jump into their throats. "Lo, Zu, please be safe." Foxy stared intently, whispering softly. Foxying stared blankly at the white light in the sky. Amidst the chaotic tentacles, this white light represented hope for everyone. Xiong tightly held Anne's hand, her face full of worrying and anticipation. Just as these tentacles were about to reach Zuan, he suddenly raised his head and took a step forward. This step seemed unremarkable, lightly falling into the void. However, in that split second of the step, all the approaching tentacles withered, as if all life had been drained from them, turning into ashes instantly. This unbelievable scene made everyone widen their eyes, and the nine-headed serpent's eyes shone brightly as he said in a deep voice, "The power of causality." Zuan smiled slightly. "Yes." The nine-headed serpent's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. "Because the simple step Zu just took seemingly erased the causality of these tentacles. In other words, on the level of causality, he wiped out these tentacles. They never existed, and thus turned into ashes in an instant. This attack method was extraordinarily domineering. But the nine-headed serpent was only momentarily shocked before returning to normal. "It seems that I have underestimated you. No wonder you were able to achieve Immortal Emperor status back then. Indeed, you have some skills, but do you think that's enough?" The nine-headed serpent sneered. "Enough or not, we'll only know after the fight," Zuan said casually, then proceeded to walk towards the nine-headed serpent step by step. Each step caused numerous tentacles to turn into ashes. In just 10 steps, the tentacles that had covered the sky and enveloped the entire planet had disappeared completely. Onlookers outside the planet witnessed an almost miraculous scene. It was as if someone was erasing all darkness with an eraser. A white light swiftly dispelled all the tentacles and darkness. The holy maiden of the Temple of War trembled with excitement. "It's the power of causality. My goodness, how many more secrets does he have?" At the same time, Zuan had already reached the peak of the sky, his white robe fluttering in the wind, overlooking like a god. The nine-headed serpent coldly snorted at the sight. "Playing tricks, go and die." Boom! A massive thunderbolt materialized out of nowhere and struck towards Zuan. However, Zuan didn't even spare a glance at the thunderbolt, just raised his eyebrow slightly, and the thunderbolt vanished silently. Following that, Zuan pointed at the nine-headed serpent in the distance. Like an emperor holding a royal edict, he commanded in a cold yet majestic tone, "Causality, shatter." Zuan's innate divine ability awakened in this lifetime was the control of causality, but he rarely used it after reaching a high level. That's because most powerful beings at this level usually had their own life-saving techniques. At that time, his application of causality was limited to reversal. While powerful, it had significant limitations, especially when dealing with demonic entities born from the will of heaven and earth. But now, the situation was different. Ju reconstructed his body in the void, crossed the threshold of Immortal King, and entered the realm of top-level Immortal King, greatly improving his control of causality. The move he was now demonstrating was a prime example of this progress. The collapse of causality directly targeted the root cause of all things to confront the opponent. This destructive power vastly exceeded that of reversal. Especially when personally executed by Zuan, its might was overwhelming. A seemingly inconspicuous grayish light swiftly traversed the distance and appeared above the head of the nine-headed serpent, shrouding it. The imposing presence of the nine-headed serpent dimmed immediately, but just a blink of an eye later, its aura resurged. With a bang, the gray light binding it exploded into nothingness, causing Zuin to recoil half a step, his aura trembling slightly. Seeing this, the nine-headed serpent laughed maniacally. "Zuan, your power of causality is indeed formidable, but it's useless against me, for I exist beyond the causality of the heavens and realms. Nothing can harm me." Ha ha ha! Laughter filled the air, and many hearts sank, eyes showing despair. If even causality couldn't affect him, could he truly be unbeatable? At that moment, Zuin coldly chuckled. "Oh, nothing can harm you. That's right, I am immortal, an invincible being. So, Zuan, give up any hope and surrender to me obediently. Perhaps I might spare your insignificant life," the nine-headed serpent arrogantly declared. Zuin smiled, "Immortal and invincible. Seems like every person who boasts of being immortal in front of me ultimately ends up as dead as can be. And you ... are no different." With those words, Zuin thrust his hands straight into the void in front of him, then slowly pulled out. Crack! With a burst of spatial explosions, a giant sword with countless golden runes condensed on its blade was forcibly withdrawn by Zuan from the void. "It's the Mo Wang An! My goodness! How did this sword change like this?" On the ground, the sharp-eyed Foxing recognized the sword at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim. Zuin said coldly, "This sword has accompanied me for many years, having slain countless demons. Even immortal king powerhouses have fallen under its blade. Today, I will use it to kill you." The nine-headed serpent rolled its eyes, disdainfully mocking. "Haha, storing it in the void to refine the sword intent and nourishing the blade. It's indeed a clever method. But to think you can kill me, it's nothing but a foolish dream." Ignoring the taunt, Zuin took a deep breath slowly. No one could imagine the imposing aura of this breath. It was as if a primordial giant beast that had been slumbering since ancient times had awoken and stretched lazily. The heavens and earth quivered, the sun and moon trembled, and the entire world's vital energy boiled because of Zuan's deep breath. At the same time, an awe-inspiring and murderous sword intent surged from Zuan's body, condensing into a massive illusory longsword. This was just the beginning. Flame suddenly erupted in Zuan's eyes. Once this flame appeared, it ignited the entire world. Seeing the blood-red flames shrouding the sky in the void. Lo Zu, is this a display of power at the Yang family's residence?" Fox Knight murmured in a dazed tone. At the same time, Zuin lifted his sword high, and all the illusions above his head instantly merged with the unforgettable aura around him, then released a dazzling light. Where the light reached, everything froze. Finally, a hint of fear appeared on the face of the nine-headed snake. This ... He didn't finish his sentence because Zuin wouldn't give him a chance to speak anymore. Zuin gripped the sword with both hands, softly commanding, "Kill," and then brought the blade down. What a sword this was! At first glance, it seemed to lack any momentum, like a mischievous child at play. But midway through the strike, everything, both above and below, came to a standstill. Then, a brilliant sword aura burst forth like a rainbow piercing through the sun. In that moment, an additional sun appeared in the sky. The nine-headed snake exclaimed, "Self-destructive sword intent? Zuan, have you gone mad?" As he spoke, he frantically retreated, knowing that if he didn't run, the sword strike would definitely severely injure him. However, there was nothing in the heavens that could match the speed of a sword cultivator. Not even a powerful being like the nine-headed snake could achieve it. Therefore, before he could take more than a few steps, the sword aura was already upon him. With muffled sounds, the body of the nine-headed snake was left with enormous wounds. This time, the wounds finally bled profusely. Despite the pain, the nine-headed snake continued to howl and speed up to escape. But at that moment, a calm voice from behind him. Zuan's voice questioned, "Nine-headed snake, do you know my identity?" The nine-headed snake trembled all over, but instead of slowing down, he bellowed without looking back, "Zu, who are you?" Zuan coldly smirked and softly declared, "I am of the Hua clan." Those four simple words seemed to possess a magical power that made the nine-headed snake instantly stop in its tracks, turn back, and look at Zuan in utter shock. "Hua clan? You're actually from the Hua clan?" "That's right." Zuan's face contorted into a cold smile. "Are you surprised to hear that name?" The nine-headed snake finally understood everything, and then he shouted, "Zu, were you planning to avenge the grudge of the past for the Hua clan? But let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Impossible. Haha, in my eyes, nothing is impossible. You, and the people behind you, all will die." With determination in his eyes, Zuan's long sword once again exploded with a dazzling sword aura, piercing through space and suddenly appearing in front of the nine-headed snake. This time, the nine-headed snake didn't run, but instead looked at Zuan with a strange gaze, a mix of astonishment, indifference, and mockery. Without resistance, the snake let Zuan's sword penetrate his chest. With blood splattering, the sword went through from the front to the back. The nine-headed snake's face showed no pain, only a cold gaze towards Zuan. Then, in a contemptuous voice, he uttered, "You have no idea how ridiculous your intentions are right now, because you don't know how terrifying the person you're dealing with is." Saying this, he grabbed the sword in his chest and forcefully broke it. Crack! The unforgettable aura shattered, followed by a thunderous explosion. The massive blast engulfed the entire sky. Tears flowed from everyone's eyes. Those with weaker strengths couldn't even lift their heads. They couldn't hear the conversation between Zuan and the nine-headed snake, but they strained to see the final outcome of the battle in the sky. Finally, as the explosion gradually subsided, the sky returned to peace. A young man dressed in white appeared before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the nine-headed snake had disappeared. Witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of the Chinku Fox country let out a sigh of relief. Foxying and the others wept with joy. "Brother Zu!" Foxying waved his arms excitedly, cheering. However, while they celebrated, the people from the Tiadao sect all turned pale. Demon ancestor! In a panic, the rigid formation of the Tiadao sect began to crumble, and many servants and disciples started to retreat quietly. After all, with the sect leader dead and uncertainty surrounding the demon ancestor's fate, fleeing seemed like the best choice in this situation. Fox Knight saw an opportunity and prepared to strike the vulnerable group. But at that moment, Anyan suddenly spoke. "Fox Knight, wait. What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Fox Knight's puzzled expression questioned. Anyan gazed towards Zuan in the air and said solemnly, "Something isn't right." "What do you mean something isn't right?" "Zuan isn't acting normal because if everything was fine, he should have landed already." Upon hearing Anyan's words, gradually, people began to feel perplexed. Maybe Brother Zu is adjusting his breath in mid-air. Foxing tried to laugh it off. "No." Anyan shook her head, her face serious. "He seems to be waiting for something." Indeed, Zuan, suspended in the air, appeared solemn, his focus fixed on a certain spot in the void. Upon sensing the abnormality, the onlookers calmed down, and the earlier joy disappeared. "What is Brother Zu waiting for?" Foxying whispered softly. Just as the question was voiced, cries of agony suddenly echoed from within the Tiadao sect's camp. Disciples fell to the ground, drained of vitality, turning into dried corpses. This terrifying scene threw the Tiadao sect into chaos. People began frantically fleeing. But then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Above the heads of everyone in the Tiadao sect, points of brilliant light started drifting away. Each light weakened the vitality of those below. This dreadful sight panicked everyone in the Tiadao sect. "No! What's happening? I don't want to die!" A high-ranking official screamed, but before he could finish, he collapsed, turning into a pile of bones, his life extinguished. In an instant, the members of the Tiadao sect fell like fields of harvested wheat, each one transformed into a dried corpse. This hellish scene shocked all the witnesses. Simultaneously, the entire sky was engulfed by the diffusing light, which then began to condense into a human shape. Finally, after the last speck of light had merged, a blurry human figure rapidly materialized. In the blink of an eye, a young man stood before the crowd. Yes, appearing in front of everyone was a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zuan in every way, even down to the expression in his eyes and eyebrows. The two stood together, looking like an extra mirror had appeared in the world. This baffling scene left everyone speechless. Zuan, however, smiled. "I have to say, you've really nailed the imitation." The nine-headed snake on the other side also smiled, with a smile that bore a striking resemblance to Zuan's. "It seems like you're not afraid at all." "Afraid or Zu?" shook his head with a light chuckle. "Why should I be afraid? You see, I've been waiting for you all along." The nine-headed snake's expression changed. What? You knew I would come back to life. Of course, I knew. With your power, you wouldn't have died so easily. But what I didn't expect was that you would directly sacrifice the entire Tiadao sect. The nine-headed snake burst into laughter. Zuan, I have to admit, you do have some insight. But you are still too kind-hearted. The Tiadao sect is just a pawn in my hand. If these people are willing to die for me, it's their destiny. Is there anything wrong with that? So you've taken on my appearance? Zuan's face gradually turned cold as he spoke firmly. Heh, Zuan, as I said before, don't use the same tricks on me twice. Because by the second time, I'm already immune to them. With a mocking expression on his face, the nine-headed snake continued, even you. Your power is strong, the strongest among the immortals I've seen. Even many immortal emperors cannot compare to you. So I directly transformed into your appearance. This way, all your tricks will be ineffective against me. So Zuan, what do you have left to fight me with now? The nine-headed snake laughed arrogantly, with a laugh so full of swagger and triumph that it almost overflowed. This caused the onlookers to pale. Because if what the nine-headed snake said was true, his talent was truly terrifying. It was like walking your path and leaving you with no way out. Just as everyone was shocked by this revelation, Zuan suddenly appeared in front of the laughing nine-headed snake and delivered a punch. This punch was like a cannonball, aimed straight at the snake's face. The nine-headed snake didn't even flinch, effortlessly blocking Zuan's punch in the nick of time, then smirked slightly. I told you, all your attacks are useless against me now. Why won't you listen? With that, a gleam of dazzling sword intent appeared between the nine-headed snake's brows and expanded in an instant, slashing directly at Zuan. Damn, the Red Lotus sword intent. This guy can even imitate that. Hu Yi exclaimed in utter shock. This battle turned Hu Yi into an emotionless swearing machine because he couldn't find the words to express his astonishment. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strand of sword energy flashed in an instant, colliding with the sword intent and dissolving it into nothingness. But at that moment, a sly look appeared in the eyes of the nine-headed snake, and he murmured, "Cause and effect." A tremendous force of cause and effect instantly descended on Zuan, causing him to freeze in place, standing motionless. Shatter! With a command, cracks appeared all over Zuan's body, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, his entire body began to disintegrate. Husband! Yan finally couldn't contain her panic and screamed in shock. Because this battle had exceeded her imagination. No matter how formidable the opponent had been in the past, there was always a pattern to follow. But now Zuan was facing himself. And all his tricks were ineffective. How could he continue to fight? Hearing her cries, Zuan looked at Yan and nodded slightly, reassuring her that he was fine. Yan covered her mouth, trying her best not to cry. Because the current state of Zuan was simply terrible. Covered in wounds and bloodstains, even his once bright eyes had dimmed. How could Yan not feel heartbroken seeing this? The two little girls were in tears. Dad, you can do it! Xiang waved her tiny arms, shouting with all her might. Nyan charged forward a few steps, pointing at the nine-headed snake. You big meanie, go die! The subtle energies began to collapse like a domino effect, and the will of Tiadao instantly sharpened, targeting the nine-headed snake. But the nine-headed snake merely smirked coldly, not even bothering to dodge, as in the next moment, all those energies and the will of Tiadao dissipated like a dream. Nyan was puzzled. It was the first time her attack had failed. The nine-headed snake chuckled wickedly. Useless, all attacks against me become ineffective after being used once. This is something no one can crack. So you better accept your fate and submit. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Zuan swiftly drew something in the air with his hand. The nine-headed snake froze. What are you drawing, Zu? Remained silent, finishing off with a final stroke in the air. Boom! A golden light flashed, and a complex and intricate rune appeared in mid-air. As soon as the rune formed, it shot towards the nine-headed snake. Caught off guard, the snake didn't have time to react before being struck by the rune on his chest. Bang! The nine-headed snake was sent flying far away and, upon regaining his footing, looked disheveled and furiously asked, "What is this?" "Rune," Zuan said calmly. "A rune. You used a rune on me." The nine-headed snake was shaking with anger. At his level, Runes were nothing more than child's play, because all runes communicated with the heavens and earth in some way, borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. But did an immortal emperor like him need to rely on the power of the heavens and earth? In a sense, a snap of his fingers could destroy a star. So to the nine-headed snake, being hit by a rune cast by Xuan was a humiliation. Xuan just smiled faintly. Yes, I used a rune on you. After all, you've imitated all my abilities, but these runes exist in my mind. You can't possibly imitate my memories, right? Hui smacked his thigh. Damn, old Zhu is so damn clever. Why didn't I think of that before? The nine-headed snake glared at Xuan with a dark look, and then smirked menacingly. Fine. Excellent. Xuan, you just keep surprising me more and more. But now it should all be over, because your runes will eventually run out, and then it will be your death. As Xuan spoke, he raised his hands and drew two completely different symbols while talking. In an instant, the symbols in the sky flashed with light, the sound was deafening, and the nine-headed snake was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to approach Xuan at all. Angered, it roared repeatedly, but to no avail. Xuan's move had hit its weak spot perfectly. Don't you have immunity to a second attack? Well, now I will use brand new symbols to deal with you, making you unable to develop immunity. The way of symbols is ever-changing, with even the slightest change producing completely different effects. So as long as Xuan is willing, he can keep fighting without repetition for 10 days. But just then, the nine-headed snake suddenly smirked. Xuan, you want to drag this out with me? Well, I want to see who can outlast whom. With a wave of its hand, countless sword rays appeared in the air and headed straight toward the people on the ground. The foxy, who was entranced, shivered and shouted, "Back away! Everyone, retreat!" She knew the power of the Red Lotus sword intent, so after shouting, she immediately rushed forward and protected the family of three behind her. Ding, ding, ding. With a sound like raindrops, the sword rays clashed with the forces of the Chinku Fox Nation and the Dragon Clan. Aoyi, guarding the outer perimeter, was the first to be pierced by the sword rays. Her scales penetrated, revealing the bone underneath. Aoyi groaned but did not retreat, as a retreat could mean the death of many foxes in the Chinku Fox Nation. At that moment, a green flame flew swiftly and instantly incinerated the sword rays headed towards Aoyi. Aoyi turned to see a green bird that was actually a roo floating not far behind her, nodding slightly when their eyes met. Aoyi was stunned, then smiled and nodded back. The first wave of attacks had passed, but before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the nine-headed snake chuckled maliciously. How about it, Xuan? Are you satisfied with this performance? Do you believe the next wave of attacks will be even more intense than this one? Let's see how long you can last. As the nine-headed snake laughed, it waved its hand vigorously, and countless sword rays rained down once more. The people all gasped. But then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the sword rays, blocking all the attacks. It was Xuan. However, at that moment, Xuan's face was pale, his hands were by his side, and blood was slowly dripping down his wrists, indicating he had been seriously injured. Husband! Yen felt her heart breaking, wishing she could switch places with him. The nine-headed snake, upon seeing this, laughed excitedly. Ha ha, Zhu, are you ready to continue dragging this out? Why did you stop, Uzu? Remained expressionless, staring coldly at the nine-headed snake, as if it were already a dead man. The nine-headed snake, trembling with excitement, said, "Do you know? I like that look in your eyes, trying to kill me, but unable to. It makes me feel accomplished, Zhu." An's voice was icy as he replied, "Is that so? Well, I like your foolishness of not realizing you're about to die." With that, Xuan charged forward again and delivered a punch. The nine-headed snake didn't even attempt to dodge this time, arrogantly saying, "I told you, none of your attacks can affect me." But before it could finish its sentence, Xuan's fist struck its face heavily. A flash of light, and the nine-headed snake was sent flying, tumbling head over heels in the air. "Ah, Zhu, you actually added symbols to your fist?" The nine-headed snake cried out hoarsely in mid-air. Xuan flicked his fists, changing the symbols instantly, and said indifferently, "What? Is that a problem?" The nine-headed snake was almost driven mad. It had never encountered such a relentless opponent as Xuan. "You're forcing me to do this." The nine-headed snake's eyes turned bloodshot as it unleashed all its cultivation into one fist, incorporating its powers of causality, red lotus sword intent, and even the seventh style of the killing god's 6 forms, a force to be reckoned with. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Foxya murmured softly, "Old Zoo, how will you deal with this?" But in the next moment, everyone's jaws dropped. Just as the fist was halfway through its trajectory, Zuin suddenly turned and ran towards the 3 lives tree in the distance. "Damn, Old Zoo is fleeing!" Foxya exclaimed. Simultaneously, the nine-headed snake grinned. "You think you can run? Not that easy!" And with that, it chased after him. The 3 lives tree was about 1,000,000 li away from this planet, a distance that would take them only an instant. Suddenly, Zuin stopped in front of the 3 lives tree. The nine-headed snake smirked. "Now where can you run to? Die!" And it threw a punch at Zuan. But Zuin didn't even turn around, instead looking up at the towering 3 lives tree and remarking calmly, "So, you still won't show yourself even at this point. How patient you are." The words, though not loud, reached the ears of the nine-headed snake, who was taken aback, not understanding Zuan's meaning. But with the punch already midway, ready to crush Zuan, it couldn't give up and snorted a few times. "It's useless now. Just die." The fist, like a primordial dragon, roared towards Zuan with unstoppable force. Zuan furrowed his brow. "Still playing dead? Fine. Let me wake you up." With that, in a split second, Zuin shifted his body just enough to dodge the punch perfectly. The blow missed, and knowing it couldn't stop, the nine-headed snake could only head straight for the 3 lives tree in front of it. Cracks began to appear on the trunk of the 3 lives tree. Suddenly, a voice sighed softly. "The young people nowadays truly lack respect for their elders and love for the young." With those words, a snow-white foxtail appeared in the void, casually blocking the nine-headed snake's punch. The punch exploded, but the foxtail only trembled slightly. The nine-headed snake, on the other hand, stumbled back 3 steps. Then, a huge branch grew from the 3 lives tree, on which sat a fox youth with exquisite features and long fox ears. As this youth appeared, he grinned at Zuan and said mockingly, "Red Lotus Immortal, didn't expect to see you in such a sorry state." And trailing behind him were 9 foxtails swaying in the wind. Wolf in sheep's clothing, Ozu shook his head and chuckled lightly, then said casually, "If I didn't act this way, how else could I provoke you to make a move?" The young Fox Clan member's face immediately darkened, looking very frustrated as he said, "All right? You really did it on purpose. No wonder you led this guy to me." "Nonsense, this is a matter concerning your Fox Clan. If you don't make a move, who will?" "But I'm already at this age, can't you show some consideration? Don't you know how to respect your elders and show kindness to the young?" The young Fox Clan member had an expression of disapproval about the degenerating morality of the world. Zuin looked at him coldly. "Respect your elders and show kindness to the young? Do you not feel guilty saying that?" "Feel guilty? What is there to feel guilty about? That's just how it is. How old am I already? Are you deliberately scheming against me?" A young man who appeared to be only 17 or 18, with a beautiful and youthful appearance, kept referring to himself as if he were old, and the scene seemed quite awkward. Zuin remained silent for a moment, then clasped his hands. "I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to leave. This time, the young Fox Clan member became anxious, quickly putting on a smile. "Hey, Little Red, why are you not getting the joke? I was just teasing you. Why are you getting so worked up?" Zuin suddenly stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, turned slowly, and with an extremely cold tone, he questioned, "What did you just call me?" "Little Red. Isn't that appropriate?" The young Fox Clan member smiled mischievously. "Aren't you called the Red Lotus Immortal? It feels more intimate to call you that way. You're the little one here. Your whole family is little. My name is Zu. Got it?" Zuin exclaimed angrily, even using a curse word due to his agitation. "Oh, so your surname is Zu?" The young Fox Clan member nodded, and then asked in an inquisitive tone, "Then what should I call you?" "Zu Little Red Zu." Stood still, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion, until after a moment he reacted, nearly spitting out blood, his face turning pale with anger. Seeing this, the young Fox Clan member couldn't help but burst out laughing. All right, I was just teasing you. Look at you taking it so seriously." And with his laughter, even the 3 lives tree began to tremble. Space itself was stirred up like ripples on the water, extending into the depths of the void. Witnessing this scene, the nine-headed snake, who was already on guard, found its pupils shrinking to the size of a pin. He sensed an indescribable vast power emanating from the Fox clan member, making him feel insignificant, like a firefly facing a bright moon. At the same time, Hu Yi and the others arrived. But as they rushed into the scene, they all froze before they could say a word. The nine-tailed celestial fox? Hu Yi could hardly believe his eyes, murmuring softly in disbelief. No wonder he was so astonished. The scene was too unbelievable. It should be noted that the Chinku Fox clan originated from an ancient divine beast bloodline, and strength was measured by the number of foxtails. An ordinary Fox clan member reaching 5 tails would be considered strong, while those with pure bloodlines could reach 6 or 7 tails. For instance, Hu Yi had ascended to a 7-tailed celestial fox when he became an immortal king, making him the youngest person in Chinku Fox country to achieve this. However, due to the Earth War and the recent battle, Hu Yi had consumed 2 tails, leaving him with only 5 tails now. Among the Chinku Fox country, the previous Grand Elder had the most tails, making him the strongest. He had already ascended to an 8-tailed celestial fox, just 1 step away from growing the 9th tail to become a true 9-tailed celestial fox. Unfortunately, that single tail was like a sky trench, and even until the Grand Elder's final days, he couldn't take that last step. This illustrated how difficult it was to ascend to 9 tails. In the history of the Fox clan, very few individuals had managed to ascend to 9 tails. That's why Hu Yi was so thrilled to see this young man before him. At the same time, the Fox clan member glanced at Hu Yi, smiled slightly, and said, "Kneel down and bow. I am your ancestor." When another person said this, it would sound like an insult, but when spoken by this young man, it seemed so natural. Hu Yi obediently knelt down in the void. Not just him, including Hu Wan and Hu Crossing, all the Chinku Fox clan members knelt with fanatic enthusiasm. Some of them were even shaking with excitement. For them, being able to see a 9-tailed celestial fox in their lifetime was truly fulfilling. Facing the multitude of kneeling Fox clan members, the young man showed a triumphant expression, then turned to Zhu En and said, "Red Lotus Immortal, how is it? Do you think I'm awesome, Zhu?" Un shook his head, firmly stating, "I don't think so." The young Fox clan member was slightly surprised, then a bit frustrated, muttering, "Oh damn, I let my guard down. I got played." Just then, the 9-headed snake silently disappeared into the depths of the void. He knew that in a one-on-one fight with Zhu En, the odds were 50-50, but with his ability to regenerate, he could easily outlast. However, with the addition of this mysterious Fox clan member, the outcome became unpredictable. Despite being an exotic beast, he was more cautious than anyone else. So, to be safe, he decided to retreat for now and address the other matters later. But before he could move 100 feet away, the Fox clan member suddenly turned around, grinning at him. "Just planning to leave like this?" The 9-headed snake shuddered, then calmed down and sneered, "And what do you want to do?" As he spoke, the young Fox clan member lazily stood up, stretched casually, then in a tired tone said, "You led a large army to attack, intending to wipe out our clan. Do you think it's going to end like this?" Hearing this, many people subconsciously looked at the kneeling Hu Yi up front. It was because the tone and manner of speech were too similar to Hu Yi's. The same lethargy, the same nonchalance, even more exaggerated. The Dragon Clan's Grand Elder couldn't help muttering softly, "Now I understand why the young master of the Fox clan was so wayward before. Turns out this trait runs in the family." At this moment, in response to the young man's question, the 9-headed snake's expression gradually darkened, his voice cold. "Oh, so according to you, are you planning to have a go?" The 9-headed snake seemed to have heard a great joke. It froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. The Fox clan youth didn't say anything, just smiled and watched. Zhuan simply shrugged his shoulders, calmly contemplating something. After a moment, the laughter of the 9-headed snake gradually stopped, and then in a chilling tone, it said, "Kill me. Do you even know what you're saying? I am truly undying. Any attack cannot be used on me twice. Do you still want to kill me? Are you joking? Funny. I don't think so. What about you?" The Fox clan youth looked at Zhuan with a smile. Zhuan didn't say a word, just shook his head. "Look, even the Red Lotus Immortal Lord doesn't find it funny. Why are you laughing? Are you crazy?" Anger flashed in the eyes of the 9-headed snake. "You're seeking death. With that, he waved his hand, sending out a sword intent. But before the sword intent could reach halfway, it was shattered by a pure white foxtail. The foxtail then agilely spun in the air, like a whip, and lashed out towards the nine-headed snake. The nine-headed snake raised his hand to block, but strangely, the foxtail instantly accelerated when he raised his hand, landing a swift strike on his face. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The nine-headed snake was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood behind him. When he finally landed and stood firm, he looked completely different. The face that resembled Zuen was now gone, replaced by a face covered in blood and gore. Even his head had been flattened, with brain matter dripping out of the crack in his skull. The onlookers were shocked. Zuen, seemingly anticipating this, just smiled faintly and took a step back. At the same time, the nine-headed snake, with wounds healing rapidly on his face, stared at the Fox Clan youth with a stern expression. Power of rules. The Fox Clan youth smirked. You're quite discerning. Yes, it's the power of rules. The tail that struck you just now contained the rule of hitting the face 100% of the time. Impressive, isn't it? Some were puzzled by these words, while few showed reverence. Only the top immortal emperor powerhouses could blend and wield the power of rules as a weapon. Nine-tailed celestial fox, immortal emperor powerhouse ... Fox Wan, renowned in the Fox Clan, whispered softly, then suddenly trembled and exclaimed, "Is it Huxuan? Are you the great elder Huxuan?" The Fox Clan youth grinned at her. "You, a little girl, know about me." This stunned the entire Chinku Fox Clan. Some were even moved to tears. Huxuan was a legendary figure in the Fox Clan, the first Grand Elder of the Chinku Fox Nation, and also the first nine-tailed celestial fox. His deeds were passed down through the ages and had become a legend. Therefore, he was revered as the ancestor of the entire Chinku Fox Nation. However, thousands of years ago, Huxuan had disappeared without a trace, despite extensive efforts made by the Fox Nation to locate him. Eventually, people gave up and assumed he had perished somewhere, so it was shocking to see him suddenly appear before everyone today. Meanwhile, the injuries on the nine-headed snake's face were healing rapidly, and a look of solemnity appeared in his eyes. "Since you are an immortal emperor powerhouse, I apologize for what I did earlier. Let's stay out of each other's way from now on. What do you think?" The nine-headed snake said calmly, without a hint of shame. It was only natural for him. "If you were vulnerable before, I would prey on you. But now that you are not, I apologize." This made perfect sense to the nine-headed snake. But Huxuan apparently wasn't buying it. He smiled lightly and said to Zuen, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" "What should I say? This is your Fox Clan's business," Zuen replied, looking surprised. "You're so slippery." Huxuan laughed, then turned serious. "Do you think I can kill him, Zu?" Unshook his head. "You can't." The smile on the nine-headed snake's face suddenly brightened. But Zuen pointed to the huge three-life tree in front of him and said, "But with its help, maybe we can." Huxuan burst into laughter. "Looks like you've already figured it out. You're an impressive young one." The crowd didn't understand the meaning behind their words. However, Aoyi lowered her eyes and calmly said, "This nine-headed snake is doomed." White asked the Dragon Clan's elder, curious. Because, Aoyi's eyes sparkled, the significance of the three-life tree is rebirth. Rebirth requires death. Realizing this, the Dragon Elder finally understood. The nine-headed snake didn't grasp the meaning, but he didn't need to. In that moment, while Huxuan's nine tails swirled behind him, a tidal wave of attacks rushed towards the nine-headed snake. Roaring in anger, the snake unleashed his strongest power, countless tentacles surging out, preparing for a deadly battle with Huxuan. The conclusion of this battle came faster than anyone expected. As their forces collided, a brilliant light flashed in Huxuan's eyes. "Reverse 3 lives." With a thunderous command, the three-life tree sprang to life, extending countless branches, enveloping the area with a milky white radiance for thousands of miles. The nine-headed snake suddenly understood, then roared in despair, "You forced me to be reborn. Just wait, this is only the beginning." As the light exploded, a violent and overwhelming force swept through the entire star domain. Indeed, after the light dissipated, the surroundings became empty. Not even a trace of the existence of the nine-headed snake could be felt. Zuin did not respond to Hu Huan's words, but instead took a step forward, holding a talisman in each hand, and pressed them directly into the void. Boom! The void kept trembling, then a scream of extreme agony could be faintly heard from within. Ah, Zuan, I will not coexist with you. All right, I'll be waiting. Zuin replied expressionlessly, then pointed at the void in front of him. The shaking void was forcibly stopped in an instant. Hu Huan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes, because Zuan's displayed strength had far exceeded his imagination. It was only now that he believed what Zuin had said before was not a lie. He might have purposely lured the nine-headed snake here to provoke him. Otherwise, with such extraordinary skills, even if he couldn't kill the nine-headed snake, he wouldn't lose. Finally, everything returned to silence. Then Zuin glanced at Hu Huan and said lightly, I'm not too sure about its origin now, but at least one thing is known. It seems like a demon, but not a demon. Definitely extraordinary. Seems like a demon, but not a demon. Hu Huan murmured softly, then spoke coldly. HMPH. Although a strand of divine consciousness escaped, you dealt a heavy blow to it just now. At the same time, everyone watching this scene, whether present or not, was boiling with excitement. Because this incident was simply a shocking turn of events. Everyone had thought that the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable was destined to die, but unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, a nine-tailed celestial fox emerged and directly killed the nine-headed snake. It was like a bomb that shocked everyone. Many of the demon clans now looked at the Green Hill Fox Nation with different eyes. Earlier, many demon clans believed that, without the protection of the Grand Elder, the Green Hill Fox Nation would decline. This was also the reason why many demon clans turned a blind eye to the attack of the Celestial Sect. However, reality mercilessly slapped these demon clans in the face. What if they had lost the Grand Elder? Now, a nine-tailed celestial fox even more powerful than the Grand Elder had arrived, and the might of the Green Hill Fox Nation would be unstoppable. At this moment, many demon clans regretted deeply. In the territory of the Fire Mouse clan, Huo Yaojing and many elders of the Fire Mouse clan stared blankly at the scene in the water mirror. After a while, Huo Yaojing shuddered all over, snapped out of her infinite astonishment, and screamed hoarsely, "No! This can't be! How did things turn out like this?" Her voice was full of hysterical shock and anger, and deep regret crept onto her face, contorting it. The other elders of the Fire Mouse clan glanced at each other, saw the resentment in each other's eyes, and nodded in unison. One of the elders suddenly took a few steps forward, coldly saying, "Huo Yaojing, shut up." But the already borderline-crazed Huo Yaojing couldn't hear these words, still shouting loudly. The elder snorted, took a step forward, and delivered a powerful slap. The slap landed harshly, knocking Huo Yaojing more than 10 meters away, before she fell to the ground. Finally, Huo Yaojing came to her senses, holding her swollen cheek in her hand, looking incredulously at the elder. "You dare to hit me? Why wouldn't I dare? And I hit you indeed." The elder sneered, then continued, "Huo Yaojing, your narrow-mindedness and offenses against the new lord of the Green Hill Foxland have embarrassed our Fire Mouse clan. Your crimes deserve death, but considering your royal status, I'll spare your life. But though the death penalty is spared, you cannot escape punishment. I now announce the deprivation of all your positions and powers, sealing your cultivation, sending you to reflect in the fire prison." The elder's words were as cold as frost and steel, making Huo Yaojing's face gradually pale. When he finished speaking, Huo Yaojing screamed, "No, you can't treat me like this. I am the crown princess of the Fire Mouse clan." But her cries couldn't shake the elder's determination. The elder waved his hand and ordered, "Take her away." Several elite guards immediately dragged Huo Yaojing away. Huo Yaojing struggled as if insane, but as soon as the elder waved his hand, all her cultivation was sealed. Huo Yaojing's struggle quickly became feeble, and the guards dragged her away roughly. Huo Yaojing wanted to cry, but when she saw the cold expressions on the faces of the elders, who had always been kind and respectful to her, she finally understood, and then completely collapsed. "You bunch of bastards! Just because the Green Hill Fox Nation is powerful, you pushed all the blame on me alone. Don't forget that you all agreed when we broke with the Fox Knight." Her words made the elders' faces flush with embarrassment. The elder who gave orders felt even more angry. "Stop her mouth, and make her stop spouting nonsense. The elite guards immediately gagged Huo Yaojing with a rag, rendering her subsequent words incomprehensible murmurs. Soon, she was forcibly taken away. After these actions, the elders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This mad woman dared to curse us. If it weren't for the royal blood flowing in her, we would have ordered her execution long ago. An elder exclaimed in hatred. Yes, she's a woman beyond redemption. At that moment, the elder who initially spoke said coldly, "Enough of the nonsense. Our top priority now is to apologize to the Green Hill Fox Nation, otherwise our entire Fire Mouse clan will be in danger of destruction." The elders shuddered in unison and fell silent. "Write a letter immediately, stating that the whole incident was caused by Huo Yaojing. We have now sealed her cultivation and sent her to the fire prison. Whether to kill or execute her will be up to the Green Hill Fox Nation." The elders' words were as icy as frost. Yes. And this Fire Mouse clan was just a microcosm of the thousands of demon clans. At this moment, countless demon clans were frantically trying various ways to befriend the Green Hill Fox Nation, fearing that the Green Hill Fox Nation would settle scores over past grievances. At the same time, the Saintess of the Temple of War had remained silent, concealed in the void, quietly observing Zhu and in the distance. Unlike the spectators, who were secretly rejoicing, many others were filled with fear and regret at this moment. These were the people who had come to take advantage of the situation after hearing about the Temple of War. Many of them had conflicts with Zhuan in the past and had expected the Temple of War to wipe him out with their full force. However, the opposite had happened, with the elite forces of the Temple of War completely destroyed, leaving them in shock and fear. Starting from the moment when Hu Huan destroyed the nine-headed serpent with a single move, these people began to quietly retreat. Many of them even tried to escape into the void, but with Hu Huan's appearance, the entire Chinku Star region was sealed off, trapping them. Now they were terrified to find that they couldn't leave. They all desperately concealed their presence and breath, fearing to attract attention once again. In their hearts, they prayed silently, hoping that the Red Lotus Immortal would forget about them. However, their hope was shattered when Zhuan turned to look into the void, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips. "Since everyone is here, why hide and not show yourselves?" With these words, the whole place fell silent. Even the noisy crowd of fox tribes were stunned. Hu Huan's face showed a thoughtful smile as he murmured softly, "This kid really refuses to suffer losses." At the same time, the void remained silent, with no one daring to make a sound. Zhuan raised an eyebrow at the scene and said with a smile that was not really a smile, "What? Do I have to call you out by name for you to show yourselves?" The void remained quiet. Zhuan coldly smiled and calmly said, "Temple of War, Lord Hongyi Hongda, with your status, you shouldn't be hiding in the void and avoiding people, right? Or perhaps ... are you waiting for me to personally invite you out?" With these words, there was a stir in the void, revealing a middle-aged man wearing golden armor, exuding a majestic aura, but with a pale face. Among the onlookers, some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him as Lord Hongyi of the Temple of War. After revealing his figure, his eyes were full of fear, and he quickly bowed deeply to Zhuan. I have seen the Great Red Lotus." Zhuan, as if he hadn't seen the terrified look on his face at all, just said lightly, "Lord Hong, your Temple of War is far away from the Chinku Fox Nation. Why have you come all this way?" Hongyi trembled all over, then forced a smile and said, I just had some free time and came to see the excitement." "Oh, just to see the excitement? Is it that simple?" Yes, it's just that simple," Hongyi hurriedly said, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Of course, he didn't come just to watch the excitement, he came to seek revenge on Zhuan. There was a deep enmity between them. When Zhuan was cultivating, he had once encountered the young master of the Temple of War, Hongxi, who was Hongyi's son. Hongxi, relying on his father's power, was extremely arrogant and got into a conflict with Zhuan. Unlike before, this time, he kicked a steel plate. Zhuan didn't give in to him and directly killed Hongxi. This incident caused a lot of trouble, as Hongxi was Hongyi's most valued son, and Hongyi had spent countless efforts to nurture him. In a fit of anger, Hongyi came seeking revenge on Zhuan. However, even though Zhuan was not yet an immortal king at that time, he defeated Hongyi in 3 moves. Initially, Zhuan had intended to take his life directly, but Hongyi, more cunning than his son, immediately backed down when he saw the situation turning against him. Seeing an older man crying and begging for mercy after his son died at his hands, Zuin couldn't help but feel a touch of compassion. In the end, he spared Hong Yi's life. After returning, Hong Yi still harbored resentment and wanted to avenge his son. But as Zhu An's cultivation progressed rapidly, becoming the first immortal king in countless years, Hong Yi didn't dare to seek revenge anymore, considering the insurmountable gap between them. However, upon hearing the news of Zhu An's death and subsequent resurrection, Hong Yi felt a wave of joy. He celebrated for 3 days, thinking that he was finally free from the past grudge. Then, Zuin resurfaced, defeating 6 immortal kings with incredible power. This left Hong Yi dumbfounded. Despite his many years of cultivation, he was still merely a half-step immortal king, while Zuin had risen again to prove himself as an immortal king. Feeling envious of Zuan's achievements, Hong Yi started to scheme when he heard about the Temple of War's attack on the Chinku Fox Nation. He saw this as an opportunity to avenge the past and perhaps even advance to become an immortal king himself after settling the score. So he came with this plan in mind, hoping to take advantage of the situation. However, things didn't go as he expected. Instead, he became the target. Hong Yi now regretted not giving himself a good slap. In a calm tone, Zuin said, "Do you think I will believe what you just said?" As he finished speaking, a chilling aura enveloped Hong Yi. Hong Yi shuddered and began to scream, "Great Red Lotus, have mercy, I truly." But Zhu An, already tired of his pleading, raised his eyebrows, and an overwhelming force descended upon Hong Yi's head. With a deafening roar, Hong Yi's head exploded, followed by his shoulders and chest, and then his lower body. The immense force did not hesitate, slowly but surely crushing him. Blood splattered, flesh flew, and the cracking of bones filled the air, unrelenting in its merciless destruction. At least many people's faces turned pale at this scene, because Hong Yi, who was just standing there alive, turned into a pile of flesh in the blink of an eye. But Zhu An didn't even move a hand. The immense power represented by this was enough to intimidate many people. However, the Valkyrie Temple Saint, who had watched the entire process in the depths of the void, suddenly smiled. There was a hint of relief and joy in the smile, but more. There was anticipation. At the same time, Zuin looked up at the void again and said lightly, "What? Everyone has already enjoyed this good show for free, but still not ready to show yourselves? Or do I have to call you out one by name?" Zhu An's voice was as cold as ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled, and figures began to appear one by one. Each person's face was so pale. The onlookers were shocked into silence. Damn, isn't that the White Chief of the Blood Sacrifice Alliance? The Sand Master of the Gathering Immortal Tower is here too. And the Hero Pavilion, the Palace of the Divine Decree, the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Oh my god! There are so many people hiding in the void. Any one of these people randomly selected would be a powerful figure in charge of one side, well-known strong warriors. But at this moment, they all stood nervously in the void, not daring to even lift their heads. Zhu Un smirked coldly, "So they are all old acquaintances of mine." When Zuin said the words "old acquaintances," he intentionally emphasized the tone. The group of people shivered all over, their faces showing fear and despair. Yes, they were all indeed old acquaintances of Zhu An. But these old acquaintances must be put in quotation marks, because without exception, all of these people had grievances with Zhu An in the past. This time, they had all planned to take advantage of the opportunity when the Heavenly Dao sect invaded the Chinku Fox country to muddy the waters. But they ended up putting themselves in a difficult situation. "I know why you are here, so what do you think I should do with you?" Zhu An smiled as he spoke, but his eyes were full of chilling sharpness. My lord, I know I was wrong. Please spare me." The leader of the Blood Sacrifice Alliance, standing at the forefront, couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, shouting. But as soon as he finished speaking, a sword aura exploded his head, and he fell to the ground dead. Then Zhu An said lightly, "I don't like to hear such nonsense, so you should just die." Looking at the remaining people, he smiled coldly. "It's your turn next. Is there anything you want to say?" The remaining people were trembling in fear. Someone despaired and shouted, "Zhu, I refuse to believe that you can continue to be so arrogant. Someone will take care of you sooner or later." It was the Sand Lord of the Gathering Immortal Tower speaking. At this moment, his face was twisted with hysteria. Zhu An glanced at him and then said slowly, "Sean, Do you remember how you begged me when I destroyed your sect for letting your subordinates commit atrocities, abusing innocent civilians? You promised me in person that you would never harm civilians again and would repent, so I allowed you to live. Have you forgotten all of this? Sean opened his mouth wide, speechless as he looked at Zuan. A flash of killing intent appeared in Zuan's eyes, but now I see a cloud of blood and resentment swirling above your head. It's clear that you never fulfilled your promise and even intended to harm me. Do you really think? I have always been so kind. With those words, a sword aura flashed, and in an instant, Sean's limbs were severed. He screamed in agony on the ground. Then Zuan coldly said, I made a mistake in the past by being merciful to people like you. I always held out hope that you would repent, but this idea led to the death of more innocent people. So now, Zuan's eyes shimmered with an extremely bright sword aura. You all will die. With those words, the sword aura exploded like a thunder, rushing towards those people. Faced with this situation, the people began to scream, cry in pain, beg for mercy, despair, and even curse hysterically. But none of their actions could move Zuan in the slightest. In an instant, the sword aura struck them. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of flesh being shredded filled the air, blood blossoming like flowers. Only when death truly arrived did regret show in their eyes. If they had followed their promises from years ago, would they not be alive now? But it was too late for regrets. In the blink of an eye, as the sword aura receded like a flood, the scene was dominated by blood and remnants, nothing else left. This bloody and cruel scene made everyone gasp in horror. Especially the bystanders who had come to watch the spectacle were pale with fear, afraid that Zuan would go on a killing spree and also target them. However, Zuan just glanced at them, then turned and walked away. Seeing his figure disappearing, the bystanders breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, the Red Lotus immortal. Heis finally understood the meaning, shivered all over, and then shouted loudly, Ancestor, you must not be joking. I already have Ruer now, definitely cannot. Huan widened his eyes, and Heis immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Then Huan smiled and said, I know you have Qingmiao now. I just said, I also like this little girl very much, but you can't be disloyal, right? Our Fox clan has always been loyal. Does loyalty mean choosing to? Heis murmured softly. What did you say? Heis immediately closed his mouth, and then stole a glance at Ruer. In his opinion, hearing Huan say this, Ruer would definitely be furious. After all, this was equivalent to encouraging his own husband to find another woman. Anyone would not accept it. But unexpectedly, Ruer remained calm, as if she hadn't heard Huan's words at all. Heis was dumbfounded, then stealthily looked towards Zhu, sitting on a chair beside him, his eyes full of pleading. But at this moment, Zuan was smiling and whispering with Enyan, completely ignoring his meaning. At the same time, Huan said with a kind-hearted tone, Heis, I am not inciting you to be unfaithful. I just can't bear to see separated lovers. Besides, I have already consulted Qingmiao about these issues. She has no objections. What? Hearing this, Heis was completely stunned, turned to look at Aru, almost couldn't believe this was true. Aru glanced at him calmly, then nodded slightly. Heh, I didn't lie to you. So now I'll just ask you one question. If I give you a chance now, all you have to do is shake your head. Miss Longa will turn around and leave, and you will have nothing to do with her from now on. Do you agree? Will you hesitate? This question made Heis' heart tremble. He wanted to shake his head directly, but subconsciously looked towards Aoyi on his right hand. At this moment, Aoyi seemed calm, but the slight trembling of her hand indicated that she must also be in great turmoil. Somehow, Heis suddenly hesitated. Seeing this, Huan couldn't help but laugh heartily. See? Since you hesitate, it means you still have her in your heart. All right. Since you hesitate, I will make the decision for you. Miss Longa. What do you say? Huan blinked at Aoyi. Aoyi remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Yes. Good. It's settled then. No time to lose. Let's take care of it. Huan immediately made the decision. The whole process did not ask for Heis' opinion. Heis became more and more confused, but he tried to endure it and said softly, Ancestor, is it not appropriate to handle this matter now? Why is it inappropriate? Do you want to back out? Just that the Grand Elder hasn't been buried yet. If we rush to hold the wedding, wouldn't it be laughed at? TCH. Huan sneered. Why should I care about that, just for this? With that, Huan stood up. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, Huan disappeared in the same place, leaving a room full of fox people staring at each other, not knowing what the ancestor was up to. Heis quickly rushed to Zuan and said anxiously, Lao Zu, why have you been silent all along? What to say, Zu? Unraised his eyebrows slightly, smiling ambiguously. Do I congratulate you on having the blessing of 2 brides? Yan on the side giggled more. Yes, Heis, it seems you were really lucky to have 2 outstanding girls at the same time. Heis felt like his head was about to explode, couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, are you not planning to let Brother Zu have some blessings too? Him? And Yan glanced at Zuan with a playful smile. Ju. And smirked. What about me? My blessing is much greater than Heis, because I have you. Nonsense. Yan lightly scolded Zuan and playfully hit him. Heis watched Zuan and Yan selling dog food in front of him, feeling absolutely exasperated. Lao Zu, you are not a good friend. Zuan chuckled and then patted his shoulder gently. All right, Heis, stop trying to be cute after getting some benefit. Firstly, this is an internal matter of your fox clan. I have no right to interfere. And besides, your ancestor is not a kind person. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Heis remained silent for a moment, then whispered, But isn't it inappropriate to have a wedding before the Grand Elder's funeral? The Grand Elder's funeral, Zu. Shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, there won't be any more funerals. Before he finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from the void. Quick, come and look. Who is this? With that, Huan appeared in the center, looking excited and holding a little boy in his hand. Yes, literally carrying. He grabbed the back of the boy's shirt like carrying a bag, excitedly raised him to show everyone. It was a young boy, more precisely, an exquisite and adorable little Shota that could melt anyone's heart. When lifted up, the little Shota's face showed a hint of helplessness. Master, have you had enough fun? Can you put me down now? The moment his voice came out, the whole hall quieted down instantly. Because this voice sounded so familiar no matter how you listened. Huan suddenly began to tremble, and then tears welled up in Hai's eyes as he pointed at the little Shota. You. His voice trembled so much that he couldn't even speak. The little Shota smiled at her slightly. Don't cry, Wanner. You're already a senior elder. Why are you still crying like a baby? Wanner could only nod in tears. Heis finally understood, then jumped 3 feet high, pointing at the little Shota with an incredulous face, and shouted, You are the Grand Elder. The little Shota blushed and smiled shyly. That's right. How is that possible? Heis muttered softly with a dumbfounded expression. Not only him, all the fox people were shocked. Huan seemed very satisfied with this effect and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Why is it impossible? Truth be told, if it wasn't for this little rascal Huan having a series of misfortunes and about to be finished, I wouldn't have come back. As he spoke, Huan patted the shoulder of the Grand Elder Huan heavily. My good disciple, agree or not? As soon as his words fell, Huan was embraced by Fox Huan, who squeezed his face and said with a smile, Hey, good disciple, do you know how cute you look now being all serious? Even I can't resist wanting to tease you a bit. This disastrous conversation left everyone speechless. Even Zuan could hardly bear to look at it. The former Grand Elder, now the small Shota fox An, looked dejected and said weakly, Master, can you stop talking nonsense? Can you be a bit more serious? Serious? Fox Huan grinned. What a joke. When have I ever been serious? Besides, if someone really needs to be serious, shouldn't it be me? Fox An. And then completely accepted his fate. The key is that with such an out-of-tune master, he had no choice but to accept it. Yes, this Fox Huan is indeed Fox An's master, and a genuine one at that. Originally the first Grand Elder of the Chinku Fox clan, Fox Huan was extremely talented and shocked the heavens. But despite his strength, he only took in one disciple, that being Fox An. But as Fox An gradually grew and eventually became the new Grand Elder of the Chinku Fox clan, Fox Huan suddenly disappeared and was never heard from again. It was only when Fox An was on the brink of death during the 5 calamities of heaven and man that he came back, forcibly reversing Fox An's fate, turning him into a fruit on the Tree of 3 Lives, thus saving his life. Zuan also noticed something unusual at that time. Despite many twists and turns, the final outcome was joyful, causing the entire Chinku Fox clan to erupt in excitement. Aru's marriage was considered complete, but the marriage of the second dragon princess Aoyi could not be hastily arranged. After all, this involved the marriage alliance between the Chinku and Dragon clans, so the second dragon princess Aoyi and the Dragon clan Grand Elder returned to make preparations first. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Once this marriage is complete, the Yao clan will probably be unified. Previously, Zhu Zhang had been severely injured during the battle with Tiasu, so much so that he fell into a coma. But with the full treatment from the Chinku Fox clan, he quickly recovered, and thanks to Foxen sacrificing his own blood to assist in his recovery, Zhu Zhang not only fully recovered, but even advanced in his cultivation and realm. Zuan chuckled at his words. Isn't this a good thing? Zhu Zhang looked at Zuan strangely. Aren't you afraid that the Yao clan will grow strong and threaten the dominance of the human race? Zuan looked up at the stars and said calmly, if the dominance of the human race can be so easily threatened, it only proves that the human race has not done enough and should reflect and improve, rather than worrying about other tribes becoming powerful. Zhu Zhang pondered for a moment and then sighed lightly. You're right, but how many in the human race have such awareness? Internal strife is the eternal melody of our human race. Zuan suddenly revealed his white teeth, gave a cold smile, and said, what if the human race were to be forcefully united? Zhu Zhang shuddered all over, then looked at Zuan in disbelief. Are you saying? Zhu said leisurely, in my previous life, I was opposed to using force to dominate others, always believing that diversity is good. But now I suddenly feel that sometimes strong rule is not a bad thing, especially in times of uncertainty and hidden dangers in darkness. Only unity can stand firm. Zhu Zhang's eyes gradually became serious. Zuan's words may have sounded obscure, but Zhu Zhang understood. Ever since seeing the nine-headed snake, he had been worried. He saw things on the nine-headed snake that should not exist in the heavens. This feeling was so dangerous that even when Zhu Zhang tried to divine, the results shattered at the first attempt. Hearing Zuan's words now, it was clear that he also sensed something. Zhu Zhang took a deep breath and after careful consideration, said sullenly, Zuan, if that's what you truly believe, then I, Zhu Zhang, and the entire Zhu family will stand firmly behind you without hesitation, serving as your strong support. Zuan looked deeply into Zhu Zhang's eyes and finally nodded with a smile. Thank you. Meanwhile, Zisha was completely baffled by the conversation and couldn't help but speak up. Master, what are you all talking about? Are you going to settle scores with those people? Count me in. She was eager to seek revenge. Her injuries long healed, but her pride hurt from being bested. Zhu chuckled, patted her shoulder, and assured her, don't worry, the time for revenge will come. Just then, a knocking on the door was heard, and Foxen entered. Lord Honglian, our patriarch invites you over for an important discussion. This seemed expected by Zuan, who got up calmly and said, all right, let's go. The meeting this time was not in the Fox clan's main hall, but in the White Jade Tower on the Tree of Three Lives. When Zuan entered the tower, Foxen was dozing off on a chair. The tower was empty, not even the young Foxen was present. Upon hearing footsteps, Foxen didn't even open his eyes and lazily said, you're here. Zuan replied with a smile, of course. Foxen suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in the tower, then he composed himself and said calmly, Hua clan. I never expected the renowned sage of Honglian to be from the Hua clan. Surprised. Since there were no chairs, Zuan sat on the ground, smiling as he spoke. Not surprised, just a bit nostalgic, sighed Foxen, his eyes fixed on Zuan. Do you want to ask about that great battle from back then? Of course. Zuan responded without hesitation. Then tell me, what do you already know? Zuan didn't hold back, revealing all he knew, and after finishing, he looked at Foxen. That's all I know. Zuan waved his hand. Let's not talk about anything else. I just want to know two things right now. First, who were the ones dealing with the Hua clan back then? Second, where have all those deities of the Hua clan gone? Hu Huan was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and sent a divine thought over. Zuan received it and, after a quick scan, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This divine thought contains information about the sects and forces that were involved in the events of that year. Hu Huan's expression turned serious as he continued, but what this list represents, you should understand better than I do. Understood, Hezu, and sneered. So, without full assurance, you must not act lightly. Hu Huan advised, but seeing Zuin remain calm, he wasn't sure if his words were being heeded. He could only sigh deeply. As for your second question, I also cannot answer you, oh Zhu. Unraised an eyebrow slightly. You don't know either. A bitter smile appeared on Hu Huan's face. That's right, I truly do not know. At the time this incident occurred, I was actually aware of it, but do you know why I didn't intervene? Zhu remained silent, listening quietly. At the time when this incident occurred, I had not yet left the Chinku Fox country. The relationship between the Fox clan and the human clan has always been good, so I wanted to see the situation, but then what? Fear flashed in Hu Huan's eyes. Then, I was forcefully sealed by an indescribable power. At the same time, a voice echoed in my mind, telling me not to meddle or even Chinku would be destroyed. Forcefully sealed? Zuan was taken aback. Yes, forcefully sealed. I couldn't even resist. I was sealed for decades. By the time I recovered, the great battle had long ended. Zuan said nothing, as he processed this extremely crucial information. This was the first time the hidden manipulator had revealed itself, although not directly, at least some clues were evident. With your strength being forcefully sealed, what cultivation level could the perpetrator possibly be? Zuan spoke softly. Hu Huan shook his head. I also do not know, but his strength must surely surpass mine. Hu Huan then self-deprecatingly smiled. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but it was because of this incident that I decisively left the Chinku Fox country and have been hiding, observing this matter from the shadows. The list here is what I investigated secretly at that time, but as for the whereabouts of those deities of the Hua clan, Hu Huan shook his head. I have no clue. Zhu nodded, then stood up and bowed deeply to Hu Huan. Hu Huan was surprised and quickly stood up as well. Zuan, what do you mean by this? Zhu said firmly, it's a show of gratitude to you. Gratitude to me or Zhu? Nodded, you have done everything you could in this matter. Even for this list, I must thank you. Hu Huan hesitated, then sighed deeply. Zuan, I might say something that I shouldn't, but the truth hidden behind this incident may be beyond anyone's imagination and ability to bear. If possible, you should consider letting it go. Before he could finish, Zhu uninterrupted. Do you think that's possible? Hu Huan fell silent. I've said more than once, no matter who the other party is, if they did this, they must bear the consequences. So, letting go is an option, but only after the enemy presents themselves for retribution. Zuan said indifferently. Hu Huan let out another sigh. I understand. I only meant well, because I've been pondering this matter these past days, and then I discovered something. That nine-headed serpent. It is highly likely that it has the same origin as the person who sealed me. This shows how terrifying the other party is. Zuan smiled. Terrifying? I don't think so. With a hint of a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, he added, I will make them understand what true fear is. After leaving the White Jade Tower, Zuan found the outside night serene with Chinku Fox country in the distance, brightly lit and celebrating. In contrast, the place he was in seemed increasingly desolate. Zuan did not return to Chinku Fox country, but instead turned towards the starry sky. With his speed, he traversed millions of miles in an instant, arriving deep in the void. Suddenly, Zuan stopped and calmly said, Come out. You've been hiding here, waiting for me, right? As he spoke, darkness surged, and the saintess of the Temple of Slaughter, Mu Wuxuang, slowly walked out. She shimmered with radiance, exuding a captivating aura even in the darkness, bowing respectfully to Zuan. Saintess of the Temple of Slaughter, Mu Wuxuang, greets Lord Red Lotus. Every move and gesture emitted an indescribable sense of sanctity. However, this aura of the lofty saintess was enough to make any man's heart race. Yet Zuan didn't even bat an eyelid, merely asking, Speak, what brings you to me? Since the battle with the nine-headed serpent, he had felt the scrutiny of Mu Wuxuang from the Temple of Slaughter. After the matter was settled, he received a divine thought from her, expressing her desire to meet him alone. Zuan didn't respond at the time, but today he had come to see what it was all about. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Mu Wuxuang suddenly lifted her head, her face filled with fervor. Lord, I wish to make a deal with you. A deal, Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly, showing interest. What kind of deal? Mu Wuxuang showed no fear of Zuan's gaze. Instead, proudly raising her chest, enhancing her towering figure, and slowly said, "I know what you are going to do next. Oh, enlighten me. What am I going to do?" Zuan smiled faintly, but his eyes were icy. Mu Wushwang took a deep breath. "It's simple. After everything here is settled, you will definitely return deep into the void to reclaim what you've lost. And I can help you with that." Zuan's smile faded. "And how do you plan to help me? Your current identity is well known." "Going." Zuan remained silent, just gazing quietly at Mu Wushwang. It wasn't until Mu Wushwang's smile stiffened that he retracted his gaze and calmly said, "Tell me about your plan." Mu Wushwang breathed a sigh of relief at this point, only to realize that her back was damp with cold sweat. Although Zuan had just been looking at her leisurely, the psychological pressure she felt was immense. Especially with Zuan's indifferent and condescending gaze, Mu Wushwang couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was as if she was a piece of fish on a cutting board, waiting to be manipulated. "Master, my plan is actually quite simple. Do you know about the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly?" Mu Wushwang trembled as she spoke. "The Thousand Sects Profound Assembly." Zuan was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. "You mean the event that occurs once every 100 years, known as the grandest gathering of young talents in the heavens?" "Yes." Mu Wushwang nodded, then said in a solemn tone, "Next month, this year's Thousand Sects Profound Assembly will be held at the peak of Prajna on Mount Shangqing." Zuan's eyes lit up at these words. Of course, he was familiar with the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly. As one of the grandest gatherings in the heavens, it represented the highest standard of the younger generation. The criteria for participation were exceptionally high. Firstly, your sect had to be at the level of the Void Temple or higher, and secondly, you had to be the direct disciple of your sect. Otherwise, you didn't qualify to participate. Just these 2 points were enough to exclude 99% of the people in the heavens. However, because of such high standards, the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly had become an excellent platform for top sects to showcase their strength. After all, although participation had stringent requirements, attendance for observation did not. In fact, each Thousand Sects Profound Assembly attracted numerous spectators, demonstrating its significant influence. Moreover, the results of this assembly would directly determine your ranking on the Jade List, the most authoritative list in the heavens used to rank the positions of young talents. Therefore, achieving a good ranking at this assembly became a touchstone for measuring a sect's strength. High strength, good results, high ranking. Naturally, the sect's influence would soar. And influence often directly related to the prosperity or decline of a sect in the following 100 years. All these factors combined made the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly a well-deserved top event. In the previous life, Zuan had not participated in the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly because he did not belong to the Void Temple. "What's next, Zu?" An asked. "I am the Saintess of the Temple of Ruin, naturally qualified to attend this Thousand Sects Profound Assembly. So, my plan is this. I will lead you to attend. When the Thousand Sects gather, you can act as you please. How does that sound?" After speaking, Mu Wushwang nervously looked at Zuan, feeling extremely anxious. She did not know if Zuan would agree to this. After all, normal people would not think of causing trouble at the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly unless they were out of their minds. But she wanted to take a gamble. Zuan did not ponder as much as she had imagined. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Lead me into the event." "How would you do that when only direct disciples of sects are allowed to participate?" Mu Wushwang chuckled. "This problem is easily solved. If you are willing, you are now the direct disciple of the Temple of Ruin in name, my junior disciple. What do you think? Is that possible?" Zuan was somewhat surprised. "Heavenly Master Zu, since you have not attended this Thousand Sects Profound Assembly before, you naturally do not know the ins and outs. In fact, this situation is quite common because ... Many sects have already declined, and their successors are lacking in strength. However, to avoid falling behind too much in this assembly, they often recruit external aid to prop up their status. Moreover, many solo practitioners, in order to achieve a good ranking on the Jade List, also participate in the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly through this method. The combination of the two leads to this common phenomenon." Zuan chuckled and shook his head. "I see. I didn't expect things to be played out this way. Heavenly Master, so what do you mean then, Zu?" Narrowed his eyes and stared at Mu Wushwang for a while before saying, "Tell me, what do you want?" Zuan was well aware that Mu Wushwang, with such meticulous planning, definitely had her own intentions. That's why she had initially proposed a trade with him. Hearing this, Mu Wushwang's face turned pale, and she clenched her silver teeth before speaking in a low voice. My request is simple. I want you to help me deal with someone. Deal with someone, ah yes. Hatred gleamed in Mu Wushwang's eyes. Someone I want to kill, but I am powerless to do so. Without any hesitation, Zuan nodded. All right, it's a deal. His quick agreement astonished Mu Wushwang, who had already prepared herself to explain. She couldn't help but say, Heavenly Master, do you know who this Zitiancha is? Zhu shook his head. I don't know. Mu Wushwang took a deep breath. Zitiancha is the crown prince of Zhuanning, the direct descendant of the last Thousand Sects Profound Assembly. He surpassed everyone and took the top spot. Now, he tops the Jade list, and there are rumors that his strength has progressed over the past 100 years, very likely reaching the level of Immortal King. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. So what? What does this have to do with the deal we are making? Mu Wushwang looked at Zuan's calm face, unblinking, and suddenly felt speechless. The name she had mentioned was enough to shock anyone. After all, this was the Crown Prince of Zhuanming, the renowned first major sect in the Star Sea. Being at the top of the Jade list was enough to command respect from anyone. Yet all these seemed non-existent in front of Zuan. How could she not be astonished? Sensing her shock, Zuan smiled faintly. Tell me, do you want him dead or alive? Mu Wushwang shuddered, and gradually a look of sadness and anger appeared in her eyes. If possible, I hope that you can kill him in front of everyone during the Thousand Sects Profound Assembly, can you? Mu Wushwang stared blankly at the direction where Zuan disappeared, her eyes full of confusion. She still couldn't quite believe that things had settled so easily. Zitiancha, who had been restless and unable to sleep at night, seemed like an insignificant ant in Zuan's eyes, not even worthy of consideration. Gradually, Mu Wushwang's eyes cleared, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Soon, this faint smile turned into a look of madness. Mu Wushwang laughed heartily. Zitiancha, you are finally going to taste retribution. In the midst of laughter, large tears welled up in Mu Wushwang's eyes, reflecting the light of hatred. What? Are you leaving already? Huyi was shocked. Zhu and nodded. Yes. There are some things to take care of, so I can't stay to drink your wedding wine. What's the rush? Huyi asked, puzzled. Zuan smiled. It's nothing, just some trivial matters. Huyi looked at Zhu and deeply, then sighed lightly. All right. Be careful. If there's anything you can't handle, remember to inform me immediately. Wherever I am, I will come right away. Looking at Huyi's serious expression, Zuan couldn't help but feel moved, but quickly masked this emotion perfectly and then patted Huyi's shoulder. Don't worry, if something really happens, you must come, no excuses. Normally, Huyi would have been jesting with Zuan by now, but this time he was unusually silent, looking down and saying in a melancholy tone, Old Zhu, why don't I accompany you? Stop talking nonsense. You are married now and have a family. Why are you still so childish? Zhu unscolded with a laugh, then patted his shoulder. Work hard, strive so that when I come back, I can drink your son's full moon wine. Huyi then grumbled discontentedly. Can't it be a daughter? A daughter is fine too. But I doubt it, with your character. Can you really have a daughter? Zhu chuckled. Hey, don't look down on foxes like that. As if only you can have daughters. Perhaps I can even have a pair of twin daughters. All right, if you really have twin daughters, then I'll give you double the gifts when the time comes. How about that? Deal. Deal. The two glanced at each other and burst into laughter. After the laughter, Huyi approached Zuan and whispered, Seriously, are you really not planning to take Yinger with you this time? Zuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. What are you saying? Why would I take Yinger with me? This is her home. Huyi looked puzzled, but Yinger may not see it that way. How do you think she will feel if you really leave? Zuan looked at Huyi strangely, then smiled and said, Huyi, seriously, if I really take her away, aren't you afraid? You used to be afraid that I had ulterior motives towards your sister. Huyi smiled bitterly. That was then, this is now. I know you are not that kind of person, and after sizing up Zuan, Huyi continued, if you became my brother-in-law, it wouldn't be bad. Get lost. Zuan scolded with a laugh, then said seriously, it's best not to let Yinger know about this in advance. Wait until we leave, then tell her. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Huyi looked bitter, but who can persuade her? You know her temperament. If she gets upset, she might run away from home again. Just as Zuan was about to speak, a soft voice came from outside. Don't worry, I won't. Both of them were stunned. Then they saw Hu Ying walking in slowly with her head down. Her appearance made the atmosphere in the room instantly awkward. Hu Yi stood awkwardly there, stuttering, "Sister, I..." Before he could finish, Hu Ying raised her head and forced a smile at him. "Brother, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to say to Brother Zhu." Hu Yi nodded repeatedly. Okay, speak well." With that, he hurriedly walked out, and before he left, he even gave Zuan a meaningful glance, silently urging him to handle the situation. After he left, Hu Ying looked at Zuan with a troubled expression, and after a long silence, finally said, "Brother Zhu, are you really leaving?" Zuan sighed gently, then nodded. "Yes, there are things to take care of, so I must leave first." "Without taking me with you?" Hu Ying's voice trembled, tears shimmering in her eyes, seemingly about to fall. Zuan naturally heard the cry in her voice, but with a firm heart, he turned his head and said, "Yinger, you have also grown up. You can't keep wandering blindly with me in the realms, can you? Moreover, now that your fox ancestor has returned, the strength of the Chinku fox clan is thriving. You should stay and cultivate well, strive to break through as soon as possible. That's what you should do." "But what if I don't want to break through and just want to stay by your side?" Hu Ying choked out, "Zhu," and fell silent. He didn't know how to respond without hurting this young woman he had watched grow up. But sometimes, silence is more piercing to the heart than words. Hu Ying's eyes gradually filled with despair, and in the end, she lowered her pale face, whispering, "I understand. In simple terms, you just don't want me, right, Zhu?" Unwanted to say something, but Hu Ying shook her head. "Don't say anything, Brother Zhu. I know what you want to say." Then she looked up, determination visible on her pale face. "Brother Zhu, I promise you, I will stay and cultivate well." Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. "But then," Hu Ying said, "Brother Zhu, do you remember what I once said to you?" "What?" Hu Ying smirked. "I told you that I would awaken my 9 tails, surpass my brother, and become the 9-tailed celestial fox. And you agreed with me at the time. You even said you would wait for that day." With hope shining in her eyes, Hu Ying continued, "So ... If I become the 9-tailed celestial fox, will you no longer reject me?" Zhu suddenly didn't know how to answer that question. Hu Ying had been with him for so long, he had no other thoughts, but he also didn't want this young girl to fall apart because of this matter. With the sound of his voice, Anyan walked into the scene, then took Hu Ying's hand with a face full of pity. "No matter if you become the 9-tailed celestial fox or not, your elder brother Zhu will never abandon you, nor dare to leave you behind. This is what I said." Hu Ying's tears flowed like a burst dam. But you are leaving me behind now." All right, don't cry. We're just going out to handle something this time. Maybe we'll be back soon." Anyan gently comforted, then signaled Zuan. "That means you should persuade her quickly." Seeing this, Zuan couldn't help but heave a long sigh and then said, "Okay, Yinger, stop crying. I will never abandon you. Is that okay?" Hu Ying looked at Zuan with tearful eyes and finally nodded slowly, "Mm." But as Zuan walked away, she looked at his back and secretly made up her mind. "Elder brother Zhu, I will definitely become the 9-tailed celestial fox. By then, even if you want to leave me, it won't be possible." The departure of Zuan and Anyan was silent. Except for Fox Knight and a few others like Hu Ying, the rest of the Fox clan had no idea. But when their starship crossed the Chinku Star region and disappeared in an instant, in the Tree of 3 Lives, inside the White Jade Tower, Foxwan looked at the scene in the water mirror and couldn't help but sigh softly. Once gone, who knows what storms will be stirred up in the myriad heavens. I hope you can find out the truth behind it as soon as possible and give justice to the Hua clan of the old days. The little cute foxen beside him also watched the scene in the water mirror with a puzzled look and couldn't help but say, "Master, do you think Zuan will succeed in his trip?" Foxwan nodded, firmly stating, "Of course he will." "Why are you so sure?" "Remember, what he faces is the mastermind behind the scenes that even you cannot fathom." Foxen asked in confusion. "Because he is the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable," Foxwan said firmly and with determination. But now he hasn't restored his full power from the past. If he is only an immortal king. Fox One shook his head. My disciple, you don't understand. The reason he is the unique Red Lotus Immortal Venerable is not just because of his power, but more importantly, his will. To confront the danger ahead with unwavering courage, this kind of determination to forge ahead against all odds is the reason he can become the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. With that, Fox One sighed softly. It's because I lack this will that I have been trapped in the realm of the Immortal Emperor and unable to take that final step. Just as Fox One was lamenting, on the starship, Zisha asked in confusion, Master, where are we going? Yes, boss, why not let Sister Ying come with us? Zhang Xiaoyu, with red eyes, asked. It was only after boarding the starship that she found out that Haiying did not accompany them on the journey. She cried at that time, and she cried very sadly. Although Haiying often bullied Zhang Xiaoyu, the relationship between the two had become inseparable after such a long time together. As soon as Haiying left, Zhang Xiaoyu naturally felt uncomfortable. Zuan smiled. This time, I'm taking you to see a big fuss. A big fuss. That's right. Zhang Xiaoyu felt even sadder at the words. Then why is it a big deal, but not letting Sister Ying come with us? She loves watching a commotion the most. Just as she finished speaking, Zisha raised his hand and tapped her head. Why so much nonsense? The master must have his reasons for not bringing Sister Ying. Zhang Xiaoyu covered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not speak. Seeing this, Zuan smiled. All right, Zisha, Xiaoyu didn't say anything wrong. The reason why Yinger isn't coming with us is because the Chengku Fox Country is her home. She can't run around outside all the time. While speaking, the starship slowed down gradually and came to a stop in the void. Then, the starship opened its door, and this temple maiden Mu Wushwang walked in. Her appearance made Zisha instantly nervous, subconsciously shielding herself in front of Zuan and Nyan. On the other hand, the two little girls looked innocent and peered out from behind with great curiosity, observing Mu Wushwang. Mu Wushwang respectfully bowed to Zuan. My lord, Zhu. Nodded and said calmly, shall we go directly to Shangqing Mountain now, or return to your Temple of the Slaya first? Mu Wushwang shook her head. I have all the tokens of the Temple of the Slaya with me. No need to go back. Well, then let's head directly to Shangqing Mountain. With that, the starship slowly changed direction, accelerated suddenly, ripped through the void, and disappeared on the spot. Shangqing Mountain, as the name suggests, is a mountain peak. But in the myriad heavens, this name more often refers to the Shangqing Mountain sect. As an old and established void Taoist sect, the history of Shangqing Mountain can be traced back to the ancient times. Although it has gone through ups and downs, it has always stood firm. The Thousand Sects Zhuan Hui this time is held at the Parvata Peak of Shangqing Mountain. Shangqing Mountain is at least half a month's journey from the Yao Clan territory where Zuan and the others are currently located. And that's with full speed travel. A slight delay could take a whole month, indicating the distance is quite far. Therefore, Zuan did not hesitate and drove the starship in the fastest direction toward Shangqing Mountain. On the way, Mu Wushwang took out a token, and with great solemnity, said to Zuan, My lord, since we need to disguise ourselves as disciples of my Temple of the Slaya, you'll have to endure this for a while. Zhu. And nodded, all right, go ahead. Mu Wushwang took a deep breath, released her hands, and the token floated in the air. Then, her hands opened like lotus flowers, performing an extremely intricate and dazzling hand technique. In an instant, the token emitted myriad rays of light, and then slowly rose, reaching above Zuan's head. The rays of light enveloped Zuan, concealing his figure. Mu Wushwang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just a moment later, there was a cracking sound coming from the token, followed by cracks appearing. Mu Wushwang shook, looking at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? How could the token shatter? But despite her disbelief, the fact remained. In an instant, the token symbolizing the authority of the Temple of the Slaya completely shattered into pieces. The rays of light then exploded and quickly dissipated. Zuan slowly walked out from it, smiling slightly at the dumbfounded Mu Wushwang. Sorry, it seems your token broke. As he spoke, Zuan's entire being began to change. There were slight changes in his facial features, his eyes seemed to elongate, and a hint of sacred aura appeared in them. Wow, is the boss performing live human transformations? Zhang Xiaoyu muttered in shock. Before she could finish speaking, Zisha patted her head. Don't talk nonsense. The master is clearly pretending on purpose to mislead others, understand? Zhang Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't understand. I knew you wouldn't understand, so why don't you close your mouth quickly? Zhang Xiaoyu immediately obediently closed her mouth and stood behind Zisha, not daring to speak. But now she was much taller than Zisha, who was like a little girl, so when she stood there shrinking in fear, the scene was quite comical. At that moment, Mu Wushwang also snapped out of her shock and said with lowered eyes, "It's fine if it breaks, as long as the master succeeds." Although she had used up a seal, her tone was filled with joy, because this just proved how terrifying Xuan's power was. Otherwise, only placing a mark would not have caused the seal to burst. Thinking and Nyan, these two little maids approached with curiosity but hesitated to come closer. Xuan smiled at the sight. What? Don't recognize Daddy? Wow, Dad, it really is you. You look so handsome now. Nyan said with stars in her eyes. This little maid was always Xuan's loyal admirer. Thinking, on the other hand, was calmer and said, of course, when is Dad not handsome? The people on the starship were amused by these two little maids. Xuan laughed heartily, then bent down and lifted his two daughters. You two little troublemakers truly make people laugh and cry. Heh. The two little maids hugged Xuan's neck, giggled for a while, then asked, Dad, how much longer do we have to travel? Don't worry, we'll arrive soon, Xuan said with a smile, his gaze looking out at the rapidly passing twinkling stars outside the porthole. If you were to unfold the star map, you would discover that this was an elliptical world. The Upper Clear Mountain was located in the top left corner of the star realms. Due to its proximity to the central star sea, its geographical location was crucial, making it extremely prosperous. There were countless sects large and small here, with the Upper Clear Mountain being undoubtedly the leader of this star domain. Because of its proximity to the Thousand Sect Mystery Conference, the already bustling Upper Clear Star realm became even livelier. There were countless starships arriving every day, and various sects flocked here, saturating the air with an excited and tense atmosphere. However, the most bustling place had to be the Purple Mist City, the nearest city to the Upper Clear Mountain and a vital trade route. This city was named for the purple spiritual mist that often appeared overhead. It was a rare place for cultivation, but what truly brought renown was its connection to the Upper Clear Mountain, making it the resting place of the Upper Clear Mountain in the mortal realm. All these factors combined to make the city extremely prosperous. Practically anything you could think of in the star realms could be found there. Due to the Thousand Sect Mystery Conference, the number of visitors in the Purple Mist City had multiplied several times in a short period. The streets were filled with strong individuals from all corners, some joking that if they threw a stone on the street, they would hit at least 3 true immortal-level experts. This indicated the unprecedented grandeur of the Thousand Sect Mystery Conference. Naturally, those truly qualified to attend the conference wouldn't appear on the main streets. Years ago, in preparation for the grand event, the Upper Clear Mountain had built hundreds of guest houses. Every descendant of the sects coming to participate in the Thousand Sect Mystery Conference would be properly housed there. Every day, numerous young people would stand in awe in front of these luxurious, palace-like buildings, making a silent determination to work harder and strive to have a place in the conference. In this fervent atmosphere, ripples suddenly appeared in the void of the Upper Clear Star realm, and Xuan's starship burst out from it. Huyu, we finally arrived. Master, ahead is the Purple Mist City of the Upper Clear Mountain, Mu Wushwang said excitedly. However, Xuan only gave a casual glance at the huge planet outside the porthole and then turned his gaze to the far distance, towards a mountain towering as high as a pillar reaching the skies. The mountain stood deep in the void, its height and depth unknown, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, giving an awe-inspiring feeling. Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Upper Clear Mountain. We've finally arrived. Xuan had been here in his previous life, but had not entered the Upper Clear Mountain. This life, however, he was determined to enter and control the dragon. Master! Mu Wushwang noticed Xuan's change and couldn't help but softly call out. Xuan then refocused his gaze, took a deep breath, and calmly said, Let's go, enter the city, yes? Mu Wushwang had been operating the starship for over half a month, so upon hearing Xuan's order, she steered the starship in the direction of the city. Just as the starship was slowly turning and about to accelerate, a large hole suddenly appeared in front of them in the void, and a starship longer than a few miles, entirely golden with sharp spikes all over it, flew out. It seemed as though the appearance of this starship was deliberately planned, as it coincidentally blocked the path of Zuan's starship. Seeing they were about to collide, Mu Wushwang trembled, then forcibly stopped the starship using her spiritual power. The starship shuddered, and due to inertia, Zisha couldn't help but rush a few steps forward. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, being the lightest and weakest, she was actually tossed out, falling heavily. Mu Wushwang also grunted, her face slightly pale, indicating she had been lightly injured. This made everyone angry, especially Zisha, who was furious. Damn, was this intentional? Can't they drive a starship? At that moment, as if pleased with its own actions, the starship vibrated its tail a few times and then arrogantly flew straight ahead. Yes, although the Faihu Hall does not quite meet the standards of the Void Sect, their strength has grown rapidly in recent years. Especially this person named Chukshang, who is said to be the most talented person in the Faihu Hall in 1,000 years. So, he was invited to attend the last 1,000 sects profound meeting. MD Wusheng's expression became somewhat serious as she continued, at the last 1,000 sects profound meeting. This Chukshang used extremely brutal methods to kill 3 opponents, ultimately achieving a relatively good position and ranking 78th on the Jade list. He is a very formidable opponent. Zhu Bian smiled and said, "No wonder he is so arrogant." MD Wusheng spoke in a deep voice, "Yes, so you must be very careful when you encounter him. After all, the strength of the Faihu Hall should not be underestimated." MD Wusheng explained in great detail, aiming to leave a deep impression on Zhu Bian. However, Zhu Bian just smiled faintly. "All right, I understand. Let's go. It's so lively in the Purple Mist City. We've been cooped up on the starship for so long. It's a good time to relax." MD Wusheng hesitated, but in the end, she lowered her head slightly and softly responded, "Yes." This short distance was fleeting for the starship, and soon it arrived above the inn, and then slowly descended onto the dedicated parking lot. The huge parking lot was bustling with activity. Starships of all shapes and sizes were parked here. There were massive starships measuring over 100 miles in length, as well as small and delicate ones only capable of carrying 2 people, and even various exotic birds and beasts. For example, there was a giant beast 100 feet long, pure white in color with golden eyes and a single horn on its head, which was the famous golden-eyed water-evading beast. This kind of divine beast was extremely rare and powerful, comparable to the strong ones of the Grand Luo stage, usually used by major sects as guardian spirit beasts. But now they were being used as mere carriage pullers, which was no longer just wasteful, but outright flaunting. MD Wusheng quietly explained to Zhu Bian, "Sir, that golden-eyed water-evading beast is the exclusive mount of the East Palace Crown Prince Laurent Jn from the Palace of the Imperial Person. It seems that he is also here." Zhu Bian remained calm, but a gleam flashed in his eyes when he heard the words Palace of the Imperial Person, then he stepped off the starship. At this point, Zhu Bian had already had Anyan lead the 2 daughters and the others into the magical treasure tower, so now only he and MD Wusheng were left. As they were preparing to leave the starship and head towards the inn, a voice suddenly rang out not far away, full of arrogance and mockery. "Well, isn't this Saintess MD? So you were on this starship just now." A group of people led by a tall and burly man with tiger skin pants and a bare upper body approached. On his chest was an embroidered tiger that was entirely red in color, with fierce eyes. He was none other than Chukshang, the direct descendant of the Faihu Hall. When MD Wusheng saw him, her expression slightly changed, with a hint of anger in her eyes that she quickly suppressed, and then lowered her gaze, saying softly, "It turns out to be young Master Chukshang. Saintess MD is being courteous." At this moment, MD Wusheng had already put on a veil, but her exquisite and elegant beauty was still apparent. Chukshang saw this, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. Then he cast a glance at Zhu Bian beside her. Zhu Bian had already hidden his aura perfectly, so he naturally couldn't see any clues. After looking at Zhu Bian, Chukshang sneered, "Oh, but I wonder who this man is. Could he be the disciple of Saintess MD?" Without finishing the sentence, it was evident from the sneer on his face and the deliberately drawn-out tone that he wasn't saying anything good. A flash of anger crossed MD Wusheng's face, but she quickly suppressed it and coldly replied, "He is the new direct disciple recently accepted by the God-slaying temple, also my junior brother." "What? Young Master Chukshang, do you also need to manage this?" "Junior brother." Chakshang looked at Zhu Bian again and saw the unique mark of the god-slaying temple on his body. So he believed her words and chuckled. So that's how it is, then he is not an outsider. I misunderstood earlier, thinking some incompetent person was piloting the starship and taking their time. I couldn't wait. More anger appeared on MD Wusheng's face at his words, but before she could speak, Zhu Bian chuckled lightly. It's alright, I'm not in a hurry anyway. After all, those who are always in a rush might end up even more rushing towards death than others. With these words, Chakshang's face instantly darkened. What did you say? Zhu Bian smiled faintly. Didn't you hear what I said? Do I need to repeat it? Chakshang, who was hot-tempered, couldn't bear this humiliation and was about to erupt. At that moment, MD Wusheng spoke in a cold tone. Chakshang, I suggest you figure out what you are doing. If you dare to start trouble here privately, be careful of your qualification to participate. Chakshang instantly calmed down upon hearing this. It should be noted that with so many participants in the 1,000 sects profound meeting, there might be enemies present, so to prevent unnecessary casualties, private fighting was strictly prohibited before the meeting. Any violation would result in disqualification from participation. Despite this, Chakshang's eyes were still filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhu Bian. Then he smirked insidiously. Kid, you're lucky this time. I hope you can still be this arrogant at the meeting. With that, he reached out his hand in a handshake gesture. Zhu Bian looked at him calmly. Seeing this, Chakshang's face showed a mocking expression. What? You dare not even shake my hand? A cold smile crept onto Zhuan's lips. What makes you think you have the right to shake hands with me? With that, Zhu Bian turned to MD Wusheng and said, Let's go. Then he turned and left directly. MD Wusheng gave Chakshang a deep look before following suit and leaving. Chakshang stood still for a moment, then an infinite sense of resentment appeared in his eyes. Spread the word to keep an eye on these two people from the god-slaying temple. Understood. A subordinate acknowledged and left. Chakshang then said in a cold voice, Even a lowly person dares to pretend in front of me. They think they can do whatever they want with an outsider's support. Wait until the meeting. See how I'll deal with you too. Meanwhile, in the inn, many people were secretly observing this scene. HMPH. I didn't expect people from the god-slaying temple to dare to participate in this 1,000 sects profound meeting. Someone sneered. The entire Shangqing star domain lacks the presence of the sun and moon, but Purple Mist City still experiences day and night. All of this is due to the radiant array that covers the sky above Purple Mist City. When this array emits a brilliant white light, it is daytime. When the white light fades and is replaced by a shimmering glow, it is nighttime. This kind of alternation between day and night is not uncommon among the various realms. Not every planet can be illuminated by the sun and moon like the Earth. Although the array can provide constant and unchanging illumination, and the rotation of day and night has no impact on these cultivators, due to the nature of the human race, people still habitually distinguish between night and day using the array. At this moment, as Zhuan and others just settled down, the lights were already lit outside the window, and in the distance, the sounds of revelry and laughter could be faintly heard. Xiang and Nian, who had already walked out of the Talisman Treasure Tower, were excited upon hearing the noise. Daddy, we want to go out and play. That's right, I want to go eat delicious food. Nian was practically drooling. Seeing this, Zhuan couldn't help but smile and said, All right, let's go now. Then he looked at Mu Wusheng. Are you coming with us? Mu Wusheng hesitated slightly. According to her preference, it would be best not to go anywhere and just wait in the inn until the conference started. But seeing Zhuan's current expression, she knew it was impossible to persuade him, so she gritted her teeth secretly. Fine. But, sir, the streets are crowded and diverse. It's better if you disguise yourself when you go out with your wife and children. Zhuan smiled and didn't say anything, just casually cast a spell on An Yan and the two little girls. Is this all right, Zhu? An asked lightly. Mu Wusheng was taken aback. With just that simple gesture, An Yan and the two little girls transformed significantly. Although still very beautiful and pretty, their temperament and appearance had changed greatly. All right, let's go, Zhuan said, holding the hands of the two little girls, walking out of the inn with An Yan. The inn was adjacent to the bustling area of Purple Mist City, so stepping out the door led to a lively street. The shops lined up on both sides of the street, offering a wide variety of goods. Walking on the main street, the passers-by were all extraordinary looking, dressed in all sorts of ways, but without exception, they were all powerful cultivators. Although it couldn't be said there were as many true immortals as dogs or Daluo wanderers everywhere, the difference wasn't too far off. Occasionally, there were even powerful cultivators at the level of half-step immortal kings, riding in sedan chairs carried by people, passing by arrogantly above people's heads. In summary, standing here, you would understand what the Void Grand Sect was and what a prosperous Starry Sea region looked like. Zu-un led everyone along the main street. Along the way, the eyes of the two little girls were almost not enough, their heads turning around to look at everything unfamiliar. "Wow, Daddy, that person in front is so tall!" Nyan exclaimed. "That's a giant, of course they are tall. And what about that one next to it? Bouncing around, like a ball." As soon as she finished speaking, the ball walking in front suddenly turned around fiercely and said, "Little girl, look clearly, I'm not a ball. Wow, so cute." Nyan's eyes lit up, unable to resist saying so. The person was stunned by Nyan's words for a moment, then fell into a dilemma. Angry because she had no ill intentions and was complimenting him. Not angry because the words felt awkward. In the end, he stomped his foot and walked away. "Daddy, how come that ball man walked away?" This remark almost caused the man, who had just walked a short distance, to trip and fall. He hesitated for a moment before speeding up and escaping. Zu-un couldn't help but smile and pat Nyan's head. Nyan, that's not a ball, that's a chubby goblin." "Goblin! That's right, a goblin. This is a very special race, a mutated branch of the human race," Zu-un explained. But Nyan's attention was not on this at all. She murmured with her eyes shining, "Wow, sounds like it would taste good." Zu-an. Xiang. Eventually, Xiang couldn't help but reach out and tap Nyan on the head first. "You glutton, all you think about is eating." Nyan touched her head in distress, pouted, and said, "Why do you have the right to say that? When there's good food, don't you eat just as much as I do?" Xiang's face showed a hint of embarrassment, then her little face stiffened. "Just because I'm older, I have the right to scold you." "Why? Just because I was born 6 minutes earlier than you." "So what if you were born 6 minutes earlier? Even if it was just 1 minute earlier, I'm still your older sister. If you have the ability, you should have come out earlier." Xiang said triumphantly. "Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore." Nyan turned her head in anger, ignoring Xiang. "Fine, ignore me, who cares?" Xiang also turned her face away, very willful. Seeing this, Zu-an and Yan couldn't help but exchange a glance before Yan sighed helplessly. "Ah, these two girls are getting more and more troublesome as they grow older. Now we have to have a dozen arguments like this every day, making my head ache." Zu-un laughed. "Let them argue. There are no siblings who don't quarrel. The key is that sometimes they even get physical." "Physical, yes. They sometimes grab each other's braids and don't let go." Just as the words fell, without knowing who made the first move, on this bustling street, Xiang and Nyan started pulling each other's braids, looking at each other fiercely. "Let go." This was Xiang. "You let go first." This was Nyan. "Why should I let go first?" "Because you're the older sister." Nyan wrinkled her nose, arguing with her hands on hips. "You just denied that I'm your older sister, remember?" Xiang didn't back down. "I don't care, it has to be you who lets go first." Nyan was stubborn. "You let go, and then I'll let go." Xiang said. "Why should I let go first, and not you let go first?" Nyan began to speak in riddles. And this scene, which was both amusing and cute to the point of bursting, attracted many onlookers on the street. The two little girls nodded in unison. "Let go." Finally, the two little girls let go of each other's hands, then they both aggrievedly moved closer to Zu-an. "Daddy, sister bullied me." "Daddy, it's clearly my sister bullying me." Then the two little girls lifted their heads together, teary-eyed, looking at Zu-an, waiting for his judgment. Zu-an, ... Even facing a supreme expert like an immortal emperor, Zu-an had never experienced such a headache. Just then, Yan, who was nearby, said softly, "Now you understand how I feel, right? Fighting over a dozen matches like this every day, and I have to be the referee." Whoever it is, their head will hurt. Zuan chuckled and said, I understand. Then he had a clever idea, raised his hand and pointed ahead. Oh, I seem to smell a fragrance coming from up front. There must be something delicious. Let's go check it out. As soon as they heard about something delicious, the two little girls instantly forgot their grievances and eagerly followed Zhu. And ahead, Yan looked at the joyful figures of the father and daughters, revealing a faint smile. Just then, Mu Wushuang walked up to her and whispered, Madam, I envy you. You have an exceptional good husband among all the heavenly realms. Yan smiled warmly. Thank you. With that, she quickly caught up with them. Zuan wasn't lying. He indeed caught a whiff of a fragrance. So as they walked along this long street, turned at a street corner, a street filled with the aroma of various dishes appeared before them. On either side of the street were restaurants lined up one after another. It was dinner time, and the entire street was brightly lit, with every restaurant exceptionally busy. Even standing at the street corner, you could hear the clinking of glasses and the sound of people enjoying their meals inside the restaurants. Zhu saw this and couldn't help but smile, then led his daughters inside. Not only were there restaurants, but there were also various street snacks being sold by the roadside. Come and take a look. Just out of the oven, spirit frog ham. Women eat it to stay forever young. Children eat it to enhance intelligence. The elderly eat it for longevity. Young men eat it to be gallant. Mom, I want to eat dragon blood tofu. Get me big pieces, okay? Enough. Thank you, Mom. Divine Capital Roast Duck, selected from the Holy Pond wild ducks, fed with spiritual medicine, crispy skin, and tender meat. Eating it can increase one's cultivation by a year. Calling voices were heard continuously, and all kinds of snacks were dizzying. Not long after they walked, the two little girls had in their hands a lot of skewers and kebabs, and they eagerly began to enjoy them. Yan and Mu Wushuang were holding a basket of steamed buns made of spiritual lamb meat. Zuan, of course, also tried a skewer. Although the taste was average, these street snacks often had a unique flavor that restaurants didn't have. Is it delicious, Rizzu? Asked with a smile. The two little girls had grease on their faces from eating, and they couldn't speak, just nodded. Don't eat too much. Later Daddy will take you to have a big meal. Okay. The group continued to walk inside. The further they walked, the more grand and magnificent the restaurants and taverns along the road became, and the level of sophistication rose. When they reached the center of the street, there stood a towering jade building. That's right. The entire building was carved from exquisite jade stones. When illuminated by lights, it emitted a fantastical and colorful light. This level of extravagance left Yan speechless. Even a golden building wouldn't compare to this. However, after being with Zuan for so long, she naturally knew that for cultivators, exquisite jade was much more valuable than gold. Because jade had a wide range of uses and was an indispensable material for cultivation. The fact that this entire building was made of jade meant that its construction cost was not just millions. Zuan, however, just gave a faint smile at this sight and looked at the signboard of the building, softly reading, White Jade Pavilion. Mu Wushuang leaned over and whispered in a low voice, Sir, this White Jade Pavilion is one of the top taverns in Purple Mist City. The behind-the-scenes owner is an elder from Shangqing Mountain. To come and go here, you not only need money, but also a very prominent status. Zuan nodded slightly and said lightly, I can see that. Just as they were talking, several rays of light flew directly towards them. Once the figures appeared, they were arrogant young experts dressed in luxurious clothes. As soon as these people appeared, attendants immediately led them inside, and the whole process was very quick. Even passers-by avoided the front of the White Jade Pavilion from afar, as if afraid of causing trouble. It seems nice here. Let's eat here, Zuan said, and was about to step inside. Mu Wushuang trembled, about to speak up. Just then, a voice of scolding came from inside the White Jade Pavilion. To come and scam us at the White Jade Pavilion. I see you've had enough to live. With that, a burly man full of anger dragged a person out from the White Jade Pavilion and threw him onto the ground. This person was wearing a tattered moon-white long robe, lying on the ground with his face obscured, not even moving after being thrown. Feigning death here. Do you think that if you've eaten our food, we can't do anything to you? The burly man sneered, then pointed his finger. Beat him. At his command, more than a dozen servants in green clothes rushed up like wolves and tigers. Although they were servants, each of them had the strength close to a quasi-golden immortal level. They didn't hold back in their strikes, raining punches on the person, making a muffled sound as if crushing flesh and blood. Despite the beating, the person didn't move or make a sound. "Hey, seems your bones are hard. Not making a sound, huh? Then beat him to death. He's not done until he begs for mercy." The burly man snarled viciously. The group intensified their beating, each strike being ruthless. Many onlookers at a distance showed expressions of distress, but no one dared to intervene, because everyone knew that this burly man was in charge of the White Jade Pavilion. The person being beaten was clearly there for a free meal, and now he was caught red-handed by the burly man, who was asserting his authority. Many shook their heads in private. Going for a free meal was one thing, but going for a free meal at the White Jade Pavilion, wasn't that asking for trouble? At that moment, the burly man, seeing the person lying on the ground, still not making a sound, couldn't help but get angry. "You're quite tough, huh? Today, this lord will see if your mouth is tough or my fists are tough." With that, he suddenly exuded the cultivation of a top true immortal. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at the speaker. The burly man was particularly stunned, as he had no forewarning and found his fist blocked by 2 fingers. Looking up, he saw a young man in white standing before him, with a clean and composed face. It was Zuan. The burly man trembled slightly, his arrogant demeanor instantly subdued. "Sir, what is your relationship with this person?" Zhu unshook his head. "No relationship, I just felt it was unbearable to see. How much money did he take from you? I'll give it back." The burly man hesitated. Truth be told, the man he wanted to beat up hadn't taken much money from him. After all, he had only dined on the first floor. The White Jade Tower had 100 floors, each with different levels of spending, and the higher the floor, the higher the expenses. The uppermost floors were unimaginable to ordinary people. The hesitation stemmed from his original intent not to ask for money, but to teach a lesson by beating the person to death to show his power. But now, with Zuan intervening, he couldn't help but hesitate. Zhu unnoticed this and casually took out 2 top-grade spirit crystals from his spatial ring. "Is this enough?" The onlookers buzzed in excitement. "Wow, top-grade spirit crystals! I never expected to see such high-quality spirit crystals, worth a fortune." The burly man's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the crystals. With these 2, he could dine on the first floor for a whole month. If he had them all to himself, he could profit handsomely. Hastily nodding, he said, "That's enough, that's enough." His tone became more respectful because anyone who could casually produce such high-quality spirit crystals was clearly no ordinary person. "Since it's enough, why don't you let him go?" Zuan said calmly. Yes, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and leave." The burly man turned and scolded before turning back with a smile, reaching out for the crystals. But just as his fingers were about to touch them, Zuan coldly smiled, loosened his grip, and the crystals fell to the ground, prompting gasps from the crowd. The burly man was shocked. "You, Zhu." Unshrug, pretending to be apologetic. "I'm sorry, I accidentally dropped them. You'll have to pick them up yourself." The burly man looked at Zuan with a hint of coldness in his eyes. But being the manager of the first floor of the White Jade Tower was no ordinary feat, and he quickly hid the coldness with a smile, saying, "It's fine, I'll pick them up." As he bent down to pick up the crystals, Zuan suddenly stepped on his hand, without expression, causing the burly man to wail in pain. "What are you doing? Help!" The servants were about to rush forward, but Zuan's cold gaze stopped them. "If anyone dares to come forward, their heads will explode into pieces immediately." The servants stood frozen, not daring to make any movement. Meanwhile, the burly man, tears streaming down his face, looked fearfully at Zuan. Zuan patted his head with a smile. "That's good. Do you know why I hit you?" The burly man shook his head, Zhu, and twisted his foot, causing extreme pain and contorting the man's face. Even so, he dared not make a sound, begging Zuan with his eyes. "Because you were malicious, not caring whether the other person was truly freeloading, you planned to make sure he didn't leave alive, right?" The burly man nodded with difficulty, muttering a word through gritted teeth. "Yes. For the sake of your petty power, you wanted to torture others. Do you think you deserve punishment?" The burly man spoke hoarsely, a hint of a sinister look in his eyes. As he saw the shadows of many figures moving within the white jade tower from the reflection of the 2 spirit crystals on the ground, he knew that they had received the news and were coming to rescue him. He shouted in his mind, "When the reinforcements arrive, you'll beg for mercy, but won't be able to get it." At the same time, a voice filled with commanding pressure shouted, "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on someone from my white jade tower?" When the people saw who had arrived, they were even more startled. "It's Lord Bao-san. The manager of the first 10 floors of the White Jade Tower is here. This young man is in trouble now." Lord Bao-san strode into the scene, his eyes coldly fixed on Zhu-En, and then at the burly man pinned under his foot, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "Friend, who are you? How dare you stir up trouble in my White Jade Tower?" Zhu-En chuckled, exerting some force under his foot, causing the burly man to scream in agony once again. "Do you call this stirring up trouble?" Lord Bao-san's eyes blazed with anger, commanding, "Kid, you clearly have had enough. Kill him for me." At his command, hundreds of servants surged forward, attacking Zhu-En from all directions. Just then, Mu Wushwang rushed out, shouting loudly, "Don't lay a hand on anyone." Lord Bao-san, upon seeing Mu Wushwang, froze, then smirked, "Hold your hand." The attackers immediately halted their assault. Lord Bao-san then turned to Mu Wushwang with a strange smile. Who would have thought it was the Lady Saint of the Slaughter God Temple? "Is this young man under your protection?" Mu Wushwang nodded solemnly. "He is my junior disciple." "Junior disciple?" Lord Bao-san glanced at Zhu-En curiously, then sneered, "Lady Saint Mu, talent seemed to abound in your Slaughter God Temple, daring to oppose my White Jade Tower. How do you plan to resolve this matter?" Mu Wushwang hesitated, stealing a glance at Zhu-En to see what he thought. This is an extremely luxurious room where all descriptions of grandeur pale in comparison. A faint fragrance permeates the air, created by the incense made from the horn of a thunderous white rhinoceros, each gram of which is extremely valuable. The floor is made from the polished body of a millennia blood-wooed demon, smooth as a mirror yet warm as jade. Even a seemingly insignificant item here could have a terrifying origin. Sitting on the sofas and lounges in the room are many extraordinary young people. These people, both men and women, all exude extraordinary demeanor, with even the least powerful among them being at the large Luo realm, indicating just how formidable their backgrounds are. Despite this group of people, no one dares to speak at this moment, and the vast room is filled with silence, because everyone's gaze is fixed on the man standing by the window. This man stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the ground, his gaze sweeping over the others in the room before settling on Frostless Mu. Then lifting at the corner of his mouth, he lightly laughs in a somewhat playful tone. Is this the so-called saintess of the god-slaying temple? As soon as he finished speaking, a man standing in the shadow of the wall immediately steps forward, looks at Frostless Mu, and nods, "Yes, your highness, this woman is indeed the saintess of the god-slaying temple." His face is then exposed to the light, revealing a handsome young man, especially his pair of eyes, shining and dazzling, revealing his extraordinary cultivation. If there were others present, they would be amazed upon seeing this man, as he is Tang Hongbo, the head manager of White Jade Tower, and also one of the direct disciples of Upper Clear Mountain. In Purple Mist City, this Tang Hongbo is even known as the White Jade Prince, a top-notch figure who puts even Lord Leopard 3 to shame. Yet even with his status, he must show such deference to this man, a scene that would shock anyone if witnessed, but Tang Hongbo accepts it willingly, even with a look of respect in his eyes. In fact, even among this gathering of the Thousand Sects Assembly, this man can be considered a top figure, because his father is none other than the renowned Lord Emperor of the Royal Court, Luo Wiking. Yes, he is none other than the haughty prince of the East Palace of the Royal Court, Luo Rongjin, who once arrogantly used a golden-eyed water-avoiding beast to pull his chariot. After hearing Tang Hongbo's explanation, Luo Rongjin's face displays a hint of mockery. "I missed out on the last Thousand Sects Assembly because I was in seclusion, but I heard that fellow Zetiantia made quite a splash, even taking away the saintess of the god-slaying temple's primordial yin. What a missed opportunity for a good show." Tang Hongbo dares not make a sound. The others in the room dare not even breathe, because they all know very well that the Prince of the East Palace of the Royal Court and the unrivaled talent from the profound Sullen Tomb, Zetiantia, have a deep enmity between them. Faced with such grudges among top sect disciples, it is best to stay silent. At this moment, Luo Rongjin suddenly smiles, then says, "Is Miss Yunjin not ready yet? I just received a message saying she's already dressing up and should be coming over soon. Shall I go remind her again?" Tang Hongbo asks. No hurry. Luo Rongjin waves his hand, smiling as he says, "Beauty should take their time to dress up. How can I rush them? That would make me seem so ignorant of elegance, wouldn't it? No wonder your highness has so many charming ladies. You truly understand a woman's heart. You are not bad yourself. In this vast white jade tower, your vulgarity is the least of all." Luo Rongjin laughs and pats Tang Hongbo's shoulder. The atmosphere in the room relaxes, and smiles appear on everyone's faces. But the next moment, the smile on Luo Rongjin's face disappears, and in a flat tone, he says, "Since Miss Yunjin is not here yet, send someone to bring Miss Mu Saintus up. We have nothing to do anyway. Might as well have some fun." Tang Hongbo is momentarily stunned, looking at Luo Rongjin in surprise. "What? Didn't quite catch that." Luo Rongjin says coldly. "Oh, no. I'll do it right now." Tang Hongbo instantly comes to his senses, bows deeply, then retreats. Luo Rongjin stands with hands behind his back, gazing at the scene below, a cold smile playing on his lips. The leopard third lord's face was full of killing intent as he sneered at Zuan. "Kid, don't think that you can do anything just because you have the backing of the War God Temple. This is Purple Mist City, the territory of Shangqing Mountain. I guarantee you won't leave this street alive today." Zuan smiled faintly. "Is that so? Do you believe that someone will come to invite us to the 99th floor in a moment?" There was a commotion among the crowd. "Hey!" The leopard third lord sneered. "The 99th floor. Do you know what kind of people can go there? Do you even deserve it?" But before he could finish, a flash of light passed by, and then Tang Hongbo appeared in the scene. His appearance caused a stir. "Oh my god, even the White Jade King is here. This situation just got serious. How did Lord Tang know about this?" People whispered to each other. The leopard third lord, who had been imposing just moments ago, immediately turned into a submissive dog when he saw Tang Hongbo approaching with a smile on his face and bowing to the ground. "Chief Supervisor, why are you here?" However, Tang Hongbo didn't spare him a glance and instead looked deeply at Zuan, who was still standing on the strong man. At this point, the strong man had already passed out from the pain. Seeing this scene, sweat dripped from the leopard third lord's forehead, and he hurriedly approached. "Chief Supervisor, I was just about to resolve this matter. He thought Tang Hongbo had come because of this matter, but to his surprise, Tang Hongbo didn't pay any attention to it at all. Instead, he looked at Mu Wushwang beside him and smiled. "It turns out the Lady Saint has arrived. I regret not welcoming you personally." Upon hearing this, the leopard third lord was stunned for a moment and then showed a look of fear in his eyes. What's going on? Wasn't the War God Temple about to be expelled from the Void Sect? Why was the chief supervisor so respectful to Mu Wushwang? Could it be? The leopard third lord's face turned pale, and he trembled slightly. Mu Wushwang was also puzzled. She had met Tang Hongbo a few times, but they didn't have any close relationship. Why was he suddenly so enthusiastic? Out of courtesy, she nodded. "Chief Supervisor is too kind about this matter." "Oh, it's just a small matter. Nothing to worrying about." Tang Hongbo smiled warmly. "There happens to be a noble person upstairs who wants to meet you. How about taking a rest upstairs, Lady Saint?" Mu Wushwang was startled, and her smile disappeared instantly. She asked coldly, "Who wants to see me?" "It's a very distinguished person, waiting for you on the 99th floor." Mu Wushwang was about to refuse when Tang Hongbo said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you, this person may not have a good temper. If you refuse to go, I cannot guarantee what will happen." It was no longer a veiled threat, but a blatant coercion. Mu Wushwang's eyes filled with anger. However, Tang Hongbo calmly continued, "Lady Saint, you are here to participate in the Grand Zhuan meeting, right? Forgive me for being straightforward. Meeting this distinguished person may be very helpful to you." Mu Wushwang was about to retort. Just then, Zuan suddenly walked over, smiling. "It sounds interesting. Why don't we go up and take a look?" Mu Wushwang was surprised and gave Zuan a strange look. Why would he agree to such a request? But trusting Zuan, she remained silent. Tang Hongbo looked puzzled at this, but then smiled even brighter. "Well, let's go, shall we, Zuan shook his head. "We haven't finished things here yet. How can we leave?" Tang Hongbo frowned at this, and then said coldly, "Leopard third." The leopard third, drenched in cold sweat, approached hesitantly. Chief. Before he could finish, Tang Hongbo gave him a hard slap across the face. The leopard third lord's mouth was bleeding, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes, because being slapped meant he could still live. Indeed. Tang Hongbo reprimanded, "Lady Saint is a distinguished guest of our White Jade Pavilion. Is this how you treat her?" The leopard third, bleeding from his mouth, couldn't speak and could only nod repeatedly. Tang Hongbo then turned to Zuan, smiling insincerely. "Friend, what do you think of this handling?" Zuan smiled slightly and approached the person who had been hit earlier. Everyone looked on. The person had been lying motionless on the ground throughout the commotion, appearing lifeless. But soon, a slight snoring sound could be heard from beneath him. People were initially stunned, then found it somewhat absurd. The situation had been so intense, yet this person had fallen asleep just like that. Zuan's expression remained unchanged as he lightly nudged the person. The person stirred, moving his arms before slowly sitting up. As his face came into view, many were surprised. Instead of the expected lazy and unruly appearance, they were greeted by a handsome young man. Despite wearing tattered white clothes, his noble bearing shone through. Especially his eyes, light purple like glass, exuded a lazy beauty. The young man stretched lazily and asked, "Are we done?" Zhu smiled, "Yes, we are." The young man stood up, ready to leave. Zuan didn't stop him, just quipping, "Leaving so soon? Don't you want to enjoy some good food?" The young man turned to look at Zuan, interested. "Oh, are you treating?" "Not me, but someone is. So, what do you say, go or not?" Zhu and smiled, "Go. Of course, I'll go. Why refuse an invitation to dine?" With that, the young man naturally walked to Zuan's side. "Where are we going to eat?" "Don't worry, just follow him." Tang Hongbo observed the scene, but neither Zhu and nor the young man piqued his interest. He was only concerned about Mu Wuxuang, and he couldn't be bothered with the others. So, he calmly said, "Lady Saint, let's go." The White Jade Tower has 100 floors, and it's impossible to climb up layer by layer naturally. Typically, guests would use their supernatural powers to fly directly to the desired floor. However, this time Tang Hongbo led everyone to take a unique staircase exclusive to the White Jade Tower. This staircase, like an elevator, is a tool used to ascend the building. The difference is that while elevators on Earth are powered by electricity, the staircase in the White Jade Tower is activated through a clever formation array. Shortly, the group reached the 99th floor. When the formation light dissipated, they were greeted by a luxuriously decorated hall. Proud-looking men and women were seated in various corners of the hall, scrutinizing the newcomers. Regardless of who it was, the first thing they noticed upon entering the room was Luo Rongjin seated on a nearby sofa, exuding a natural air of nobility that outshone everyone else. "Your Highness, Lady Musheng has arrived." Tang Hongbo approached and whispered. Luo Rongjin, sipping tea, raised his head upon hearing the announcement, looking towards Mu Wuxuang. Mu Wuxuang was taken aback and blurted out, "Luo Rongjin?" This caused a commotion in the room. Many people glared angrily at Mu Wuxuang for daring to address the prince by name. However, Luo Rongjin's eyes lit up, and he waved a hand, signaling others not to speak. He then stood up with a smile. "Miss Mu, it seems this is our first meeting. You recognizing me is quite a surprise." Mu Wuxuang's face turned pale. If she had known that Luo Rongjin had invited her, she would never have come. Not for any reason other than Luo Rongjin's identity being too formidable. The royal temple was a top-tier sect comparable to the Thousand Crane Palace of the Zhuangming Tomb. As the eastern prince of the royal temple, Luo Rongjin stood far above her as an intimidating figure she, a mere priestess of the Temple of Arms, shouldn't provoke. "Don't be nervous, I just happened to see Miss Mu here, so I invited you to have a drink." Luo Rongjin said politely, gesturing for the attendants to bring various drinks. "What would you like to drink?" he asked with a smile. Regardless, Luo Rongjin's current behavior was impeccable, exuding an aura of nobility and excellent manners. Mu Wuxuang shook her head and took a deep breath. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I do not drink." Luo Rongjin raised an eyebrow. "Really? Miss Mu doesn't drink? That's a pity. How about some food?" As soon as he spoke, a sumptuous feast was promptly served. Every dish was worth a fortune. "Please, have a seat and enjoy," Luo Rongjin said with a smile. The boy who had been beaten earlier had already rushed to the table, disregarding propriety and greedily devouring the food, much to the annoyance of many. Nevertheless, Mu Wushwang reluctantly sat down. Tang Hongbo never got a second glance throughout the meal, as if he were merely invisible. Nevertheless, Tang Hongbo appeared unfazed and sat naturally at the table. Though he had just eaten on the first floor, he now devoured the food voraciously, as if he had been starved for years, making his eating habits quite appetizing to watch. So he smiled and ate along. However, just as he finished a cup of tea, Luo Rongjin raised a glass of wine and smiled at Mu Wushwang. "This is a special monkey wine. Care for a drink?" At the mention of monkey wine, Mu Wushwang seemed to recall a painful memory and promptly declined. "Lord Luo, I really cannot drink any alcohol. I apologize." Luo Rongjin's hand froze in mid-air, his smile unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. "So you won't even accept a toast from me?" he asked. The room fell silent. Only the sound of the boy eating voraciously could be heard. Many stood up silently, their cold gazes fixed on Mu Wushwang. Fear trickled into Mu Wushwang's heart. Even though Luo Rongjin had only asked softly, she felt a strong pressure coming from him. Was his power really that formidable? Despite this, she managed to say, "Lord Luo, I really can't drink alcohol. So you can't drink, or you don't want to drink with me." Luo Rongjin's smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold gleam in his eyes. "Or is it that I'm not as good as Ztianxia?" With this statement, Mu Wushwang turned deathly pale, a look of deep humiliation in her eyes. "Lord Luo, you ... No one has ever dared refuse a toast from me, so today you will drink, willing or not. Understand?" Luo Rongjin said calmly. Mu Wushwang trembled. Just then, a hand swept past her, intercepting the wineglass offered by Luo Rongjin. "If she can't drink, then allow me to drink in her place," a voice said softly. Mu Wushwang raised her eyes to see Zuan, who had suddenly appeared behind her. When she glanced over, Zuan smiled faintly at her. Instantly, a profound sense of security washed over her. Yet at that moment, Luo Rongjin's face darkened, and his eyelids twitched incessantly. He did not speak, for behind him, the uproar had already begun. "You drinking for her? Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of drinking with the prince? That's right, who do you think you are? What a joke!" Zuan's smile turned cold, slowly rotating the porcelain wine cup in his hand. "My patience is limited, so I suggest you all better shut up right now." Just as one of the most vocal critics was about to retort, Zuan's wine cup disappeared and reappeared in the man's mouth. The man was forcibly lifted off the ground, crashing through to tables before stopping at the wall. When he finally ceased, his mouth was bloody and his jaw shattered. Zuan's move shocked the room into silence momentarily before erupting in anger. "How dare you lay hands on someone in front of the prince? Kill him! That's right, kill him!" Amidst the shouts, Zuan remained composed and proud, showing no sign of fear. The boy who had been engrossed in his meal struggled to swallow a mouthful of food, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and joined Zuan's side. Luo Rongjin stayed silent, observing Zuan with cold eyes. As voices filled the air, numerous charming and beautiful maidservants filed up the stairs from the doorway. After they arrived, they all stood respectfully on both sides, as if welcoming someone. Soon after, a woman carrying her dress gracefully ascended the steps. She was a woman dressed in pale purple attire, fair-skinned like snow, with features like a painting, stunning enough to make hearts skip a beat. Especially her eyes, as if they could speak, were full of 1,000 different charms. At the sight of this woman, Zuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Then a faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't speak, just took a step back. At the same time, the whole room stirred. Tang Hongbo quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Miss Yun, you finally arrived. His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. Only you have the privilege to make His Highness wait like this." Yes, the newcomer was the leading courtesan of Bai Yulu, Gong Yunjin. Bai Yulu was not only the leading restaurant in Ziwu City, but also a first-class gold-selling venue and a hero's tomb. Countless beauties gathered here, and some even said that if you couldn't find a suitable girl in Bai Yulu, then there was no woman suitable for you in the world. Gong Yunjin's ability to stand out in such an environment and become the leading courtesan was a testament to her great charm. For example, now, everyone in the room was looking at Gong Yunjin with amazement. Only Luo Rongjin remained silent, sitting expressionless on the sofa. Tang Hongbo noticed this and gave a signal to Gong Yunjin. Gong Yunjin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then walked gracefully to his side. "Your Highness, why are you so gloomy? Do you think I'm late?" Her voice was gentle and charming, with a hint of coquetry, making people feel comforted just by hearing it. The faces of the people nearby showed signs of infatuation. Smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Gong Yunjin, Luo Rongjin's solemn expression gradually softened, and then he stood up, smiling elegantly. "Miss Yun, you misunderstood. How could I be dissatisfied with you being late? It's just a little unpleasant incident that happened." At this point, Gong Yunjin also noticed the man not far away with blood around his mouth, but she was accustomed to grand scenes and just smiled faintly. "Oh, I wonder who has the audacity to offend your highness." Speaking, she looked over the group, including Mu Wushuang. Despite the gentle expression, Mu Wushuang's heart suddenly felt a chill after being looked at by her, which made a hint of seriousness appear in her eyes. This crowned beauty of Bai Yulu, and the foremost courtesan in all of Ziwu City, was clearly not that simple. Gong Yunjin then looked towards the gluttonous youth. The youth had a carefree expression on his face, seemingly savoring the taste of the recent feast and unaware of what was happening around him. Gong Yunjin didn't pay much attention to him either, but as her gaze finally passed over Zuan, she suddenly froze in place. Then a blazing heat burst into her eyes, and her whole body began to tremble. "Duh!" She murmured softly, but then seemed to realize something, and the flames in her eyes dimmed. "Huh! Miss Yun, what's wrong? Why do you look so embarrassed?" Luo Rongjin, who had been silent, noticed something amiss and asked in a low voice. "Ah, it's nothing." Gong Yunjin's face was pale as paper as she forced a smile, then gave Zuan a deep look with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "What's going on? Why does this person look so much like the master? So much so that even I mistook him." But she quickly concealed these perfect abnormalities and turned to Luo Rongjin with a charming smile. "Lord Master, these people are just ordinary disciples of sects. With your status, why bother interacting with them? Give me a face and let them go. What do you think?" Luo Rongjin looked at her quietly and suddenly smiled. If anyone else said that, he would be dead already. Gong Yunjin chuckled. "What about me, you?" Luo Rongjin suddenly reached out and lightly hooked Gong Yunjin's lip, then put it in his mouth and sighed with satisfaction. "Tastes great." There was no change in Gong Yunjin's expression, not even a hint of difference in her smile. At this point, Luo Rongjin looked at Mu Wushuang and said lightly, "Mu Wushuang, I don't know why Miss Yun is pleading for you all, but since a beauty is pleading for me, I will give you a chance." He pointed to a glass of wine on the table and said, "Drink this glass of wine, then you can leave." Mu Wushuang's eyes showed relief. She had prepared for the worst, but didn't expect the situation to take a turn. So she took a deep breath and was about to step forward to take the glass of wine. The gluttonous youth, who had been silent, suddenly rushed forward, picked up the glass, gulped it down, and said, "Tastes good. Is there more?" The whole room fell into silence, and people were dumbfounded. Luo Rongjin raised an eyebrow, revealing a deep anger on his face. But Gong Yunjin took this opportunity to quickly fill a glass of wine and handed it to Luo Rongjin. "Your Highness, whether anyone else drinks it or not, this glass of wine has been consumed by someone. Let them go, or else it will dampen your mood." Luo Rongjin snorted coldly and said nothing. Gong Yunjin discreetly nodded to Mu Wushuang and the others. Mu Wushuang hesitated briefly. She didn't know what Zuan meant. She didn't mind, but he was the respected Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Could he tolerate this humiliation? Just as she had these thoughts, Zuan took the lead to walk out, urging her as he passed by. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Mu Wushuang was a little stunned, but obediently followed Zuan out. The gluttonous youth also left with them. Soon, they reached the street outside. It was only then that Mu Wushuang finally couldn't help but ask, in a quiet voice, "My lord, why did you leave so quickly?" Zuan said lightly, "I could have acted on the spot, even killed Luo Rongjin without hesitation, but don't forget the purpose of my visit this time. If we act prematurely and expose our identity, how can this game continue?" Mu Wushwang suddenly realized and nodded solemnly. I understand. Indeed, you see things far ahead, my lord. Zuin smiled, then turned to look at the towering white jade building and said lightly, it's been so many years, the little yellow-haired girl back then has grown up to be so beautiful. My lord, what did you say? Oh, nothing. Let's go. Back to the inn. Zuin then looked at the gluttonous young man and asked, do you have a place to go? The young man shook his head firmly and said, no. Then come back with me for now. Is there food? Enough. Okay. The young man's response was decisive, without any hesitation. Mu Wushwang listened in astonishment to the conversation between the two of them, truly puzzled as to why Zuin valued this youth of unknown origin so much. But Zuin seemed to admire the young man, jokingly saying, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off? The young man shook his head calmly, not afraid. Right now, I have no money to eat. Whoever can feed me, I'll follow them. Mu Wushwang couldn't help but ask, is food really that important to you? The young man's eyes lit up with fervor as he nodded solemnly, of course, to me. If there's one thing in the world that cannot be disappointed, it must be good food. So even if you have no money, you'll still eat, even if it means getting beaten up. Any problem? The young man retorted. Mu Wushwang. The young man continued, if I eat someone's food without paying, letting them hit me a few times to vent is only fair. After all, the food has already entered my stomach. They can't take it back. Zuin couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. To have such a strong obsession with eating, you are indeed quite a character. Thank you for your praise. My belief is that every meal must be treated well. After all, if one doesn't even want to eat, what's the point of living? I suddenly feel that you would get along well with a friend of mine. Does he also like to eat? No, he also likes to spout self-righteous nonsense. As the light array above Ziwu City began to emit a faint white light, the revelry in the white jade building gradually dissipated. Gong Yunjin staggered back to her boudoir, then collapsed drunk onto the bed. Her personal maid hurried forward, wanting to help her undress. But Gong Yunjin waved her hand. Don't touch me yet, let me lie down for a while. The maid withdrew, looking at Gong Yunjin with pity in her eyes. Miss, how much did you drink last night? Gong Yunjin smiled bitterly. I had no choice. Luo Rongjin kept pestering me, even wanting to take me away. To get rid of him, I had to keep covering it up with wine. HMPH. That Luo Rongjin is really despicable. He looks gentle on the surface, but he's actually a lecher. And Tang Hongbo didn't even step forward to stop him. It's maddening, the maid said indignantly. Gong Yunjin closed her eyes and said, how could Tang Hongbo dare to offend such a top-notch talent like Luo Rongjin? Zir, yes. Prepare the carriage. What are you going to do? Zir was puzzled. Gong Yunjin suddenly opened her eyes. I'm going to see someone. Zir wanted to persuade Gong Yunjin to rest, but seeing the determination in her eyes, she held back. Yes. Remember, don't be conspicuous. Understood. After a meal, a plain and inconspicuous carriage flew out of the white jade building. Meanwhile, in the inn, Xiang Xiangnian, Zisha, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Ziyu sat in a row, staring in shock at the youth on the opposite side of the table, who was eating heartily. How many dishes is this? Zisha couldn't help but ask. It should seem like it's the 18th dish. Zhang Xiaoyu also exclaimed. At that moment, the youth pushed the empty plate aside and casually grabbed another plate of food. Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. Now it's the 19th dish. Even the usually quiet and low-profile Channer couldn't help but be amazed at the young man. Yan smiled as she observed, Husband, I finally understand why this young man has no money. With his appetite, even a bit of money probably wouldn't be enough for him to eat a meal. Zhu unchuckled but said nothing. At that moment, outside the inn where they stayed, a carriage slowly pulled up. The carriage was covered with black curtains, making it impossible to see inside. Then, a ceremonial note flew out and transformed into a stream of light, flying into the inn. This was a common practice when visiting friends, similar to pressing a doorbell on Earth to notify the host that a guest had arrived. In an instant, Zuin held a faint purple ceremonial note in his hand, emitting a subtle fragrance. Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing it, then glanced at Yan. Yan just chuckled in response. Husband, it seems like a woman is looking for you, she said. Mu Wushwang also noticed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Gong Yunjin? Why would this courtesan from the White Jade Building be looking for my lord?" As she spoke, she realized her blunder and quickly covered her mouth in surprise. But Yan didn't react explosively as expected. Instead, she was curious and said, "Courtesan, do you know her from before?" Zuin remained silent for a moment, then said lightly, "I should have met her once, but she probably hasn't seen through my disguise." Yan nodded. "You should go see what she wants, then." "Okay." With that, Zuin turned and walked out. Mu Wushwang stared at Zuan's back in a daze, then looked at Yan, who remained calm, suddenly not knowing what to say. What was this situation? Was his wife really sending her husband to meet a courtesan he might have known before? At the same time, Zuin walked outside the inn. Zier stood by the carriage and said softly, "Young master, our young lady is waiting for you inside the carriage. Please come aboard for a chat." Without hesitation, Zuin boarded the carriage. Looking at her hopeful eyes, Zuin gave a faint smile, gently shook his head. The flames in Gong Yunjin's eyes extinguished instantly, then she lowered her head, remained silent for a long time. Zuin didn't speak either, just sat quietly on the side waiting. After a moment, Gong Yunjin finally spoke in a deeply remorseful tone. "I'm sorry, I was rude." Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why do you say that?" Gong Yunjin lifted her head, her eyes already red. Then she forced a smile, "Because your appearance and demeanor are so similar to an adult I know, so I took the liberty to ask, but it seems I made a mistake. I apologize." As she finished, Gong Yunjin's voice had become choked up. She sniffled hard, and tears streamed down like beads off a broken string. Zuin watched her quietly, his gaze gradually softening, but still remained silent until Gong Yunjin calmed down. Then he spoke softly, "Is that person very important to you?" Gong Yunjin wiped away her tears, nodded vigorously, her expression solemn. "Very important, even more important than my own life, because my life was given by him." A glimmer appeared in Zuan's eyes. Gong Yunjin seemed to have found a window to release her emotions and continued, "At that time, I was just a naive little girl. My father died in gang fights, and my mother quietly left one morning, leaving me alone struggling to survive." Her voice became lost in reminiscence as she said, "Can you imagine that feeling? I dared not even sleep deeply, because where I lived, gang fights raged every day, and as a helpless little girl, I was their prime target. So I covered myself in the filthiest mud, tried my best to hide my gender, and held a small knife while sleeping." Even though many years had passed, as she recounted these memories, fear still flickered in Gong Yunjin's eyes, as if the scenes from the past were unfolding before her. "Fortunately, I managed to survive. But do you know what is more terrifying than death? Hunger." Zuin spoke quietly after a moment of silence. "Yes, hunger." Gong Yunjin glanced at Zuan, then continued with a bitter smile. "It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Behind the colorful facade of Purple Mist City lies an abyss of darkness, where people die in endless gang fights, and some perish from starvation and cold, while just a wall away, the wealthy squander fortunes." Zuin shook his head. "It's not surprising, as many places are like that." "Yes, most are." Gong Yunjin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "At that time, because I was too scared to venture out to find food, I fainted from hunger several times, until I was eventually bedridden, on the brink of death. I thought dying would be better. At least I wouldn't suffer anymore," she confessed. "But in my hazy state, someone came to my side, lifted up my emaciated body, and carried me away from that chaotic place." Happiness tinged with nostalgia appeared on Gong Yunjin's face. "I still remember the warmth and scent in that person's arms. It was a comforting kind of warmth. I also heard someone screaming, begging for mercy. Even though I was too weak to open my eyes, I recognized the voice as that of the gang leader who cruelly killed my father. A fearsome figure reduced to tears and begging for mercy," she narrated. "You can't imagine the feelings that welled up in me upon hearing that. It was like celestial music, making me tremble with excitement." He seemed to sense it, chuckled softly, and then the gang leader's pleas stopped suddenly, and I smelled an overwhelming scent of blood, mixed with his usual odor, a smell I can never forget. I passed out at that moment, but before I did, I thought, if there is truly a heaven, this must be it," Gong Yunjin concluded, her deep voice still echoing in the compartment, while she gazed earnestly at Zuan. However, she was ultimately disappointed because she didn't see any expression on Zuan's face. It was as if her narrative was fleeting, not even a blink, until she finished, and Zuin chuckled lightly. What happened next? He took me away from there, got me medical treatment, and even taught me martial arts. Gong Yunjin's eyes sparkled with happiness and radiance as she spoke. It was the happiest time of my life, with someone caring every day if I had enough to eat and wear warm clothes, and he taught me a set of martial arts based on my talents. That's when I learned he was the renowned Red Lotus Immortal in the heavens. Pride filled Gong Yunjin's eyes as she continued. I wasn't surprised because only a hero like him deserved the title of Immortal. And his visit to Purple Mist City happened to coincide with the atrocities of the gangs in broad daylight, leading to their complete eradication in a fit of rage. After staying for 10 days, he hurriedly left, leaving me with a self-defense weapon and plenty of silver coins, Gong Yunjin said, carefully pulling out a delicately embroidered purse from her bosom. Opening it cautiously, revealed a small charm inside. He told me that this charm can protect me, and the silver coins can provide a stable and ample living, but he didn't know. I actually don't want anything at all, really. Gong Yunjin's eyes welled up with tears once again. He left without me even asking if he would return, because a hero like him. How could he possibly remember an ordinary and insignificant girl like me? But I still held on to a glimmer of hope. So I have spent all my money and sold myself at the White Jade Pavilion, just to gather information. As Gong Yunjin spoke, a look of determination filled her face. Zuin let out a sigh, but I heard that he seemed to have been reborn. That's right. The gentleman indeed has been reborn, and it's been said he has already attained the status of an immortal king. But this matter has caused quite a sensation, shaking the entire heavens. Many people I know have sinister intentions towards him, especially in this upcoming Qianzong Zhuanhui event. It seems to be directly related to him. So if possible, I really want to contact him, to tell him to stay away from here, not to come. Gong Yunjin's expression had become extremely serious. Zuin smiled at her words, then stood up. It's a fascinating story, but if this person is truly the hero you describe, you would not be afraid, but instead should come, after all. Cattle and sheep flock, while fierce beasts roam alone, don't you agree? Cattle and sheep flock, fierce beasts roam alone. Gong Yunjin murmured dreamily, then shuddered suddenly, wanting to say something. But at that moment, Zuin had already turned and walked away without looking back, saying lightly, if I can see that guy, I will definitely convey your words to him, goodbye. With that, he proudly walked into the inn and disappeared from sight. Gong Yunjin stared dazedly in the direction Zuin left, remaining silent for a while. Eventually, Shire couldn't help but softly say, Miss, the person has already left. In reality, this little maid was also filled with astonishment at the moment. She hadn't expected Gong Yunjin, who never interacted with any man except for unavoidable social drinking occasions, to personally come to meet someone. Not only did she come to see him, but she also talked with him for a long time in the carriage, and judging by her current state, it seemed like she had even cried. How could this not shock the little maid? Gong Yunjin regained her composure, took a deep breath, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and calmly said, Let's go, back home, yes. Although filled with curiosity, Shire obediently nodded, and then personally commanded the carriage to ascend and leave. Little did Gong Yunjin know, while she disguised herself to meet Zuan, a pair of eyes had been spying on everything from the shadows. Only after they had all left did this figure flash out from the darkness and vanish. At the same time, inside the inn, a cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. What did you say? Gong Yunjin of the White Jade Pavilion, the courtesan, is secretly meeting with that outsider from the Temple of Slaughter? Hearing this, Chu Shang, the young master of the Flying Tiger Hall, stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. A subordinate knelt down and said, reporting to the young master, I saw it with my own eyes, there's no doubt about it. Chu Shang's eye shimmered, and he began pacing around the room. Yes, the person who had been secretly watching outside the inn where Zuin resided was someone he had sent. Initially, he had only wanted to prevent Mu Wushuang from running off with Zuin again. But never did he expect to receive such information. Chu Shang knew the importance of this intelligence. Because now, in the entire Purple Mist City, who didn't know that the rising star of the Royal God Palace's East Palace, Prince Luo Rongjin, had set his eyes on Gong Yunjin, the courtesan of the White Jade Pavilion. Chu Shang, though arrogant, was self-aware and knew that his own strength was no match for Luo Rongjin. In fact, until the heirs of several top sects appeared, all the heirs of the sects in Purple Mist City had to defer to Luo Rongjin. Chu Shang had also heard about what happened at the White Jade Pavilion last night. He did not expect Luo Rongjin to still covet the leftovers of Mu Wuxuang. Although he had been persuaded to leave in the end, everyone knew that this matter would not end so easily. And now, this incident had given Chu Shang an opportunity to exploit. Thinking of this, a cunning smile appeared on Chu Shang's face, and he waved his hand. The subordinate immediately approached him. Chu Shang whispered in his ear, "I will write a letter. Take it to see Luo Rongjin. Tell him everything you saw. Especially remember to show him the water mirror recording you made. There will be a hefty reward upon your return. Understood?" "Understood." The subordinate's face lit up with joy as he nodded. "Go, yes?" The eager subordinate left to carry out his orders. Chu Shang stood in place, watching the retreating figure of his subordinate. His expression gradually filled with a satisfied, cold smile. Then he said to the people nearby, "Spread the word. Erase his name." "Huh." A nearby subordinate was puzzled. Chu Shang explained, "It's simple. Once Luo Rongjin hears the report from him, he will tear him to shreds, so he won't be coming back." The people around trembled at his words, and all lowered their heads, afraid to say a word. Heh, I wonder what kind of expression Master Luo will have when he finds out that the woman he couldn't have is secretly meeting with other men. Chu Shang couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter filled with smug satisfaction and arrogance. And indeed, as he had predicted, after hearing the detailed description from the subordinate and watching the water mirror recording, a furious Luo Rongjin tore the man to pieces right on the spot. Even so, his anger was not quenched. He roared, "Guards!" 12 brightly armored ghostly attendants emerged from the void, their eye sockets emitting a faint blue ghostly fire. They were the famous ghostly attendants of the Royal God Palace. "I decree that Gong Yunjin, that wretched woman, along with Mu Wuxuang and the others, shall all be torn to shreds." Luo Rongjin's face contorted as he harshly ordered. The ghostly attendants silently stepped back. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, with everyone trembling, fearing further repercussions. But at that moment, Luo Rongjin suddenly calmed down and coldly stated, "Wait." The ghostly attendants immediately halted their steps. Luo Rongjin's eyes flashed with a murderous rage. "Some of you disguise yourselves and go kill that man." When Gong Yunjin received an invitation from Luo Rongjin, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Weren't they just having dinner together last night? What's going on? Why suddenly invite herself again? Vaguely, Gong Yunjin had a sense of ominous premonition. But Tang Hongbo seemed oblivious to this and said with a smile, "It seems that Prince Luo is really fond of you. Hurry up and get ready. This is an opportunity many women can't come by easily." With a hint in his words, Tang Hongbo continued, "Actually, Prince Luo is really good, unparalleled in terms of family background, gentle and cultured. If you follow him, your future is limitless. So, a little pretense of being tipsy may not be a bad idea, don't you think?" Gong Yunjin coldly sneered in her heart, but didn't show any abnormality on her face. Instead, she smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Tang. I know what to do. As long as you know. A woman's purity is important, but that Prince Luo, tut, I won't say more." With that, Tang Hongbo left with a smile. As soon as he left, the smile on Gong Yunjin's face disappeared instantly. "Shire, miss, prepare, I need to get ready, yes?" Shire was a bit puzzled as there was still a long time left until the dinner. Why was Miss so anxious this time? However, she quickly buried these questions in her heart and obediently went to carry out the orders. At that moment, Gong Yunjin gently took out a sachet from her bosom, then carefully took out a small talisman from it and solemnly wore it around her neck. The afternoon passed by in a flash. It quickly reached the time of the evening lights. Gong Yunjin had finished dressing up. Looking at the woman of exceptional beauty in the mirror, even Shire couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you look really beautiful today." Gong Yunjin smiled, her red lips as sharp as blood. At the same time, Tang Hongbo walked in, and upon seeing Gong Yunjin dressed up, his eyes brightened. Then he smiled and said, "Indeed, you are truly the flower of my White Jade Pavilion, a peerless beauty. This evening's banquet is already prepared. Prince Luo is waiting for you. Miss Yun, please." Gong Yunjin stood up without saying a word and walked out gracefully. Tang Hongbo was not angry. He smiled and followed along. As he had said, the dinner was indeed ready and even more lavish than yesterday. But today, there was only one person sitting at the vast dining table, Luo Rongjin. At that moment, he was enjoying hot pot. Seeing Gong Yunjin enter, Luo Rongjin didn't get up. Instead, he swallowed a large piece of dipped mutton, then contentedly sighed, before pointing across with his chopsticks. Sit. Gong Yunjin didn't refuse, naturally sat down. Tang Hongbo tactfully left the room, even closing the door behind him as he left. In an instant, there were only them two in the room. Luo Rongjin was still silent, focusing on the hot pot in front of him, seemingly finding the steaming mutton more fascinating than a beauty. Silence enveloped the room. Only the sound of Luo Rongjin chewing and swallowing could be heard. Gong Yunjin watched quietly. After a while, Luo Rongjin swallowed the last piece of mutton, wiped his mouth with a white towel, then sighed. The hot pot from White Jade Pavilion is really good. Miss Yun, would you like to try? Gong Yunjin shook her head. No need. I've had enough. True. Luo Rongjin smiled. How long have you been at White Jade Pavilion, Miss Yun? For a long time. So long that I can't even remember the exact dates. Really? How come I remember exactly 17 years, 3 months, and 2 days? While this time seems long, for us cultivators, it shouldn't be much. Luo Rongjin said with a smile. Gong Yunjin's eyes shimmered. What do you mean by that, Prince Luo? Don't misunderstand. I just said it casually. Come, have a drink. With a drink down, Luo Rongjin toyed with his glass, sitting with his back towards the window, the stars outside reflecting on the glass. The starlight outside is really beautiful. What do you think, Miss Yun? I don't feel that. Maybe I've seen too much. Well said. No matter how beautiful a scenery is, seeing too much of it will eventually make you tired of it. But tonight, I want Miss Yun to see a different spectacle. I guarantee it will surprise you. Luo Rongjin smiled, his eyes, however, cold and dangerous like a snake's, twinkling with icy light. Gong Yunjin at that moment actually let go of the anxiousness in her heart and replied calmly, All right, I will look forward to it. Her demeanor calm, like a goddess. As they were conversing, on the main street where the inn was located, 2 monks, one big and one small, were walking towards it. These 2 monks looked dusty, as if they had traveled a long way. The older monk was around 20 years old, with a kind and dignified face, radiating an aura of kindness, making people feel close to him. The younger monk was around 13 or 14 years old, with a delicate appearance and eyes full of agility. Especially after seeing the bustling scene of the street, he couldn't stop looking around in amazement. Wow, senior brother, it's so lively here. It's much bigger than the market at the foot of our mountain. The younger monk exclaimed in surprise. Virtuous deeds, what did master instruct you before we left? Always keep to your true self, do not get attached to the secular world, why aren't you listening? The younger monk scratched his neck, pouted, Oh, brother Yuantong, I know I was wrong. Merit, knowing your mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Yuantong praised with joy, palms together. At the same time, behind him, a golden wheel faintly appeared, and a faint halo enveloped him, giving people an impulse to worship. If there were other Buddhist practitioners present, they would surely be astonished because this seemingly 20-year-old Yuantong monk was actually an invisible golden-bodied bodhisattva. However, the younger monk looked unfazed, even a bit impatient, saying, All right, brother Yuantong, it's not the time to comprehend the Buddha's teachings now. Let's quickly find an inn to stay. I'm starving. True. Let's go. Yuantong immediately dispersed the Buddha's light and walked quickly ahead. Perhaps because these 2 monks appeared a bit unremarkable, the person in charge of reception just briefly registered and confirmed that they were the disciples of the Void Grand teachings before lazily saying, You'll be staying in the 4th building of the 3rd row in the back. Find it yourselves. With that, he yawned and showed no intention of ushering them in. Even so, the 2 monks were extremely grateful. Merit, thank you, sponsor. Oops! The monk Yuantong, who was walking forward with large strides, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Senior brother, what's wrong again? Hui Tong asked. Goodness, how can there be such a strong demonic aura? Yuantong raised his eyes to the night sky, his round face filled with curiosity. Demonic aura? What's so strange about that? Maybe it's just some rogue cultivator passing by. Hui Tong said dismissively. It is worth noting that there are many sects within the human race sects, all kinds of cultivators. It is quite normal to have a few rogue cultivators present at the Chandi insect gathering this time. No. A seriousness appeared on Yuan Tong's face. This demonic aura is deep and terrifying. Definitely not something that can be cultivated by humans. Just then, several figures darker than the night suddenly cut through the sky and dashed towards an inn. Yuan Tong's eyes flashed with Buddha light, taking a step forward and arriving in front of these 6 dark figures in an instant. Then clasping his hands together, he smiled and said, "Goodness, goodness, what are you up to so late at night? Not sleeping at home?" The 6 dark figures stopped in their tracks. They were the ghost guards under Luo Rongjin. They had no expressions on their faces, their eyes burning with ghostly flames, coldly staring at Yuan Tong. Seeing this, Yuan Tong's gaze sharpened slightly, then he sighed lightly, full of pity, saying, "You are actually ghosts created from billions of souls. It is truly a sin." With that, he chanted the Buddha's name, "Namo Amitabha, the Dharma is vast, but I do not want to harm you. So no matter what you plan to do, it's better to leave quickly." However, these 6 ghost guards were not moved at all. Instead, they slowly dispersed, standing in different corners, surrounding Yuan Tong in the middle. Goodness, do you really have to resort to violence? Yuan Tong clasped his hands together, sighing gently with a lowered brow and a submissive gaze. Just as he finished speaking, the 6 ghost guards rushed towards him simultaneously, leaving a cold wind and eerie cries in their wake. At the same time, the entire inn was already alarmed. Those who could stay here were all powerful geniuses from all directions, yet they were still frightened by this terrifying demonic aura. What's going on? Why did such powerful rogue cultivators suddenly appear? Someone asked in shock. It doesn't seem like rogue cultivators, it's more like ghostly creatures. Someone with keen insight immediately saw through the disguises of these 6 ghost guards and spoke in a deep voice. "Who is this monk again?" "I don't know, but it seems difficult to escape." Just as the words fell, Yuan Tong slowly raised his gaze, a golden hull appearing behind him, illuminating his whole body with a majestic aura. He then spoke softly, Goodness, the compassionate Buddha. Why don't you leave?" With that said, a great radiance of Buddha light directly sent the 6 ghost guards flying away. Everyone watching was stunned by this scene. "My goodness, it's an invisible bodhisattva," someone murmured softly, showing reverence in their eyes. Because in the cultivation of the Buddha, being invisible was equivalent to being a powerful immortal king, and because of the nature of Buddhist cultivation, their strength was even stronger than ordinary immortal kings. Therefore, wherever they went, being invisible was enough to be called a bodhisattva. Naturally, Zuan and others also sensed the commotion. Little San looked at the scene in the sky, exclaiming, "Master, this bald monk seems very powerful." Zuan did not respond to Little San's comment. Instead, he looked at Yuan Tong, the monk with a solemn and faint smile, then said softly, "Has a descendant of the Ding Chan temple finally appeared? I wonder how the demon monk has been doing recently." As soon as he spoke, the 6 ghost guards who had been sent flying looked at each other, then roared skyward in unison. In their roars, their eyes blazed with ghostly flames, followed by a rush of demonic aura spewing from their mouths. Within the demonic aura, countless heads of people were faintly visible, struggling incessantly, trying to break free from the bondage of the demonic aura. Instead of breaking free, they were further suppressed by the demonic aura, screaming loudly in pain. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, resonating with the pitiful cries of souls being forcibly suppressed, making it unbearable to hear. The more these souls struggled, the larger the 6 ghost guards' figures became. The boundless power of resentful spirits was being madly infused into their bodies, making their power grow stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, 6 giant ghostly creatures taller than 100 feet appeared in the sky. The opaque demonic aura shrouded the sky, making the Buddha light on Yuan Tong's body appear dim. The 6 ghost guards took a step forward together, their demonic aura sharp as blades, ready to take Yuan Tong's life. Yuan Tong's face was filled with a pitying expression. Goodness, using cruel means to extract power from living beings. Such methods truly go against the heavens. Since you are so stubborn, today I shall become the Vira of wrath and save these living beings." With that, Yuan Tong suddenly raised his gaze, surrounded by a great radiance of Buddha light, and then gave a soft shout, "Prajna Buddhas!" Boom! A grand and compassionate Buddha light shot straight into the sky, shining like radiant sun and moon, directly dissolving all the demonic aura into nothingness. Not only that, Yuan Tong slowly extended his palm like white jade, his eyes slightly closed, imprinting a palm down. Bang! These 6 ghost guards let out agonizing screams, then were directly crushed by a tremendous force. Countless souls broke free, occupying the entire sky, staring directly at Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong showed a compassionate expression, clasping his hands together. Namo Amitabha, you have suffered. Now that the grievances are dissipated, all karma is mine to bear. You can now transcend. With that said, a faint mark appeared on the golden wheel behind him. These souls shivered in unison, showing a sense of liberation on their faces. Yuan Tong's eyes dropped gently as he softly chanted, Guang's I Bodhisattva, assist you all in liberation. Then suddenly he raised his gaze, stepped on the void, and said, Go now. Boom! This step shook half of the purple mist city. A boundless radiance of Buddha light enveloped the sky in an instant. Under the Buddha light, all these souls showed joyful and serene expressions, deeply bowing to Yuan Tong. Then their figures gradually faded away and ultimately disappeared. Everyone looked stunned at this scene. The cultivators were so moved that they trembled with excitement, kneeling and kowtowing to Yuan Tong in the sky. Others also showed respect in their eyes. In any case, this great monk was willing to bear all karma himself to help these souls transcend. Such compassion commanded respect. At the same time, just at this moment, someone blocked the way. Master, please walk slowly, said a charming woman, then smiled and said, Does the master have a place to stay? If not, come to my Mirror Moon sect. This sentence seems to remind everyone. Various outstanding talents from all sides come forward one after another. Master, have you had dinner yet? Why don't you come and have a meal at my place? Master! The whole scene erupted into a buzz. Everyone understood that, if they could win over this great Buddhist master, it would definitely be helpful to themselves. However, Yuan Tong just smiled and remained silent, then took a step forward to move on. But at this moment, a calm voice came from behind. If you don't mind, why not come and have a chat? Yuan Tong turned around and saw Zuan standing at the gate of the inn, with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised, then put his palms together. Thank you for the invitation. I will graciously accept. After that, he walked quickly towards Zuan. The crowd was a bit puzzled. Especially the charming woman who spoke first was full of confusion, not understanding why this monk ignored her and instead valued a plain and ordinary young man. Even the little monk Huatong couldn't help but be surprised, but quickly followed. As the two walked into the inn with Zuan, people immediately started talking. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. It seems like he was invited by the War God Temple. How did the War God Temple get involved with Buddhism? People were all puzzled. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling inn, in the White Jade Tower, the dinner between Luo Rongjin and Gong Yunjin was reaching a crucial moment. Initially confident, Luo Rongjin's face was now so grim that water could almost drip from it. Because just now, the Buddha light that engulfed half the city, even shaking the heavens, was also seen by him. Not only did he see it, he also keenly felt that his 6 phantom guards had perished. He had wanted to show off his own strength in front of Gong Yunjin, but instead of displaying his power, he ended up losing his men. How could this not make him furious? Gong Yunjin was also surprised, but quickly calmed down, then sneered at Luo Rongjin. Lord Luo, is this the different scenery you wanted me to see? It is truly amazing. With that, Gong Yunjin stood up, saying, Thank you for the hospitality. I am a bit tired, so I will take my leave. Then turning to leave. Hold on. Luo Rongjin's voice was harsh as ice. Gong Yunjin stopped but didn't even turn his head, simply saying, Lord Luo, do you have any other business? Did I allow you to leave? How dare you leave on your own? What's the matter? Gong Yunjin turned around with a mocking expression. Do I need your permission to leave? Of course you do. Luo Rongjin's face gradually twisted. Don't think I don't know. Have you been meeting other men behind my back? Gong Yunjin's face changed, then anger flashed in her eyes. Lord Luo, I don't seem to have any relationship with you, right? Do I need your permission to see someone? Of course you do need my permission, because you are the woman I, Luo Rongjin, set my eyes on, so you can only belong to me. Luo Rongjin almost hysterically roared. Gong Yunjin showed a scornful look, coldly saying, I'm sorry, but I don't belong to you. With that, Gong Yunjin turned around and prepared to leave. "You wretch, stop right there." Luo Rongjin was furious, then stood up abruptly and rushed over. It's worth mentioning that Luo Rongjin was the unparalleled genius of the human emperor's temple, his strength comparable to that of a divine king. Now, in his anger, his imposing manner was truly not to be trifled with. Gong Yunjin, however, showed no fear, but instead quickened her pace to walk out, courting death. Luo Rongjin was almost going mad with rage, let out a roar, and then launched an attack. The strike seemed to shatter the heavens and the earth, its formidable force directly aimed at Gong Yunjin's back. Although Gong Yunjin was not weak, she was far from being compared to Luo Rongjin, so she couldn't react in time, and the strike was already at her back. Just as the force was about to hit her, the symbol on her neck suddenly emitted thousands of rays of light, forming a barrier behind her that blocked the strike. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire White Jade Tower. Luo Rongjin was forced to retreat several steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. The power contained in that light barrier was so incredible that it was beyond belief. Had he not pulled back in time, he might have been injured by it. While he was still stunned, Gong Yunjin used the momentum to fly directly outside, smashing through the window and disappearing into the night sky. At the same time, hearing the commotion, Tang Hongbo led many of his men rushing over. "Your Highness, what's going on?" Tang Hongbo asked in surprise. Luo Rongjin's face was dark, gritted his teeth. That wretched Gong Yunjin ran away. What? Ran away? Tang Hongbo was shocked, then immediately ordered his men, "Seal off the surrounding area immediately and search for Gong Yunjin with all our might." Yes. With this command, the whole White Jade Tower became frenzied. Initially, people were confused, but when they heard that it was the famous courtesan Gong Yunjin who had run away, there was an uproar. Damn, Miss Yunjin is so fierce, she actually ran away like that. HMPH, for sure she was forced by Lord Luo. Otherwise, why would Miss Yunjin run away? People were talking non-stop. Gong Yunjin's maid's ear stared blankly at the night outside, whispering softly, "Miss, please be careful." While the entire Purple Mist City was stirred up by the incident involving Gong Yunjin, in the inn, Zi Shizhong, Ziyu, Xiong, and Xiong sat in a row, staring dumbfounded at the three people on the opposite side who were feasting. That's right. After Yuan Tong and Hua Tong, the two monks arrived at the inn. Their first priority was to enjoy a hearty meal. And the greedy youth naturally couldn't fall behind. The three of them huddled together, transforming into heartless eating machines, leaving everyone stunned. After a long while, Ziyu couldn't help but whisper, "Have we found two more foodies?" As soon as the words fell, Yuan Tong swept away all the food in front of him, then pushed it forward, chanting the Buddhist mantra solemnly. "Namo Amitabha, thank you for the hospitality, patron." Zuin smiled faintly, "You're welcome." Then Zuin said in a casual tone, "Is the great monk from Dingchan Temple?" Yuan Tong smiled, Good. I am indeed the 38th generation descendant of Dingchan Temple, with the Dharma name Yuan Tong." Hui Tong, on the side, hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth with his sleeve. The 38th generation descendant, Hua Tong. An Yan couldn't help but chuckle at this, then remarked, "Yuan Tong, Hua Tong. Shouldn't there be Zhang Tong and Shen Tong too?" Yuan Tong was taken aback and exclaimed, "Marvelous! How do you, the donor, know Master Yuding? Not only do I know him, but I am also familiar with him, otherwise, why do you think I possess the aura of Buddhas?" Zuin replied nonchalantly. Yuan Tong nodded. The reason he was willing to accept Zuan's invitation just now was because he sensed a faint, but extremely pure and grand aura of Buddhas emanating from him. "How is he doing now, Zhu?" and asked. A sigh escaped from Yuan Tong's lips. "To be honest, Master Yuding has been missing for a long time. Even our master doesn't know his whereabouts, and we have been searching for him." "Missing?" Zuin was startled. "Yes," Zuin said with a pensive look on his face. Yuding was a Buddhist practitioner he had met during his cultivation, who was already an invisible great bodhisattva at the time, and later even transcended into immortality, becoming a half-step divine emperor-level existence. It was unimaginable that someone with such formidable power had disappeared. It was quite intriguing. "Marvelous, but may I ask, what is the name of the donor?" Yuan Tong asked at this moment. Zuin did not hide it from him, because he was well aware that to cultivate into an invisible Buddhist practitioner, regardless of strength, one's character was impeccable. This could be seen from how Yuantong had just willingly taken on the karmic burden for a group of unrelated souls. My name is Zuan, your master, and Master Yuding should have mentioned this name, Zuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yuantong couldn't help but tremble all over, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even the greedy young man who was eating stopped and looked up at Zuan intently. Meanwhile, the astonishment in Yuantong's eyes gave way to joy and admiration. Marvelous, marvelous, so it is the honored Lord Red Lotus. We have heard our master and master mention your name more than once. It is unexpected to encounter you here, and thank you for your hospitality. We are truly impolite. His junior apprentice Hu Tong couldn't contain his admiration for Zuan. Zuan waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities. I have a good relationship with your master, so it is only natural to offer hospitality. But may I ask what brings you here? Naturally, we are here for the Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering. Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering, Azu. Un raised an eyebrow and then smiled. Isn't Dingchen Temple known for not meddling in worldly affairs? Why this time, the deviation from the norm to participate in the Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering? Yuantong smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Marvelous, marvelous, what the donor said is indeed true. I have always had this doubt, but our master commanded us to come. So we had no choice but to come here despite our reluctance. For Yuantong, who enjoyed peace and quiet, he did not want to participate in such a laborious event like the Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering. It would have been much better to quietly meditate on the mountain. But unfortunately, his master was Master Yuji, the abbot of Dingchen Temple, who specifically instructed them to come down the mountain to participate in this Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering. He had no choice but to comply. Of course, his junior apprentice, Hu Tong, was more than willing to come out and have some fun. I see. Since you are here, let's take a look at this Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering, Zuan said with a smile. Yuantong looked at Zuan with some confusion. Lord Red Lotus, why are you also participating in this Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering? It's simple, because there are some debts to be collected, Zuan said lightly. Yuantong's heart tightened, and then he clasped his hands together and sighed lightly. Marvelous, marvelous. He didn't say any more, because he knew very well what debts Zuan was referring to. Just then, the sky above Ziwu City suddenly shimmered with colorful and strange lights. These lights were like rainbows, dazzling the entire night sky. This strange scene naturally caught the attention of everyone in the city. What is that? Heavens, why is this happening suddenly? Voices of astonishment rose one after another. At that moment, massive and imposing chariots suddenly broke through the void and appeared before the people. Accompanying them was an extremely cold and powerful aura. Everyone was shocked, and then they saw flags being raised on those chariots one after another. Qinghai Tower, Zunfeng Pavilion, Thunderfire Monastery, and so on, various sects of the highest level of the Void School. At the forefront of the procession, on the most magnificent chariot, a large flag fluttered in the wind. On the dark golden backdrop, 3 large characters were embroidered. Mysterious Abyss Tomb. Seeing these 3 words, everyone was shaken. Some even murmured in a dazed voice, Mysterious Abyss Tomb. It's Zitianzhao, the first on the Jade list. In the Baiyu building, Lorong Jin, who was originally filled with anger because of Gong Yunjin's betrayal, now stood by the window staring fixedly at the majestic chariot, her eyes burning with jealousy and anger, and then she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. Zitianzhao, you finally came. Yes. The visitor was none other than Zitianzhao, who had surpassed all others in the previous Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering, winning the first place and ultimately becoming the #1 on the Jade list. At this moment, this peerless prodigy stood proudly on the bow of the chariot. He was a tall man wearing a dark gold dragon-patterned robe. His long hair scattered, only tied with a gold hairband at the forehead, which made him look even more noble. Standing with his hands behind his back, his exceptionally handsome face was calm as water, but his eyes were as vast as the sky, overseeing the countless beings beneath him. The fierce wind blew his long hair, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he spoke in a cold and noble voice. There are so many acquaintances. It seems that this Thousand Sects Mysterious Gathering is even grander than the last one. No matter how many people there are, the champion this time will surely be you. A soft and cold voice came, and by his side appeared a woman in a white robe, wearing a white veil over her head, but it could not conceal her noble and icy appearance, like a goddess. At this moment, there was a faint smile in her clear and watery eyes. Zi Tianzhao laughed heartily at her words, his laughter filled with pride and arrogance. Miss Nyan truly understands my heart. Indeed, no matter how many people come this time, the championship will still belong to me. The woman smiled faintly, but did not speak. If there were other people present, they would surely be shocked when they saw this woman, because she was Funianzi, the direct descendant of the Cayenne Palace, ranked 8th on the Jade list, known as Cayenne Fairy. At this moment, the 7th elder smiled and bowed towards Zi Tianzhao and the others, saying, "The 7 elders of Shangqing Mountain are here to welcome Master Zi and all the outstanding talents." Zi Tianzhao smiled faintly, then nodded slightly. The 7th elder is too polite. Although he said this, his words and gestures were indifferent, as if he was not facing an elder from the major sex, but an ordinary person. The 7th elder paid no attention to this, instead saying, "The inn is already prepared, please follow me." With that, he turned around and personally led the way, guiding everyone towards the welcoming inn. The grand procession of carriages departed, while the crowd remained in awe. Yet, no one noticed that in a desolate and remote corner of Purple Mist City, a pair of worried eyes were watching everything happening in the sky. It wasn't until the carriages had gone far away that she gently lowered her gaze and whispered, "My lord, these outstanding talents are coming aggressively. Please, be careful." At the same time, in the White Jade Tower, the enraged Luo Rongjin had already smashed more than a dozen vases. Damn it! Why didn't that doggone 7th elder come out to welcome me when I first arrived? But when Zi Tianzhao arrived, he eagerly came out, clearly looking down on me. No one dared to speak. All those who came with Luo Rongjin stood silently on the side. Luo Rongjin's face twisted in anger, gritting his teeth. That dog who looks down on others, just because Zi Tianzhao got first place in the last Thousand Sects mystical meeting, he thinks he's something special. I missed the last Thousand Sects mystical meeting due to closed-door cultivation. This time I will make sure to step on Zi Tianzhao and all others. I want everyone to know that I, Luo Rongjin, am the most powerful. At the end, Luo Rongjin's eyes were already bloodshot, almost hysterically roaring. Meanwhile, in the inn where the Hall of Execution was located, many people wore serious expressions. Mu Wushwang's eyes seemed to be shooting fire, gritting her teeth. "My lord, that was Zi Tianzhao just now." Zuan said calmly, "I know, his strength is admirable. He should have already reached the level of Immortal King." What? When Zuan said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Especially Mu Wushwang, who was trembling all over, exclaimed in surprise, "You mean he is already an Immortal King?" Zhu nodded, "Yes, because the power of his laws is overflowing uncontrollably. It can be seen that he has just ascended as an Immortal King, and cannot fully control his strength yet." Mu Wushwang's face suddenly became extremely unpleasant, almost desolate, saying, "Immortal King? He has actually become an Immortal King already. Does that mean there's no longer a possibility of exterminating him, seeking revenge and justice?" As she spoke, her tone was extremely low. Because in the heavens, it was widely known that once someone became an Immortal King, it was almost like having a free pass from death. Unless their strength transcended a level, or a same level stronger individual was willing to pay a painful price, it was impossible to completely kill them. Zhu unsmiled. "Who said revenge is impossible?" Mu Wushwang shivered, astonished, looking at Zuan. "My lord, are you saying? I didn't come here just to watch the show. Since I'm here, I must first collect some interest, and these so-called outstanding talents will be the first to pay." With this statement, Mu Wushwang couldn't help but inhale sharply. Because Zuan's words were so grand. He clearly intended to capture Zi Tianzhao and the other outstanding talents in one fell swoop, but was that really possible? Even though Zuan was once an immortal venerable, but now that he had reincarnated and just regained his Immortal King strength, could he really handle so many formidable opponents? In reality, if these words were spoken by anyone else, Mu Wushwang would have scoffed. But coming from Zuan, it seemed natural. At the same time, Zuan suddenly turned around and walked over to a gluttonous youth. At this moment, the gluttonous youth was not feasting at the table as usual, but was standing dazed by the window, looking at the night sky outside, with a look of pain in his eyes. Zuan said lightly, "Have you finished watching? Everyone has already left." The youth lowered his head without saying a word. Zuan gently patted his shoulder and said, "All right, no matter what grievances you have, when it comes to the Thousand Sects mystical meeting, you can bravely seek revenge instead of sulking here, understand?" The young man was shaken, then raised his head to look at Zuan. Zuan smiled at him. The young man's gaze gradually became determined, finally nodding. "My name is Then Yuan, thank you." "Then Yuan, are you the peerless genius from the godly painting valley?" Mu Wushwang asked in astonishment. Then Yuan nodded, then self-deprecatingly smiled. "How can I be called a genius? I am just a fool played around by women." Mu Wushwang hesitated, sighed deeply, then fell silent. Everyone understood that there must be a story behind this, but since the person involved didn't want to speak, others naturally didn't inquire further. It was the puzzled little fish who said, "What does this mean? This gluttonous youngster is actually very powerful." Zisha rolled her eyes and didn't bother with her. Instead, the monk Hutong, who was standing beside her, liked this little fish and said with a smile, "Of course he's powerful. The godly painting valley was once part of the Starry Sky Grand Teachings. Although it has declined quite a bit, it still ranks among the top sects in the void. Although I have lived in the Dingchan Temple for a long time, I have also heard of this young man's name. He was taught by the last painting Saint Wukyu Dao. He became a Grand Luo at the age of 30, the youngest in the history of the godly painting valley to achieve that status. His painting skills are extraordinary, considered a peerless talent with boundless potential. But later, for some reason, he suddenly disappeared. His deeds are rare to hear of. He didn't even attend the last Thousand Sects mystical meeting. Some said he made a mistake in his cultivation and became disabled, but now it seems there must be more to it." Hu Tong sighed lightly, with a mature and world-weary look on his face. This very clumsy trick to attract girls' attention was extremely unrefined. But little fish didn't notice it at all, but instead looked at Hu Tong with admiration, then couldn't help but say, "How do you know so much?" "Heh." Hu Tong smiled modestly and said, "I'm sorry, but I was also a peerless genius in Ding Chan Temple back then. Even my master praised me in person. Such small matters naturally won't stump me." Little Fish's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she said in awe, "Wow, you're amazing." Hu Tong almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. "You ... What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Zhang Xiaoyu said confidently. Hu Tong lowered his head in frustration. "Namo Amitabha, wonderful, wonderful. No wonder my senior brother always warned me to stay away from women. It seems he wasn't lying to me." "Hey, what are you mumbling about?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked. "Ah, nothing. I suddenly remembered there is still something important I haven't done. Fair lady, goodbye." With that, Hu Tong quickly fled. At the same time, in a welcoming inn, a grand reception banquet was being held. The decoration of this inn was much more luxurious compared to other sect inns, showing how highly Upper Clear Mountain valued Zhaoxiansha and the others. Not to mention, even the scale of this reception banquet was unusually high, with 3 other elders in addition to the 7 previous elders present. Not only that, major sects all rushed over upon hearing about this banquet. Therefore, this reception banquet was unprecedentedly grand. But there weren't many people who could truly see Zhaoxiansha. Because this reception banquet was divided into inner and outer courts, only top sect geniuses qualified to enter the inner court. Facing the compliments from the powerful geniuses in the room, and accompanied by beautiful women, Zhaoxiansha was in high spirits. "Thank you all for coming. Allow me to drink this cup first." With that, Zhaoxiansha drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The room erupted in praises. "Young master is too polite." "Right, that wine was truly invigorating." As they spoke, they also raised their glasses to toast. The atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. People began toasting Zhaoxiansha in turns, and Zhaoxiansha welcomed them all. Soon, after a round of toasts, Zhaoxiansha's face flushed, and his eyes showed a hint of drunkenness. But the more he drank, the more excited he became, and even his laughter became more spirited. The confidence and pressure emanating from within him, coupled with his exceptional appearance, caught the eyes of many women in the room. Zhaoxiansha naturally felt even more pleased. Just then, Funianzi, who had been sitting quietly on the side, suddenly chuckled, then leaned close to Zhaoxiansha's ear and whispered, "Young master, how come I notice someone missing at this reception banquet?" "Oh, who's missing?" "Heh, young master, did you forget the holy maiden Mu Wushwang of the Execution Temple who captivated you at the last Thousand Sects mystical conference?" Fu Nianzi said with a smile, but there was a hint of jealousy in her words. Zhao Xianxia was initially stunned, but then smiled. In the midst of laughter, he gave Fu Nianzi a glance. What? Feeling jealous? Fu Nianzi smiled, but said nothing. Zhao Xianxia boldly grabbed her hand. Fu Nianzi trembled slightly, but did not pull away, allowing Zhao Xianxia to hold her hand. Zhao Xianxia was overjoyed. Since they left the sect, the two of them had been traveling together. Regardless of Zhao Xianxia trying his best to get close, Fu Nianzi had always kept a distance, neither cold nor warm, just right, making Zhao Xianxia unable to get angry, only gritting his teeth in secret. He didn't expect her to let him hold her hand this time, which was a significant progress. Thinking of this, Zhao Xianxia laughed heartily. You don't need to be jealous. Mu Wuxuang is just an ordinary woman, pestering me at the last conference. I couldn't be bothered with her. Oh, is that so? But I heard something different from what you just said, young master. What did you hear? I heard. Fu Nianzi leaned in, whispering softly. Did the young master use a plan to get Mu Wuxuang drunk at the last conference before succeeding with her? Isn't that right? Zhao Xianxia's expression suddenly turned a bit ugly. Well, Fu Nianzi chuckled. No need to explain. Whether it's true or not, it has nothing to do with me, but I don't want anyone spreading such rumors outside. Zhao Xianxia nodded, showing a fierce look. Of course, if anyone dares to talk nonsense again, I'll tear them apart. Heh, young master, you're thinking too simplistically. The more straightforward you are, the more people will talk. What should I do then? Simple. That holy maiden from the execution temple is here again at this Thousand Sects conference, right? Call her over and sever all ties with her in front of everyone. Then no one will have anything to say. Fu Nianzi smiled warmly, but underneath that beautiful smile, there was extreme malice. Zhao Xianxia's eyes lit up. Good idea. Mu Wuxuang came to this conference probably to get close to me. Otherwise, with just their execution temple, she'd be mere cannon fodder at this Thousand Sects conference. So you need to make it clear to her face to face. What do you think? Fu Nianzi flipped her hair by the ear and smiled softly. Zhao Xianxia nodded. Okay, I'll call her over right now. Now? If you call her, will she come? Fu Nianzi asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Xianxia smiled confidently. Of course, because I have leverage over her, she has no choice but to come. With that, Zhao Xianxia waved his hand, and a divine thought entered the night sky. In an instant, this divine thought passed through multiple barriers and directly entered Mu Wuxuang's mind. Startled from her meditation, preparing for the upcoming Thousand Sects conference, Mu Wuxuang shook violently, then opened her eyes, full of infinite anger, and her face turned extremely ugly. But as Zhao Xianxia said, she really had no choice but to go. Helplessly, she stood up, tried to calm her emotions, then took a deep breath before leaving the room. At that moment, Zuan was still drinking tea in the living room. When he saw her, Zuan smiled slightly. Miss Mu, it's so late and you haven't rested. Mu Wuxuang forced a smile. I just meditated for a while, felt a bit bored, and thought of taking a stroll outside. Zuan seemed not to notice anything unusual, lowered his head to sip tea, and said lightly, Oh, then you must be careful. After all, it's late at night, all sorts of monsters and ghosts will appear. Mu Wuxuang didn't ponder the meaning of his words. She just nodded. Yes, I understand. With that, she hurriedly left with her head down. When she walked in, the originally noisy outer courtyard suddenly quieted down a lot. Although she couldn't enter the inner courtyard, those who could appear here were all formidable individuals. So many people recognized Mu Wuxuang at a glance. Facing many astonished gazes, Mu Wuxuang remained expressionless and walked confidently towards the inner courtyard. As soon as she left, the outer courtyard erupted in discussion. Damn, am I seeing things correctly? Has the holy maiden of the temple of the Slayer god actually dared to come here? What is she up to? Hey, don't you understand? I guess she heard that young Master Z was here and wanted to catch up with him. Someone sneered. No way. Isn't it said that Mu Wuxuang despises young Master Z to the core? TSK, it's all a show. Mu Wuxuang is not stupid at all. Despite her pure appearance, she is more aware than anyone that if there is no one else to help at this Thousand Sects Xuan meeting, she will definitely be the first to be eliminated. So she's seeking young Master's help? Exactly. That must be it. The entire outer courtyard buzzed with speculations, all of which were malicious guesses about Mu Wuxuang. At the same time, Mu Wushwang had already entered the inner courtyard. When many prodigies saw her pale face, they couldn't help but put down their wine glasses. Zitiancha, in particular, saw her at a glance. When he saw Mu Wushwang, who was even more outstanding in both demeanor and appearance than before, a greedy look flashed in Zitiancha's eyes, but he quickly concealed it deeply, because the fairy Kaiyan Fune Nianzi was right beside him. Compared to Mu Wushwang, Fune Nianzi was far superior in both background and cultivation, which is why the elders of the Dark Mysterious Tomb unanimously agreed to have him engaged to Fune Nianzi as soon as possible. At this moment, Fune Nianzi wore a smile as bright as flowers, but although she was smiling, her deep eyes were filled with a faint chill. Just then, Mu Wushwang had already walked up to their table. As she got closer, she noticed the hands held by Zitiancha and Fune Nianzi, and her pupils slightly contracted before she snorted coldly. "Why did you call me over?" Zitiancha chuckled. "Miss Mu, after a century apart, your charm seems even greater than before." Upon hearing these words, a piercing hatred flashed in Mu Wushwang's eyes, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Zitiancha, I don't want to hear your nonsense. I just want to know, what do you want? It's simple. There have been rumors circulating recently about the events of the past. I think it's necessary to clarify things, especially since I have confirmed my relationship with Miss Nianzi. These rumors can harm Miss Nianzi," Zitiancha explained. "Clarify? Clarify what?" Mu Wushwang was puzzled. Zitiancha smiled. "Naturally, it's to clarify that there is no relationship between you and me. Even the so-called accidental romantic encounter from the past was consensual. So, do you agree?" Boom! As soon as he said this, the whole place erupted into commotion. People were dumbfounded. No one here was a fool, and everyone knew what was really going on. However, no one expected Zitiancha to be so straightforward and shameless in denying everything. Mu Wushwang was stunned. She had considered many possibilities, but never imagined such a situation. The person who had tricked her into stealing her essence was now openly claiming that their past romantic encounter was consensual. It was like a robber who had stolen your money returning years later blaming you for his failure in business and demanding compensation. The logic behind it was absurd. Mu Wushwang began to tremble, not out of excitement, but out of extreme anger. This anger made her unable to speak, and she could only stare at Zitiancha with a flushed face. Just then, Fune Nianzi, who was sitting beside them, suddenly stood up, walked gracefully to Mu Wushwang, circled around her twice, and then smiled. "You're not bad looking. No wonder young master took a liking to you." "But Mu Wushwang," Fune Nianzi said softly as a cruel and excited light glinted in her eyes. "If you think that sleeping with young master will get you anywhere, you're mistaken. Young master will never help you in this 1,000 Sextuan meeting. So, if you're smart, you better leave now, or else." Fune Nianzi sneered. "I can't guarantee what might happen at the meeting." Hearing Fune Nianzi's words, Mu Wushwang, who was previously enraged, suddenly calmed down. Her flushed cheeks returned to normal, and she spoke coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Fune Nianzi shook her head, smiling gently. "You got it wrong. This is not a threat. I'm just stating a common fact. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mediocre ant with a bit of beauty." The whole place fell silent, and Mu Wushwang stared at Fune Nianzi, then suddenly chuckled. Her laughter grew louder and more desolate, filling the entire inn. "You call me a mediocre ant. What does that make you? A pretentious, unworthy plaything?" This remark shocked Fune Nianzi, and she raised her hand to slap Mu Wushwang. Smack! Fune Nianzi's strength far surpassed Mu Wushwang's, and the slaps sent her stumbling back several steps. Half of her face swelled up, and blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" Fune Nianzi's delicate face was now filled with malice. However, Mu Wushwang suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter grew louder and louder, until finally, a bleak laughter enveloped the entire inn. "You ask who I think I am? Let me tell you. I am the holy maiden of the temple of the Slayer god. Didn't you say I came to this 1,000 Sextuan meeting to rely on Zitiancha's strength to secure a place? Well, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong." Mu Wushwang's eyes sparkled with an incomparable radiance. "I am here not only for revenge, but also to compete for the top spot in the sect." Her words initially stunned everyone, then laughter erupted from many people. Fune Nianzi sneered even more, it looks like my slap has rattled your brain. You dare speak such nonsense about competing for the top spot in the sect. What arrogance! Just for that, you deserve another slap. Saying this, Fune Nianzi approached once more, her face full of malice as she aimed to strike again. But at that moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. Miss Mu, you mentioned a little detour earlier. How did it lead you here? With that, everyone's vision blurred, and a white-clad young man appeared before them. The whole scene was in an uproar. Mu Wushwang stared blankly at Zuan, eyes full of astonishment. She never imagined that Zuan would appear here. As for Fune Nianzi, her expression darkened even more. But after carefully examining Zuan's eyes, she couldn't help but sneer. Who are you? Zuan, however, completely ignored her words and just looked quietly at Mu Wushwang. At this moment, although the injuries on Mu Wushwang's face were healing, traces of swelling and bloodstains at the corner of her mouth were still visible. What? Can't you hear me talking to you? Fune Nianzi raised her voice. Just then, Zuan calmly said, Who hit her? Huh? As soon as this was said, the whole place fell silent. Fune Nianzi was also stunned. Zuan raised his head and said calmly, I'll ask again, who hit her? This caused another commotion in the whole place. Many people whispered and began talking. Who is this person? I've never seen them before. Yeah, they look unfamiliar. I heard they were brought in as a foreign aid by the temple of the war god. Ha, just a foreign aid daring to speak like that in this situation. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven. Right, let's wait and see. Lady Kyan Handlord Z won't let him off easily. Many people looked at Zuan with eyes like they were looking at a dead person. Fune Nianzi regained her composure and then became furious. Because she was shocked to find herself just being intimidated by the momentum of this insignificant white-clothed young man in front of her. Especially when he questioned her, that pressure made her feel a hint of fear. It was this fear that made her feel infinitely humiliated. She was actually scared by a kid who came out of nowhere, which was a great humiliation. So, enraged, she said, Kid, I hit her. What are you going to do about it? You hit her, Izu. Unraised an eyebrow slightly. Fune Nianzi arrogantly raised her head. That's right, I hit her. And not only once, but every time I see her, I will hit her. What? Do you have a problem with that? With these words, Fune Nianzi's beautiful face was filled with deep malice and arrogance. Zuan lowered his head and lightly chuckled. No problem. Only what? Fune Nianzi sneered. Only, I usually don't fight with women, but you're an exception. With those words, Zuan suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Fune Nianzi's neck. Fune Nianzi couldn't react in time and was firmly choked by Zuan. The whole place was instantly in an uproar. Zitiancha stood up in anger. Kid, what are you trying to do? Let go of Nianzi. As he was about to come forward, Zuan remained unmoved, his arm as still as a mountain. Then he lifted Fune Nianzi slowly into the air by her neck. Fune Nianzi's face gradually turned red, then purple, trembling all over, and finally showing fear in her eyes. At the same time, Zuan's lips curled up slowly, and looking up at Zitiancha approaching, he said, Believe me, if you take one more step forward, she will bid her farewell. Zitiancha immediately stopped in his tracks, looking at Zuan with icy eyes. Friend, I hope you understand your situation now, and not act recklessly. It's not good for anyone. Do you agree, Zu? Anne's smile remained unchanged. You're right, so you better not get agitated. Zitiancha's expression changed. But Zuan didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, turning to Mu Wushwang and saying, Miss Mu, I am always reasonable. Since she just slapped you, it should be enough for you to give her 10 slaps in return. What do you think? With these words, not only were people dumbfounded, even Mu Wushwang was a little stunned. What did you say, Ozu? Unrevealed his white teeth, smiled coldly and said, I said slap her. Understand? Mu Wushwang looked at Zuan's smile, suddenly feeling a surge of courage in her heart, then nodded, understood. With that, she strode forward. At that moment, Fune Nianzi, due to her suppressed cultivation, had her chi and blood blocked, causing her face to turn dark. But her consciousness was still clear, and she heard everything that was said just now. So, when she saw Mu Wushwang approaching, fear appeared in her eyes, and she struggled continuously. Zitiancha was furious. Mu Wushwang, do you dare? Mu Wushwang's face was cold as ice. She gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Of course, I dare." With that, she raised her hand and gave Funianzi a slap on the face. Slap! This slap was extremely fierce. One side of Funianzi's face instantly swelled up, blood flowing from her mouth and nostrils. Zu-an chuckled softly. "That's the first one. There are 9 more to come." Mu Wushwang did not respond but gritted her teeth. With both hands, she began slapping Funianzi briskly. Funianzi let out a pitiful and resentful scream. All the outstanding heroes present remained silent. Zitiancha was on the verge of going mad. After all, Funianzi was the woman he had been pursuing, and now the outside world already considered her his woman. However, his woman was now being publicly slapped by someone. This was unbearable for him. But he dared not act, because he could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Zuan. He had no doubt that if he made any move, this white-clothed young man would not hesitate to break Funianzi's neck. Under such constraints, he could only watch this scene with a look of resentment, yelling inwardly, "I must kill this guy, for sure." Just then, after the 10 slaps were completed, Mu Wushwang stopped and took a step back. Looking at Funianzi at this moment, she no longer had her former graceful appearance. Her cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, blood flowing continuously from her mouth and nose, giving her an extremely ghastly appearance. The entire place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Many people didn't even dare to breathe, nervously watching all of this unfold before them. Even the elders from Shangqing Mountain glanced at each other secretly, and then quietly retreated. Following that, many experts from Shangqing Mountain surrounded the area. At the same time, he was also prepared. As long as the white-clad youth in front of him released Funianzi, he would immediately launch a thunderous blow, letting this guy know the consequences of offending him. Zu-an smiled faintly, completely ignoring Zitiancha, and turned to look at Mu Wushwang. "Miss Mu, do you feel relieved now?" Mu Wushwang glanced deeply at Funianzi and Zitiancha, then nodded. "I feel relieved." Zuan then turned to face Funianzi's intense gaze of resentment. As a descendant of the Cayenne Palace, she had never suffered such humiliation. Not only was she publicly insulted, but she was also slapped 10 times. How could she swallow this humiliation? So at this moment, Funianzi wished she could devour Zuan alive. Despite her cheeks swelling like a pig's head and her eyes squinting, she could still clearly see the resentment in Zuan's eyes. Zuan didn't even raise an eyelid, just calmly said, "I know you want to kill me, but you should understand, this is just a small lesson for now. If there is a next time." Zuan smiled coldly. "I will make you regret coming into this world, understand?" Somehow, when Funianzi saw the smile on Zuan's face, she trembled all over. The rage and killing intent inside her dissipated like ice melting, replaced by deep shivers and a look of fear in her eyes. Zuan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Zitiancha, who was almost driven mad, and said lightly, "Is this woman yours?" Zitiancha's face turned pale as he nodded. "I just gave her a little lesson for you, teaching her how to respect others. You don't need to thank me, it's what I should do," Zuan said with a smirk. Zitiancha's eyes gleamed, his face no longer pale, but emitting a faint green light. The terrifying aura of choosing people to devour made many people's expressions change as they stepped back. "Can I let her go now?" Zitiancha gritted his teeth and growled softly. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself and would rush forward recklessly, so he had to restrain himself in this way. Zu-an chuckled, of course. Zitiancha's eyes lit up, because at that moment, several elders from the Shangqing Mountain had quietly appeared behind Zuan, signaling to him. It was clear that the entire inn had been set up like a trap, and the white-clad youth would have no way to escape now. But in that split second, Zuan suddenly flicked his finger towards Mu Wushwang, and a sword aura flew into Mu Wushwang's body. Immediately, Zuan casually threw Funianzi out, then transformed into a sword light along with Mu Wushwang, soaring into the sky. In an instant, a large hole was blasted in the roof of the inn. Several Shangqing Mountain elders who were on guard in the sky didn't even react in time. 2 sword lights had pierced through the heavy defenses and disappeared. The whole scene was in an uproar. Zitiancha was the first to rush forward and hug Funianzi. At that moment, Funianzi's sealed blood and energy suddenly released, causing her to become dizzy and unstable. Despite this, she still screamed hoarsely, "Quick, chase after them! I want to tear those 2 apart!" Zi Tianxia was also burning with anger, and he leapt from the roof's hole to pursue Zuan. However, at that moment, a mocking laughter came from not far away. "Oh, young Master Z, what's wrong with you? Instead of attending the banquet, why are you full of killing intent now?" With the sound of the voice, several beautiful women carrying a soft couch flew over from the distant horizon. Resting on the couch was the smiling Luo Rongjin. When Z saw him, his face changed, and he said coldly, "Luo Rongjin, did you orchestrate this behind the scenes? What's going on?" "Z Tianxia, don't accuse me wrongly. I heard you were here, and specifically came to attend the banquet." Although he said that, Luo Rongjin's smile was blatantly evident, without any pretense. In fact, if he could, Luo Rongjin really wanted to laugh out loud at that moment, because he knew everything that had just happened at the banquet. Do not be surprised, Luo Rongjin also has his connections. Some of his people attended Zi Tianxia's banquet, and the sequence of events had been secretly broadcast to him by scrying. When he saw the usually arrogant Zi Tianxia being repeatedly defeated and unable to speak out, Luo Rongjin was extremely happy. Damn, this kid dared to injure someone right in front of me at the banquet. He must be extremely bold, even daring to confront Zi Tianxia. Admirable! Luo Rongjin repeatedly praised. After Zuan and Mu Wushwang turned into sword lights and flew away, Luo Rongjin quickly ran over, because he wanted to mock Zi Tianxia in person. "Surname Luo, get out of my way now, or don't blame me for being impolite to you." Zi Tianxia roared angrily. "Heh, Master Z, no need to yell. If you have the guts, just make a move." With that, Luo Rongjin sneered, then looked at the 7 elders of the Shangqing Mountain with an unfriendly gaze. "Elders, the Qianzong mystery meeting hasn't even started yet, and people are already fighting. According to the rules, what should we do?" This. The 7th elder was at a loss. "Luo Rongjin, what do you mean?" Zi Tianxia was almost going crazy. Why was everyone against him today? With a grin, Luo Rongjin said, "I don't mean anything. I just want to remind you that the Temple of the Executor Gods is also here to participate in the Qianzong mystery meeting. If you dare to start a fight now, it would be breaking the rules. Think about the consequences yourself." With that said, Luo Rongjin stepped aside, making a gesture of "please go ahead." Zi Tianxia turned pale, then froze, because what Luo Rongjin said was indeed true. If he really picked a fight with the Temple of the Executor Gods now, he could forget about participating in the Qianzong mystery meeting. Despite being able to do things discreetly, no one would dare to provoke him. But now that Luo Rongjin had made it public, it was like putting the matter on the table. After speaking, he turned and left. This welcome banquet ended in a very dramatic way. Soon, the news spread at a terrifying speed, and everyone who heard it was shocked. TSK, the outsider invited by the Temple of Execution this year, is really bold. He dared to face Qing Zhaoxianxia head-on, and even beat up Cayenne Ferry. Just based on this courage, he deserves respect, someone praised. Haha, it's just luck. Due to the rules, Z Young Master can't act now. But wait till the Qianzong Zhuan gathering. I don't believe this guy will still have such good luck. Someone sneered. But why do I feel like this matter is not so simple? This young man's background is still unknown. Who is he really? Someone expressed suspicion. Various opinions were voiced at that moment. Meanwhile, in the envoy hall of the Flying Tiger Hall, Chu Shang said in a deep voice, "Remove all the people monitoring the Temple of Execution. Young Master, no more surveillance. The Temple of Execution will soon cease to exist, so why monitor it?" Understood. After his subordinates left, Chu Shang pondered for a long time, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. He never expected that the white-clad youth he underestimated would be so powerful, even daring to offend Z Young Master. However powerful he may be, offending Zi Tianxia would mean certain death. The already complex situation became even more convoluted due to the upheaval at the welcome banquet. But at this moment, amidst the surging undercurrents, the envoy hall of the Temple of Execution remained strangely calm. After taking Mu Wushwang back, Zuan didn't say much, simply saying, "All right, go back and rest well. We'll discuss everything at the Qianzong Zhuan gathering the day after tomorrow." Mu Wushwang nodded heavily and then left without saying a word throughout the process, fearing she might burst into tears if she opened her mouth. Zhu An watched her leave, faintly smiled, and then left as well. The next day, the entire Purple Mist City remained unusually quiet, and even the usually lively White Jade building, known for its night revelries, became deserted. People seemed to sense something, and even the usually arrogant cultivators stayed hidden in their envoys, not daring to show their faces. Under this atmosphere, the Qianzhong Zhuan gathering finally commenced. When the day arrived, countless spectators surrounded Mount Prajna to the point of being impenetrable. Some powerful figures even erected water mirror arrays, broadcasting the scenes from Mount Prajna in real time to various locations. The first to enter were the major sects of the Void Sky Grand Tao. In reality, there was no strict standard in the cosmos for defining sects. Generally, people used the Void Sky Grand Tao and the Starry Sea Grand Tao as benchmarks to measure a sect's strength. If a sect's influence reached a star domain, and it held a certain reputation in the cosmos, it could be called a Void Sky Grand Tao sect. The Starry Sea Grand Tao was much stricter. It referred to a sect whose influence spread across various star domains, with at least a few top-tier immortal kings presiding over it, and even ancient immortal emperors belonging to the sect. Such sects were rare in the cosmos. Hence, the majority of participants at the Qianzhong Zhuan gathering were descendants of these Void Sky Grand Tao sects. Despite this, their strength was impressive. Many had reached the standards of a half-step immortal king, with some on the verge of breaking through to immortal king status. In front of so many spectators, these individuals naturally showed off their abilities. As they made their entrances, their brilliant displays elicited waves of astonishment. Just then, two monks, one big and one small, stepped forward with lotus flowers, coming from the distant horizon. The Buddhist Grandmasters. They're the ones who intervened in the envoy hall that night. Someone recognized the two monks, causing a stir. Those with more knowledge and experience seemed to have a faint change in their expressions. The Buddhists never used to participate in the Qianzhong Zhuan gathering. What's happening this year? Indeed, and both of these individuals are incredibly powerful. The larger one in front seems to have reached the golden body Bodhisattva realm. Amid the discussions, the two monks, Yuan Tong and Hua Tong, had already reached the summit of Mount Prajna. This platform, jointly created by the masters of the Upper Clear Mountain, seemed mundane at first glance. However, upon reaching it, one would realize its vastness. Yuan Tong led his junior apprentice to a corner of the platform and began meditating with closed eyes, disappointing many sect descendants who had wanted to get closer. At this moment, the entourage of the Flying Tiger Hall arrived. Chu Shang descended from the carriage with a majestic air, attracting the attention of many. In terms of strength, the Flying Tiger Hall fell between the Void Sky Grand Tao and the Starry Sea Grand Tao, and Chu Shang had achieved commendable results in the previous Qianzhong Zhuan gathering, causing many to gasp in amazement at his arrival. However, his usual arrogance was strangely subdued this time. He didn't even utter a word, but found a corner to sit quietly. His silence infected many others, and people began to wait silently. Soon, more people arrived, including formidable figures from the Starry Sea Grand Tao. Many onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "This Qianzhong Zhuan gathering is much grander than the previous one." As soon as these words were spoken, a group of ostentatious carriages drove directly to Mount Prajna, and a maidservant laid out a red carpet on the platform. Luo Rongjin descended leisurely from the palanquin, stepping onto the red carpet and ascending the platform step by step. His grand entrance was extraordinary, yet no one dared to mock him. Luo Rongjin scanned the crowd, let out a cold snort, and someone brought a palanquin to the platform. He leaned back, looking content, and waited. Finally, just as the crowd began to stir, a large group of lights soared above Mount Prajna, and Zitiancha led many to the scene. His arrival caused a sensation throughout the venue. This is Zitiancha, the first of the previous Qianzhong Zhuan gatherings, and the top of the Jade list. Wow, such a mighty momentum! Zitiancha, at this moment, was as calm as water, his face devoid of any smile. Beside him stood Funianzi, the fairy of 1,000 cranes. By now, the wounds on her face had healed, but for some reason, those who witnessed the welcome banquet scene felt that something about her charming face seemed inexplicably awkward. It's already this time, and they still haven't come. I guess they don't dare to come. Someone sneered. The speaker was Yagao Han, the young master of Qinghai Tower. His strength was not considered particularly high among the proud talents, but he was very good at flattery and pleasing others, which earned him a lot of respect from Zitiancha. In this event, he naturally stood on Zitiancha's side, mocking and taunting the temple of the Slayer god. Haha, whether they come or not, they are doomed this time, Funi Anzi said bitterly. Although the injuries on her face had healed, the deep-seated humiliation still drove her to the brink of madness. The anger and killing intent in her heart were almost overflowing. Just as Yagao Han was about to speak up to advise her, a bright light flashed, and Mu Wuxuang appeared on the platform. Her appearance caused a stir in the audience. It's the saintess of the temple of the Slayer god. She really came. Why is she alone? Where is the ally she found? The crowd whispered. Upon seeing Mu Wuxuang, Funianzi's eyes burst with infinite resentment as she darkly said, "MD, you did come after all." "Of course, I had to come," Mu Wuxuang replied coldly. Funianzi looked around her, taunting. "Why are you alone? Where is your precious ally? Are you afraid and dared not come?" "Of course not, he just had some matters to attend to temporarily, but he will come soon." Funianzi sneered, about to say something, when suddenly, a faint sigh came from behind Mu Wuxuang. "Nianzi, you are indeed here." With those words, Mu Wuxuang's shadow behind her began to distort, and a young man walked out from it. It was Then Yuan, the descendant of Shenhua Valley. At this moment, he was still dressed in his old, tattered moon-white robe, with a desolate expression on his face. Funianzi trembled all over, her expression instantly becoming very strange. There was surprise, disbelief, and even a sense of guilt in her eyes. "You? How?" Then Yuan forced a bitter smile. "Didn't expect me to be here. Nianzi, you were really heartless back then, leaving without a word. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" With these words, many people looked confused because they couldn't understand who this suddenly appeared young man was and what relationship he had with the Fairy of the Thousand Cranes. Funianzi's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she forced herself to stay calm, saying, "I don't know what you are talking about, and I don't know you. Don't know me." Then Yuan was slightly surprised, then shook his head and sighed lightly. "Nianzi, have you forgotten who knelt at the gate of my sect for a whole month to be accepted as my disciple?" Funianzi's face turned pale as paper. Then Yuan looked deep into her eyes and continued, "Have you forgotten that you promised to marry me as my partner in cultivation to gain the opportunity that should have been mine after refining your mediocre talent?" Funianzi's face was already as pale as paper. Then Yuan sighed, "But I gave you the opportunity, and you left suddenly after achieving your cultivation, leaving without a word. Do you believe your actions were right?" Boom! Then Yuanhei's words were like a heavy bombshell, shaking the whole place. "What? So, this man is the Fairy of the Thousand Cranes' fiancé? What? If that's true, then this Fairy of the Thousand Cranes is really despicable. This will be interesting." Even Mu Wuxuang looked confused. She never expected this backstory between Then Yuan and Funianzi. At the same time, Zutiancha's face turned extremely grim. "Nianzi, what's going on? Is what he said true?" Funianzi's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she forced a smile. "Young master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. I am an esteemed descendant of the Palace of the Thousand Cranes, and how could I kneel for a month to beg to be accepted into his sect? He is clearly talking nonsense." This statement seemed to make sense. At least Zitiancha was starting to believe it. But then Yuanhei's expression became even more distressed. "Nianzi, are you still covering up what happened back then? Yes, you are indeed now an esteemed descendant of the Palace of the Thousand Cranes, but without my Shenhua Valley, how could you have reached such heights?" The mention of Shenhua Valley caused a more intense reaction in the crowd. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "I recognize him, he is Then Yuan, the talented disciple of Shenhua Valley back then. Oh my, he's still alive. Wasn't there a rumor that he had fallen into demons and perished?" Then Yuanhei's identity gave more credibility to his words. Many people looked at Funianzi with strange eyes. If what Then Yuan said was true, then Funianzi was undoubtedly an ungrateful woman, a complete villain. First, she deceitfully entered Shenhua Valley with ulterior motives, then deliberately promised a marriage contract to seize an opportunity that should belong to others, and disappeared without a word after achieving her goal. Any of these actions would already tarnish her reputation. Many people suddenly realized. No wonder this formerly outstanding young talent suddenly declined. Anyone faced with such a situation would be greatly affected. Meanwhile, with complex eyes, Then Yuan looked at Funi Anzi. Funi Anzi's panic grew more evident, but for the sake of her future and status, she clenched her teeth and refused to admit the truth. It's all nonsense. I don't know you at all, and I have no idea about the engagement you mentioned. This is clearly a trap set up by you and the temple of the Slay a God. Then Yuan saw the almost hysterical Funi Anzi, and his eyes showed a touch of sorrow. Mianzi, are you really going to remain stubborn like this? Suddenly, Funi Anzi froze, then raised her hand and pointed at Then Yuan. Slanderous words deserve death. Even though the situation was unclear at the moment, after years of careful manipulation, Funi Anzi's words still had a significant impact. As soon as she said it, someone nearby rushed forward, sneering. Where did this kid come from, daring to spout nonsense here? Die. With that, he raised his hand and struck down. Bang! Everyone felt as if under this strike, the whole platform was filled with boundless waves. The pressure made many people's expressions change slightly. The one who took action was Yagao Han, the young master of Qinghai Tower. Following that, suddenly another unremarkable brush appeared in Then Yuan's other hand. Then Yuan held the brush in his hand and swiftly began sketching in the air. The speed was so fast that it was dizzying. In an instant, a majestic and formidable godly figure appeared in mid-air. When Then Yuan finally placed two dots in the eyes of the god, the figure suddenly began to rapidly expand, with its aura rising continuously. In the blink of an eye, what was just a painting moments ago now appeared vividly before everyone. This incredibly mystical scene stunned everyone. Someone murmured in a dazed manner, "Manifestation with a stroke of the brush, is it divine intervention? Has Then Yuan's power reached such a level?" Meanwhile, Yagao Han was also surprised, but then he calmed down. "Just mere illusions, daring to be audacious in front of me. You will die." With that, he slapped down again. King Heilu was adept in the water-based Dao arts, and this slap encapsulated the essence, seemingly like a vast sea crashing down, instilling awe in onlookers. However, Then Yuan didn't even bat an eyelid. At that moment, the godly figure with its green tusks suddenly roared. Then a trident appeared in its hand, thrusting forward. Plop! The two clashed, Yagao Han grunted, and was directly shaken far away. His boundless sea power dissipated. But the godly figure clearly had no intentions of letting him go, charging forward fiercely and roaring, then striking with the trident. Yagao Han was now shaken with his blood and chest surging, unable to avoid, only able to watch helplessly as the trident came towards him, fear showing in his eyes. But just then, Zitiancha, who had been silent all along, suddenly made a move. He reached out, seized the trident, and sternly said, "Daring to harm someone in front of me. Do you really think I'm made of mud?" With these words, he exerted force. Bang! The trident was crushed, and then Zitiancha's other hand directly pressed on the chest of the godly figure. The figure held in pain. Then, accompanied by crackling sounds, it was directly smashed to pieces. Then Yuan's face paled, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Zitiancha, on the other hand, walked forward with a face full of killing intent. But just then, Luo Rongjin, who had been watching the show from the side, suddenly laughed. "Zitiancha, you're not following the rules, you know?" Zitiancha abruptly turned around, glaring at Luo Rongjin, gritting his teeth. "Luo Rongjin, it's you again. I acknowledge that I was not following the rules last time as you said, but now the Qianzhongzhuan has already started. How am I not following the rules again?" Luo Rongjin grinned, feeling extremely pleased. He loved seeing Zitiancha being put in his place, so being scolded by him didn't make him angry. Instead, he just smiled and said, "Yes, the Qianzhongzhuan has started. But the competition has not begun yet. Is it not inappropriate for you to start attacking already? You?" Zitiancha was genuinely speechless. At this point, Luo Rongjin turned to the elders of Shangqing Mountain in the distance. "Do you agree with what I said?" The elders exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, saying, "Master Luo is right. The competition has not officially started yet, because not everyone from the War God Temple has arrived." Zitiancha, burning with anger, said, "And how long are we supposed to wait? Are we supposed to wait here a whole day until that guy from the War God Temple shows up? Calm down, young Master Z." The elder smiled, then took out an incense stick, lit it, and planted it in the ground. In the past, there have been similar situations. It's not possible for everyone to wait for him, so now we just need to wait for this incense stick to burn out, and then the Qianzhongzhuan we will officially begin. Swish! All eyes in the audience focused on the incense stick emanating wisps of smoke. Mu Wushwang's heart tensed up instantly. She didn't know where Zuan had gone, and she wasn't sure if he would even come. In fact, she hadn't seen Zuan since last night. He seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Even when they set off this morning, there was no word from him. At that time, Mu Wushwang thought Zuan had gone to attend to his own matters and didn't pay much attention. She believed he wouldn't stand her up. But now, her faith was starting to waver. Where are you, sir? If you don't arrive before this incense stick burns out, you won't be able to participate in the Qianzhongzhuan Hui. Mu Wushwang frantically thought, but couldn't show it on her face, so she could only watch silently. The incense burned down bit by bit, already over halfway, yet there was still no sign of Zuan. The audience began to grow restless. People started whispering to each other. Ha! I knew it, that kid probably wouldn't dare to come. TSK, Mu Wushwang is really in a tough spot now. Whether she can survive is still up for debate. Even Hu Tong, who had been sitting in meditation in the corner, couldn't help but speak up. Senior brother, could it be that Lord Honglian really won't come? Yuan Tong, with a smile on his face and closed eyes, said, rest assured, as long as Lord Honglian promises something, he will definitely deliver. At the same time, watching the pale-faced Mu Wushwang, Funi Anzi suddenly giggled. Mu Wushwang, how should I put this? Why not just admit defeat? Why insist on believing in some unknown young brat? Now you've been implicated as well. Was it worth it? Mu Wushwang's face was as calm as water, saying nothing, but just staring fixedly at the incense stick. As the incense gradually burned out, her heart rose to her throat. Finally, as the incense was about to fully burn out, before the words the competition could be spoken, a swift and ferocious white sword light streaked across the sky, slicing the incense stick into two. Following that, a calm voice resonated from a far distance. Don't worry, I have arrived. As the voice fell, a white light descended with a loud thud. When the light dissipated, it revealed Zuan, dressed in white as snow, exuding a proud and strong aura. His appearance brought a brief silence to the crowd, then an eruption of exclamations and commotion. He's here! He's here! Damn, no matter his strength, this kid really has guts. Zuan's nonchalant attitude caused a stir throughout the entire venue. Zitiancha's supporters were especially furious, clamoring loudly. Daring to be so insolent in front of the young master, he's truly seeking death. That's right, I've had my eye on him for a while now. Let's finish him off first. Zitiancha's expression was as calm as water as he stared at Zuan. Suddenly waving his hand, the group behind him immediately quieted down. Then, Zitiancha coldly remarked, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Zuan gave a slight smile. I have always been confident in myself. Zitiancha coldly snorted, then I'll wait and see if you can remain so calm later. With that, Zitiancha glanced at several elders from the Shangqing mountain in the distance. These individuals immediately understood, and one of them loudly exclaimed, the Thousand Sects Mystery Conference is officially beginning. Boom! With his command, countless beams of light shot up along the arena, bursting in the sky and turning into brilliant fireworks. The atmosphere in the venue reached a climax as a result. Whether present or absent, everyone eagerly awaited, using various means to watch this rare event that comes once in a century. On the arena, the situation became chaotic instantly. The rule of the Thousand Sects Mystery Conference was to fight one-on-one. If you felt confident enough, you could challenge the previous champion directly. Of course, only someone with a slightly sensible mind wouldn't do that. After all, it was no different from seeking death. Furthermore, this edition of the Thousand Sects Mystery Conference was different from the past. The current top-ranked on the Jade list, Zitiancha, was visibly simmering with anger and was staring fiercely at Zuan across from him, taking a step forward, preparing to strike. A great battle was about to erupt. However, just at that moment, a tall figure suddenly leapt out from behind Zitiancha, bellowing, "Young master, step back and let me handle this brat." Without delay, the figure charged towards Zuan, growling, "Kid, today is your day to die." With a flash of lightning in his cupped palm, he raised his hand, and Zitiancha, upon seeing this, hesitated and halted his steps. The one who made the move was Lei Yang, the young hall master of the Thunder Fire Temple. He had a good relationship with Zitiancha and was extremely powerful, far surpassing the previous expert, Yegu Han, from the Blue Sea Tower, currently ranked 17th on the Jade list. With aggressive tendencies, he loved fighting. Since he made a move now, it was a good opportunity to probe the depths of this white-clothed youth. If he could take down this brat here and now, it would be even better. With these thoughts in mind, Zitiancha stood still, coldly observing. Lei Huohe, as the name suggests, excelled in thunder-based Taoism. Despite being young, Lei Yang was already a powerhouse at the semi-immortal king level with profound thunder-based cultivation. When his palm came crashing down, even the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Zuan didn't evade but merely smiled. As Lei Yang's palm was about to strike him, the thunderlight accompanying it flickered like a candle in the wind for a moment, and then went out. Lei Yang was thoroughly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. No one had ever managed to neutralize his thunder technique in such a way before. It was utterly unbelievable. At the moment of Lei Yang's astonishment, Zuan casually remarked, "It seems your thunderlight is not very effective, huh?" With these words, Zuan reached out and grabbed Lei Yang's shoulders. Lei Yang tried to break free, but Zuan didn't give him a chance, coldly smiling. "Interaction should be reciprocal. Since you just tried to kill me, let me send you on your way first." With that, Zuan exerted tremendous force, tearing Lei Yang's body apart. Lei Yang was petrified, realizing that all his powers had been nullified, reducing him to a commoner. The pain of being torn apart scared him senseless. He couldn't help but cry out in hoarse screams, "Ah, ah, ah, Zisha, save me." Before he could finish his words, there was a muffled sound, and Lei Yang was torn in half by Zuan. Blood mixed with viscera splattered all over, spreading a thick bloody scent, causing everyone on the stage to tremble. Even many talented warriors from various sects fighting couldn't help but stop and watch in horror. Zuan lightly applauded. "How about this for a kickoff?" Stepping forward, he directly stepped on Lei Yang's departing soul. Click! Lei Yang's soul let out a mournful wail before shattering into pieces, completely annihilating it. This ruthless and decisive act left even the battle-hardened experts in shock. Zitiancha's eyes narrowed to pinpoints. He had thought Lei Yang could at least hold his ground against Zuan for a few moves to test his strength, but Lei Yang couldn't even withstand a single attack and was torn in half by Zuan, his soul crushed. This strength made Zitiancha's heart sink, his expression turning incredibly grave. "Who are you really, Ming Zhu?" Unraised an eyebrow slightly, giving a smile that wasn't a smile. "I am Zuan, the reinforcement summoned by the Temple of Executioners. Remember now? Impossible! With the power of the Temple of Executioners, how could they possibly recruit a high-ranking expert like you? Speak up, who are you really, and what are you here for?" Zitiancha demanded in a deep voice. A smile gradually crept onto Zuan's lips. "Since you're so eager to know, let me tell you. I am Zuan." Zuan. This name spread throughout the venue, leaving many stunned, feeling strangely familiar with the name, but unable to recall where they had heard it. Suddenly, someone remembered something and shouted, "The reborn Red Lotus Immortal Emperor. He is the reincarnation of the Red Lotus Immortal Emperor." Boom! This statement hit like a bombshell, overturning the entire venue. Under the terrifying power, akin to raging waves, Zuan's expression also underwent subtle changes. In an instant, Zuan revealed his true self, and the violent power was overwhelming, shrouding the entire Baoruo Peak. The entire venue trembled, causing everyone to be horrified. No one expected such a dramatic turn of events. What was once thought to be an ordinary young man in white clothes turned out to be the former #1 in the heavens, a reincarnated immortal powerhouse. At the same time, there was a woman in the crowd staring blankly at Zuan on stage, trembling all over. When Zuan admitted his identity, the woman burst into tears, then choked out, "My lord, it's really you. I knew it, yes?" This woman was none other than the courtesan Gong Yunjin from the previous White Jade Pavilion. She had been hiding in Purple Mist City for some time, sneaking into the crowd only today when the Chezong Zhuan meeting opened. The reason was that she had always vaguely felt a myriad of connections between the white-robed youth of the War God Temple and Lord Honglian. So she took a big risk to see what was going on. At that moment, Zitiancha gradually regained consciousness and then suppressed the anger in his eyes, saying in a deep voice, "So it's the renowned Lord Honglian, my apologies." With that, He clasped his hands. Zuan was unfazed, just quietly watching him. Zitiancha continued, Lord Honglian, since you were personally present, we'll consider the past settled. What do you think? Zitiancha felt he had already shown the utmost sincerity. After all, Zuan had humiliated his woman in front of him before, and now he had killed the young master of Thunder Fire sect. Such matters would be significant no matter who was involved. By making this gesture, Zitiancha believed he had already given Zuan face. But don't think Zitiancha was just being generous. Upon hearing Zuan's identity, he secretly passed on this information, which was why he made this move now, to first stabilize Zuan. However, despite all his calculations, Zitiancha had not anticipated Zuan's reaction. Zuan merely smiled slightly. Oh, not holding grudges? That's right. With your status, these matters are nothing significant. Zitiancha chuckled. But what if I were to hold a grudge? Zuan suddenly said coldly. Zitiancha's smile instantly stiffened. Zuan nonchalantly gestured to Mu Wushwang behind him. She is my friend, yet she was openly humiliated by the woman behind you, even slapped. How do we account for that? The moment he heard this, Funianzi almost spat out blood. Clearly, he had already been slapped 10 times before, and now they were bringing up old accounts. But faced with the situation, Funianzi, no matter how arrogant he was, understood what the name Zuan implied. Therefore, he dared not say a word and could only palely watch. At that moment, a flash of fierceness and anger crossed Zitiancha's eyes, then suddenly turning his head, he raised his hand and slapped Funianzi. The slap was extremely severe, sending Funianzi flying through the air. Funianzi's thoughts were filled with regret. He flew through the air, wondering why everyone seemed to have a problem with his face recently. After slapping Funianzi, Zitiancha turned back, his face as cold as water, saying, Lord Honglian, how about this explanation? The whole place fell deadly quiet. Everyone could hear the suppressed anger in Zitiancha's words. At the same time, everyone could feel the overwhelming power emanating from Zuan. Faced with such a scene, even if you were the top genius of the Star Sea sect, you would be frightened and dare not utter a word. Ju watched Zitiancha quietly, then suddenly smiled. I remember you asked me why I was here earlier. Now I can tell you. Zuan's tone became deep. I am here to take your lives. With those words, the whole place trembled, and Zitiancha became furiously enraged. You, Zu, don't think you can get away without drinking or being punished. Zuan casually played with his fingers, without even lifting his head. Sorry, I have a strange temperament. I don't want to drink toasts or punishments. Zitiancha finally couldn't contain himself any longer. Don't think I'm afraid of you. You were indeed formidable in your previous life, but that was the past, and in this life, I might not be any less capable than you. As he spoke, Zitiancha's eyes blazed with light, a nearly indescribable violent power surging out, directly opposing Zuan's power. Emperor! Young Master Z has actually advanced to the level of Emperor! Exclaimed someone who didn't know Zitiancha's background. Zitiancha met Zuan's gaze, sneering coldly. Zu, I've been holding back my strength all this while, just waiting for this moment. Don't think you can escape, because on this day next year, it will be your anniversary. With that, Zitiancha burst into loud laughter because he had just received a reply from his sect. Several elders from the sect were rushing madly toward here and asked Zitiancha to delay as much as possible. But before his laughter could even die down, Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you done? If you are, then come and meet your end. I'm in a hurry. You're seeking death. Zitiancha, widely acknowledged as the first among the younger generation of the heavens, had even risen to fame during the previous Chezongzhuan meeting, where he dominated the Jade Tablet list. Moreover, his noble status had long nurtured his arrogant and domineering character. Now, after tolerating for so long and even resorting to violence against his woman, Zuan's behavior was pressing. Therefore, at this moment, he finally erupted. Suddenly, a golden wheel appeared behind Zitiancha, then in the air, it split into 2, then 4. In an instant, the arena was covered by a dense array of golden wheels. Then Zitiancha grinned. Go to hell. Boom! The golden wheels turned into a rushing torrent, heading straight for Zuan. Zuan's eyes narrowed slightly, then he smiled coldly. You came right on time, but, unfortunately, you're too weak. With that, Zuan took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and stepped forward, delivering a punch. Boom! The resounding impact shook the entire Baoruo Peak. Looking back at the arena, it was filled with fragments from the shattered golden wheels, while Xuan's punch had only struck halfway. Zitianxia trembled all over, about to dodge. Xuan said coldly, "You're the second." With that, his punch was like a dragon, directly attacking Zitianxia. Unable to evade, Zitianxia let out a roar, then gritted his teeth as he met the blow head-on. Boom! The crowd present all looked at Xuan with eyes full of incredulity. Even the outstanding geniuses of various sects were left speechless and in shock. Everyone knew that this Red Lotus Immortal was incredibly powerful, but no one had expected his power to be so extreme. Zitianxia had indeed just reached the level of Immortal King and had not fully mastered his own power, but an Immortal King was still an Immortal King. Even if somewhat weak, they were still unparalleled figures in their own right. Now, being repeatedly sent flying by Xuan's fist, who wouldn't be shocked and afraid? Even Zitianxia himself couldn't accept this reality. Growing up in the praise of others since childhood, he had become a respected young master at a young age. Especially during the last Thousand Sects meeting, he had shone brightly, surpassing all others and becoming the top of the Jade Tablet. All these achievements had made Zitianxia somewhat arrogant. That's why he dared to still take action after hearing Xuan's name, because he held a thought in his heart. Even if he was powerful, so what? Both were immortal kings. How much more powerful could Xuan be? It was just the advantage of having one more life to experience battles. But the reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. He couldn't even block Xuan's fist, being easily sent flying. At this moment, Xuan looked at Zitianxia with a faint smile and asked, "How about that? Want to continue?" Zitianxia snorted in anger, then his face paled. But the paler his face became, the brighter his eyes shone, and his aura grew increasingly powerful. "Xuan, you pushed me to this. This time, I will make sure you have no place to be buried." With these words, Zitianxia snorted, and his eyes instantly shone like stars, while a faint golden light enveloped him, creating a barrier. After the light dissipated, Zitianxia stood shining with a radiant golden light, like an indestructible Vira, standing high in the sky, then grinned. "Xuan, let's see how you can defeat me now. The law of the strongest." Chu Shang from the Fei Hall couldn't help but growl lowly upon seeing this, his eyes showing deep fear. Mu Wushwang's face changed drastically, shouting loudly, "Sir, be careful of his divine technique. This golden light is extremely powerful." The power of the law. It was mentioned before that this was a force that could only be understood by the human race when reaching the level of Daluo. Due to the varying levels of power, laws were divided into several categories. The general disciples of major sects understood the ordinary laws, such as the 5 elements and yin-yang. Beyond these laws were the laws of the immortals. At this level, the killing power of the laws drastically increased, becoming the most powerful attack strategy before achieving immortal emperor status. The law of the strongest was one of these immortal laws. In fact, this kind of power had once appeared on the Night Flame Lord, who had invaded Earth before. But at that time, Night Flame Lord was merely at the Daluo cultivation level, so how could he compare to Zitianxia, an immortal king? Therefore, when the law of the strongest was displayed by Zitianxia, the world trembled. Xuan, however, just raised an eyebrow and said, "What? With such trivial tricks, you dare to show off in front of me?" Angry, Zitianxia retorted, "Trivial tricks? Fine. Today, I will use these tricks to ensure your demise." With that, Zitianxia took a step forward. As he did, the entire Vulture Peak sank. Zitianxia's current weight was so heavy that the massive gravity even caused the entire planet to tremble. The sight shocked everyone. At the same time, Zitianxia stood in the air, casting a fist as strong as a mountain. Die! The violent power of his fist tore through the space, turning into a monstrous flood, rushing towards Xuan. "Be careful, sir!" Gong Yunjin in the crowd couldn't help but shout in astonishment. Xuan seemed to sense something and turned to look in her direction. Meanwhile, Zitianxia's fist was rapidly approaching. Xuan, as if with no defense at all, stood there calmly. This scene made Mu Wushwang's heart jump to her throat. Just as she was about to speak, the flood overwhelmed Xuan completely. The crowd gasped. Many shook their heads, believing that Xuan was doomed. The look of triumph on Zitianxia's face hadn't fully spread before a faint sigh was heard next to him. "Do you know the biggest weakness of your law? In an instant, Zitiancha was shocked to the core, his hair standing on end, before he tried to strike out. However, his hand was suddenly caught and thrown back with irresistible force before he could even land the blow. Suspended in mid-air, Zuan stood on the ground, his eyes slightly narrowed. The biggest weakness of this law is, it can only be a punching bag. With that, he stomped on the ground and shot into the air like a cannonball towards Zitiancha. Bang! A series of thunderous roars were heard as Zitiancha's golden body was bounced around in mid-air by Zuan. The sounds grew more intense until they merged into a continuous cacophony. Finally, after a massive crack, Zitiancha's golden body shattered. Zuan held his fist, looking calmly at the now humiliated Zitiancha. Once a proud prodigy, the top of the jade tablet, he now looked utterly defeated, his once proud long hair now a mess, and his face blooded and swollen, full of fear as he stared at Zuan. "How did you break my lawn, Zu?" Un smiled lightly. "Simple. I broke it with my fist." He lifted his hand and said flatly, "The universe revolves and changes. Only strength is eternal. Don't you understand this principle? Only strength is eternal. Zitiancha murmured softly, a hint of understanding flickering in his eyes, his aura becoming gentler. "Thank you," he sincerely said, because these words from Zuan had helped him make another breakthrough in his mindset, a rare opportunity. Zuan coldly smiled. "No need to thank me, because you still have to die." With that, Zuan took a step forward and delivered another punch. The punch seemed plain and simple, as if a child was playing. But to Zitiancha, it felt like the heavens and earth were crashing down on him with no possibility of escape. He could only roar and then unleash all his cultivation, trying to resist. But it was all in vain. As soon as the two fists connected, an irresistible force shattered all his bones to pieces. Then, his flesh exploded, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs splattering, coloring the entire sky red. Zitiancha whispered, "Impressive fist technique. He really killed the young master." Someone's voice trembled as they whispered. But more people were staring in shock at everything in front of them. At the same time, the crowd gradually regained their composure, and then there was an uproar of astonishment. Heavens, young Master Z is actually dead. Things are going to get messy now. Even Luo Rongjin, who had always considered Zitiancha his lifelong rival, did not expect Zuan to be so decisive in killing him. However, soon the Crown Prince of the Human Emperor's palace regained his cool and burst into laughter. But just then, Zuan turned slowly and asked lightly, "What are you laughing at?" The smile on Luo Rongjin's face froze. "Zu." Uncontinued, "Did I give you permission to laugh?" Luo Rongjin's eyelids started twitching frantically, and his eyes showed infinite humiliation and anger. As the Crown Prince of the Human Emperor's palace, no one had dared to speak to him in such a tone from childhood to adulthood. Even his avowed enemy, Zitiancha, would not provoke him like this. However, Luo Rongjin quickly suppressed his anger, lowered his head, and said in a faint voice, "Yes, I understand." "Understand? What do you understand, Zu?" Un seemed determined not to let Luo Rongjin off the hook, pressing on with his questions. Taking a deep breath, Luo Rongjin raised his head and calmly faced Zuan. "I understand that I shouldn't have laughed just now. I'm sorry. Sorry." As soon as these three words were uttered, many people were shocked, especially Luo Rongjin's followers, who were wide-eyed and stunned. No one had expected the Crown Prince, who was known for his capriciousness, to apologize. Zuan's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, even children can learn. Luo Rongjin remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Just then, the elders from Shangqing Mountain hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the scene, their faces all changed. One of the elders stepped forward, stern-faced, and asked, "Zuan, why did you act so ruthlessly?" "Ruthless?" Zuan gave a cold smile. "What? Is the Thousand Sects Profound meeting not meant for testing skills against each other, but for exchanging feelings?" This retort left the elder speechless. After a moment, he forced himself to say, "But you didn't have to kill anyone. He was not skilled enough. He deserved to die. Moreover, he came to kill me. Should I just stand there and let him kill me? Or should I say, are you from Shangqing Mountain here to openly favor this Zitiancha?" On that note, a hint of killing intent flashed across Zuan's face. The elder dared not speak. Another elder quickly approached, smiling, and said, "Lord Honglian, We did not mean that, we were just concerned. The incident has already happened, and young Master Z is deceased. There is nothing more to be said. However, the grand meeting today was supposed to continue, but now it's late. I suggest we take a break now and resume tomorrow. What do you think? After speaking, the elder looked sincerely at Zuan, and his words seemed reasonable and unassailable. At least many of the outstanding figures from various sects present couldn't find any reason to object. After a sigh of relief, they were about to leave. However, at that moment, Zuan coldly smiled, "Leave. Did I say you could leave?" This statement made everyone who had turned to leave suddenly freeze, then turn back, looking confusedly at Zuan, not understanding his intentions. Only Mu Wushwang trembled all over and looked at Zuan in shock. She suddenly remembered a sentence Zuan had said before. He had vowed to make all these outstanding figures from the sects pay the price. At that time, Mu Wushwang had thought it was just an exaggeration. But now, it seemed that Zuan was serious, not joking. Even Yuan Tong, who was hiding in the corner, put his palms together and sighed lightly. It seems that Lord Zhu is really going to have a killing spree today. Meanwhile, Zuan continued nonchalantly, "In today's Thousand Sects profound meeting, 2 people have already died at my hands, a thunder system expert and the peerless genius of Zhuanding Ridge." Looking around, Zuan's cold gaze swept over everyone present before saying, "But for the third one, I don't want to act on them individually anymore. In other words, each one of you here will face the consequences together. Today, I will take on all comers." Boom, Zhu. Anne's domineering declaration shook everyone present and not present. What is Zhu? An wants to take on all comers. Is he out of his mind? Exactly, even though he was an immortal in his previous life, that was a long time ago. Does he really think he can suppress the entire field single-handedly now? Hey, so arrogant, truly overestimating his abilities. Almost everyone had no confidence in Zuan's words. Even Mu Wushwang was feeling uneasy at this moment. This was just too unbelievable. Only Palace Yunjin, hidden among the crowd, still looked fanatically at Zuan. As her only idol, she would believe him unconditionally no matter what he said. At the same time, all the outstanding figures from the sects present woke up from their shock, showing anger on their faces. They knew that they couldn't defeat Zuan with their own strength alone, but they had so many people on their side now. Zuan was being too arrogant. Luo Rongjin was almost ecstatic. He felt that today must be his lucky day, as one good thing after another was happening. First, his archenemy had died, and now this Zuan was talking about taking on everyone as if he had gone mad. It was truly laughable. As for the elders from Shangqing Mountain, they looked at each other, then sneered coldly and prepared to leave. In their view, Zuan was clearly seeking death. But at that moment, Zuan said calmly, "Don't move. When I said I would take on all comers, naturally it includes you few as well." The elders stopped in their tracks, looking at Zuan in disbelief, unable to believe their ears. Since when did the referee get involved in the match? Zuan, I suggest you not be too arrogant. This is Shangqing Mountain, not your home. An elder said angrily. Zuan gave a faint smile. I know. But, I am here to deal with all of you from Shangqing Mountain. With those words, Zuan extended his hand, palm facing upward, and said lightly, "Echo through billions of stars, heed my call. Formation, rise." With that, Zuan suddenly clenched his fist. "Quick, stop him. He's trying to deal with all of us." Falling Rongjin was the first to react, his face full of fear as he screamed wildly. In fact, it wasn't necessary for him to say anything. From the moment they formed their formation, the elders of Shangqing Mountain had already rushed towards Zuan, and in midair they all shouted explosively, "Die!" Boom! Several terrifying auras capable of destroying the heavens and earth came from all directions, trapping Zuan in their midst. Although these elders only had the cultivation level of half-step immortal kings, because this was the territory of Shangqing Mountain, and with the support of the sect's luck, each of their attacks possessed power comparable to an immortal king. Especially now, when they were cooperating to attack the enemy, their momentum was astonishing. However, at this moment, Zuan was no longer the same as before. Now, holding the formation eye, standing in the void, he seemed like a king ruling over the world, making people dare not look directly at him. Facing the joint attack of these elders, Zuan did not even blink, just casually uttered a word, "Disperse." Boom! The originally aggressive attacks instantly turned into a gentle breeze, not even stirring Xuan's hair. This scene shocked the elders, but before they could react, Xuan calmly spoke another word, behead. As soon as the word was spoken, the command followed. These elders felt a chill on their necks, then their vision rolled and saw their headless bodies in midair. What is going on? This question just surfaced in their minds when they fell into eternal darkness. Bang! The bodies of these elders fell to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust. Everyone was stunned, because the power Xuan was displaying now had reached an unimaginable level. Just by uttering a word, he simultaneously beheaded several half-step Immortal King-level powerhouses. And no one present could see how he did it. This was no longer a simple technique, but almost like a Taoist method. Monk Yuantong closed his eyes with reluctance, then sighed lightly while clasping his hands. With the heavenly decree in his mouth, the law follows his words. Although Senior Zhu has not yet reclaimed his position as an immortal venerable, his power is already amazing. It's a pity that his killing intent is too strong. Meanwhile, Xuan turned to the group of sect geniuses who had fallen into a state of shock, saying lightly, "I told you, none of you can leave. Do you believe it now?" Falling Rongjin shuddered all over, then hysterically screamed, Let's all attack him together and kill him, otherwise none of us will survive." At this point, Falling Rongjin was on the verge of being terrified. If he could choose again, he would definitely not have participated in this thousand-sect profound conference, because he never would have imagined that such an unparalleled god of slaughter would suddenly appear at this conference. It seemed that he was planning to exterminate everyone. In an instant, Falling Rongjin crushed all the life-saving talismans and magic treasures on his body, then launched a frenzied attack on Xuan. Not only him, but the other sect geniuses also shuddered all over, then regained their senses and began to struggle. But it was all in vain. Regardless of how powerful the attack was, when it reached Xuan, it dissipated into nothing like a wisp of smoke. This horrific scene made Falling Rongjin nearly collapse with fear, unable to help but growl, "What kind of formation is this?" Xuan smiled faintly. "This formation has no name. It was designed specifically for you." "Why? Why do you want to exterminate us all?" Chu Shang from the Faihu Hall shouted in anger. Xuan's lips curled with a cold smile. "Why? That requires asking what your sect and you have done." With these words, many people trembled in shock and fear. At this moment, Xuan spoke with a cold and lofty voice like an emperor. "Those with grievances seek justice, those with grudges seek revenge, and today is the day you repay your debts." As he finished speaking, Xuan raised his eyebrows, and a brilliant and icy sword intent appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as the sword appeared, heaven and earth trembled, all living creatures bowed. Inaudibly, many people's clothes, hair, and even skin showed many tiny cracks. But these were not caused by the sword intent, but because this sword intent was too pure and concentrated, merely looking at it could harm one's vitality. Despair appeared on many people's faces. Just then, a roar echoed from the distant sky. "Xuan, you've gone too far." With these words, there was a rumbling sound like thunder, followed by a large group of people charging forward at great speed. In the blink of an eye, these people rushed forward, and when the brilliance dissipated, the leader turned out to be a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Behind him were a group of strong men and women. Their appearance caused a commotion in the whole arena. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The Mountain Master has finally arrived. Things are about to change. Hiss, even the elders who have been in seclusion have come out together. Let's see how this Xuan will deal with it, yes? It was none other than the Mountain Master of Shangqing Mountain, Liang Jinpen, and the top elders. These people had been secretly observing this thousand-sect profound conference within the sect, but never expected such a shocking change to occur. And the speed of the change was so fast that they had no time to react before the young master of Zhuanminglei, Zhao Xiansha, died. If it ended there, it would have been one thing, but the crucial point was that Xuan then directly activated a formation, seizing control of the entire Shangqing star domain. This was intolerable, because no matter which sect, control of one's own star domain was the most important. Now that Xuan had directly taken it over, it was as if someone was holding a knife to their throats. Especially after Xuan raised his hand and killed several elders, it was a blatant provocation. That was why they rushed over in such a frenzied manner. At this moment, the Mountain Master of Shangqing Mountain, Liang Jinpen, took a deep breath, suppressing the infinite anger in his chest, and said coldly, "Zuan, you've taken over my star domain, killed my disciples, and even want to annihilate all of the sex geniuses. Do you not think this is going too far, Zhu?" An glanced deeply at Liang Jinpeng, suddenly smiled lightly. "Too far? What is too far? This is just tit for tat. What's wrong with that?" Liang Jinpeng's anger intensified, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. As the mountain master of Shangqing Mountain, his strength was naturally extraordinary, a top immortal king. Unexpectedly, Zuan had secretly set up such a world-defying formation without anyone noticing, and Liang Jinpeng did not have any inkling of the entire process. How could this not make him feel alarmed? But as the respected mountain lord, he couldn't bow his head, so he coldly said, "Courtesy demands reciprocity." "What exactly do you mean by that? It seems like we, Mount Shangqing, haven't offended you in any way." The hint of sword intent between Zuan's eyebrows slowly rotated, the icy sword light reflecting on his face, making his expression unfathomable and lofty. "Haven't offended me in any way? Heh." Zuan coldly laughed, then moved his lips slightly, conveying the rest of his words directly through divine consciousness. Liang Jinpeng, who was originally filled with anger, shuddered all over, then looked at Zuan in horror. You are Zhu." An nodded, coldly smiled, and said, "Yes, it's me. So now, it's time for you all to pay the price." With that, the hint of sword intent between Zuan's eyebrows suddenly expanded, and then a sword was slashed out. This sword had reached the ultimate purity, with nothing else mixed in, tearing through the entire void as if the Milky Way was reversing and Mount Sumeru was falling, splitting the entire space. At the same time, the supreme sword, aura, swept across, creating an incredibly smooth seam in the space it passed through. Crackling sounds. The Grand Boreas Peak made unbearable noises, then was split in half from the middle. The swirling hurricane swept all around, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. "This sword," someone murmured with a pale face. But more people looked solemnly at the now split Boreas Peak. Finally, the light gradually dissipated. Looking at the scene now, almost everyone who could stand had perished. Even those still standing were covered in wounds, their faces full of fear. Only Liang Jinpeng remained standing in front of Zuan, his face pale. Liang Jinpeng stared at Zuan in a daze, and after a long while, whispered, "Is this the Crimson Lotus sword intent, Zhu?" And calmly responded, "Yes. Indeed powerful." As he spoke, Liang Jinpeng's throat suddenly appeared a hint of crimson, quickly expanding. Blood splattered out, but with his strong life force as a top-ranked immortal king, he managed to stubbornly survive even in such a state. Liang Jinpeng covered his throat with his hand, staring blankly at Zuan, then softly said, "The past events actually have nothing to do with me. I know. But as the mountain lord of Mount Shangqing, I must still pay a price, right?" Zuan quietly watched Liang Jinpeng's life force rapidly fading, nodded, "Yes." Liang Jinpeng smiled, but his smile was filled with coldness and resentment. "Zuan, you are indeed powerful, but by arranging such a grand formation, seizing the heavenly opportunity, I believe it must have cost you a great deal of energy. After this battle, I presume your strength will plummet for a while. Am I right?" These words were unheard by others, because Zuan had already shielded the surroundings. In response to this, Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "So what?" "Heh." Liang Jinpeng's mouth started to overflow with blood, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. "Zuan, my ancestor is currently absent, and if he were here, he would not tolerate your audacity. But after this incident, he will surely come for you. At that time, I will be waiting for you in hell." With that said, Liang Jinpeng suddenly gripped his hand. Crack! He snapped his own neck, and the lifeless body fell to the ground, perishing thanks to his self-strangulation. But a peculiar look flickered in Zuan's eyes. No soul left. Then Zuan looked towards a certain point in the void. No trace of any aura of supernatural abilities, but the soul has disappeared. Could it be? For the first time, a hint of solemnity appeared in Zuan's eyes. Just then, a scream jolted Zuan awake. Zuan looked up. Fu Nianzi, with disheveled hair, was looking in horror at the corpse on the ground. The once haughty lady of the heavens had lost her arrogance by now. She didn't know how she survived that last sword strike. She had witnessed how dozens of powerful Heaven's Pride figures were cut in half by that single sword. Among them was the Eastern Prince of the People Emperor's Temple, Luo Rongjin. This unparalleled young heaven's pride figure was admired wherever he went. Yet just moments ago, he didn't even have a chance to scream and was bisected by the sword. As for Chu Shang from the Flying Tiger Hall, his death was even more tragic. The impact was immense. However, all of this paled in comparison to Liang Jinpeng's suicide, which was truly terrifying. Hence, she screamed in shock. But as she shouted, she realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth. But it was too late, as when Zuan's gaze fell on her, an enormous pressure overwhelmed her. She fell to her knees, kowtowing incessantly, begging for mercy. "Lord Honglian, spare me, spare me." The remaining group of these sect Heaven's Pride figures fell silent. Each of them standing on that platform was a proud young hero. Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence, preparing to determine their superiority. Yet in the blink of an eye, most of them had perished, and the survivors were covered in wounds. This sudden turn of events was truly despairing. All because of that white-clad young man standing high in the sky. At this moment, countless individuals watched Zuan with infinite awe in their eyes. In that moment, it seemed as if there was only him in the entire world, both in heaven and on earth. Mu Wuxuan was left speechless, staring blankly. She knew Zuan was powerful, but she never expected him to be this formidable. With his own strength, he had defeated numerous Heaven's Pride figures, even annihilating the Mountain Lord of Mount Shangqing with a single strike. This exceeded her realm of imagination. As for Gong Yunjin in the crowd, she calmed down at this moment, then raised her head proudly. She had actually expected this outcome. She couldn't wait to let the whole world know how powerful her idol was. Just then, Zuan spoke to Funianzi, who was prostrating before him incessantly. "Want to live? Then give me a reason not to kill you." Funianzi trembled all over, suddenly recalling something, hopeful as she looked towards Then Yuan standing in the distance. "Yuan, save me." By this time, Then Yuan remained silent and, after a long silence, lowered his gaze. "Nianzi, you shouldn't have done this." This sentence struck Funianzi like a thunderbolt, and she looked at Then Yuan in disbelief. You don't want me anymore. It's not that I don't want you, but that you have forsaken yourself. Therefore, Then Yuan appeared weary. You have to face the consequences on your own. Funianzi shuddered, then a look of desolation appeared on her face. "I understand now, ha ha ha. You are just a lackey of this Zuan, and I actually pleaded with you. I was so foolish, ha ha ha." In a grim laugh, Funianzi looked at Zuan with infinite resentment. "I curse you to die without a burial place." With that, her body quivered, then her brow split open, and her eyes quickly dimmed. Thus, the thousand-crane fairy also self-destructed her soul, perishing. The chilling wind whistled through the remains of the divided Banru Peak. Whether present or absent, everyone who witnessed this scene fell silent. No one had expected that this great event would end up like this. Countless arrogant disciples from various sects perished, and even the renowned Shangqing Mountain became a ruin. The only one responsible was Zuan alone. Such an achievement was enough to make anyone obediently close their mouths and even dare not look directly at Zuan. At that moment, Zuan slowly lifted his head to look towards the arena. The once bustling arena was now devoid of its former glory, with only some unknown disciples left. When Zuan's gaze fell on them, these people all trembled and turned pale. A cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. "No need to be nervous. Since you managed to survive under that last sword, it proves that you haven't done anything too wicked. I won't kill you." Hearing this, the people breathed a sigh of relief, then gratefully bowed to Zuan. "Thank you, Lord Honglian, for sparing us." Zuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go, remember not to cause trouble in the future, understand, yes?" The people responded in unison, then quickly scattered. The onlookers also dispersed in a tumultuous manner, each person's face filled with fear and unease. They all knew that this matter was too significant. Once it spread, the entire heavens would be overturned. Therefore, it was best to stay far away now. In the chaos, Zuan stepped down from the arena, and Mu Wuxuan, along with Monk Yuantong and others, approached. "Lord, what should we do next?" Mu Wuxuan now regarded Zuan as an absolute leader and asked in a deep voice. Zuan faintly smiled but did not respond to her question. Instead, he turned to Then Yuan. "Where do you plan to go next?" Then Yuan's gaze finally returned from a distance where Funianzi's body lay. He then gave a bitter smile, Regardless, she was once someone I loved. Since she's gone now, I intend to take her body back as a closure to that chapter in my life. Ju. Nodded. I see. Farewell then. Fen Yuan picked up Funianzi's body, nodded slightly towards the others, then flew up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. This descendant of Shenhuagu had left. The onlookers were all gone, leaving only one person behind. Gong Yunjin stood in place, clenched fists, sweat already forming in the palms of his hands, with excitement. Seeing this, Zuin couldn't help but sigh lightly and waved a hand towards her. Come here. Gong Yunjin trembled all over, took a deep breath, suppressed the boiling emotions in her heart, and flew up to the arena. Lord, Gong Yunjin lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Zuin smiled. I had some things to take care of back then, which is why I couldn't reveal my identity prematurely. So, Lord, there's no need to explain. I understand. As long as I see you safe and sound, I am content. Gong Yunjin's eyes were teary, but her smile was radiant. Zuin was slightly startled, then nodded. It seems you have grown up. With just that simple sentence, it effortlessly shattered all of Gong Yunjin's pretense. Tears fell from her eyes like beads off a broken string. This scene made the atmosphere in the arena somewhat eerie. Hu Tong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Senior Yuan Tong, why is this woman crying? Yuan Tong sighed lightly. The 8 sufferings of life, birth, aging, sickness, death. Parting from loved ones, encountering those we hate, not getting what we seek, and being unable to let go. This woman is clearly one who has lost herself in love. Lost herself in love. Why do you call her that, Senior? Hu Tong couldn't help but ask again. Silly child, when you grow up, you'll understand, Yuan Tong said lightly. At that moment, Zuin also sighed, enough crying. What are your plans? Gong Yunjin gradually stopped crying, her eyes red as she looked at Zuan. Lord, wherever you go next, I will follow you, me, Zu. Unchuckled, the place I am going is very dangerous. I'm not afraid, Gong Yunjin said firmly. As long as I am with you, I fear nothing. Zuin looked deeply at Gong Yunjin, then lowered his eyes. You cannot stay here. Those sects will not spare you. Come with me for now, and we'll discuss when we reach a safer place. With that, Zuin turned to Mu Wushwang and asked, Anju, now that this has happened, both you and your sect will be targeted. Do you have a plan? Mu Wushwang smiled calmly. Lord, rest assured, before heading to Shangqing Mountain, I had already instructed the members of my Temple of Divine Execution to move to a hidden location. Very well, Zuin nodded. Then our next step is to go to the Buddha's land. Buddha's land. These 2 words shocked everyone present. Unlike the myriad realms, the Buddha's land was a transcendent pure land rarely connected to the other realms. The fact that Zuin was headed there was beyond many people's expectations. Yuan Tong, however, seemed to have anticipated this outcome, smiling with his palms clasped together. Wonderful, wonderful. My master will surely be delighted to know that Master Zu plans to go to the Buddha's land. Zu unsmiled but said nothing. With a sudden stomp, the grand formation covering the entire upper clear star domain shattered, countless golden lights dispersing. In that instant, a trace of weariness appeared in Zuan's eyes as he faintly said, Let's go. With that, Zuin released a starship, and everyone boarded as they ascended into the sky and disappeared in a flash. But the storm caused by this great battle had only just begun. In fact, precisely at the moment when figures like Xia Tianxia and Luong Jin, the unparalleled geniuses, fell, their sects sensed the signs. Initially, almost no one believed it was true. How could beings like Xia Tianxia, favored by destiny and possessing unparalleled strength, fall so easily? Especially in just a small gathering like the Thousand Sects gathering. It wasn't until the news arrived that almost all the geniuses of the gathering had perished, and even the Shangqing Mountain was wiped out by Zuin, that the sects began to realize the truth. Xia Tianxia was meticulously trained by him as a successor, pouring half of his heart and soul into him. Xia Tianxia lived up to everyone's expectations and finally broke through the realm recently to achieve the title of Immortal King. This made Dou Yinan cherish him even more, even planning to hold a grand Immortal King ceremony for Xia Tianxia after his realm stabilized to celebrate. However, all these plans were unexpectedly ruined by Zuan, making him furious. The supreme majesty of the Immortal Emperor surged out. In an instant, the planet where Zhuanmingling was located was covered in countless deep and endless cracks. And this was just Dou Yinan's anger. The terror of the immortal emperor's authority was evident. In fact, at Douyin and S level, every move he made affected the chi of heaven and earth, the life and death of all beings. He had even merged with the Tao, becoming an immortal and indestructible existence. So even facing Xuan, he wasn't afraid. Issue orders to thoroughly investigate Xuan's whereabouts. I will make him accompany Tianxia in death. Douyin and S voice was infinite and majestic as he gave this command. At his command, the entire planet, and even the entire star domain trembled in unison, and then countless Xuanming guards all bowed deeply. Yes, their thunderous voices reverberated, shaking the universe. The Xuanming guards then scattered like locusts, blending into the heavens and disappearing. At the same time, in the halls of the Emperor of Man, a similar scene was unfolding. As a top sect no less than Xuanmingling, the reaction of the Emperor of Man was no less intense, even more so because Lord Ongjin represented the lineage of the Emperor of Man and was a direct descendant of the Eastern Prince. His fall was undoubtedly of great significance. At this moment, Luo Wiking, the Lord of the Emperor of Man, known as the Eastern Emperor, was furious to the extreme. Xuan, you have gone too far. You have reincarnated and come back, and I haven't come to settle scores with you yet. You have taken the initiative to come to me, and even killed my bloodline. Truly intolerable. No one dared to speak, because just moments ago, several ministers had been torn to pieces by Luo Wiking in his rage. Spread my decree. The Emperor of Man swears never to coexist with Xuan. Regardless of where he is, he must be killed. As Luo Wiking spoke these final words, the Eastern Emperor, his face shrouded in the aura of the Emperor of Man, exuded infinite majesty and a touch of murderous intent. And as his words fell, a radiant golden decree suddenly appeared before him, each of his words inscribed on it. Luo Wiking waved his sleeve, and a seal was stamped on the decree. The moment the decree took shape, a majestic force descended, and then the decree rippled before merging into the void and disappearing. The celestial aura also underwent some changes. One word is the law of the world. This is the might of the Emperor of Man. With the declarations of Xuanmingling and the Emperor of Man, the entire heavens were thrown into chaos. Nearly simultaneously, Mirror Moon Court, Qinghai Pavilion, Water Tribe, and Gongfeng Lane, at almost the same time. These sects all declared their positions, with only one target, Xuan. Countless people were shocked. To be named hunted by so many sects, this former Red Lotus immortal saint is truly unparalleled. Someone sneered. The key is that both Xuanmingling and the Emperor of Man are thoroughly enraged. With the two great Star Sea schools joining forces, plus so many void sects, unless Xuan can regain the position of immortal saint, otherwise. The speaker shook his head. The implication behind his words was apparent. Hey, what good fortune could he have? Even if he is powerful now, he is nothing more than an immortal king. Let's not forget that the masters of Xuanmingling and the Eastern Emperor are immortal emperor powerhouses. In this situation, what chance does he have? Someone dismissed the notion. These were all hostile or gloating towards Xuan. Of course, there were many who held goodwill towards Xuan, or who had once followed Xuan, and were now extremely excited. The master has finally returned. These fools are still thinking of opposing the master. Don't they understand that the master's throne is built on blood? On a planet, a rough-looking youth spoke excitedly. In this battle, the master has proven his strength with ironclad facts. This time, he will surely return as the king, back to the peak. Anyone who tries to resist him will be crushed under his feet. In a secluded sect, an old man with white hair reacted knowing the news. In summary, the calm heavens were almost turned upside down due to this event. Just as the major sects were making their declarations, Thousand Crane Mountain remained silent all along. Many people looked at them in confusion, not understanding why this sect, which had also lost a successor, remained so calm. Little did they know, at this moment in Thousand Crane Mountain, the master of the mountain, Hua Wuyu, was in a secret chamber discussing in privacy with the elders of the sect. What? Still no trace of him? Hua Wuyu coldly questioned. A senior shook his head. No clues whatsoever. Strange, the curse of his spiritual thoughts, logically speaking, shouldn't disappear unless he is dead. Why can't we find him? Another elder wondered. Could it be? He detected it and then dispelled it. At this, Hua Wuyu and several elders shouted in unison, impossible. The curse of the spiritual thoughts is an immortal method left by that individual. Even if he is an immortal saint, it cannot be dispelled. Then why is there no trace of him? Everyone fell into doubt. Could he have left the heavens, gone to an unknown place? Suddenly, a senior elder said. The room fell silent. After a long time, Hua Wuyu stood up and said coldly, wherever he is, he must pay the price for this. Send my order. Hunt down Zuan. Yes. Now, the entire heavens were even more shaken. This uproar naturally spread to the territory of the demon race, Chinku Fox Country. When Foxy heard the news, he couldn't help but be taken aback and said, what is old Zu planning to do? Does he intend to take on all the sects of the heavens by himself? Beside him, Aro also looked worried. Now that the heavens are in chaos, will Mr. Zu be in danger? The spaceship started to slow down gradually, and through the portholes, one could see a wall made of iron appearing in front. Yes, it was literally a wall made of iron. This wall emitted a cold metallic luster throughout, standing in the void, with no end in sight when looking upwards, and no clear distance when looking sideways, silently blocking the way of the spaceship. Even Mu Wushwang, who had visited many headquarters of the Star Seas and witnessed countless magnificent scenes, couldn't help but be shaken by the sight before her. Then, she thought of a legend and whispered, this is Mount Sumeru. Master Yuan Tong smiled. Very good, very good. Ahead is the boundary point between the Pure Land of Buddha and the heavens, known as Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru, the exterior of the Pure Land of Buddha, was a miraculous structure that astonished powerful beings from the heavens. At the same time, Master Yuan Tong joyfully exclaimed with his palms together, next. Welcome everyone to the Temple of Stillness. As he spoke, a blue lotus suddenly appeared in the void in front of the spaceship and slowly bloomed. Then, a suction force pulled the spaceship into the lotus, making it disappear. When the lotus dispersed, the void became empty again, with Mount Sumeru standing silently in the distance like a giant weary of the world, refusing to say another word. Meanwhile, after a brief tremor, the spaceship finally calmed down. What appeared before everyone was a towering mountain. This mountain stood amidst a vast expanse of clear sea, reflecting the sky and giving off an extreme sense of emptiness. This mountain was the sole vitality in this desolate world. Along the foothills of the mountain, countless towns and villages could be seen, with murmurs of conversations and laughter faintly audible. Everyone was somewhat stunned. No one had expected the legendary Pure Land of Buddha to look like this. Only Zuan smiled faintly, a hint of unknown meaning flashing in her eyes. At the same time, a deep and compassionate voice was heard from the mountaintop. Homage to the Buddha. Temple of Stillness welcomes all donors here. With those words, golden lotus flowers bloomed, and the entire mountain was instantly bathed in golden light. The people living there all prostrated devoutly on the ground, towards the sky. Master Yuan Tong smiled faintly. Very good, very good. My fellow brothers are here to welcome you. Please follow me. With that, he walked outside the spaceship, followed by Zu En and the others. As they left the spaceship, several figures had already approached. These individuals varied in height and size, but all wore monk robes. Master Yuan Tong, upon seeing them, respectfully greeted. Very good, very good. Greetings to Senior Zhang Tong. Greetings to Junior Shen Tong. Greetings to... Enough. One of them, with a handsome face but piercing eyes, impatiently waved his hand. Junior brother, you've been out for a while and nothing has changed. Still so conventional. No wonder everyone calls you Master Yuan Tong. My head hurts every time I hear you say very good. It was Senior Zhang Tong, the eldest brother of the Temple of Stillness. His words elicited chuckles from the monks standing behind him, including Junior Shen Tong. Master Yuan Tong was not angry but simply smiled foolishly and stepped aside. Senior Zhang Tong then walked up, his sharp gaze scanning the group before settling on Zuan, as if assessing something. Soon, he lowered his eyes, joined his palms, and solemnly said, "The master is waiting at the gate. Please follow me." With that, he turned around, stepped on the golden lotus, and strode away. There was a hint of a challenge in his actions. Zuan, however, just smiled faintly and then followed, walking leisurely towards the mountaintop. At the summit, there was an enormous blue lotus, and within its core floated a temple radiating brilliant golden light. The temple was not very large, but possessed an unmatched majesty that touched the heart. A white-browed monk sat in front of the temple, eyes closed as if in deep meditation. When the monk raised his head, revealing eyes as pure and clear as flawless crystal, exuding supreme compassion, his gaze swept over M.UFF Led Frost and others before focusing on Xuan, a smile appearing on his face. Lady Honglian, it has been a long time. Xuan also smiled and bowed. Master Yu Mao, it has been a while. Yes, the white-browed old monk was none other than the abbot of the Temple of Stillness, the non-moving Bodhisattva. Master Yu Mao softly said, Zhang Tong. Here. You lead these donors down to rest, yes. Zhang Tong glanced silently at Xuan before turning to muffled Frost, Gong Yunjin, and the others. Ladies, please follow me. Gong Yunjin wanted to speak, but seeing Xuan's expression, she closed her mouth and followed Zhang Tong and the others. After everyone had left, Xuan looked at Master Yu Mao, raised an eyebrow slightly, and with interest remarked, It seems you knew I would come. Master Yu Mao smiled faintly. Indeed. Whenever Lady Honglian wishes to reveal the truth behind everything, she will definitely come to our pure land of Buddha. Does that mean you know something, or Zhu? Unasked casually. Master Yu Mao gently shook his head and honestly replied, I don't know. Zhu. And gazed at him quietly, then after a pause, asked, Are you joking with me? Of course not. On the contrary. Master Yu Mao looked earnestly at Xuan. I am waiting here to request something from you. Something to request from me. Indeed. Master Yu Mao's expression turned serious. It is a major matter concerning the survival and continuation of the pure land of Buddha. With that, he waved his robe, and the surrounding environment instantly turned into boundless void. Xuan remained unperturbed and said calmly, Oh, what is this major matter that even the non-moving Bodhisattva needs to ask me about? Now, even Xuan couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. How could this be? Your leader, the master of this pure land of Buddhas. Yuji smiled bitterly. That's the problem, because I haven't been able to contact the Buddha for a long time. With these words, Xuan's expression also became solemn. You should know that this Buddhist leader, the master of the pure land, transcends the realm of wisdom and is close to the highest level of the Law Cloud realm. That is the peak of the immortal emperor, a superpower house who is only a step away from becoming a semi-immortal. Xuan had once had a casual encounter with this Buddha, but never imagined that now even the great Buddhist power could not contact him, and even the core Pure Land had lost contact. How could this not be shocking? At this moment, Yuji continued, I, as the guardian of Dingchan Temple, usually have close relations with the core Pure Land, but since 500 years ago, everything has changed. First, the connection with the Buddha was severed, followed by an invisible force cutting off the path to the core Pure Land. I have tried countless methods to remove this force, but even now, I do not know what has happened in the core Pure Land. With that, Yuji looked deeply at Xuan, but in the depths of my heart, I have a premonition that this whole thing will be resolved by you. After speaking, Yuji stared at Xuan, waiting for his response. Ju unchuckled lightly. Do you have that much confidence in me? Of course, because if even Red Lotus cannot solve this mystery, then no one in the heavens will be able to, Yuji replied. Xuan remained silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Where is Uexia? Do you know? Yuji was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have been searching for my junior brother, but have always found no trace. Then where did he go? Do you know? Yuji sighed lightly. I have kept this matter secret, never mentioning it to anyone. Since today Red Lotus has asked, I will tell you. With that, Yuji slowly opened his thin palm, revealing a prayer bead in his hand. The prayer bead rose slowly, turning into a stream of light and flying in front of Xuan. Xuan did not even blink, just watched silently. The information contained in the prayer bead then poured into Xuan's mind. Xuan was slightly stunned, then a strange expression appeared on his face. Yuji smiled bitterly. Do you think it's absurd, Azu? Nodded. It does seem far-fetched. Yuji sighed lightly. The unmovable golden body Bodhisattva, for the sake of a tiny obsession in Dingjing, went to search for his lover from the previous life. Isn't that absurd? Indeed. This prayer bead was left by Uexia before disappearing, and the information recorded on it was very simple, just a few simple words. After ascending to the unmovable realm, Uexia broke through the barrier of separation and could investigate his past life karma in the Dingjing. There he saw his lover from the previous life, which should have been normal and could not shake the unmovable great Bodhisattva. However, unexpectedly, Uexia's heart was moved by this, and he even left the Ding-Chan temple disregarding everything, seeking the reincarnation of his lover from the previous life in the vast heavens. This was even more absurd and unreasonable than finding a needle in a haystack. So Yuji used the word absurd to describe his junior brother. But Zuin had no sarcasm in his tone. He remained silent for a moment, then said lightly, "Maybe he has his own plans. Perhaps he will have a sudden enlightenment during the search." "Let's hope so." Yuji sighed lightly, then looked at Zuin quietly. "Red Lotus, are you willing to help me investigate the matter of the core Pure Land?" Zuin smiled lightly, "Of course, because I was originally going to the core Pure Land to ask the Buddha some questions." Yuji clasped his palms together, praising joyfully, "Good, good. Many thanks to Red Lotus for helping. Ding-Chan Temple is deeply grateful. Don't rush to thank me. The journey to the core Pure Land is unpredictable, and I cannot bring others with me, so you need to arrange the few people I brought with me properly. Red Lotus, please rest assured. I will take care of those female donors properly, but are you sure you don't want the few donors from your Sea of Consciousness to stay as well?" Zuin was not surprised that Yuji could see Duran Yan and others in the symbol pavilion. He just shook his head. "No need. In that case, let's not delay. I am leaving for the core Pure Land now, and I entrust those people to you." With that, Zuin did not hesitate for another second and stood up directly. Yuji also nodded. "All right, I will send Red Lotus there first." With that, Yuji extended his dry fingers and drew a line in front of him. A door of spacetime appeared instantly. Ju smiled, took a step, and walked into it. After a flash of light, there was nothing in front of him. Yuji clasped his palms together. "Good, good. May Red Lotus have a smooth journey." Meanwhile, in a secretive and indescribable place, a strange breath suddenly churned, followed by a chilling shout. "Someone has trespassed. Kill." This time the crossing obviously took a long time. When the chaos completely dissipated, Zuin slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was an extremely desolate desert. But what caught Zuan's attention was a huge Buddha statue in the vast sky. This statue occupied a third of the sky, with eyes full of supreme dignity and compassion. Moreover, clear signs of manual carving could be seen on this Buddha statue. Yes, this miraculous Buddha statue turned out to be an artificial creation. In addition, there are floating white clouds in the sky. Above the white clouds stand magnificent temples shimmering with gold and jade. These temples do not seem to have anyone coming in and out, yet there is a faint grand chanting sound emanating from them, enveloping the entire sky in a sacred and solemn atmosphere, leaving people in awe. However, Zuan's attention is not on these temples, but is drawn to the distant horizon. Right at the point where the sky meets the earth, there stands a huge iron pillar piercing straight towards the sky. This iron pillar is like a pillar supporting the sky from the earth, standing alone in the wilderness. Even from such a distance, one can still see the densely inscribed golden scriptures on the iron pillar. The whole world is eerily quiet, to the extent that even the sound of wind blowing sand can be heard. Zuan's expression gradually becomes serious because he faintly senses a tremendously evil force gathering underground, then being suppressed by the iron pillar. But as time passes, the light in the sky is gradually fading, and the evil force underground is becoming stronger. Just then, a loud rumble suddenly comes from the sky, and the giant Buddha statue floating in outer space, facing the earth, starts slowly turning its body. In an instant, the Buddha statue turns around, facing away from the earth. It is at this moment that the sky completely darkens. The iron pillar begins to tremble uncontrollably, indicating that the dark forces underground can no longer be suppressed. Boom! Finally, the ground cracks open with huge crevices, resembling terrifying mouths laughing wickedly towards the sky. Following this, an extremely thick darkness emanates from these crevices, and hideous evil creatures surge out like a swarm of ants. As they crawl out of the ground, the iron pillar trembles abruptly, and the golden scriptures on it shine brightly, transforming into huge scriptures as large as mountains, smashing towards these evil creatures. Boom! Where the golden light passes, the newly emerged evil creatures instantly turn into flying ashes. However, the evil creatures underground seem endless, pouring out frantically. Gradually, the golden light on the iron pillar begins to thin, and the tremors increase, clearly struggling to maintain stability. Standing high in the sky, Zuin quietly watches the scene unfolding on the ground, just as he is about to take action. It is at this moment that the chanting sound from one of the many temples floating in the sky suddenly intensifies. A golden light shoots out from one of the temples directly towards the iron pillar. Even though darkness envelops the earth, under Xuan's perception, nothing remains hidden. He sees a cushion placed at the top of the iron pillar. When the golden light flashes by, a monk with a thin figure, but a golden wheel behind his head appears on the cushion. The monk sits cross-legged, with a compassionate expression, and begins reciting scriptures aloud. Each phrase of the scripture transforms into an endless shower of flowers, floating down gently. These seemingly fragile flower rains possess immense killing power against the evil creatures. Upon contact, they turn into scattered ashes. However, with an overwhelming number of evil creatures pouring out from the crevice, like dark spring water bubbling out continuously, individual entities become indistinguishable. Even the flower rain, formed by the scriptures, cannot stop the invasion of these evil creatures. Many evil creatures have already climbed up the iron pillar. Although the scriptures there keep shattering the evil creatures, with more coming, they continue climbing higher. The speed of the monk's chanting increases, and suddenly sharp vines grow from the cushion he is sitting on, piercing directly into the monk's body, then crazily extracting blood, which, flowing through a translucent tendril, appears golden. The monk's face turns pale, slowly closing his eyes while maintaining the chanting speed. Simultaneously, after absorbing the monk's blood, the golden scriptures on the iron pillar burst forth, pulverizing all evil creatures clinging to it. With the power of the ritual, the iron pillar starts to stabilize, the cracks in the ground decrease, and the number of evil creatures diminishes. Witnessing this scene, even Xuan cannot help but be moved. He can clearly sense the monk's life force rapidly declining, sacrificing himself to suppress the evil creatures. Xuan sighs lightly, steps out of the darkness, raises his sword, and strikes. Boom! The sword sweeps through the entire battlefield like flowing mercury, leaving no chance for the evil creatures to respond, as they instantly turn to dust. Yet, after this strike, all the evil creatures have disappeared, leaving only the dark cracks on the ground. However, within moments, the previously vanquished evil creatures reappear before him. With a raised eyebrow, Xuan's eyes also reveal a hint of surprise. What is going on? At this moment, a gentle and magnanimous voice resonates within Xuan's mind. A swordsman, it's futile. These evil creatures are born of the evil Cha of the heavens and earth, and unless purified by Buddhist methods, all other means will fail to obliterate them. Xuan looks towards the monk on the iron pillar in the distance. At this moment, with his eyes and brows lowered, sitting cross-legged, and surrounded by a splendid golden light in the darkness, he appears like a blazing torch, shaking everyone to the core. When Xuan gazes at him, the monk slowly lifts his head to look back at Xuan, a faint smile appearing on his dignified face. An outsider powerful enough to enter here. It seems that this pure land finally has hope. With these words, a pale light suddenly appears on the distant horizon, swiftly spreading. In the blink of an eye, most of the sky is illuminated, and the Buddha statue, which was originally turned away from the earth, slowly turns towards this side. The evil creatures scream in agony, then promptly vanish into thin air, and the cracks in the earth start closing rapidly, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet, amidst the swift changes around, the monk sitting on the cushion begins to wither rapidly. Yes, he is withering. However, despite this, the eyes of this monk remained as bright as ever. He then put his palms together, and chanted with a voice devoid of sorrow or joy, "Homage to the Buddha. May all beings be free from suffering, and attain happiness." With those words, a look of liberation appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly to Xuan before his figure suddenly shattered into a sky full of golden light, blending into the iron pillar beneath him. Xuan watched quietly, then bowed respectfully. Anyone who is willing to give up everything, even their own life, for their beliefs is worthy of respect. Everything returned to calm once more. However, Xuan did not head towards the temples in the sky. Instead, he leapt into the distance, soaring towards the horizon. The desert was vast, and even with Xuan's speed, it took a quarter of an hour to see some slightly different scenery. Suddenly, a small town appeared in the distance. Xuan slowed down, landed on the ground, and slowly walked into the town. It was a dilapidated place, with the streets emitting a strong stench. The houses on either side of the road were crooked and looked like they could collapse at any moment. Despite the environment, many people lived there. These people lazily lay on the ground, and even when Zuin entered, they merely glanced at him before returning to their previous state. Many of them wore strange-looking helmets, lying motionless on the ground like corpses. Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly. He could feel no vitality from these people, as if they were merely walking dead. This eerie sight surprised Zuin, and he walked slowly towards the center of the town. There, the only bar in the town was located. Several fierce-looking men stood at the door, the most vivacious beings Zuin had encountered on his journey. Upon seeing Zuin, these men were not surprised, but raised their eyebrows slightly and casually asked, "Here to buy chips." Chips? The term piqued Zuin's interest, and he nodded in response, "Yes." "Come in then." Zuin then entered the bar. Surprisingly, the bar was not the lively place he had expected. On the contrary, it was quiet. Many people lay on sofas, wearing either new or old helmets, eyes closed, deep in sleep. Occasionally, they would show a look of extreme enjoyment. A burly man approached Zuin. "What kind of chip do you need, Zu?" Un gestured casually, "This one." The man nodded, left, and returned with a helmet, handing it to Zuin. "You can try it on." Without hesitation, Zuin put it on. In an instant, he felt his consciousness enter a strange world, experiencing an indescribable sense of tranquility on a soul level. It was a peacefulness that could easily ensnare anyone if their will was not strong. When Zuin took off the helmet, the man grinned. "How was it?" "Quite something, right, Zu?" Un remained silent for a moment before asking, "How is this made?" The man chuckled, "You're asking the right person. Within a radius of thousands of miles, my chips are the most potent. As for why?" The man clapped his hands lightly, and in the center of the bar, a monk sat cross-legged, eyes closed, restrained by heavy chains. Countless threads connected to the monk's body, flickering with the rise and fall of golden light. "See that? My chips are blessed by these high monks, possessing supreme joy and peace that can't be compared to the garbage that merely stimulates with electricity. So, how many do you need?" The man asked with a smile. Zuin looked at him deeply, but remained silent. After a moment, as Zuin exited the bar, there was a sudden silence behind him. The guard at the door stood up upon seeing Zuin leave, "Satisfied with what you got?" Zuin smiled slightly, "Satisfied, extremely satisfied." With that, the heads of the big men all fell to the ground, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Zuin's expression grew increasingly solemn because he finally understood the profound change in this core Pure Land. A millennium ago, when he was the immortal sovereign, he had visited this core Pure Land. Back then, it was a thriving place where everyone dedicated themselves to goodness, living in peace and joy, with no deception. However, unimaginably, in just a millennium, this core Pure Land had undergone a shocking transformation. Even the hearts of the people had fallen, particularly with the electronic elixirs Zuin had just experienced, capable of easily destroying any powerful being below the Mahayana realm, rendering them completely useless. Combined with the sealing of the core Pure Land and the emergence of evil creatures from the ground that night, Zuin was convinced that this core Pure Land had been contaminated by some unknown force. At that moment, a frightened cry from a youth was heard nearby. Looking up, Zuin saw a dirty-faced youth staring in terror at the corpses on the ground. Zuin was slightly startled because he sensed a long-lost vitality from this youth. In fact, this youth was the first living person Zuin had encountered since entering the core Pure Land. As Zuin approached, the youth, afraid like a frightened animal, turned and ran. Zuin followed. The town was not large, so they soon left it. Outside the town was a graveyard where the graves, some long neglected, had revealed their contents. Instead of bodies, small boxes filled the graves. Zuin's gaze sharpened as he felt a vague sense of consciousness within these boxes. However, these consciousnesses were all ensnared in the electronic elixirs, unable to break free. Combined with the endless graveyard, Zuin suddenly felt a chill. The word Avicii Hell appeared in his mind because these consciousnesses, stored in the boxes after death, would forever be trapped in the stimulation created by electric currents with no redemption until their consciousness completely collapsed. Punished by the unceasing, unending, and mind-crushing torments of Avicii Hell, this retribution was more terrifying than the physical suffering endured in life. At this moment, the young man was hiding in an old, dilapidated pit, covered with dirt to avoid making any sound. Footsteps were drawing near, and fear appeared on the young man's face. He took a deep breath and held it. Suddenly, The footsteps stopped in front of the pit, and cold sweat broke out on the young man's back due to fear. Just then, a faint voice came. "You run when you see me. What exactly are you afraid of?" It was Zuin speaking, standing in front of the pit with a playful look on his face. The young man trembled, realizing he could no longer pretend, so he slowly climbed out of the pit, trembling violently. "Don't you want to talk?" The young man shook and then raised his head slowly, saying in a hoarse voice, I don't want the chip installed." "Chip?" Zuin was slightly startled, remembering the tiny chips installed on the people he had just eliminated in the bar. The young man nodded shakily, choking out, "I don't want to be a slave to the chip, because my parents died because of that chip. They told me before they died to stay away from these things." "Are there many people installing these chips?" "Many. Almost everyone in the small town has been infected." The young man used the term infected. Zuin finally understood why he could sense a long-lost anger in this young man. Since he arrived in this world, except for the martyr monk, almost everyone he had seen had been installed with chips. In the young man's words, they had become slaves to the chip. Zuin fell silent, lost in thought. The young man cautiously observed Zuan, filled with great confusion. He couldn't figure out the identity of this young man in white. Initially, he thought Zuin was a chip carrier, which was why he fled, but now it seemed not. If he was a chip carrier, how could he ask those naive questions just now? Then who was he? Why hadn't he been chip installed either, and yet his aura was so powerful? Could it be he was from the city of demons? This thought startled the young man, and his gaze at Zuan became more reverent. At this moment, Zuin snapped out of his thoughts, smiled faintly at the young man, and asked, "So where do these chips come from, and who installs them for you?" The young man was about to speak when suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky. Zuin looked up to see a massive warship flying towards them at a rapid pace, landing on the cemetery in the blink of an eye. The young man paled at the sight of the warship, scrambling back into the pit and curling up in a corner, trembling. Meanwhile, the hatch below the warship slowly opened, releasing countless black boxes that quickly piled up into a small mountain below. Zuan's gaze narrowed slightly, because those seemingly inconspicuous boxes dumped like garbage were actually the consciousness remnants scattered throughout the cemetery. Finally, Zuin understood how this vast cemetery came to be. In plain terms, this wasn't a cemetery, but essentially a landfill. Zuan's expression finally changed, because behind these seemingly insignificant boxes were living souls. Zuin had seen many demons who treated human life as worthless, but he had never felt as angry as he did now. This behavior blatantly disregarded human souls and will as mere toys. Yet just as Zuin was consumed by anger, the warship spotted him. The warship turned slowly, revealing two dark cannon barrels. Moments later, the barrels began to shimmer brightly. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure formed, and two concentrated beams of light shot straight towards Zuan. Where the beams passed, the air was deeply fissured. Faintly, there were sounds of someone gloating triumphantly. The young man in the pit let out a desperate scream, as no one could survive such an attack. Not only himself, but even most of the cemetery would turn to ashes. However, just then, the two beams of light, which had been rushing forward, suddenly halted in midair. It could be seen now that these two lights were actually two exquisite miniature shells. Yet these cute-looking shells were engraved with dangerous patterns, especially the heads, which sparkled with perilous light, seemingly on the verge of exploding. However, these two dangerous shells were now suspended in the air, held gently by two pristine, white hands. The young man's mouth gradually dropped open, his face filled with shock as he looked at Zuan. Inside the warship, a scream could be heard, followed by frantic maneuvering and escape. But Zuan wouldn't let them get away. Stepping forward, he flew into the air, intercepting the warship's path. Through the ship's windows, Zuin could see into the cockpit where a fat, ugly man sat in terror, staring back at him. Sensing the man's presence, Zuan's face curled into a cold smile. "What? Hit me and now you want to leave? Oh no."